Chapter 1. The Beginning and the Goddess of Marriage. My dear son, our ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. Aunt Zhang, you know her, right? The landlord with 5 buildings in Binhai City. Her daughter has taken a liking to you. She has arranged to meet you at Jiangnan restaurant tomorrow at 5 p.m. Well, this girl, cough cough, isn't exactly a beauty, but one shouldn't judge a wife solely by her appearance, right? Moreover, your mother is considering your future. You are well aware of our family situation. Xiaobai stood before the entrance of Jiangnan restaurant, a bitter smile gracing his face. In his previous life, as a man in his 30s, he never expected to be compelled by his mother to go on a blind date in this new life. Indeed, Xiaobai was a time traveler, having recently traversed into a parallel world known as Blue Star. In his former life, he was an obscure singer who succumbed to severe depression and ended his life by jumping into a river, only to find himself reincarnated as a person sharing his name. In Blue Star, the entire entertainment industry was stagnating, with signs of severe regression. As a time traveler, Xiaobai possessed a wealth of classic songs from his past life, any one of which could shatter the confines of the entertainment realm. Enough of the overthinking. Let's just get through this blind date. This meeting was something Xiaobai felt he could not refuse that a year prior. The original owner's father had passed away in a car accident, leaving his mother to bear the weight of the family alone. She had raised a son and a daughter by herself. Since he had inherited the original owner's body, it was only fitting that he honored his mother's sacrifices. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobai stepped through the restaurant's grand entrance. Sir, how many in your party? Do you have a reservation for a private room? A cheerful waitress approached, her gaze briefly scanning Xiaobai. Noticing his cheap t-shirt and jeans, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Could you direct me to roommate? Please follow me. No need, I can find it myself. Sir, this is a 5-star hotel. If you go to the wrong room and offend someone important, it could be quite troublesome. The waitress maintained a polite smile. How rude. Judging a book by its cover, Xiaobai muttered under his breath as he followed her to the door of room 8. Sir, why haven't you entered yet? The waitress asked, puzzled. Xiaobai awkwardly scratched his nose. His mother had mentioned which room it was, but he couldn't quite recall. He had intended to call for clarification after arriving, but the waitress' suspicious demeanor deterred him from doing so. Without further thought, he pushed open the door. Upon entering, he saw a young woman in her 20s seated at the dining table, wearing sunglasses and a mask, dressed in a white dress. Only her porcelain arms and slender legs were visible, exuding an ivory-like radiance. You must be the one surnamed Liu, the girl spoke, her voice cool yet exceptionally melodious. Yes. Xiaobai exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he seemed to have entered the correct room. However, the girl's lack of courtesy was striking. Was it appropriate to refer to him solely by his surname? Did she think he was some kind of stranger? Moreover, wearing sunglasses and a mask during the day, was she that ashamed of her appearance? He silently criticized her. Do you have your ID? I do. Why? Are you checking my identity? Great, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate, the girl said, grabbing her bag and heading outside. What? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai suspected he had misheard. Was she really this direct? Was she afraid of remaining unmarried? What are you standing there for? The sooner we get the certificate, the sooner you can return and report back, the girl said impatiently. Wait, I never agreed to this. Xiaobai waved his hands repeatedly that he was, after all, a time traveler, destined to rise to the pinnacle of life. He had no intention of marrying a girl merely because her family had some wealth. Are you annoying? Why are you hesitating? The girl tugged on Xiaobai's sleeve, pulling him towards the door. Wait. Xiaobai quickly pulled his arm away. In his haste, the girl dropped her bag. As she bent down to pick it up, her mask slipped off. Upon seeing her face, Xiaobai froze in place. How could there exist such unrivaled beauty? Her skin was fair and delicate, reminiscent of fine jade. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divinity itself. She was nothing short of a celestial being. If he could marry such a stunning heiress, it might not be an entirely unacceptable proposition. Surnamed Liu, I know you are reluctant to marry me, truth be told. I am even less willing. However, we both wish to avoid any unnecessary chaos over this trivial matter. Wouldn't you agree? The girl donned her mask again and continued to drag Xiaobai outside. What about the meal we ordered? Forget it, I've already paid. Bewildered, Xiaobai was led into a chauffeur-driven car. arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau. In Blue Star, the process of formalities was remarkably swift. The girl received the marriage certificate from the staff, glanced at it briefly, and tossed one copy to Xiaobai. "Here, this is for you. You can head home now." With that, she turned and boarded the car. "Hey, is that it? Shouldn't we develop our relationship after getting married?" Xiaobai, ignoring the certificate, hurried after her. The girl remained silent as the car sped away. What was happening? Was this woman unwell? To suggest getting married upon their first meeting hadn't even brushed his teeth. Xiaobai was dumbfounded. As he pondered, he opened the marriage certificate. Only then did he take a closer look at the girl's appearance. At first glance, he was entranced. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that even the renowned Lu Tianxian would pale in comparison. However, when Lu Xiaobai's gaze fell upon the name section, he was suddenly jolted. There was Su Nanjiao. I've mistaken the person. Lu Xiaobai's mind buzzed. The girl his mother had arranged for him to meet was named Wang Xiaotsue, not the Su Nanjiao. Wait, wasn't Su Nanjiao a well-known celebrity? Despite having only recently arrived in Blue Star, he had heard her name mentioned frequently. At 18, she had won a national singing competition, thus embarking on a legendary career. With her sweet voice, she captured the hearts of many fans. Her striking looks sent countless men into a frenzy. She had earned the title of Jade Maiden's leader and was recognized as the national goddess of Long Country. Why would a prominent star be acquainted with him? Why was she so eager to marry him? Lu Xiaobai's mind was filled with questions. Beep. The entertainment prestige system is binding. Please wait. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Lu Xiaobai was overjoyed. He had known it. As a time traveler, a system was a standard feature. It may arrive late, but it would never be absent. Chapter 2. How will you live after marrying such a man? The host gains reputation points through the admiration, respect, or affection of others. These reputation points can be exchanged for songs, vocal skills, music theory expertise, personal charm, and instrumental proficiency. Upon detecting the host's marriage to the renowned artist Su Nanjiao, albeit not yet publicly announced, a modest wave of attention ensued. Consequently, the host earned 100 reputation points, sufficient to exchange for one song. It is noteworthy that all exchange songs will be automatically registered for copyright by this system. Lu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart brimming with joy. This was a tremendous windfall. Not only had he married a superstar, but he had also bound himself to a system, accumulating reputation points. Although he had been a professional singer in his previous life, it was merely a fade supported by capital and popularity. He possessed some vocal talent, but it was limited. He had a basic understanding of music theory, sufficient only to read guitar tabs, if that could even be considered knowledge. Thus, while his mind was filled with countless songs from his former life, he was unable to transcribe them. Now, the system had resolved all his concerns. However, the most pressing issue at hand was likely the matter of obtaining a marriage certificate. Lu Xiaobai felt somewhat troubled. Su Nanjiao was undoubtedly preparing to register her marriage with another man bearing the surname Lu. Upon discovering the mix-up, she would certainly initiate divorce proceedings. How disheartening would it be to have something so precious snatched away after having finally grasped it? Qingjia. Everything has been arranged. As the chauffeur-driven car commenced its journey, Su Nanjiao dialed her agent's number, her tone imbued with a hint of relief. "Nanjiao, you have truly endured so much. How will you manage marrying such a man?" Came the voice of Qingjia, laced with sorrowful sobs from the other end of the line. "Isn't this a blessing? Marrying him is certainly better than being wed to a dreadful man. My idol, the legendary Mei Tianho, donned a wedding gown in her final moments. Marrying music and her fans. At worst, I can follow her lead. What does it matter if there's no love or man? At least I have the companionship of music and my fans." Su Nanjiao forced a light-hearted chuckle, yet Qingjia could unmistakably detect a tinge of desolation in her voice. What girl does not long for a passionate romance? It turned out that Su Nanjiao had once declined to dine alone with a certain investor. Following that, her career took a nosedive. Previously packed with engagements, one after another was canceled. Her company, Longting Entertainment, gradually redirected resources to other artists, leaving her meticulously planned new album indefinitely shelved. To make matters worse, Su Nanjiao's father recently underwent heart bypass surgery. With no income during this period, after covering these expenses, her savings were nearly depleted. If she continued to be sidelined by the company, she might soon find herself selling her home and car, ultimately facing life on the streets. Many readers may have questions regarding this point. To clarify, while celebrities earn substantial sums, their expenses are equally formidable. They must pay for makeup artists, stylists, and salaries for agents and assistants. I recall a certain celebrity once stating that when he was broke, he had only 1 million left in his pocket. He was not exaggerating. At that moment, the company's president, Lu Feng, seized the opportunity to propose a condition. If Su Nanjiao agreed to marry his son, the company would reinvest its resources in her career. To outsiders, this seemed like an incredible stroke of fortune, marrying into a wealthy family while reviving her career. However, those privy to the truth felt deep sympathy for Su Nanjiao. For Lu Feng's son was not only unpleasant, but also a notorious playboy. Lu Feng's intention to unite them in matrimony was merely a facade to deceive others. After much contemplation, Su Nanjiao concluded that it would be better to marry a man, even one of such dubious character, rather than spend her life with an unsavory individual. Thus, the earlier scene of them obtaining a marriage certificate unfolded. You can think that way. Marrying Lu Mingxian at least preserves your dignity, said Sister Qin, her voice trembling. Wait, what did you just say? Lu Feng's son is named Lu Mingxian? Su Nanjiao's heart sank. Yes, didn't President Lu mention it to you? Sister Qin replied, puzzled. In a state of panic, Su Nanjiao hurriedly retrieved her marriage certificate. As she opened it and glanced at the name field, a thunderbolt of realization struck her. The name boldly inscribed was Lu Xiaobai. Sister Qin, it seems I've mistaken the person. She inhaled deeply. What do you mean? Are you saying the one you married today, ISN, T. Lu Mingxian? Sister Qin's voice escalated into a high-pitched scream over the phone. Yes, this is entirely my fault. I was the one who dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Nanjiao managed a bitter smile as she recounted the entire ordeal. Never mind, never mind. There's still time. Let's quickly find him to process the divorce, and then we can apologize to Lu Mingxian, Sister Qin urged. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai, who had just married the goddess, did not return home immediately. Instead, he headed to the bustling food street in the city center of Binhai. His mother worked 2 jobs, cleaning during the day and running a barbecue stall at night, raising him and his 8-year-old sister, Lu Xiaoyan. Consequently, his sister came to help at the stall every evening. Today, due to an unexpected matter, she was left alone to manage it. Amidst the smoky haze of the barbecue stall, the 8-year-old Xiaoyan was perspiring profusely, yet she paid no heed to wipe her brow, focusing instead on turning the skewers. This little girl Lu Xiaobai's heart tightened. Xiaoyan was just 8 years old. She should be playing with dolls and enjoying her childhood. Yet here she was, shouldering the responsibility of the entire stall. Meanwhile, her brother, had never offered a helping hand. Memories flooded back. The original owner of his identity, a graduate of a mediocre university, had lofty aspirations but little skill, preferring to live off his family rather than assist them. Every time his mother and sister returned home exhausted in the dead of night, he would complain about the noise disturbing his rest. What a scoundrel! An absolute scoundrel. His mother and sister toiled day in and day out while he lounged about. He was not a man at all. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists. Just then, a sound like tinkling silver bells reached his ears. A luxurious car slowly cruised down the street, inside which sat a girl of Xiaoyan's age, dressed in a pink princess gown and clutching a doll. She appeared as though she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Xiaoyan gazed in rapture, dropping the skewers from her hands, only to be met with a reprimand from a customer. Lu Xiaobai's heart ached sharply, as if pierced by needles. His sister, at the tender age of 8, had never possessed a single doll. What a wretched society this is. Some are born into privilege, while others into hardship. Xiaoyan, you go rest. I will take over. With determination, Lu Xiaobai stepped forward, taking the task from his sister's hands. Brother, what brings you here? Xiaoyan exclaimed, her wide eyes brimming with disbelief. It was well known that her brother had always regarded the street vendor life as filthy and exhausting, never once gracing this place with his presence, let alone offering assistance. Lu Xiaobai felt a pang in his chest as her astonishment rendered him speechless. Sorry, Xiaoyan. I was a terrible brother before, but that will change. He crouched down to meet his sister's gaze. I'm so happy you came, brother. Xiaoyan blinked rapidly before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, her small head nuzzling against his chest. In Chapter 3, Invisible Wings, the enchanting goddess, Lu Xiaobai gently patted his sister's frail back, feeling her slight frame tremble. I must earn money swiftly. In his previous life, he had been an only child, yearning for a sister. In this life, fate had bestowed upon him such a lovely and obedient sibling. He vowed to provide this endearing girl with a life of comfort and joy. Hello, Teacher Zhang. When will you provide me with the song you promised? What? You gave it to Zhou Mingqi? All right, I apologize for disturbing you. Hello, Teacher Li. I still need one more song for my new album. Could you possibly assist me once more? Hello, are you there? Su Nanjiao made call after call, her voice increasingly tinged with desperation. Beside her, her manager, Sister Qin, watched with a heavy heart. Once Su Nanjiao basked in glory, but now she found herself humbly seeking others for songs. Nanjiao, stop calling. We must leave quickly. The immediate priority is to locate that rascal and finalize the divorce paperwork. Sister Qin urged. All right. Su Nanjiao set her phone down. Subsequently, the two made their way to Lu Xiaobai's address as listed on his ID. However, after knocking for an extended period, no one answered. With no other option, they began searching the streets. Where could that infuriating scoundrel have gone? Instead of staying home, he was wandering about. Sister Qin's heels clicked sharply against the pavement, her brow furrowed in frustration. Sister Qin, please refrain from calling him a scoundrel. It was I who pressured him into marriage. He is innocent. Su Nanjiao, clad in a simple dress, spoke with a mix of urgency and guilt. I truly don't know how to advise you. You can hardly manage your own affairs, yet you advocate for others. Sister Qin lamented, her sympathy mingled with exasperation. There he is. Su Nanjiao suddenly pointed ahead. Sister Qin followed her gaze. Beneath the dim glow of a barbecue stall, a little girl with two crooked pigtails and round, glistening eyes like black grapes sat beside a young man in his 20s, who gently wiped the dirt from her face. A man, clad in a faded shirt, revealed a sharply defined profile, intermittently illuminated by the glow of fireworks. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, the two women could not help but pause. It appeared that his family was in dire straits, as he was out late at night, tending to a stall with his younger sister. Regardless of the circumstances, today was undeniably my fault. As long as he agrees to proceed with the divorce, I shall ensure he receives a compensation. Su Nanjiao inhaled deeply. Her brow furrowed as she spoke. Nanjiao, you ought to reflect on your own situation. Qin Jie remarked, shaking her head with a sigh. You have lost your engagements, and your new album remains unreleased. If this continues, you may find yourself obsolete in the entertainment industry, in a world rife with material desires and temptations. Su Nanjiao resembled a pure white lotus, untouched by the filth surrounding her. Otherwise, with her beauty and vocal talent, she would have long ascended to the status of a diva, rather than remaining a second-tier star. By now, the night had deepened. Patrons gradually dispersed, leaving a scene of disarray in their wake. Xiaoyan, since there are no customers at present, allow me to sing you a song. Lu Xiaobai declared as he removed his grease-stained apron. Oh yes, please do. Lu Xiaoyan clapped her delicate hands joyfully, her little braids bouncing in rhythm. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Although life was arduous and exhausting, the presence of her brother beside her, singing for her, filled her heart with sweetness and joy. Lu Xiaobai brushed his slightly disheveled hair back and cleared his throat. Given their meager circumstances, purchasing a guitar was out of the question, leaving him with no option but to sing a cappella. However, in his past life as an obscure artist, his singing, while not extraordinary, was above average. Performing without accompaniment was certainly within his capabilities. Each time, I stand strong amid solitude. Each time, even when deeply hurt, I do not shed a tear. His clear voice floated gently through the night market. The song he had chosen to sing was Invisible Wings. He intended to convey warmth to his sister while also offering himself a measure of encouragement. Upon hearing the opening notes, Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth. gazing at her brother as if he were a stranger. When did my brother become such a talented singer? Beside them, Su Nanjiao and Qin Jie stood in stunned silence. This sudden burst of song struck their minds like a bolt of lightning, reverberating within. The poignant melody, paired with its simple yet profound lyrics, penetrated the depths of their souls. What song is this? How have I never heard it before? Sunanda Muset Alao. You haven't heard it? Could it be an original composition of his? Qin Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. Who is Su Nanjiao? After years of toil in the entertainment industry, coupled with her passion for music, she had diligently listened to nearly every song released on the market. If she was unfamiliar with it, it might indeed be an original piece. Do not dwell on the past. They possess a beautiful sun. I see that each day's sunset brings change. Upon hearing these lyrics, Lu Xiaoyan's small frame suddenly stiffened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The song pierced her heart gently, like a needle, touching the softest corners of her soul. The grievances of being mocked by classmates due to a poor family background, the solitude of guarding a barbecue stall after school, and the desolation felt upon seeing other little girls playing with dolls. All these emotions are encapsulated in just a few poignant lines of lyrics. Upon hearing them, Su Nanjiao instinctively covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she was reminded of her own life. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, she endured countless injustices. Every sunset found her curled up in her cramped rental room, weeping as she gazed at the setting sun. Yet she knew she possessed a pair of invisible wings, lifting her up and providing hope. Finally, she could see all her dreams blossoming, with the vibrant voices of youth echoing in pursuit. At that instant, Su Nanjiao felt a shiver run down her spine, goosebumps rising all over her body. Yes, all dreams will indeed bloom. Everything that has transpired is merely a prelude. The past is gone, and the future has arrived. As long as she firmly believes in her invisible wings, she will eventually reap flowers and applause. Unbeknownst to her, a crowd had gathered in front of the barbecue stall. Wow, how come I've never heard this song before? It's absolutely beautiful. This song utterly eclipses everything on the charts. Could it be that this young man wrote it? No way. How could someone running a barbecue stall compose such a lovely song? The onlookers whispered among themselves, some lost in thought, while others took out their phones to scan the QR code for tips. A middle-aged man even squatted by the roadside, weeping like a child. Invisible wings make dreams endure longer than the sky. Leave a wish for your imagination. The song finally approached its conclusion. Chapter 4. Would you sell me this song? Absolutely. It's magnificent. Young man, could you sing it again? Yes, we want to hear it once more. If you sing it again, I'll give you 100 yuan. I'll give 200. The excited crowd clamored. Thank you all for your support. I will sing it again. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded at the onlookers. He had just received a system notification, gaining 5 points of reputation. With tips rolling in, it would be foolish not to continue singing. Nanjiao, what do you think of this song from a professional perspective? Qin Jie asked, patting the tearful Su Nanjiao. The melody in the verses is smooth and gentle, with a strong narrative. The chorus suddenly leaps in pitch, creating a vivid auditory image that breaks through the gloom, through high notes and emotional intensity. As soon as music was mentioned, Su Nanjiao perked up, wiping away her tears and speaking passionately. It was no wonder she had graduated from the prestigious Yanjing Music Academy. Her insights were profound. However, noticing Qin Jie's bewildered expression, she refrained from elaborating further. In summary, this song possesses immense artistic value and will undoubtedly endure for a century. More importantly, once it is released, the entire entertainment industry will be shaken. Sunandia Gonka Emfati Sali. Wow. Xingye Guspet. Su Nanjiao, a talented graduate of Yanjing Music Academy, may not write songs, but her discerning eye for music is exceptional. Even the renowned musician Zhang Ziyuan, recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award, received only a lukewarm evaluation of his song from her. Yet, she boldly deemed it a century-old classic. Nanjiao, this is an opportunity, an immense opportunity. Currently, you're being suppressed by Longting, your career languishing in the depths, primarily due to the lack of songs. ISNT it, if you were to acquire this song, how could Longting possibly hold you back? Suddenly, Sister Qin excitedly grasped Su Nanjiao's hand. It is crucial to understand that the primary reason Longting has such a firm grip on Su Nanjiao is the absence of a songwriter to craft melodies for her. Presently, her new album is merely missing a title track. With this song in her repertoire, she could reclaim her former glory and potentially achieve even greater heights. How sensible! Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with realization. From the moment Lu Xiaobai sang the first two lines, she was utterly enamored with the song. The thought of singing it herself sent waves of exhilaration through her. Moreover, if the new album sells remarkably well, generating value for the company, would they still dare to keep her in the shadows? In an instant, she felt as though the world had opened up before her. Lu Xiaobai sang the piece 5 times before the crowd gradually dispersed. That evening, he garnered a substantial 20 points in reputation and 813 yuan in tips. Finally, he could treat his sister and mother to some delightful food, and he felt immensely satisfied. Xiaoyan, let us head home. All right, time to close up and return. With that, Lu Xiaobai and his sister began to tidy up the barbecue stand and the tables. Hello, are you Lu Xiaobai? At that moment, Su Nanjiao approached briskly, her voice gentle. As the words left her lips, a faint blush graced her fair cheeks. It was rather embarrassing not to remember the name of someone she had already married. Yes, you may call me Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai maintained a calm demeanor, though he felt somewhat awkward at the sudden appearance of his wife. He understood from his past lives that as long as he was unperturbed, it was others who would feel the embarrassment. I think I'll still call you Lu Xiaobai. My dog's name is Xiaobai. Upon uttering this, Su Nanjiao realized she had misspoken, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. No, my Xiaobai must change his name. All right then. Lu Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Brother, who is this beautiful young lady? She looks stunning. Lu Xiaoyan gazed at Su Nanjiao with her round, sparkling eyes, unable to blink. Despite Su Nanjiao wearing sunglasses and a mask, her facial contours and figure revealed that she was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. Little sister, you are adorable too. I am your brother's friend. Su Nanjiao chuckled softly, playfully pinching Lu Xiaoyan's chubby cheeks. Although they were already married, she certainly found it difficult to utter the word wife. What? My brother, who is so poor, can have a friend as ethereal as this? Lu Xiaoyan's mouth hung open wide, her face a canvas of astonishment. A few months prior, her brother had graduated from a lackluster university and was still lounging at home, lacking both academic qualifications and employment, without the gift of eloquence. How did he manage to win the affection of such a beautiful lady? Alas, no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than she clutched her head in dismay. Lu Xiaobai playfully delivered a light tap to her head. At that moment, a throng of onlookers gathered around the barbecue stall. But this time their interest was solely in Su Nanjiao. Even with sunglasses and a mask, her undeniable allure was impossible to conceal. What brings you here? Lu Xiaobai inquired calmly. I need to get home. Surely, she had come to discuss divorce proceedings with him. If that were the case, they might as well proceed with it, for she had taken the initiative to seek him out. Let us cut to the chase then, he continued. Did you write that song yourself? Su Nanjiao asked, her face alight with anticipation. Indeed, Lu Xiaobai replied with a composed nod, secretly elated that she was not there to discuss divorce after all. Hiss, though she had mentally prepared herself, the revelation still took her aback. This man possessed such remarkable talent. Make sure you think carefully before you answer. In our dragon country, copyright is taken very seriously. If you infringe upon it, you could find yourself imprisoned. At that moment, Sister Qin approached briskly, her expression grave. Feel free to check with the Copyright Office. If they find nothing, I'll turn myself in. Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. It was a jest. All systems automatically registered copyrights, and he had nothing to fear from inquiries. Would you be willing to sell me that song? Su Nanjiao asked eagerly, her palms beginning to sweat. How much are you offering? Lu Xiaobai felt a stirring of interest. His family's financial situation was dire, and a sum of money could drastically change their circumstances. Besides, singing this song to his future wife would be rather delightful. After all, they were family. One should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. There are 2 transaction models available. The first is a one-time buyout. I would pay you 1 million, securing the full rights to the song permanently. with no future earnings remaining for you, Su Nanjiao explained. My heavens, that's an enormous sum. Lu Xiaoyan gasped beside her. Even Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. Nanjiao, are you out of your mind? Sister Qin was nearly beside herself. What does 1 million even mean? Even the top creators in Dragon Country rarely command such fees for a song. How could a newcomer like Lu Xiaobai be worth that much? Chapter 5. Have you developed feelings for him? Sister Qin, I know what I'm doing. Su Nanjiao interjected, dismissing her concerns. Despite the fact that this million represented nearly her entire fortune, she still deemed it worthwhile. Are there other options? Lu Xiaobai inquired. The alternative is that I pay you 100,000 as an advance, and you would receive a 25 share of the royalties, Su Nanjiao replied. Sister Qin was becoming increasingly agitated. Both the advance and the share are far too generous. Yet, Su Nanjiao interrupted her once more. I choose the second option, Lu Xiaobai declared. Only a fool would opt for the first one. Even in my past life, invisible wings was a chart-topping phenomenon. Placed on the blue planet, it would be akin to a nuclear bomb, and the subsequent division could very well amount to an astronomical figure. Very well, let us first sign the contract. Tomorrow I shall proceed to the bank to transfer the funds to you. Su Nanjiao remarked as she retrieved the contract from her bag. Wait, do you not require the sheet music and lyrics? Lu Xiaobai inquired. No need. I've already committed them to memory. You merely need to tell me the song's title. Su Nanjiao replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai was utterly astounded. What a prodigious talent she was, capable of memorizing the lyrics and melody after just a few listens. And what about the arrangement? Is there not an arrangement as well? Lu Xiaobai pressed on. He resolved to see this through to the end, selling the complete package. The song Invisible Wings not only boasts excellent lyrics and melody, but also features a truly classic arrangement. The opening guitar riff is nothing short of extraordinary. Without this arrangement, the song's allure would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. You can also arrange music? Su Nanjiao and Sister Qin were taken aback. It is known that many renowned musicians focus exclusively on composition, leaving arrangements to specialized teams. It is not out of laziness, but rather a lack of ability. Composition and arrangement are entirely different realms, with the latter being considerably more challenging. It is quite simple. Someone unfamiliar with music theory can easily create a melody. However, have you ever encountered someone who lacks knowledge of music theory, capable of crafting an arrangement? Furthermore, merely understanding music theory is insufficient. An arranger must also possess knowledge of various instruments. Just wait. With that, Lu Xiaobai pulled out a piece of draft paper and a pen from Lu Xiaoyan's backpack, leaning over the bench to begin writing the score, lyrics, and arrangement. In truth, he was merely copying. Opening the system panel, all relevant information was laid bare. Su Nanjiao and Sister Qin curiously approached, their attention riveted. The more they observed, the more astonished they became. The draft paper was densely filled with writing, encompassing everything from lyrics and score to chords, bass lines, and rhythmic combinations. Everything one could imagine. A genius. They marveled silently. Nanjiao, did you pay him too much? As they watched Lu Xiaobai and his sister ride away on their tricycle, Sister Qin could not help but furrow her brow. Not at all. It is hardly excessive. For such an exceptional song, I feel I have underpaid him. Su Nanjiao zponde. Moreover, with this song, my new album is bound to sell remarkably well. A mere 100,000 will be recouped in no time. Gazing at the distant, gradually fading silhouette, Su Nanjiao declared resolutely. He is merely an inexperienced novice. Even if you were to reduce the price to 50,000, I am certain he would acquiesce. You have not had a gig in quite some time, nor released any new songs. Your savings must be dwindling. Every bit saved counts. Confess, do you have a crush on him? Sister Qin's expression suddenly turned serious. This was the only explanation. After all, they would soon be family. Was this money not merely a matter of transferring from one hand to the other? What are you talking about, Sister Qin? Su Nanjiao's delicate face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched her lightly in embarrassment. And what about the divorce proceedings? Why are you no longer mentioning that? Sister Qin's demeanor grew even graver. I merely believe that having just purchased a song from him, immediately broaching the subject of divorce seems somewhat inappropriate. Su Nanjiao elucidated. Nanjiao, you are now a celebrated idol. and most of your fans are drawn to your single persona. You are well aware of the significant impact that news of your marriage could have on your career. Although Liu Xiaobai has penned a remarkable song, who can guarantee that he will continue to produce such works in the future? There are countless individuals in the entertainment industry who gained fame with a single hit and then faded into obscurity. Sister Qin earnestly advised, having treated Su Nanjiao like a sister or even a daughter after years of companionship. She certainly did not want a precious gem to fall into the hands of swine, albeit one with decent looks and considerable talent. Su Nanjiao pressed her lips together, remaining silent, her gaze still following the direction in which Liu Xiaobai had departed. Brother with so much money, we struck it rich. On their way home, Liu Xiaoyan hopped along like a cheerful sparrow. My goodness, how could I possibly spend all this? She counted on her fingers, her eyes sparkling like stars. Currently, her brother had received over 800 in tips, plus an impending sum of 100,000. It was an unfathomable amount, truly impossible to exhaust. As Liu Xiaobai pedaled his tricycle, he shook his head with a smile. To him, 100,000 was a fortune. What is this? This is merely the beginning. Just wait, brother will prepare a generous dowry for you in the future. He thought to himself, by the way, once you receive the money, how do you plan to spend it? Liu Xiaobai teased Liu Xiaoyan. First, I want to buy some supplements for mom. Her health is deteriorating. Liu Xiaoyan replied, counting on her fingers. Liu Xiaobai fell silent. Their mother was only in her 40s, yet due to years of hard labor, she appeared as if she were 60. Then I'll buy you a guitar, and the rest I'll save, Liu Xiaoyan continued. Her brother had always harbored a passion for music, but could not even afford a guitar worth a few hundred. What about your favorite doll? Aren't you going to buy one? Liu Xiaobai inquired. I'm in 3rd grade now. I'm a big kid and don't need dolls anymore, Liu Xiaoyan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. He understood that Xiaoyan was not speaking the truth just moments ago. Her gaze had been fixated on the doll held by a little girl. When they returned home, their mother, Cheng Yakin, had yet to arrive. Liu Xiaobai opened the system panel and began to explore. In this system, reputation points served as the sole currency, redeemable for various goods in the system marketplace. Within the marketplace were songs from his previous life, each costing 100 reputation points. Additionally, one could exchange for singing skills, music theory expertise, and proficiency in various instruments. What delighted Liu Xiaobai even further were the astonishing skills available for acquisition. Infinite vocal range. Any host can effortlessly master the vocal range attainable by humans. Emotional resonance. Enhances the captivating quality of the singing, allowing the audience to empathize more easily. Stability in performance. Increases the steadiness of live singing, unaffected by environmental disturbances. Absolute pitch. Accurately identifies the pitches heard. Personal charisma and allure. Chapter 6. The search for the barbecue brother across the internet. In summary, there exists nothing beyond your imagination that the system cannot exchange. Of course, the exchange rates are daunting, and with the current prestige points, one cannot dare to dream. It seems that for now, I must settle for being an unseen player behind the scenes, thought Liu Xiaobai. His looks and singing skills could only be deemed satisfactory. As a singer, he could only aspire to be an 18th-tier artist. However, this may not be such a bad thing. In Blue Star, especially in Longhua, the scarcity of quality songs renders the creators highly esteemed. Moreover, in his previous life, he had pushed himself to the brink for gigs, suffering from depression and sacrificing precious time with family. Now, being able to easily earn money by simply covering songs is indeed a delightful turn of events. At this moment, it was already 11 p.m. A girl named Tang Tang excitedly opened her computer and uploaded a video of Liu Xiaobai singing to Weibo. She was the one who had filmed the video in front of the barbecue stall. She often shared melodious songs on Weibo, but had only garnered a few thousand followers thus far. Tonight, after being deeply moved by Liu Xiaobai's performance, she instinctively felt that this song would undoubtedly become a sensation. Thus, while enjoying the music, she recorded a video. As she uploaded it, she added a caption, "Help, Barbecue Brother performs a celestial song. If you don't cry after listening, I'll consider myself defeated." Within merely 10 minutes of posting, signs of virality emerged. Previously, Her videos would garner at most a few hundred views in the same time frame. However, this time, the situation was entirely different. 400,000 views, 100,000 likes, and a flurry of comments. Each refresh sent Tang Tang's heart racing. What divine song is this? Even a tough guy like me has shed a few tears. It's simply enchanting, I must say. I've never heard this song before. Could it be that this barbecue stall young man composed it himself? Just checked, and there is no trace of it. If this is the case, I can only say, this young man is astonishing. Netizens flooded the comments section. Within just a few hours, topics such as Barbecue Brothers' Celestial Song and Invisible Wings surged into the top 3 trending searches. Concurrently, Tang Tang's Weibo followers continued to soar. Followers, 181. Followers, 472. Followers, 1049. Soon, she surpassed the 30,000 mark. Oh yeah, Tang Tang exclaimed, rolling with joy on her bed. However, the tone of the comments rapidly shifted. ISNT this the food street of Binhai City? I just bought grilled cold noodles there last week. Wow, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. The red sign for Wong's fried noodles is right behind Barbecue Brother. Let us gather those in Binhai City and form a search party for him. This young man is destined for greatness. Getting to know him early on will surely provide one with ample bragging rights in the future. What are you waiting for? Let's go. However, the video is so blurry that his face is completely obscured. Indeed, did the blogger purchase their phone from a discount store? The pixels are abysmally low. How frustrating, this incompetent blogger and their subpar device. Let us draw a circle to curse the blogger. The expression on Tang Tang's face instantly fell, displaying her discontent. Is it a fault of mine that I cannot afford a better phone? At this moment, a fervent wave of searching for the Barbecue Brother had already swept across the internet. Although his appearance remained a mystery, many were still optimistic about finding him. Let us not forget, Lu Xiaoyan also made an appearance in the video. Barbecue, Wong's fried noodles, a young gentleman, and a little sister. These clues are more than sufficient. Some individuals even took flights to Haikou City in pursuit of him. Consequently, the next day, street vendors on Shishang Street were pleasantly surprised to find that the number of visitors had multiplied exponentially. Regrettably, Lu Xiaobai, having made a modest profit, would certainly not allow his mother to set up the barbecue stall that evening. The efforts of the netizens were destined to be in vain. Reputation points, 109. Reputation points, 345. Reputation points, 457. Reputation points. The following morning, while still lost in slumber, Lu Xiaobai was abruptly awakened by the chimes of the system notification. Upon opening the system panel, it clearly displayed reputation points, 3145. Skill zone, none. Skills available for exchange, none. Lu Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement and promptly silenced the system notification. Such marvelous news should not disrupt his slumber. He pulled the covers over himself and settled back into sleep. Dingling, a sudden, urgent ringtone shattered the tranquility. Sleep was now a distant memory. Lu Xiaobai reluctantly answered the phone. It was somewhat disheartening. In this era of fully proliferated smartphones, he was still using an old feature phone, one that had belonged to his father during his lifetime. Lu Xiaobai, it's me, Nanjiao. I have transferred the 100,000 to your account. Also, I plan to enter the recording studio today to record a song. Could you offer some guidance? Nanjiao's voice brimmed with excitement from the other end of the line. You're recording already? Aren't you going to practice a bit more? Lu Xiaobai inquired, somewhat taken aback. I practiced all night. After returning home, her enthusiasm had kept her awake, prompting her to rise and rehearse. She practiced through the entire night, only managing a brief nap on the couch. All right, Lu Xiaobai nodded. I'll come pick you up right now. With that, Nanjiao abruptly hung up the phone. This girl is truly something else. Shaking his head, Lu Xiaobai made his way to the living room. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and both his mother and younger sister were at home. So, yesterday Aunt Zhang called me and said that Xiao Chui waited for you for several hours without seeing you. You really ought to be more considerate. If you don't want to go on a blind date, just say so instead of playing hide-and-seek. His mother, Chung Yakin, chattered away from the kitchen while preparing breakfast. Mom, please cancel the blind date. Lu Xiaobai pleaded. Cancel? Such a wonderful opportunity for marriage. And you think we could just cancel it on a whim? In a household with 5 buildings, marrying her would ensure a lifetime free from worries about sustenance. Cheng Yakin strode out of the kitchen, her finger pressing against Lu Xiaobai's forehead. Dear, my son is now capable of earning his own living. He no longer needs to depend on others. Lu Xiaobai responded with a wry smile. Earning? You have no job, yet you speak of making money? How can this child be so ambitious, yet lacking in practical skills? My health is deteriorating. What will you and Xiaoyan do if anything happens to me? As she spoke, tears streamed down Cheng Yakin's face uncontrollably. Lu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. In his mother's heart, he and his sister were always her foremost concerns. Mother, what my brother says is true. Last night, he earned over 100,000 from selling a song. At that moment, his sister Lu Xiaoyan bounded out of her room like a startled fawn. What? How much did you say? Cheng Yakin froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. 100,000. You heard me correctly, Mother, Lu Xiaobai reiterated. Impossible. You ungrateful child. Are you scamming people? Who would be foolish enough to pay 100,000 for your mediocre song? Cheng Yakin jumped up as if shocked. Chapter 7. Is this song truly written by this pretty boy? The payment notification is right here. Lu Xiaobai displayed his phone, staring at the astonishing figure. Cheng Yakin felt dizzy. She slapped herself hard, her face swelling, realizing it was not a dream. 100,000. She could never earn such an amount even after years of running a barbecue stall. Lu Xiaobai finally clarified the situation. Though he refrained from mentioning his marriage certificate with Su Nanjiao, fearing it might alarm his mother. Cheng Yakin slumped onto the sofa, murmuring to the portrait of her late husband, Old Lu, do you see this? Our ancestral grave is smoking. Our son sold a song for 100,000. At last, Su Nanjiao's phone rang. Mother, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back before lunch. Lu Xiaobai hurriedly changed his clothes and went downstairs. Cheng Yakin remained silent, lost in thought before the portrait. Upon entering Su Nanjiao's chauffeur-driven car, Lu Xiaobai noticed 2 women inside. One was his manager, Sister Qin, and the other was a slightly chubby girl with a naive expression. As soon as he got into the car, he felt enveloped in a cloud of delicate perfume. This is my manager. You've met her before. This girl is my assistant, Wu Yuhan. You can just call her Yuhan, Su Nanjiao introduced. Hello, Teacher Lu. Sister Qin extended her slender right hand to shake Lu Xiaobai's. Having witnessed Lu Xiaobai's remarkable talent, her attitude had shifted significantly, now addressing him with respect. Meanwhile, Wu Yuhan, like an inquisitive child, leaned closer to Lu Xiaobai. How do you write such wonderful songs? Where does your inspiration come from? Did you graduate from a music academy? How many people are in your family? Do you have a girlfriend? The barrage of questions from the girl became overwhelming, and Lu Xiaobai could only offer vague responses. By the way, great talent. This phone is a gift for you. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao produced an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to Lu Xiaobai. Last night, she astutely noticed that Lu Xiaobai was still using an outdated feature phone. Thus, she made a special trip to the boutique this morning to purchase a smartphone. This is not merely a gift. It is evidently an offer of employment. My enchanting and delicate cabbage is about to be ravaged by a pig. Qinjie lamented internally. This is the latest model, more expensive than the one Su Nanjiao herself uses. This simply cannot be. Lu Xiaobai repeatedly waved his hands. Although the phone was a gift from his wife, he truly did not wish to be a man living off his wife's earnings. Just keep it. Consider it as compensation for arranging the music and recording the album. Besides, it will be convenient for contacting each other in the future. Su Nanjiao tossed her hair and smiled charmingly. The grace in her every gesture momentarily caused Lu Xiaobai's heart to skip a beat. Truly, she is the epitome of allure. Even he, a man reborn, cannot resist her charm. Oh my, talented scholar, you are trending. You are about to become famous. The video has already garnered over 5 million likes. At that moment, Wu Yuhan suddenly shrieked. Let me see. Su Nanjiao seized the phone. Upon glancing at it, she was instantly astonished. Over 5 million likes is one thing, but the comments have surpassed 1 million as well. Opening the comments section, she was inundated with praise. What a divine song. It moved me to tears. Grilled meat brother, I am utterly in awe. I have always known I possess invisible wings that carry me over despair. These lyrics are profoundly heartfelt, striking at the very soul. It feels like this song is destined to become a classic. The music of Longwa is finally witnessing a dawn. Nanjiao. She knew the song would be popular, but she never anticipated it would soar to such heights. It is worth noting that this song was performed without accompaniment, and Liu Xiaobai's singing ability merely reached an average level. If he were to add accompaniment and perform himself, she could hardly fathom the achievements that might follow. Su Nanjiao cast an admiring glance at Liu Xiaobai. He truly is a treasure of boy. Moreover, he is her husband, albeit only in name. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly. Alas, it is such a pity, such a wonderful song. Yet it has been marred by our great talent. This guy sings worse than I do. Wu Yuhan pouted. In reality, Liu Xiaobai's singing ability is above average and certainly cannot be deemed unpleasant. However, Wu Yuhan was still sulking over Liu Xiaobai's earlier lackluster response to her, intentionally saying this to provoke him. But your singing is worse than mine, Liu Xiaobai retorted, feeling quite indignant. At that moment, the chauffeur-driven car gradually came to a halt. We have arrived at the recording studio. Let us go inside, Su Nanjiao suggested. This recording studio does not belong to Longting. Currently, Su Nanjiao is being sidelined by the company, and utilizing its resources would draw disdainful glances. With her naturally timid disposition, she could only seek external venues. The illustrious star Su Nanjiao graces us with her presence. What an honor. At that point, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a bald head hurried over, greeting them warmly. His name is Zhang Kai, the owner of this recording studio. Seeing the renowned star Su Nanjiao come to record at his establishment filled him with immense surprise and excitement. It is worth noting that although the recording studio he operates is impressive, it ultimately pales in comparison to the opulence of Longting Entertainment. Hello, Boss Zhang. Could you please arrange a recording studio for me at your earliest convenience? Sunandia Zima? Certainly, Zhang Kai responded, personally guiding Su Nanjiao and her entourage into a recording room. Hey, brother, during a singer's recording session, unauthorized individuals cannot enter. Just as Liu Xiaobai was about to step inside, Zhang Kai blocked his path. He is not an unauthorized person. He is the lyricist and composer of this song. Su Nanjiao turned and interjected. Zhang Kai appeared slightly taken aback, tinged with a hint of disdain. With your youthful inexperience, you think you can write songs for a star like Su? Wait a moment, if they are recording, what business do you have as a studio owner entering? As Zhang Kai prepared to enter the recording studio, Liu Xiaobai reached out to stop him. As both the owner and the recording engineer, do you really think I cannot enter? The bald man's expression darkened. Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan stifled their laughter. This talented individual certainly harbored a strong sense of retribution. I shall begin, Su Nanjiao said as she stood before the microphone, taking a deep breath and glancing at Liu Xiaobai. All right, Liu Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Every time, I stand strong amidst solitude. Every time, even when deeply hurt, I do not shed a tear. Su Nanjiao gently closed her eyes and began to sing. The moment Zhang Kai heard the first two lines, his pupils constricted, and his body tensed. He abruptly turned to Liu Xiaobai, disbelief etched across his face. Is this song truly written by this young man? Zhang Kai, once the lead singer of a band before transitioning to a producer, had a discerning ear. He could predict the chorus of formulaic songs merely by hearing the introduction. Yet, the melody Su Nanjiao sang was simple yet captivating, and the lyrics, though straightforward, struck a deep chord. The caliber of this work was at least that of a renowned songwriter. He fixed his gaze on Liu Xiaobai at the control panel. Chapter 8. Shall I write another song for you? I finally see all dreams blossoming. The voices of youthful pursuit are so resounding. At this moment, Su Nanjiao had reached the chorus, her voice rising with fervor. Zhang Kai involuntarily held his breath. This song is destined to be a hit. He could almost foresee the storm it would unleash across major music platforms upon its release. As the song concluded, he exclaimed, "That was exceptional. Truly worthy of being called Su the Star." He was the first to rise, clapping vigorously. His praise was sincere, not mere flattery. In terms of vocal prowess, Nanjiao had already reached the level of a top-tier star. Had it not been for the quantity and quality of her representative works, she would have long since ascended to the throne of pop royalty. Nanjiao is remarkable. Sister Nanjiao is incredible. Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan also gave her a thumbs up. Talented young man, what do you think? Nanjiao directed her gaze toward Lu Xiaobai, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had invested an entire night to refine this song, meticulously contemplating every nuance, every breath, and the emotions behind each line of lyrics, rehearsing them countless times. She was confident that this was the most flawless version she could offer. I am quite dissatisfied. You failed to capture the essence of the song. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the recording studio seemed to freeze. Zhang Kai's smile stiffened on his face. Since when did a newcomer have the audacity to question the singing prowess of a superstar? Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan widened their eyes in disbelief. How could you be unsatisfied with such an excellent performance? At that moment, Nanjiao's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She never anticipated that the fruits of her labor throughout the night would culminate in such a remark. If you think you can do better, then by all means, go ahead. Wu Yuhan exploded, slamming her hand on the table and glaring at Lu Xiaobai. Yuhan, what are you saying? Nanjiao's voice trembled slightly, yet she strove to maintain her composure. Then tell me, what are my shortcomings? She turned to Lu Xiaobai, her gaze imbued with a mix of defiance and plea. First and foremost, I must concede that your pitch, rhythm, and technique are impeccable, far surpassing my own. However, the crux of the matter is that this song is titled Invisible Wings, not the Call of Victory. Lu Xiaobai rose and approached Nanjiao, his voice low yet clear. Do you know why it is called Invisible Wings? Because in moments of profound confusion and vulnerability, one often remains unaware of whether they possess wings at all. Your rendition exudes too much certainty, yet what truly resonates in this song is the very essence of ambiguity. Can I persevere? Does my dream hold any significance? Do I truly possess wings? These hesitations, struggles, and self-doubts form the fundamental hue of the song's verses. Yet you have transformed it into a battle anthem. A profound silence enveloped the recording studio. Zhang Kai stared blankly at Lu Xiaobai, suddenly realizing that he had merely heard the technique while neglecting the essence of the song. Nanjiao stood rooted to the spot, her body slightly trembling. She finally comprehended why she always felt something was amiss. After a long pause, she lifted her head, her eyes still red, but a relieved smile graced her lips. Thank you so much. This is perhaps the most invaluable critique I have received since entering the industry. She deeply bowed to Lu Xiaobai, her voice soft yet resolute. This man seems to possess genuine insight. A shared thought flickered in the minds of everyone present. Subsequently, Nanjiao sang for nearly an hour. It was not until her 15th rendition that Lu Xiaobai finally nodded in approval. Upon receiving Lu Xiaobai's acknowledgement, Nanjiao leapt with the exuberance of a child. As they exited the recording studio, Wu Yuhan went out to settle the bill. The total amounted to 39,945 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's lips twitched. This unscrupulous studio is quite lucrative, earning nearly 4,000 in just an hour, and with such peculiar figures. Unbeknownst to him, this price had already been discounted. If someone else had recorded, it would have cost at least 6,000. The group boarded the van, preparing to return to their respective homes. Masterful talent, may I request a small favor from you? Nanjiao said with immense anticipation. Certainly, go ahead, Lu Xiaobai nodded. Recently, I have decided to release an album, with the song Invisible Wings as the lead track. However, I would appreciate your insights on the other songs as well. Of course, that's no problem. Lu Xiaobai quickly bowed his head, utterly captivated by the charm exuded by the goddess before him. Taking the headphones from Nanjiao, he began to listen intently. The more he listened, the darker his expression became. What on earth are these terrible songs? The melodies, lyrics, and arrangements were all lamentably subpar. You are mine, no need to spend a penny, just a monthly subscription. You are like instant noodles, and I am like boiling water. Soak you for 3 minutes, and you become tender. Loving you until my system crashes. I reboot, yet still yearn for you. At that moment, Xiaobai finally comprehended why so many dreadful songs managed to ascend the music charts. Compared to this drivel, even the most mediocre songs could be considered masterpieces. What's wrong? Do you think it's inadequate? Nanjiao inquired cautiously. Perhaps I should compose another one for you. Xiaobai shook his head. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Another one? Nanjiao's voice trembled slightly as her slender fingers unconsciously entwined. I must say, oh talented one, do not treat this lightly. You just finished a song yesterday, and now you intend to write another? Writing songs is not such a simple task. Qin remarked with a hint of disdain. Indeed, even renowned musicians consider it remarkable to produce a good song once a month. Wu Yuhan pouted. Bring me paper and a pen. Xiaobai smiled faintly. You plan to write on the spot? The eyes of everyone in the car widened in astonishment, questioning their own hearing. Yes. I suddenly found inspiration while listening to the songs just now. Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Here, take this. Nanjiao quickly rummaged through her bag for paper and a pen, handing them to Xiaobai. With his talent, this song should at least not be inferior to the others in my album, Nanjiao thought to herself. Receiving the paper and pen, Xiaobai immediately began to write fervently. Nanjiao and Wu Yuhan leaned in for a glance. After merely reading the first few lines, they felt a shiver run through them. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you. If you're awakened by your phone in the middle of the night, that is because I care. What divine lyrics are these? They are so sweet they could make one swoon. Chapter 9. Love You Indeed. The song Xiaobai was preparing for Nanjiao was none other than the renowned Love You, a piece from his past life, celebrated for its sweetness. Nanjiao, with her pure appearance and melodious voice, was the perfect fit to sing the sweet melodies of this song. In your heart, am I not the only one? Love is simply me constantly bothering you. Xiaobai continued to write. Oh my, upon reading these lyrics, I feel as if the air around me is infused with the sweetness of honey. Wu Yuhan exclaimed dreamily. Nanjiao's heart suddenly raced. Having never been in love, she now felt an inexplicable sensation akin to a first love. Come on, give it a try and sing it. Xiaobai swiftly finished the lyrics, composed the melody, arranged the music, and then handed the sheet to Nanjiao. Nanjiao took the sheet music and studied it intently for a while. Sister Nanjiao, please sing. I can hardly wait. Wu Yuhan exclaimed eagerly. You little rascal. Nanjiao still needs time to familiarize herself with the score. Qin Jie chided playfully. In truth, with Nanjiao's musical talent, grasping the score should not take her long. She was utterly captivated by the composition of the song. Though it appeared simple, its artistic caliber was remarkably high. The lyrics, while not profound, possessed a straightforwardness that became part of its charm. The melody, though uncomplicated, was irresistibly enchanting, infused with numerous syncopated rhythms that vividly expressed youthful sentiments. Compared to this song, the tracks in her own album could only be described as trash, an insult to refuse. It was astonishing that a man could pen such delicate and tender songs. Nanjiao gazed at Xiaobai, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Oh dear, my precious cabbage. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Jie felt a pang of anxiety, her expression darkening. She could discern the lingering affection in Nanjiao's gaze. While Nanjiao appeared pure and sweet in front of her fans, she had never bestowed such a look upon any man in private. Hurry up and sing. Why are you staring at me? Xiaobai's face flushed, a rarity for him. Even a rugged man would blush under the gaze of such a stunning beauty. Oh. Nanjiao quickly snapped back to reality, cleared her throat, and began to sing. Wow, this song is exquisite. Wu Yuhan clapped enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once released, this song would surely captivate youths across the globe. After a moment of silence, Qin Jie finally spoke. Driver, quickly return to the recording studio. I want to record the song. Sunana sudeli et glim laoli. Nanjiao, don't be hasty. The arrangement isn't ready. How can you record? Qin Jie furrowed her brows. Oh dear, I apologize, I was too impulsive. Nanjiao pouted playfully. After getting out of the car, Xiaobai did not head straight home, but instead entered a nearby musical instrument store. Gazing at the array of instruments, he ultimately gritted his teeth and selected a guitar costing several thousand yuan. He was not frivolously spending money. He aimed for a one-stop solution. Those proficient in guitar knew that a cheap instrument was virtually unplayable, lacking in both feel and tone. As he prepared to take on a behind-the-scenes role, he was determined to master the instrument. After purchasing the guitar, Xiaobai hurried home. "Brother, you're finally back. I've been dying of boredom at home." As soon as he entered, Lu Xiaoyan rushed over to hug his leg. "Where's Mom? Where did she go?" Lu Xiaobai inquired. "She went to work overtime," Lu Xiaoyan replied. "Damn, over 1,000 yuan salary, and she has to work overtime on a Saturday." Lu Xiaobai cursed the unscrupulous boss in his heart while feeling a pang of sympathy for his mother. Cheng Yakin worked as a cleaner during the day and ran a barbecue stall at night to earn extra income. It was simply too exhausting. "I must stop her from working the stall at night when she returns." Lu Xiaobai resolved his mind. "Come on, brother will take you to the amusement park." With a wave of his hand, he cast aside his thoughts. It's bittersweet to acknowledge that Lu Xiaoyan, now 8 years old, has never visited an amusement park. With a little money in hand, it is only fitting to take his sister out for some fun. That must cost quite a bit. Perhaps I should just stay home and read. Don't worry, brother has 100,000 in his account. But that doesn't mean we should spend it recklessly. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Of course I'm going. Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly as she dashed back to her room to change. At Longting Entertainment Company, what was this? You wish to replace 2 songs on your new album? Who gave you the authority to do that? The CEO, Lu Feng, slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Sun Yinxiao. "President Lu, the contract does not grant the company complete control over Nanjiao's album. Her actions are not inappropriate. Moreover, the 2 songs she wishes to replace have not been officially recorded, thus incurring minimal cost to the company." Before Sun Yinxiao could speak, Sister Qin interjected, her tone firm yet respectful. At this, Lu Feng fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Yinxiao. A year prior, Longting had signed a contract with Sun Yinxiao, who was then a burgeoning star in the entertainment industry, second only to the top-tier celebrities. Consequently, the company afforded her considerable freedom, refraining from excessive intervention. I am keen to discover which songs are so exceptional that they compel a prominent star like Su to reconsider her choices. A middle-aged man, approximately 50, remarked coldly. His name was Li Windfall, a renowned songwriter at Longting Entertainment. The 2 songs Sun Yinxiao intended to replace were his compositions, leaving him feeling humiliated. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. Your songs are indeed remarkable, but I believe these 2 new songs align better with my style," Sun Yinxiao stated, poised and respectful. She had previously held a great deal of respect for Li Wenbo, who had propelled numerous artists to fame and earned the title of the godfather of love songs in the music industry. Regrettably, he seemed stagnant, still penning cliché love songs at the age of 50. Lines such as, "You are mine, no need to pay for a monthly subscription. You are like instant noodles," and "I am boiling water, soaking you for 3 minutes until you become soft," were among his creations. I am curious to hear how these so-called better-suited songs measure up. Li Wenbo squinted, his eyes narrowing with disdain. Certainly, Sun Yinxiao calmly opened her phone and pressed play. The first song was "I Love You." The lively and vibrant melody instantly filled the conference room. Upon hearing the song, Lu Feng felt a profound emotional stir within him. Having surpassed 50, he believed he had long since gained clarity on matters of the heart. Yet, this song inexplicably transported him back to the tender memories of his first love. As the song concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Chapter 10. Do not expect me to write songs for you anymore, merely a trivial love song. Simple and straightforward, utterly lacking in originality. It merely serves to amuse the younger crowd. Moments later, Li Wenbo was the first to shatter the silence with a disdainful snort. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of aversion towards Li Wenbo. Indeed, your songs are so innovative. Just a collection of tunes that provoke nothing but derision. The second song soon followed. Su Nanjiao disregarded Li Wenbo's acerbic remarks and pressed the play button once more. As the melody unfolded, Lu Feng's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Wenba's expression soured significantly. Who penned these two songs? Lu Feng finally inquired, his tone devoid of the earlier anger, replaced instead by excitement and fervor. This individual is a genius, an unequivocal prodigy. We must bring him into Longting Company to generate greater value for the firm. His name is Lu Xiaobai. He is not a professional musician, Su Nanjiao replied, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. Lu Xiaobai? How come I have never heard of this person? How good can a song written by an unknown amateur be? Li Wenba furrowed his brow, his face a mask of disdain. Li, the quality of music cannot be judged solely by fame. I firmly believe that if a song is genuinely remarkable, it will receive recognition from all, Su Nanjiao stated earnestly, meeting Li Wenba's gaze. I wish to include these two songs in my album, so that a wider audience may appreciate them. All right, Su Nanjiao, you don't wish to use my songs, do you? Then I shall offer them to someone else to perform. Let the market determine whose songs are truly exceptional. Li Wenba erupted in anger, rising from his seat. Furthermore, do not expect me to write songs for you in the future. With that, he kicked his chair aside and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang that echoed painfully in the conference room. Onlookers stared in disbelief at his retreating figure. This fellow not only has his songwriting abilities deteriorated, but his musical appreciation has plummeted to such depths. There is no need for any further validation. Anyone can discern quality. Nanjiao, could you provide me with Lu Xiaobai's contact information? Lu Feng gazed at Su Nanjiao with eager anticipation. Certainly, his number is. Su Nanjiao replied without hesitation. Nanjiao, how could you share Lu Xiaobai's contact details with President Lu? What if the company offers him a high price for his songs, and then has someone else perform them? After leaving the office, Sister Qin expressed her dissatisfaction. Her concerns were not unfounded. Within Longting, there are several artists whose reputation surpasses that of Su Nanjiao, and the company allocates resources to them far more generously. Sister Qin, I cannot be selfish. You are aware of Lu Xiaobai's family's financial situation. He requires more money and a broader platform to showcase his talents. Moreover, even if I do not provide the contact information, does President Lu not have the means to uncover it? Su Nanjiao replied with composure. Alas, Sister Qin let out a slight sigh. Su Nanjiao possesses many admirable qualities, yet her excessive kindness becomes a double-edged sword. Given her disposition, it remains uncertain whether her foray into the entertainment industry will yield favorable outcomes or adverse consequences. At this juncture, one can only hope that Lu Xiaobai, out of respect for their marital bond, will grant Nanjiao a few commendable songs. Li Wenba stormed out of the office, his dissatisfaction with Su Nanjiao surging within him like an unrelenting tide. He was eager to find a singer capable of mastering the two songs, aiming to deliver a stinging rebuke to Su Nanjiao. He was determined to make it known that a respected songwriter's dignity must never be affronted by a novice. After considerable contemplation, Li Wenba hastened towards the dressing room, where the renowned diva Zhou Mengqi was preparing for the evening's event. Teacher Li, what brings you here today? Zhou Mengqi turned from the mirror, her face instantly illuminating with a radiant smile. Here, these two songs are entrusted to you. Li Wenba approached, handing her the sheet music, specifically, the pieces Wings of Love and Love Me, which Su Nanjiao had been substituted for. Really? You are so generous to Mengqi. I hardly know how to repay you. As Zhou Mengqi accepted the sheet music, her delicate fingers brushed against Li Wenba's hand. An act both surprising and remarkable for a superstar to curry favor with a lyricist and composer. Yet, such occurrences are not uncommon in Blue Star. With the entertainment industry stagnating, the music realm faces significant gaps, elevating the stature of established musicians. It is quite common for prominent celebrities to seek their favor. Additionally, it is worth noting that despite Zhou Mengqi's illustrious status, she is but a product of capital and popularity. She understands well that Li Wenba holds considerable influence in the music scene, and aligning herself with him would undoubtedly serve her interests. Haha, as long as you like it. These two songs are not without their challenges, but with your talent, this should pose no difficulty. Li Wenba felt buoyed by her flattery, his gaze wandering appreciatively over her figure. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I will practice diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Moreover, as a token of gratitude, I plan to reserve a table at an exclusive restaurant. Will you grace us with your presence tonight? Zhou Mingqi took hold of Li Wenbao's arm, her fingers gently caressing. This is not permissible. Li Wenbo responded with a serious tone. What? Zhou Mingqi could hardly believe her ears. Despite Li Wenbao's age, he was quite a notable figure. To her astonishment, he had turned down her alluring invitation. Can you believe that a dog could change its habit of eating feces? You will be exceedingly busy in the coming days. I am giving you 5 days to release the new album. Li Wenbo squinted his eyes. 5 days? Isn't that rather rushed? Zhou Mingqi questioned. Not at all. Haven't you already recorded 7 or 8 songs? With your prowess as a diva, completing 2 songs in a day should be a breeze. You can then utilize 4 days to finalize the master tracks and album cover. It is entirely feasible. Li Wenbo asserta confidently. That is true, but why the urgency? Wait, isn't Su Nanjiao's new album also set to release in 5 days? Isn't that a collision of schedules? Zhou Mingqi suddenly exclaimed. It is worth noting that in the entertainment industry, 2 artists under the same label typically refrain from releasing their albums on the same day, as this would lead to a dilution of internal resources. Do you still fail to comprehend the company's strategy? A flicker of barely perceptible coldness passed through Li Wenbo's eyes. What strategy? Zhou Mingqi was bewildered. Although you are a top-tier celebrity, in terms of true prowess, you cannot surpass Su Nanjiao. You must concede this point, Li Wenbo stated. Chapter 11. The invitation from Longting. Zhou Mingqi nodded somberly, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes. The debate over whether to promote you or Su Nanjiao has been ongoing among the higher-ups. That time, when Su Nanjiao refused to dine with the investors, the executives were quite displeased. Since then, the company's resources began to tilt in your favor. Had it not been for this, her standing might have already eclipsed yours. You are aware of what transpired subsequently. Su Nanjiao stood up Lu Xiao, at which point the company had already contemplated abandoning her, Li Wenbo remarked. Then why has the company not given up on her? A malicious glint appeared in Zhou Mingqi's eyes. Because her popularity is too high, she can still generate value for the company. Thus, the final consensus they reached was to nurture a competitive environment. Li Wenbo explained. Nurture a competitive environment? What does that mean? Zhou Mingqi inquired, puzzled. In essence, nurturing a competitive environment means that the one who survives will prove to be the true diva. Therefore, they have been testing the market's reaction to determine whom to promote moving forward, Li Wenbo elucidated. In that case, I must ensure that I trample Su Nanjiao beneath my feet. I shall make her aware that my status as a diva is not to be challenged. A sharp gleam flickered in Zhou Mingqi's eyes. Well said. Let us agree that in 5 days, your albums will be released simultaneously. The survival of the fittest shall determine the outcome. Li Wenbo clapped his hands in approval. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai and Lu Xiaoyan arrived at the largest amusement park in Binhai City via bus. As they stepped through the entrance, the lively and boisterous atmosphere enveloped them. It was the weekend, and the park was teeming with people, the air filled with the sweet scents of cotton candy and popcorn. Brother, is that the carousel? Lu Xiaoyan looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement and nervousness. Let us go play. Brother has already paid. Lu Xiaobai gazed at his sister's adorable expression, a tender smile gracing his face as he gently encouraged her. Oh yeah! Lu Xiaoyan cheered excitedly, dashing towards the carousel like a gust of wind. Lu Xiaobai stood by, quietly watching as Lu Xiaoyan mounted the carousel. Her smile was so radiant that it seemed to illuminate the entire world. Observing his sister immersed in joy, Lu Xiaobai felt an immense sense of contentment. In his past life, he had tirelessly pursued the so-called dream of music, neglecting the warm moments shared with his family. Those missed birthdays and holidays had become indelible wounds in his heart. In this life, he resolved to provide his family with a happier existence. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's phone rang. He retrieved the latest model of the Apple phone gifted to him by Sun Yanxiao. Hello, who is this? Lu Xiaobai inquired in a deep voice. Greetings, I am Lu Feng from Longting Entertainment Company, Limited. I would like to invite you to join our company as a silver-level music creator. May I inquire if you're interested? The voice on the other end, low and filled with anticipation, continued, should you accept, we will offer you a substantial signing fee. This invitation, if it were to circulate, could undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire Chinese music industry. The foremost star-making factory in the country, Longting Entertainment, extending an olive branch to a newcomer who has penned only 2 songs? Furthermore, the position offered is that of a silver-level music creator, equivalent to that of Li Wenbo, who has toiled in the industry for decades. Liu Xiaobai felt no surprise at Liu Feng's call. He held a firm belief in the artistic value of his 2 songs. In his past life, Invisible Wings and Love You were not considered particularly classic hits. However, in this barren musical landscape of Blue Star, they represented a significant breakthrough. Mr. Liu, this proposition is quite intriguing. However, I require some time to contemplate, Liu Xiaobai replied, his fingertips gently tapping the edge of his phone. There was a noticeable pause of 2 seconds on the other end. Liu Feng clearly did not anticipate such a response. An ordinary person would likely have been overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving such an offer. Yet this young man remained astonishingly composed, a demeanor that instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Nevertheless, it was precisely this calmness that further solidified Liu Feng's judgment. This Liu Xiaobai undoubtedly possesses great talent. Of course, this is my personal number. I await your response at your convenience. Liu Feng swiftly adjusted his tone. After ending the call, Liu Xiaobai gazed into the distance. Joining Longting would undoubtedly present numerous challenges, such as limited creative freedom and the possibility of being compelled to write commercial songs. Additionally, the company would claim a portion of the copyright earnings. Yet, compared to these drawbacks, the advantages of joining Longting were manifold. First and foremost, there was the lucrative signing fee. Liu Xiaobai was currently in dire need of funds, aspiring to purchase a larger home for his mother and sister. With the signing fee, at least the down payment would be assured. Furthermore, becoming part of Longting would enable him to build valuable connections and alleviate the anxiety of securing work. More importantly, he would gain access to the company's resources, including arrangers, mixing engineers, and recording studios. At that moment, Cheng Yakin was bent over, cleaning the glass door of the boardroom. The old injury in her waist began to throb once more. At the age of 40, she felt as if she bore the body of a 60-year-old, a consequence of over a decade spent in cleaning work. Despite the arduous nature of her job, Cheng Yakin maintained a smile at the corners of her mouth. Her son had found success, earning a considerable fortune and becoming more considerate. The thought alone brought a smile to her face. Sister Yakin, remember to clean the meeting room on the 16th floor? Came the impatient voice from the intercom. All right, I'll be there immediately, she replied, hastily rising and wheeling her cleaning cart towards the 16th floor. At long last, I witnessed the blossoming of all dreams. With the youthful voices I pursued, resonating harmoniously. It was at this moment that the melodious strains emanating from the break room caused Cheng Yakin to halt abruptly in her tracks. It seemed to be the voice of my son. Inside the break room, several young female employees were engrossed in their smartphones, from which the song was emanating. What an enchanting tune! How have I never encountered this before? Indeed, upon awakening, it seems the entire internet is abuzz with this young gentleman. Regrettably, the video is too blurry to discern his features. However, judging by his silhouette, he must be quite handsome. How extraordinarily talented, they whispered among themselves. Cheng Yakin leaned in closer. A mere glance sent a shiver down her spine. That familiar barbecue stall and that recognizable figure, it truly appeared to be my son. Watch where you're splashing. You've got water all over me. Wang Lina, donned in a designer skirt suit, waved her hand dismissively, as though swatting away a fly. Lina, just let me have another look. That resembles my son, Cheng Yakin blurted out. The break room fell silent in an instant. The young employees exchanged glances before erupting into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Chapter 12. The Celestial Mistress Lina. Did you hear that? The cleaning lady claims that's her son. How shameless to ride the coattails of trending topics. Ma'am, do you have any idea how many views this video has amassed? It's in the tens of millions. And you say it's your son? I declaims my husband. Besides, with such a blurry video, how can you even tell? The young women mocked loudly. How could I possibly fail to recognize my own son? Cheng Yakin retorted, growing agitated as she pointed at the screen. That barbecue stall is ours. And that little girl is my daughter. And that supermarket over there. Her enthusiasm grew as she spoke. The room fell into silence. It did seem plausible. Oomph. I won't bother watching your phones anymore. Once my son starts earning, he will surely buy me nice things. Sheng Yakin declared, raising her chin defiantly as she strode away. I'm so sorry about earlier. Please don't be upset. Take care. A girl named Zheng Jiai hurriedly apologized. Jiai, what are you doing? Even if that truly is her son, does that warrant such behavior? Exactly, the other girls chimed in. That man and Aunt Sheng will soon be people we can only look up to. Zheng Jiai exited the break room in pursuit of Cheng Yakin. Having graduated from a music academy with considerable musical acumen, she understood that the song Invisible Wings possessed remarkable artistic merit. If, as rumored online, this young gentleman is indeed the song's creator, he is destined to become a leading composer with boundless prospects ahead. 5 full days passed, and at last, Liu Xiaobai's online fervor began to wane. On that evening at 6 o'clock, the entire internet erupted with excitement over a single Weibo post. The celestial mistress, Su Nanjiao, shared a stunning poster on Weibo, proclaiming, "A new melody, a new story. My new album will be unveiled tonight at 9 o'clock. I look forward to sharing this moment with you all." As soon as the Weibo post was released, the long-suppressed enthusiasm of fans was instantly ignited. Oh, dear family, who can truly understand? At last, we have eagerly awaited Nanjiao's new album, and this wave of support must be fervent. The enchanting muse has finally unveiled a new album. I have awaited this day for what feels like an eternity. Every time I listen to Nanjiao's songs, they have the power to heal my weary soul, and surely this new album will loop in my playlist for an entire year. Why must it be released at 9 p.m.? It's simply exasperating. In no time, Weibo's traffic surged exponentially. The comment section was inundated with fervent messages from fans. An unceasing deluge. It is worth noting that since her debut, Su Nanjiao has released only one album. In that album, her sweet voice and radiant, pure image captured the hearts of countless fans, establishing her as the beloved muse in their hearts. However, since then, fans have awaited her new album in vain. Now, this long-anticipated surprise has finally arrived. Yet, an even greater surprise awaited in the form of a poster. In the poster, Su Nanjiao donned a pristine white gown. Seated serenely on the rocks by the sea, she turned her face slightly, her eyes gazing into the lens. Her eyelashes glimmered softly in the sunlight, and her unadorned visage was flawless, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. The beauty of the scene left me breathless. Is she a fairy emerged from a painting? Her beauty is simply celestial. I have already downloaded it as my wallpaper. Countless netizens gazed in awe, almost wanting to reach out and touch the screen. However, just half an hour after Su Nanjiao's post, an even more sensational announcement came forth. The illustrious diva Zhou Mengqi officially declared on Weibo that her new album, created in collaboration with renowned musician Li Windfall, is set for release tonight at 9 p.m. My goodness, the diva is also releasing an album. The formidable duo of Zhou and teacher Li is truly a celestial collaboration. This spells trouble for Nanjiao's new album. Oomph. How could your Nanjiao ever compare to our Mengqi? Just a mere second-tier star attempting to ride the coattails of a diva? Dream on. At this moment, Cheng Yakin and Zheng Jiai chatted amiably while tidying up their belongings in preparation to leave work. Ever since the last incident, their relationship had blossomed into a close friendship. Jiai, work's over. Shall we head home together? Aunt Sheng, aren't you setting up your stall tonight? Indeed, now that our son has earned some money, I could take a break. I envy you for having such a wonderful son. You're not so bad yourself. If my son didn't have a girlfriend, I'd certainly want you as my daughter-in-law. Cheng Yakin joked, causing Zheng Jiai's cheeks to flush. How could I be so fortunate? She thought to herself. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Aunt, don't you know? Tonight at 9 p.m., both diva Zhou Mengqi and Su Nanjiao are releasing new albums simultaneously. I must hurry home to listen and download. Oh, I see. The youth of today, ever so enamored with the allure of stardom. Currently, Chung Yakin is only aware that her son has penned a few songs and earned a modest sum. Yet she could never fathom that he writes for illustrious celebrities. After bidding farewell to Chung Yakin, Zheng Jiai hastened home, eagerly turning on her computer. With just over a minute remaining until the album's release, she fixated on the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, her fingers instinctively tapping on a mouse. At precisely 9 o'clock, 2 new albums were launched simultaneously. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiai opted to listen to Zhou Mengqi's first. After all, with Zhou Mengqi reigning as a diva in the music industry and the renowned musician Li Wenbo personally at the helm, this album, if not destined for classic status, at the very least would not disappoint. Filled with anticipation, she clicked on the opening track, Wings of Love. Her smile radiated like the sun, warming my heart. Each encounter with her felt akin to winning a grand prize. However, merely after the first 2 lines, Zheng Jiai furrowed her brow. What on earth is this? Yet, she clung to a sliver of hope, reassuring herself that the later verses might improve, and thus continued to listen patiently. Wings of love fly and fly, even crashing in a glass without regret. Your smile has a strawberry flavor, turning me into a puppet of love. Zheng Jiai's toes awkwardly dug into the floor. She could unmistakably sense the creator's earnest attempt to cultivate a romantic and sweet ambience. Yet the inexplicable sense of cloying sentimentality remained ever present. As the song concluded, Zheng Jiai sat in silence for a considerable time, her face etched with disappointment. It seemed that time had dulled Li Wenbo's inspiration, resulting in a series of increasingly dismal compositions. Moreover, Zhou Mengqi's performance lacked emotional depth, her vocal prowess showing no signs of development. Zheng Jiai proceeded to click on the second track, Love Me. Chapter 13, Negotiations with Longting. You are mine. No need to spend money for a monthly subscription. You are like instant noodles, and I am boiling water. Steep you for 3 minutes, and you become soft and tender. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. What in the world is this? This is clearly utter nonsense. Despite the auditory torment, Zheng Jiai endured to listen to all 10 tracks by the diva. What choice did she have? The money was already spent, and to not finish would be a waste. After the final song played, Zheng Jiai felt utterly exasperated and quickly navigated to the comment section. However, there was no need for her to contribute, as the comment section was already filled with disdain. What is this? A renowned diva presents such work? It's an utter disappointment. Has Li Wenbo run out of ideas? Producing such rubbish? I demand a refund. This is not the album I envisioned from a diva. Refund. To pay for this is nothing short of scam. Simultaneously, Zhou Mengqi's fervent fans descended upon the scene. You don't understand. My Mengqi's songs are truly wonderful. You are simply envious. Indeed, no matter how you slice it, she is far superior to that Su Nanjiao. Zheng Jiai shook her head in exasperation, preparing to exit the comment section. Just then, she noticed a highly upvoted comment. I strongly recommend everyone to listen to Su Nanjiao's album. It is simply divine. Upon glancing at the comments thread, Zheng Jiai gasped in disbelief. In a mere half hour, the number of likes on the comment had already surpassed 80,000. Could it truly be that remarkable? Driven by curiosity, Zheng Jiai clicked on the first track of Su Nanjiao's album. Each time, she found strength amid solitude. Each time, even when deeply wounded, she refrained from shedding tears. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a song penned by Aunt Chang's son? Had he really caught the attention of a major star so swiftly? Zheng Jiai opened the song information interface, where it prominently displayed the credits. Lyrics and composition by an unnamed individual. Arrangement by an unnamed individual. That fellow could even arrange music? Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Without a doubt, this unnamed individual must be Liu Xiaobai's stage name. Wait, was the next song also composed by him? Zheng Jiai felt as though she had uncovered a new continent and promptly clicked on the preview button for Love You. If you suddenly sneezed, it must be because I was thinking of you. If awakened in the middle of the night by a phone notification, that's because I care. Su Nanjiao's sweet voice, combined with the lively melody, instantly filled the entire bedroom with an overwhelming sense of sweetness. Wow, how delightful! Zhang Jiai rested her chin on her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Each note felt like a piece of candy, slowly melting in her heart. Upon finishing the song, Zhang Jiai remained enveloped in the sweet ambience of the music, unable to extricate herself for quite some time. Without hesitation, she downloaded every song from Su Nanjiao's new album. Subsequently, Zhang Jiai excitedly opened her homepage. At that moment, the comment section was inundated with rave reviews from netizens. The quality of this album is extraordinarily high, particularly the first two songs, which are destined for greatness. I must recommend this album to the world. It is a true treasure in the realm of music. I absolutely adore Invisible Wings. I have it on repeat for the 10th time, and it has soaked my pillow with tears. I cried on the subway. The gentleman next to me handed me a tissue, and he too was wiping away tears. My favorite is Love You. It melts my heart. Am I the only one who noticed the lyricist and composer? The two best songs on the album were all written by someone called an unnamed individual. Indeed, who is this unnamed person? How could this happen? In a private villa, Li Wenbo stared intently at his computer screen, his expression dark enough to draw water. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID, Zhou. Teacher Li, what on earth is going on? How could the album be met with such criticism? Zhou voice crackled with anger on the other end. Perhaps we misjudged the style this time, Li Wenbo murmured after a moment of silence. Do you have any idea how much I invested in this album? Now, it's being lambasted like this. My reputation is utterly ruined. Zhou voice trembled with fury. What good does it do to take your anger out on me? You acknowledged the songs I wrote, did you not? Li Wenbo felt a wave of irritation surge within him and raised his voice in retort. Instantly, the two were locked in a heated argument over the phone. The crystal chandelier in the villa cast a soft, warm glow. Su Nanjiao had just finished her shower, slipped into a pink nightgown, and nestled into the soft embrace of her blankets. Her legs, as white as snow, were gently bent, and her delicate pink toes playfully curled, exuding a charming air unique to young girls. She took out her phone and tapped on Lu Xiaobai's profile, opening the chat window. Great talent. Your album has achieved tremendous success. I'm truly grateful to you. I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow evening. Do you have time? The message was composed. Yet Su Nanjiao hesitated to hit send. This was her first time inviting a man to dinner, excluding that blind date. What are you afraid of? He is your husband. She encouraged herself silently. With that thought, Su Nanjiao finally pressed the send button. As soon as the message was dispatched, she tossed her phone aside, her heart racing like a little rabbit. Moments later, her phone chimed, and Su Nanjiao sprang up as if electrified. All right, but let us skip dinner and grab a coffee instead. No problem, what time? Is 8 o'clock fine? Sound good. Su Nanjiao set her phone down and joyfully rolled on her bed. Soon after, she shyly buried her face in her pillow, her legs kicking happily in the air. She realized that her previous demeanor resembled that of an infatuated admirer. The reason Lu Xiaobai set the time for 8 p.m. was that he had another engagement that evening. Mr. Long from Longting had invited him to dinner to discuss contract matters. Upon entering the private room, Lu Feng was reclining on a leather chair, exhaling clouds of smoke. A middle-aged man beside him nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Lu, you are quite punctual. His name was Han Yong, a senior executive at Longting. Good evening, gentlemen. Lu Xiaobai replied with composed respect as he took a seat across from them. However, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. In Blue Star, the status of a music creator was held in high regard. After composing 2 excellent songs, he should have been treated with honor. Nonetheless, both Lu Feng and Han Yong maintained an air of superiority, not even standing to greet him. Nanjiao's new album is performing well. Your 2 songs played a significant role, Lu Feng remarked, flicking ash from his cigarette with a smile. He genuinely appreciated Lu Xiaobai's talent. Yet, as a profit-driven businessman, he sought to sign the relatively inexperienced Lu Xiaobai at the lowest possible cost. To achieve this, he aimed to dominate the negotiation and assert his influence over the conversation. Chapter 14. Basic piano performance skills. You flatter me. Lu Xiaobai lifted his teacup, his tone calm. The album has sold remarkably well. And to you, it is merely decent? Mr. Lu, regarding what I mentioned last time, let us first discuss the compensation. Should you join Longting, We will offer you a 3-year contract with a signing fee of 1 million yuan. Additionally, you will receive 30 of the copyright earnings, Lu Feng stated bluntly, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette. This offer was relatively generous, and he was confident that Lu Xiaobai would not refuse. However, Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly. The compensation was indeed reasonable, but he disliked Lu Feng's seemingly condescending attitude. Mr. Lu, shouldn't you express your gratitude to Mr. Lu? This is indeed the treatment befitting a renowned creator, Han Yong added timely. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai felt a surge of anger. Am I to express gratitude for what I have earned through my talent? If that is the case, I shall demand a princely sum. With a cold smirk gracing his lips, he remarked, Lu, are you underestimating my youth and inexperience? What do you mean by that, Teacher Lu? Lu Feng's brow furrowed in concern. The 2 songs I composed for Nanjiao must have brought the company at least 10 million, yet you offer me a mere 1 million signing fee? Lu Xiaobai stated matter-of-factly. Teacher Lu, you may not be aware, but even a well-known creator like Li Wenbao receives only 1.2 million in signing fees with us at Longting. Lu Feng quickly interjected. But can the songs written by Li Wenbao earn you tens of millions? Lu Xiaobai interrupted him. So you are suggesting a signing fee of 1.5 million, with a contract lasting just 1 year? Both Lu Feng and Han Yong gasped in astonishment. This fellow truly has the audacity to demand such a sum. In truth, given Lu Xiaobai's talent, 1.5 million is indeed not excessive. However, they clung to a mindset of getting a bargain. Furthermore, I wish to enjoy 40% of the copyright revenue. Lu Xiaobai's next statement nearly caused them to erupt. Teacher Lu, please do not be overly greedy. Lu Feng's face darkened. Do you understand what you are saying? In our dragon country, even the most elite creators cannot command such a high share. Han Yong stated, his face pale with dismay. Do not fret, gentlemen. Isn't negotiation a matter of offers and counteroffers? Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly, pressing his hand downward. Lu Feng and Han Yong exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this young man had taken the reins of the entire negotiation. If one strategy fails, we shall employ another. At Lu Feng's signal, Han Yong spoke. In the entertainment industry, many who have written a few good songs have faded into obscurity. The 2 songs you composed are indeed commendable, but that does not imply. Before he could finish, Lu Xiaobai pressed his hand down again. If that is the case, let us wait and see. We shall conclude our discussion for today. You may reach out to me again after some time. He rose, adjusting his collar. However, he paused meaningfully, adding, perhaps the price may no longer be the same. With that, Lu Xiaobai turned and walked away. Lu Feng and Han Yong were left stunned. Did you not just say you wanted to negotiate? Why are you now flipping the table? Teacher Lu, please wait. Lu Feng called out loudly. Let him go, Lu. He is merely an arrogant fool. There is no need to waste time on him. Han Yong scoffed. I can't shake this feeling of unease. In just 2 short days, he has composed 2 extraordinary songs. Perhaps he truly possesses such talent, Lu Feng said, frowning as he gazed at Lu Xiaobai's retreating figure. Lu, you need not worry. Those 2 songs were undoubtedly written long ago. In our dragon country, and indeed across the entire Blue Star, there are scarcely any who can continuously produce classic works. He merely stumbled upon good fortune. Moreover, if we acquiesce to his terms, our company would suffer considerable losses. Han Yong raised his voice, deliberately allowing Lu Xiaobai to overhear. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Han Yong's words. Yet his inner unease intensified. Very well, let be for now. However, you must closely monitor Lu Xiaobai's movements and report any developments to me at once. Furthermore, Lu Xiaobai's true identity must remain confidential. Upon exiting the private room, Lu Xiaobai smirked. Did he truly lack the funds from Longting? Yes, he was indeed in dire need. Yet, he firmly believed that his talents were worth far more than mere money. At that moment, the clock indicated it was precisely 7:30. Lu Xiaobai boarded the bus, arriving at the rendezvous point with Su Nanjiao. Thank goodness. He exhaled a sigh of relief. This would mark the first official meeting with his wife. And being late would be rather unfortunate. Since it was still a while until 8 o'clock, Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel before entering the CAF. Ding! The system announced that the host's reputation value had accumulated to 7,000 points. At that instant, Lu Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised. Su Nanjiao's new album was selling like wildfire, and the video of him singing in front of the barbecue stall still circulated online. The combination of both factors naturally led to a rapid increase in his reputation value. At this moment, the system panel displayed reputation value, 7,402 points. Skill zone, none. Skills available for exchange, basic singing skills, basic guitar performance ability, basic piano performance ability. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai eliminated the singing skills. Since he had chosen to operate behind the scenes, singing proficiency was unnecessary for the time being. Among the various instruments, he hesitated briefly before ultimately opting for the piano. The reasoning was simple. The piano exuded a touch more elegance than the guitar. After the exchange, the system panel reflected the changes. Reputation value, 402 points. Skills owned, basic piano performance ability. Skills available for exchange, none. The system's exchange rules were roughly as follows. 100 points for a song, 7,000 points for basic singing or instrument performance skills, 10,000 points for intermediate skills, and 20,000 points for advanced skills. As for other extraordinary skills, the exchange cost was prohibitively high, best left unmentioned. Closing the system panel, Lu Xiaobai pushed open the door to the CAF's private room. He was somewhat taken aback to find Su Nanjiao had already arrived. Great talent, you have finally come, Su Nanjiao exclaimed with a bright smile and a melodious voice. Since they were not in a public setting, she had foregone her sunglasses and mask, revealing her fair, delicate face without reservation. The neon lights streamed through the window, casting a glow upon her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Just call me by my name. Referring to me as great talent makes me uneasy, Lu Xiaobai replied with a hint of exasperation. Very well, then I shall call you Xiaobai, Su Nanjiao said playfully, tilting her head and winking mischievously. Just as she spoke, it seemed she suddenly recalled something. Please don't misunderstand. My dog has been renamed. Chapter 15. From now on, all your songs shall be entrusted to me. Oh, very well. Lu Xiaobai took a sip of coffee, attempting to mask the amusement within his heart. In discussing this matter, I must express my gratitude to you. Recently, I have been suppressed and sidelined by the company, but the songs you composed have rekindled their interest in me. More importantly, they are planning to organize a grand concert for me, a long-cherished dream in my musical aspirations. Su Nanjiao's gaze softened, brimming with sincerity and appreciation. Indeed, Lu Xiaobai's presence illuminated her previously dimmed path to stardom. You need never worry about being sidelined again. Lu Xiaobai revealed a mysterious smile. Why? Su Nanjiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. From now on, I shall take charge of your songs. Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. That is marvelous. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her fair hand. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her ears tinged with a faint warmth. Xiaobai, what are you looking at? At you. No peeking. With only the two of us here, if I don't look at you, who else shall I gaze upon? Look at the floor. Su Nanjiao nervously tugged at her skirt, her heart racing like a startled deer. All right, I just no longer. Lu Xiaobai suddenly straightened his posture. It turns out he was merely teasing. A wave of disappointment surged within Su Nanjiao. Aren't you about to hold a concert? Allow me to offer you another song. Lu Xiaobai's subsequent words reignited the spark in her eyes. That is splendid. Su Nanjiao clapped her hands in excitement. What kind of song do you desire? Lu Xiaobai inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Su Nanjiao replied, I have always wished to sing a song dedicated to my father. Recently, he underwent heart bypass surgery, and I was truly terrified of losing him, plagued by nightmares each night. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai also recalled his mother. She was only 40, yet her hair had already turned gray. It was indeed time to write a song for her as well. Silence enveloped the private room as both pondered their thoughts. Inspiration struck. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai snapped his fingers, startling Su Nanjiao. You composed it so swiftly. Su Nanjiao froze in astonishment. It is well known that even the most accomplished songwriters take days to craft a song. yet he required only minutes. "What are you staring at? Quickly fetch paper and a pen," Lu Xiaobai said, somewhat exasperated. "This is merely a basic skill. What is there to be astonished about?" "But I did not bring any paper or pen." Su Nanjiao blinked her watery eyes, appearing quite innocent. "Who brings paper and a pen when going out for coffee? Then I shall ask the waiter for some." With that, Lu Xiaobai prepared to step out of the private room. "Why don't you sing it for me?" Su Nanjiao rested her chin on her hand, suddenly recalling the boy who had sung in front of the barbecue stall. Though his singing was not exceptional, it was pure, refreshing, and radiated a glow of confidence. "Very well, I shall sing while I play." Lu Xiaobai spoke as he approached the piano in the private room. This high-end, music-themed CAF in Binhai City equipped each compartment with a piano. The song he was about to perform was perfectly suited for such an accompaniment. Su Nanchao's eyes sparkled. It was not uncommon for a young man to play the guitar, but to master the piano was truly impressive. Sitting on the piano bench, Lu Xiaobai's slender fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keys. Su Nanjiao found herself utterly captivated, her gaze filled with focus and admiration. This man resembled a vast treasure, revealing new facets of brilliance with every interaction. The old tree at the door sprouted fresh buds, while the withered wood in the courtyard blossomed anew. Lu Xiaobai's voice was as clear as a mountain stream. Su Nanjiao instinctively softened her breathing. A lifetime of unspoken words lay buried beneath a crown of white hair. Upon hearing a particular lyric, Su Nanjiao suddenly shuddered. The line struck her heart like a chisel, awakening memories long sealed by time, rushing forth like a tide. Back then, she was just an oblivious child, followed everywhere by her parents, who were still youthful and robust. Yet, she noticed, almost inadvertently, that their temples had grayed with the passage of time, their forms increasingly stooped. The once towering figures had become so frail under the erosion of time. Immersed in the song, Su Nanchao's eyes grew moist. Where had the time gone? She had barely had the chance to truly gaze into their eyes before they blurred. A lifetime of mundane chores had swiftly transformed into a face lined with wrinkles. As the chorus echoed, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She recalled her last visit home, where her mother's once busy silhouette in the kitchen appeared more hunched than in her memories, and her father had taken to wearing reading glasses. Meanwhile, she always rushed in and out, her suitcase brimming with extravagant gifts for her parents, yet she hesitated to spare time for a simple meal with them. "Dad, Mom, your daughter misses you," Su Nanjiao cried, tears pouring down like rain. Lu Xiaobai's voice gradually faded. As the song concluded, she found herself still entangled in its melody. "Xiaobai, that song was exquisite." She slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, her voice choked with emotion. Meanwhile, as Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao met, the online world had erupted. Not due to Su Nanchao's new album. Although its popularity remained high, it had been overshadowed by another topic. Who was this unnamed individual who suddenly seized the top of trending searches? The click rate for the entry surged at a staggering speed of 100,000 per second. Scrolling through various social media platforms, discussions proliferated. Who could this mysterious figure be? The song had resonated throughout the land, yet the artist's true identity remained concealed. Indeed, to craft such remarkable music while shunning fame is truly extraordinary. Countless netizens speculated fervently. Fans of various idols unleashed their imaginations, turning their attention to their own stars. Could it possibly be our idol? He has always cherished creation, perhaps wishing to surprise his fans. It is undoubtedly our beloved hero, who often shares exquisite melodies in private. And now, the secret can no longer be contained. The comments from the fandom girls have instantly attracted a torrent of criticism. If that person from your family can compose such remarkable songs, I shall perform a headstand while washing my hair live. The comment above seems rather reserved. I would rather do a headstand while consuming excrement, and that would be 10 kilograms without any discounts. A seasoned music critic, known for capturing melodies, published an in-depth analytical article. In the current music scene, only a top-tier maestro can achieve such heights in songwriting. He aims to make his voice heard through pure musical works amidst this cacophonous age of fleeting fame. Upon publication, the article's readership soared past 1 million in an instant. Chapter 16. The greatest surprise at Su Nanjiao's concert, however. Many netizens raised their eyebrows in skepticism. Do you think that's possible? Which top composer from our Dragon Nation could pen such a masterpiece? As the topic continued to gain traction, several renowned superstars joined the fray, further escalating the fervor. Lin Shuaiying, the diva under Tianyu Records, was the first to voice her thoughts. Listening to this album repeatedly, every note strikes the soul. I truly look forward to collaborating with this nameless talent to create more musical classics. The king, Shen Mingjie, under the label of Tian Lai, could not remain silent either. During a press interview, he unhesitatingly declared, "The talent of this creator is astounding, and I can hardly wait to step into the recording studio with him." Major record companies swiftly mobilized. Wang Hongwei, the owner of Xingyao Entertainment, urgently convened a meeting, instructing his agents to spare no effort in contacting this nameless individual, even offering exorbitant contracts. The executives at Shengshi Music went so far as to personally inquire within the industry for information. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. Only a handful of individuals, including Liu Xiaobai, Liu Feng, and Su Nanjiao, knew the true identity of this enigmatic genius. For various reasons, they were reluctant to divulge it. At this moment, Su Nanjiao gazed helplessly at the mysterious prodigy admired by countless individuals, who was busily packing leftover snacks from a table. I said, "Xiaobai, if you want more, just order a few more portions. The rest no need to pack them." Su Nanjiao exclaimed, torn between laughter and tears. "Let us not waste it. I'll take it home for my mother and younger sister." Liu Xiaobai replied, "During our last meeting, you wasted an entire table of dishes, and I didn't say anything." Su Nanjiao felt a sudden wave of emotion. This man always thought of his family. If I were to be with him in the future, he would likely treat me the same way. As she contemplated this, her face flushed with warmth. After packing up, Liu Xiaobai settled into Su Nanjiao's car. This time, the superstar had decided to personally drive him home. Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel envious, as Su Nanjiao had switched to a Mercedes. "Once I have money, I must buy a car too," he mused internally. Taking the bus each time was indeed rather inconvenient. "Xiaobai, do you have a driver's license?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. "Then you should drive. As a man, making me drive you is quite unreasonable." Su Nanjiao's tone was laced with a hint of playfulness. "Indeed, this is utterly outrageous." Liu Xiaobai took his place in the driver's seat and started the car. This was his first experience behind the wheel of such a magnificent vehicle, his body tense and his focus sharply honed. Just then, Su Nanjiao's phone vibrated. She picked it up and was instantly taken aback. "Xiaobai, you've truly gone viral this time. The entire internet is speculating about the identity of the unnamed person." Su Nanjiao exclaimed with excitement. "Let them speculate." Liu Xiaobai kept his gaze fixed ahead, not daring to blink. "I simply cannot comprehend it. Everyone desires fame, yet you choose to conceal your identity?" Su Nanjiao inquired curiously. "What is the merit in fame? Just look at you. Every time you step outside, you must don sunglasses and a mask, afraid of being recognized even while shopping." Liu Xiaobai's tension began to ease. Although he might pursue a career in the spotlight someday, he was not keen on making a public appearance so soon. He suddenly realized that the feeling of being a behind-the-scenes mogul could indeed be quite delightful. Nurturing a star to stardom felt akin to playing a simulation game, quite exhilarating. Su Nanjiao tilted her head and contemplated. "Indeed seems so." "So, do you plan to keep this concealment indefinitely?" she asked again. "We'll see. Perhaps one day I shall step onto the stage and become a superstar." Liu Xiaobai replied, "Your voice and appearance are commendable, and your talent is undeniable. However, your singing skills require considerable practice." Su Nanjiao chuckled. She was somewhat skeptical of Liu Xiaobai's words. "How about a wager? What if I truly become a superstar?" Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall take on all the household chores." Su Nanjiao blurted out. As soon as the words left her lips, her rosy cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh no, Nanjiao, how could you, a person of such modesty, let your true feelings slip?" She scolded herself inwardly. "There's no need for that. If you were to handle the chores, the house would likely be a chaotic mess. It's better to let the housekeeper handle it." Lu Xiaobai teased. Humph, I'm not one to shy away from a little work. Nanjiao zito, wrinkling her nose defiantly. As Lu Xiaobai parked the car beneath Su Nanjiao's apartment, he suddenly noticed an unusual silence beside him. He turned to look at the passenger seat, where Su Nanjiao, who had been playfully bantering with him, was now as quiet as a porcelain doll, leaning against the seat with her head tilted, her long, dark hair tousled around her cheeks. Her delicate lips unconsciously pursed, as if murmuring something. A glance downward revealed a slight bulge, and further down. Her legs were tightly pressed together without a single gap. Her fair, petite feet were adorned in sandals, with her toes perfectly rounded. Oh my! Lu Xiaobai nearly lost his composure, quickly turning away to rouse Su Nanjiao from a reverie. At 6 p.m. that evening, Su Nanjiao officially announced on Weibo, after much preparation, I am finally ready to meet you all at the concert. This performance will feature the debut of a brand new single, along with even greater surprises. I look forward to sharing an unforgettable night with you. This announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb, triggering a chain reaction across the internet. Oh my goodness. Nanjiao is about to hold a concert. Cheng Xiaoyu, a working professional, was scrolling through her phone on the subway when she stumbled upon the announcement. Unable to contain her excitement as she exclaimed aloud, drawing the attention of fellow passengers. However, she paid them no mind, her fingers deftly capturing a screenshot and promptly sharing the news in the WeChat group. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in fervent chatter. I just saw it. I rushed out of the conference room only to be scolded by my boss. It's a tearful tale. After 3 long years, the moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Nanjiao's concert must not be missed. What new songs do you think she will perform? And what could this greater surprise be? When Cheng Xiaoyu switched back to Weibo, Su Nanjiao's post had already garnered over 200,000 shares and nearly 1 million likes. The platform was on the verge of crashing, she murmured to herself, as her screen froze momentarily. Indeed, just seconds later, Su Nanjiao's concert soared to the top of the trending topics. As netizens expressed their anticipation for the concert, they also speculated, what new songs would Su Nanjiao perform, and what did she mean by surprise? Xiaobai, I never expected you not only to be a songwriter, but also quite astute in marketing. Upon witnessing the fervent discussions among netizens, Su Nanjiao turned to Lu Xiaobai with a radiant smile. This so-called surprise was indeed Lu Xiaobai's idea. Chapter 17. There's a fun little game that everyone will surely be interested in. Of course, Lu Xiaobai replied, his expression filled with pride. However, I am genuinely concerned that you might get carried away. Su Nanjiao said with a hint of worry. Fear not. Do you doubt my abilities? Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. That miserly Lu Feng will have to loosen his purse strings this time. Since he does not believe in my talents, I shall decisively prove him wrong, compelling him to come before me with a handful of cash to sign me. In truth, if Lu Xiaobai were to reveal his identity, numerous companies, far superior to Longting, would come knocking at his door to sign him. Yet, his primary goal remained Longting, for it is the only premier music company in Binhai City. Should he sign with another company, he would have to leave Binhai City and be separated from his wife. Furthermore, Su Nanjiao had previously mentioned that Lu Feng is neither particularly good nor particularly bad. He is, in essence, a man driven by self-interest. Once you lose your value to him, he will unceremoniously discard you like a worn-out shoe. However, if you hold substantial value in his eyes, he will treat you with greater affection than a biological father. In contrast to a hypocrite, Lu Xiaobai would much rather engage with such a genuine scoundrel. On the day of Su Nanjiao's concert, the scene outside the Magic City Sports Arena was a spectacle to behold, teeming with throngs of people. A serpentine line of eager fans extended from the arena's entrance all the way to the subway station. Inside the venue, the atmosphere was electric, even before the concert commenced. The arena was brimming with enthusiastic fans, their cheers and screams melding into a cacophony of excitement. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, plunging the arena into silence. Then, a countdown appeared on the large screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tens of thousands of glow sticks illuminated simultaneously, and a chorus of voices erupted in screams. In the center of the stage, A spotlight shone down as Su Nanjiao, adorned in a stunning silver gown, graced the audience with her presence. Nanjiao, I adore you. Nanjiao, you are breathtaking. In an instant, a deafening cheer ascended to the heavens, seemingly poised to lift the very roof of the stadium. Could this be the allure of my wife? Xiaobai sat backstage, utterly astonished. He had long been aware of Su Nanjiao's immense popularity, yet he had not anticipated its magnitude. What Xiaobai remained unaware of was that a significant portion of Su Nanjiao's current fame was attributable to his own efforts. At that moment, the familiar guitar prelude of Invisible Wings began to resonate. Each time, it spoke of resilience amidst solitude. Each time, even when deeply wounded, tears remained unshaken. Su Nanjiao's melodious voice pierced through every inch of the stadium's air. Oh, how enchanting! Truly, it is a song that never grows tiresome. My heavens! This is my favorite song, and Nanjiao's live rendition is simply exquisite. Upon the conclusion of the song, before the audience could fully recover, an upbeat and invigorating rhythm erupted. The melody of Love You instantaneously ignited the entire venue. The audience below erupted into a fervor, commencing a grand sing-along. As the song concluded, the audience remained enveloped in its lingering essence. Every time the song plays, the very air feels sweet. After hearing this tune, I've saved enough for sweets at home. This anonymous talent is truly remarkable, capable of crafting both inspirational and sweet songs. The crowd buzzed with excitement. However, as Su Nanjiao began to sing other songs, the audience's enthusiasm ebbed like the tide. These songs were precisely those penned by renowned creators such as windfall during Su Nanjiao's debut. Compared to the previous two, these songs fell drastically short. A young man lamented to his companion, I used to enjoy these songs, but after hearing the first two, they seem rather bland. It must be said, this anonymous artist has elevated our standards. His companion nodded in agreement. How splendid it would be if the next songs were also crafted by this anonymous genius. Shall we anticipate Nanjiao's new song? Perhaps it too was written by the same talent. Indeed, there exists a possibility. The other audience members engaged in similar discussions. Next, I shall perform a new song. The lyricist and composer of this piece is none other than the anonymous artist. Su Nanjiao smiled from the stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. I guessed it right. A fan shouted jubilantly. Quiet down. The song is about to begin. Other fans angrily interrupted. The venue quickly fell into silence. The clear, melodious sound of the piano began to play. Once the prelude concluded, Su Nanjiao softly uttered, The old tree at the door sprouts anew, while the withered wood in the courtyard blooms. The audience's pupils dilated in astonishment. My goodness, this melody, these lyrics are simply captivating. The little feet for my memories, the chubby little mouth, a lifetime devoted to love, all for that one call of mom and dad. The arena was enveloped in profound silence, with only Su Nanjiao's voice echoing. At that moment, the sound of weeping arose from the audience. They all simultaneously recalled their own parents. Where has the time gone? Before I could truly savor the essence of youth, I find myself aged. As the chorus resonated, tears welled up in the audience. I cannot bear it. These lyrics strike a profound chord within me. Would it be embarrassing if I were to shed tears? A middle-aged man with a full beard trembled as he spoke. Embarrassing? Have you not noticed that others are crying as well? His companion choked out in response. Once Su Nanjiao concluded her song, a heavy silence enveloped the venue. The audience was so engulfed in tears that they forgot to applaud or cheer. I implore everyone, please take a moment to send a heartfelt message to your parents. Su Nanjiao addressed the audience, her eyes glistening. Yes, a unified chorus erupted from the crowd. Almost immediately, tens of thousands of spectators raised their phones to message their parents via WeChat. The photographer swiftly lifted his camera, capturing this poignant moment forever. Nanjiao, could you unveil the identity of this unnamed individual? A young girl in the front row suddenly shouted. Yes, we are all eager to know. Countless audience members echoed. Their curiosity regarding the identity of this mysterious figure had reached a fever pitch. Invisible Wings, I love you. Where has the time gone? How could one person compose songs in such vastly different styles? More importantly, each piece is a classic. The lyrics resonate deeply, and the melodies are captivating. Who is this extraordinary individual? I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill this request. For this musical genius has repeatedly urged me to keep his identity a secret, Su Nanjiao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, disappointment swept through the audience. However, I have a little game that I believe will pique your interest. Su Nanjiao continued. Yet, as she finished, no one responded. Chapter 18. The most unhinged live performance in the history of Chinese music. We are not interested in games. We simply wish to uncover the identity of this unnamed individual. We long to behold their true visage. Subsequently, I will instruct the lighting technician to randomly illuminate a section of the audience. I will count down, and whoever is in the spotlight must propose a theme. I will then invite the unnamed individual to spontaneously compose a song based on that theme, which I shall perform. Moreover, this musical prodigy has assured me that the resulting song will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. However, do not get too excited. He will not be making an appearance. For clarity, many question this scenario. In the presence of a complete score, a professional singer can indeed perform immediately upon reviewing it, and a skilled band can provide accompaniment on the spot. Those familiar with music may confirm this. Naturally, the quality may not be exceptional, but the audience would certainly comprehend. My goodness! Upon hearing this, the audience was left in shock. Spontaneous creation? And with a guarantee of satisfaction? What highest? Even Zhang Ziyuan and Li Wenbao would not dare to attempt such a feat. As the music producer, Zhang Ting, abruptly straightened up, the thermos cup in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. If this were to be accomplished, it would undoubtedly be the most astonishing live performance in the history of Chinese music. Beside him, the music critic adjusted his glasses with trembling fingers. The audience was left utterly stunned. How is this even possible? Improvising based on a theme? Surely, even deities could not achieve such a feat. If it were true, I would kneel in awe. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Naturally, I have a modest request. The theme chosen by the selected individual must be suitable for a female. Su Nanjiao continued. The audience readily understood this. After all, one cannot expect a young girl to sing songs of fervent passion. Now let us begin. Su Nanjiao turned around. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Su Nanjiao had commenced the countdown. The lights began to sweep frantically across the venue. Choose me. Choose me. I want to propose a theme. Countless fervent fans waved their glow sticks desperately, fearing the lights would not shine upon them. As Su Nanjiao called out one, the lights halted, illuminating a young woman in her 20s. Envying gazes were cast upon her by the multitude. To propose a theme to a top-tier musical genius, followed by a performance from a major star, what an immense honor. The young woman stood up, visibly excited, and said, "A few days ago, when I returned to my hometown, I discovered that my high school classmates had all gone their separate ways. Regrettably, I have lost contact with many of them, and I miss them dearly. Therefore, the theme I choose is graduation." Upon hearing this, the audience was left speechless. Oh no, the talented composer faces a challenge. This is due to the fact that the esteemed musician Zhang Ziyuan, who received a Lifetime Achievement Award, had penned a song on the theme of graduation 8 years ago, titled Youth Never Ends. At that time, this song dominated the music scene, sweeping nearly every prestigious award. Many music critics lamented that Youth Never Ends was the pinnacle of graduation-themed compositions. However, this placed tremendous pressure on the unnamed composer. Even if he truly managed to create something, it would be challenging to meet everyone's expectations. Su Nanjiao began to feel anxious as well. She had listened to Youth Never Ends countless times. It was undoubtedly a classic. Xiaobai, can you do it? Well, next, I will present another song. During my performance, the unnamed composer will be writing in the background. Once I finish singing, the staff will bring over the score, and then everyone will be able to listen. Su Nanjiao hastily continued. Music producer Zhang Ting was taken aback. How could an excellent song be composed in just 3 to 4 minutes? This is utterly fantastical. Su Nanjiao signaled to the band members, implying that they should stretch out the time to give Lu Xiaobai a bit more opportunity to compose. Backstage. Great talent. It's been a minute already. Why haven't you started writing? The little assistant, Wu Yuhan, was on the verge of tears. Yuhan, be quiet. Do not interrupt Xiaobai's train of thought. Qingjie admonished sternly. In truth, her own heart was racing more than anyone else's. If Lu Xiaobai failed to produce anything, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also jeopardize Nanjiao's concert. Yet, Lu Xiaobai remained utterly unfazed. Ah, I feel a bit parched. How delightful it would be to have a cup of herbal tea, he remarked, reclining leisurely with his hands behind his head. Finding the two women rather bothersome, he resolved to take his revenge. I'll get it for you. Wu Yuhan shot him a glare before turning to prepare the tea. My shoulders are a bit sore. It would be splendid if someone could massage them. Lu Xiaobai propped his legs up. I'll give you a massage. Qingjie, with a hint of exasperation, approached him from behind. You little rascal, if you dare mock me, I'll have your skin, she thought fiercely. 2 minutes passed, and soon Nanjiao's song reached its climax. Yet Lu Xiaobai had yet to put pen to paper. The reason for his prolonged contemplation was not an inability to write, but rather a struggle with indecision. There were simply too many songs centered around the theme of graduation from his past life. The One Sitting Next to You, The Wind Rises, Youth. At the crossroad of Phoenix Flowers, Boundless Sea and Sky, Words Unspoken. He began to deliberate carefully. First, he dismissed The Wind Rises, as it was more suited for university graduates. Next, he eliminated Boundless Sea and Sky and Words Unspoken due to their Cantonese lyrics, which would not resonate with the predominant audience from the Magic City. After much contemplation, he finally settled on The One Sitting Next to You. Firstly, it was a more classic piece. Secondly, it aligned beautifully with the theme, just as Qingjie and Wu Yuhan were filled with anxious anticipation. Lu Xiaobai finally began to write fervently. As the final notes of the song faded, 2 staff members ascended the stage, handing Su Nanjiao and the band a sheet of paper marked with the number 4. Zhang Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this unknown individual had not only composed lyrics and music in such a brief span, but had also arranged the piece? What kind of miraculous feat was this? He thought frantically. All right, the unknown individual has completed the composition. Now, I kindly ask for a few moments for the band and me to prepare, Su Nanjiao announced with a smile to the audience as she received the paper. She then turned her gaze to the score. Within mere seconds of scrutiny, her expression shifted dramatically. This subtle change did not escape the notice of the astute audience members below, causing their hearts to race with apprehension. What did this mean? Was the unknown individual's work subpar? But then again, how could the quality be assured in a song written in such a short time? Chapter 19. The One Sitting Next to You. It must be said that Su Nanjiao and the musicians possessed remarkably high musical acumen. Within mere minutes, they had completed their preparations. Let's begin. Su Nanjiao nodded at the musicians. At that moment, a beautiful guitar harmony resonated, followed by a nostalgic melody played on the harmonica. Will you recall tomorrow the diary you penned yesterday? Will you still remember the version of yourself that was once so prone to tears? The venue fell into utter silence, save for the melodious voice of Su Nanjiao. Upon hearing these words, a middle-aged woman in the audience suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Memories of school days flooded back, laughter and frolic during breaks, secret notes passed in class, and the bittersweet pangs of youthful infatuation, all rendered vividly clear by the song. Who has wed the sentimental you? Who has perused your diary? In a corner, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit tensed, his thoughts drifting back to his senior year in high school. The girl with the ponytail seated in front of him had been the most beautiful scenery of his youth. Xiaoqin, you must be married by now. I wonder if your husband treats you well. He whispered silently in his heart, and before he knew it, a tear rolled down his cheek. Back then, the sky was always a brilliant blue, and the days seemed to stretch endlessly. You often lamented that graduation was a distant dream, yet in the blink of an eye, you had all gone your separate ways. A girl nestled in her boyfriend's embrace began to hum softly along. She recalled the eve of graduation when the entire class sat together, inscribing their dreams upon the blackboard. Now, they had all scattered, toiling to make a living. Have you all realized your dreams? A smile unconsciously crept to the corners of her lips. As the final note lingered in the air, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. They rose to their feet, reluctant to sit down, offering their fervent homage to Su Nanjiao, to the unnamed artist, and to that ephemeral youth. This song encapsulated an era, Zhang Ting murmured. With its release, no graduation song would ever rival it again. A music critic beside him trembled as he spoke, his eyes alight with excitement. Su Nanjiao wore a proud expression. At that moment, she felt more exhilarated than if she had received an award at any music gala. This song was composed by my husband in mere minutes. She yearned to proclaim this fact to the world, to let everyone know of her husband's extraordinary talent. Oh no! Zhou Mingqi, watching the live broadcast, turned pale. The stream was not yet over, but with her years of experience in the entertainment industry, she could already discern that Su Nanjiao's concert would undoubtedly be a resounding success. The quality of Where Has Time Gone and You, my deskmate, was unparalleled. Furthermore, the improvised segment by the unnamed artist would ensure this performance would be etched in the annals of Chinese music history. Most importantly, she keenly sensed the deep connection between Su Nanjiao and this unnamed individual. If they were to collaborate, how would Zhou Mingqi find her footing in Longting or even the entire entertainment realm? She could almost foresee her own dismal future. What shall we do, teacher Li? Zhou Mingqi's voice quivered, tinged with a palpable sense of despair. Although she bears the halo of a diva, in reality, she is merely a decorative figure. When confronted with such a daunting challenge, she is utterly bereft of ideas. Sitting nearby, Li Windfall wore a grave expression. This unnamed talent possesses extraordinary abilities, and Longting will undoubtedly extend an olive branch to him. Once this individual joins Longting, Li Windfall's position as a renowned creator will inevitably be overshadowed. Teacher Li, you must think of a solution, Zhou Mingqi exclaimed, nearly in tears. Are there any of our people at the concert? After a moment's contemplation, Li Windfall replied, yes. I have bribed some fans to capture that wretch's live blunders. But it's of no use. That wretch rarely misses a note or forgets the lyrics. Zhou Mingqi gritted her teeth, her eyes glimmering with malice. That's excellent. You let them. A sinister smile suddenly spread across Li Windfall's face. At the concert venue, the unnamed talent has already gifted me the song Deskmate, which I intend to release as a single. It is expected to be available within a week. So please stay tuned, Su Nanjiao said with a sweet smile. Wonderful. The audience erupted in excitement. They had long been captivated by this song, eager to download it and play it on repeat 100 times. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. No, that girl must be an accomplice. Yes, it is undoubtedly premeditated. It is absolutely a fraud. Such a magnificent song could not possibly be composed in such a short span. Several audience members suddenly began to shout. I swear, I am not an accomplice. The chosen girl cried out. Yet her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of skeptical shouts. Are you all mad? The lighting is randomly projected. How could it be faked? One audience member defended her. The lighting is controlled by the staff. How can it not be manipulated? The doubts persisted incessantly. Hearing the accusations, Su Nanjiao felt her chest heave with anger. These individuals questioning her husband infuriated her even more than if they were doubting her. All right, since you claim it as a fraud, then propose another theme. And let us continue. She declared coldly into the microphone. As soon as she spoke, she regretted her impulsiveness. Would Xiaobai despise her for being so presumptuous? Very well, let us proceed. The audience erupted with enthusiasm. They could both relish the spectacle and continue to enjoy the marvelous creation of the unnamed talent. Why not indulge? Who fears whom? The man who had instigated the outcry stood up, taking the microphone offered by the staff. This time, my theme will still be graduation, he proclaimed with self-satisfaction, as if envisioning the unnamed talent's embarrassment. Excellent. Wonderful. This fellow is undoubtedly a genius. Li Windfall and Zhou Mingqi, watching the live broadcast, cheered loudly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They were convinced that this unnamed talent would finally be exposed. The reasoning was simple. An ordinary person would not typically prepare 2 songs on the same theme in advance. All right, after I finish this song, we shall see. However, I must declare in advance, if an unnamed individual succeeds, you cannot proceed in this manner. Su Nanjiao cast a cold glance at the man. Chapter 20. The Wind Rises. Backstage. Great talent. Can you produce something? Wu Yuhan, was in a state of anxious anticipation. Simple. Liu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Since you intend to sabotage my wife's concert and tarnish my reputation, I shall extinguish your hopes entirely. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. This time, Liu Xiaobai did not indulge in any pretense and began to write directly. Qin Jie observed from behind him. The more she watched, the more her face illuminated with surprise. This lad is undoubtedly a treasure. Nanjiao followed him. Her choice was not in vain. At this moment, Su Nanjiao continued to sing her old songs. Yet, her fans were no longer inclined to listen. They were preoccupied with a single question. Could the unnamed individual complete the creation within the designated time? If so, would the quality match that of you and me on the same desk? Just as Su Nanjiao reached the midpoint of her song, two staff members unexpectedly ascended the stage. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. It is important to note that only 2 minutes had elapsed. Is this unnamed individual a deity? Zhang Ting abruptly stood up, his face etched with astonishment. The song finally concluded. Su Nanjiao eagerly grasped the 4 sheets of paper and began to scrutinize them closely. As she read, her brows knitted in concern. This is troubling. Could it be that the unnamed individual's work is subpar this time? The fans' hearts sank in unison. Teacher Zhang, what is your perspective on this? A music critic beside Zhang Ting inquired. In 2 minutes, it is impossible to compose a good song. The unnamed individual is bound to falter this time. Song Ting replied solemnly. Su Nanjiao's time to read the score was indeed twice as long as the previous occasion. Xiaobai has presented me with a formidable challenge. She mused bitterly. It is not that the song is poor, but rather that it is exceedingly difficult to sing. Although Su Nanjiao possessed the capability to master it, she wished to avoid any discordant notes or missteps. Surely, there would be competitors in the audience ready to seize upon her errors. At last, the score reading concluded. Amidst the eager anticipation, the prelude began to play. Simultaneously, the screen displayed an ink wash that gradually coalesced into 3 powerful characters. The wind rises. Su Nanjiao gently parted her lips. On this journey, we walk and pause, tracing the path of youth's drifting. Just before stepping off the platform, a moment of hesitation overcame her. In just a few short lines, the lyrics left the entire audience breathless. This song is undoubtedly exceptional. A middle-aged woman suddenly clutched her chest, tears smudging her meticulously applied makeup. 10 years ago, she stood on the platform, bidding farewell to her classmates one by one. Once upon first encountering the world, she lingered, gazing at the distant horizon as if it were right before her, willingly embarking on any perilous journey to experience it once more. These lyrics truly encapsulate the hearts of youth. For dreams, for the ones they cherish, they're indeed willing to brave any hardship. Music producer Zhang Ting let out a soft sigh. I once found it difficult to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, becoming ensnared in its dreamlike whispers. Without discernment between truth and falsehood, I refrained from struggle and scorned ridicule. As Su Nanjiao sang these lines, the atmosphere in the venue reached a crescendo. The verse, with its minor thirds, cultivated a sense of oppression, while the chorus, suddenly ascending into perfect fifths, facilitated an emotional release. This is a textbook example of emotional manipulation. Zhang Ting trembled as she retrieved her phone's memo app. The trepidation and yearning of embarking on a new journey. The curiosity and fearlessness in the face of an expansive world. This song encapsulated the inner turmoil of a youth with remarkable brevity. A phenomenal work. Indeed, it is an extraordinary masterpiece. The music critic beside her was beside himself with excitement. At that moment, Zhou Mengqi had slumped into her chair, her complexion ashen. How could this wretched girl be so fortunate? By what right did she know this nameless individual? What made her superior to me? Her fists were clenched tightly, as the flames of jealousy blazed within her. Su Nanjiao and this nameless figure had truly burst into the limelight. Their popularity soared like a rocket, swiftly engulfing the entire entertainment industry. In bustling cities and tranquil towns alike, the conversation revolved around this soul-stirring concert. Their names dominated nearly every headline in entertainment media, each more captivating than the last. Su Nanjiao debuts new song at concert, mysterious guest, the nameless figure, improvises two classics, igniting the crowd. Legendary performance. The nameless figure composed two classics in mere minutes, leaving the audience in tears. Where has the time gone? You, my desk mate? The Wind Rises. These three songs enshrine the concert as a nostalgic celebration of youth. Following the concert, the entire internet buzzed with inquiries. Who exactly is this nameless figure? Nanjiao's fans were plunged into a frenzy. They inundated social media with fervent posts. Nanjiao's concert was simply phenomenal. I could loop these three new songs for an entire year. Having supported Nanjiao for years, she never fails to surprise me. And now, with such an impressive, mysterious collaborator, I am utterly enchanted. Who is this nameless figure? Their talent is truly transcendent. I implore the genius to reveal their identity swiftly. Nanjiao's manager, Sister Qin, found her phone inundated with calls. Major variety show producers extended olive branches, inviting Nanjiao to participate in popular programs. Directors of music shows personally called, hoping to have her as a special guest. However, many sought Sister Qin for the nameless figure's contact information. Yet, Sister Qin, demonstrating remarkable professionalism, steadfastly refused to divulge any details without Nanjiao's consent. Numerous professional music critics joined the discourse. In his column, the Melody Hunter wrote, "From the poignant narrative of Where Has the Time Gone, to the nostalgic youthfulness of you, my deskmate, and the inspirational growth in The Wind Rises, the nameless figure displayed an extraordinarily rich creative style and profound musical foundation. Their works not only possess enchanting melodies, but also profound lyrics that evoke strong emotional resonance among listeners. I must say, they have salvaged the entire Chinese music scene." Once this review article was published, it swiftly garnered over 1 million views, igniting a wave of curiosity and attention towards the enigmatic individual, Nanjiao. This concert has truly transcended boundaries. Invitations have flooded in like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming my phone. My manager, Sister Qin, rushed in, her excitement palpable. "Oh, really? What do you have?" Nanjiao accepted the moisturizing spray handed to her by Wu Yuhan, gently spritzing a few times. "The Super Music Gala has invited you to be the opening act, and Fashion Peak magazine wishes to feature you on the cover." Sister Qin swiftly scrolled through her tablet. Chapter 21. I want you as the male lead. Oh, Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with delight. The Super Music Gala is the pinnacle of music festivals, uniting the most influential musicians globally. To perform there would undoubtedly elevate her fame to new heights. There's one more thing I must caution you about. However, Sister Qin's tone quickly grew serious. You and Xiaobai have already obtained a marriage certificate. Is it appropriate for you both to live apart? If you ask me, since your house is so spacious, why not let him move in? At this remark, Nanjiao's face flushed a deep crimson. Sister Qin, what are you saying? She was both embarrassed and anxious, stamping her foot in protest. I must tell you, several top divas have been calling me for Xiaobai's contact information. If you don't act quickly, he might be snatched away. Sister Qin said meaningfully. Weren't you against me being with Xiaobai? You pressured me several times to file for divorce. Nanjiao lowered her head slightly, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. That was back then. I never anticipated his extraordinary talent. Being with him might tarnish your pure maiden image, but the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Sister Qin's tone shifted. You must seize his heart without delay. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Nanjiao covered her face, resembling a startled fawn. This girl, she is on the verge of becoming a diva, yet remains so easily flustered. Sister Qin shook her head in exasperation, her gaze filled with affection. Sister Qin, I just can't bring myself to say it. Nanjiao's voice was barely above a whisper, shy as a mouse. Sister Qin was left speechless. This girl is utterly hopeless in matters of love. Doesn't he wish to conceal his identity as a musical genius? In the future, when rehearsing and composing, just invite him over under the pretext of needing privacy. And then you simply say it's more convenient for work, encouraging him to stay at your place. Oh, thank you, Sister Qin. This silly girl. Lonting Entertainment Company, Limited Bang. Lu Feng slammed the table, glaring at Han Yong. You once swore that Lu Xiaobai was merely lucky to have written those songs. And now, in less than half a month, he has penned 5 remarkable pieces, each a classic. Han Yong, I demand a reasonable explanation. Lu Feng's voice was low and filled with fury, causing the temperature in the conference room to plummet. Han Yong's countenance instantly shifted to a mottled hue of blue and white. How infuriating! Was it not you who unilaterally decided this matter? As a mere artistic director, what authority do I possess to voice my opinions? Yet, these thoughts remained confined within the recesses of his mind. Mr. Lu, please calm down. This situation is indeed my fault. I was blind to the talent of Lu Xiaobai. However, there is still a chance for redemption. After all, Lu Xiaobai has yet to sign with another company. We could still negotiate with him. Han Yong endeavored to compose himself, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Negotiating indeed. He will undoubtedly raise his price. I have suffered a considerable loss this time. Lu Feng was seething with rage. Mr. Lu, I believe that, regardless of his demands, we must grit our teeth and accept them. Otherwise, if he joins a rival company, the consequences would be dire. Another executive, Marong, interjected hastily. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt a shiver of dread. If Lu Xiaobai were to join a financially robust company like Tianlai or Tianyu, and allied with top stars such as Shen Mingzhi or Lin Shuang, how could Longting possibly withstand such a formidable force? Negotiate. Contact him at once. He insisted, brimming with urgency. In a CAF booth, Xiaobai, the songs for my new album, including the 3 you just composed, are all set for filming. Su Nanjiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was indeed momentous news. It is worth noting that not every song or album is guaranteed to be filmed. Some may not be filmed at all. This is due to the company's need to consider return on investment. Should substantial costs be incurred without achieving expected profits, the company would face significant losses. Thus, for Su Nanjiao's new album, the decision to film all 3 new songs was particularly rare. Oh, if we must film, then let it be, Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, his mind still preoccupied with matters concerning the system. Recently, due to his explosive performance at Su Nanjiao's concert, his reputation had soared dramatically, nearing the threshold of 7,000. Should he continue to accumulate this value to exchange for intermediate piano performance skills, or should he directly redeem beginner guitar performance abilities? He found himself in a quandary. Filming would necessitate a male lead. Xiaobai, I would like you to play the male lead, Su Nanjiao said softly. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's pupils dilated in disbelief. This was no trivial matter. The song she intended to film was a super sweet love ballad titled I Love You. The mere thought of a male actor engaging in intimate scenes with Su Nanjiao stirred unease within him. Thus, I wish for you to be the male lead, she continued, observing his anxious demeanor with a playful smile that brought a charming flush to her cheeks. Lu Xiaobai was left stunned. In truth, you possess an appealing appearance. You will be entirely suitable for the role. Su Nanjiao blushed slightly. I absolutely refuse. Lu Xiaobai hastily shook his head. He had grown quite addicted to his behind-the-scenes role, showing little interest in being in the limelight. Then I shall seek another male actor. Su Nanjiao teased with a mischievous grin. You dare, Lu Xiaobai retorted, panic rising within him. He just teasing you. Rest assured, I will seek out other actresses for the shoot. Su Nanjiao covered her mouth and chuckled. Seeing Lu Xiaobai so concerned warmed her heart. Oh, so you dare to play tricks on me? Lu Xiaobai feigned anger, playfully pinching Su Nanjiao's delicate face. The soft sensation traveled from his fingertips, delightful. After a bout of playful banter, Su Nanjiao finally decided to address the matter at hand. By the way, Xiaobai, I have something important to discuss with you. Go ahead. It's about my next album. I would like to request that you compose a few more songs for me. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. It wasn't that he was unwilling or unable to write, but rather that he found it peculiar. Typically, after releasing a new album, singers devote their energy to public appearances and promotions. Yet, his wife was the first to think about the next album. She was truly a workaholic. You want songs? I'll take care of everything for your new album. Lu Xiaobai confidently patted his chest. Chapter 22. Unequal treaty, really? Suananda et Galim. Standing up in excitement, and accidentally knocking over the tea snacks. In truth, her ulterior motive was merely to create an opportunity for Liu Xiaobai to move into her home. However, she was pleasantly surprised. If every song on her next album were penned by nameless artists, it would undoubtedly be the most significant album in the Chinese music scene, without a doubt. What a wasteful girl, Liu Xiaobai lamented internally. She had toppled a tiramisu worth hundreds. He had intended to take it home for his mother and sister. Xiaobai, are you serious? Su Nanjiao, oblivious to the fallen tiramisu, grasped Liu Xiaobai's arm and shook it vigorously. Of course, I am serious, but I have a condition, Liu Xiaobai suddenly replied. What condition? A flicker of tension flashed across Su Nanjiao's bright eyes. Kiss me, Liu Xiaobai declared with a smug grin. His intention was not frivolous. Having lived 2 lives, he understood well that things easily obtained are often undervalued. Thus, he sought to challenge Su Nanjiao a little, believing such an outrageous condition would surely be refused by the virtuous leader of the Jade Maiden sect. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's face flushed crimson, her long eyelashes quivering like startled butterflies. However, Liu Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. She really kissed him. Their gazes locked. The atmosphere was both enchanting and awkward. Just as Su Nanjiao finally mustered the courage to invite Liu Xiaobai to move into her home, the phone rang. Mr. Liu, can we talk again? Liu Xiaobai answered on speakerphone. On the other end, Liu Feng's urgent voice was heard. Of course, Mr. Liu, Liu Xiaobai replied with a faint smile. Hey, why call me Mr. Liu? We share the same surname. We're family. Just call me Brother Phone. On the other end, Liu Feng's tone even carried a hint of flattery. All right, Brother Phone. However, I previously mentioned that if you seek me out again in the future, the price will no longer be the same as last time. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao gave him a thumbs up. Negotiations should proceed in this manner, no matter how friendly the demeanor. When it comes to interests, one must not yield an inch. There was a silence on the other end of the phone for about 10 seconds. All right, name your price. 3 million. 2 million, perhaps. That is indeed excessive. 2.5 million. Very well. What about the copyright revenue? 50%. How about 45%? That will not do. Once again, silence enveloped the line. Su Nanjiao was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. 50% of the copyright revenue? This is the treatment reserved for the most distinguished creators in Longhua. Agreed. I accept. But there is a small condition. After a prolonged silence, Liu Feng finally spoke. Oh yes. Once Liu Xiaobai hung up the phone, Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her husband earn a substantial sum and witnessing Liu Feng sign an unequal agreement filled her heart with a sweet joy. Those who have bullied, you must pay a price. Liu Xiaobai chuckled. Indeed. Su Nanjiao's fair cheeks flushed with a bashful rosy hue. In a luxurious villa, a voluptuous woman sat on the lap of a 50-year-old man, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely raise eyebrows, for they were none other than the renowned creator Li Windfall and the diva Zhou Mengqi, both under Longting. Teacher Li, I'm being terribly bullied by that wretched Su Nanjiao. Please help me. Zhou Mengqi spoke in a sultry voice. Her new album's sales and reputation were being overshadowed by Su Nanjiao, placing her in a precarious situation. If this continues, her position as a diva could be at risk. Such is human nature. One can often tolerate the extravagant spending of the wealthy, but finds it intolerable when those around them purchase homes and cars. Currently, Zhou Mengqi's hatred for Su Nanjiao had reached its zenith. Akema, li wambu raspunda parfunturili. Ha! What does your being bested by Su Nanjiao have to do with me? Everyone says you're a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Surely you could devise a plan for me. I'm open to any suggestions, even those that might not be entirely out of the question. Zhou Mengqi whispered enticingly in Li Wenbao's ear. Oh, Li Wenbao maintained a facade of composure while his heart soared with delight. If the illustrious diva were to offer herself to him, every man in the world would envy him. Ahem, I do indeed have a good plan. You should dismount. Splendid. I knew you would have a solution. Do you know what Su Nanjiao's greatest advantage is? Is that even a question? An unknown person writes songs for her. Incorrect. It is her pure and innocent persona. Li Wenbao lit a cigarette. It is precisely because she is so beautiful and pure that she has garnered the adoration of fans. And the unknown individual must have recognized this quality, willingly composing songs for her. Tell me, if we were to tarnish Su Nanjiao's image, what would her fate be? A sinister smile crept across his lips. She would undoubtedly collapse. Fans would abandon her. The company would forsake her, and the unknown individuals would cease writing songs for her. Zhou Mingqi exclaimed with evident surprise, "Indeed." Li Wenbo snapped his fingers. "But how shall we dismantle her public persona? After all these years in the industry, she has managed to avoid any scandals or controversies. It seems nearly impossible to find any leverage." Zhou Mingqi inquired with a hint of confusion. "Then we shall fabricate our own." Li Wenbo approached the television and inserted a disc. The screen began to showcase the film Love You. "This man, if I am not mistaken, is Han Chenyu. He must be your secret boyfriend." Li Wenbo pointed at the leading man on the screen. "Teacher Li, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I do not have a boyfriend," Zhou Mingqi responded, her complexion paling as she waved her hands in denial. Panic surged within her. How could he possibly know such a clandestine matter? "If you do not speak the truth, I may reconsider assisting you." Li Wenbo interrupted her impatiently. Yes, but he only has eyes for you." Zhou Mingqi feigned shyness, lowering her gaze. "Han Chenyu must be utterly compliant with your wishes." Li Wenbo exhaled a puff of smoke. "It is no surprise he can deduce this. Zhou Mingqi is quite adept with men, and Han Chenyu is merely an inexperienced newcomer, easily ensnared by her charms." "Indeed," Zhou Mingqi admitted candidly. "That is reassuring," Li Wenbo replied with an air of mystery, a smile gracing his lips. At 5:23 a.m. the following day, a short video titled "I'm Sorry, I Can No Longer Remain Silent" went viral across various social media platforms. In the video, the 19-year-old Han Chenyu, with red-rimmed eyes and a quivering throat, faced the camera. "I once regarded Sister Nanjiao as an idol. Who would have thought she would treat me this way?" Chapter 23. I absolutely believe you. While filming Love You, Sister Nanjiao expressed a desire to discuss the script privately. He covered his face, his shoulders trembling. "I was truly frightened. She is a senior, and I am merely a newcomer. Nevertheless, I declined her request. Now, Sister Nanjiao calls me daily, threatening to ruin my career if I do not cooperate." Han Chenyu wiped away tears as he spoke to the camera. The comment section beneath the video was quickly inundated with a torrent of vile remarks. What the hell? A shocking scandal in the entertainment industry. The pure maiden turns into a seductress? She appears innocent, yet indulges in such promiscuity behind the scenes? I cannot believe it. My heart aches on my little brother. Disgusting. Pretending to be pure, yet truly a manipulative schemer. I always suspected her facade. She seems to target young male stars. However, many rallied in support of Su Nanjiao, asserting that her beauty is among the finest in the entertainment industry, questioning how she could possibly be attracted to someone as effeminate as Han Chenyu. Even if she were interested, how could she stoop to such despicable threats? Yet, the irrationality of the netizens rendered them impervious to reason. The allegation that Su Nanjiao had manipulated the male lead swiftly ascended to the #1 trending topic. Soon after, Zhou Mingqi posted on Weibo, "As a friend of Chenyu, I have lost sleep upon learning of his plight. This circle should not compel such an innocent young man to navigate the treacherous waters of unspoken rules with trepidation. We must stand up and voice our dissent." The illustrious diva's statement immediately propelled this discourse to new heights. In an instant, this Weibo post garnered 200,000 shares, with Zhou Mingqi vocally supporting Han Chenyu, swiftly ascending to the second spot on trending searches. At this moment, even Su Nanjiao's fans began to waver, unfollowing. "I never expected you to be this kind of person. You once upheld a virtuous image. How disgusting. Leave the entertainment industry." The comment section of Su Nanjiao's Weibo was utterly inundated. "Bah, this Han Chenyu is truly despicable. With that effeminate demeanor, how could our Nanjiao possibly be interested in him?" Witnessing the video and the comments, Wu Yuhan felt an overwhelming fury boiling within her. Meanwhile, Su Nanjiao sat dazed at her computer, mechanically refreshing the page. The vitriolic remarks in the comment section pierced her heart like sharp daggers. Nanjiao, are you all right? Qingjie inquired with concern. Su Nanjiao's tranquility only heightened her worry. I didn't do anything. Why is he framing me? Why? Su Nanjiao curled up in her chair, clutching her knees, weeping like a helpless child. Nanjiao, you must pull yourself together. They are slandering you. You need to gather your strength and fight back. Qingjie implored vehemently. But what can I do now? I have no evidence to prove my innocence. Su Nanjiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Hearing this, Qingjie was momentarily speechless. What we need to do now is to contact teacher Lu Xiaobai. After some contemplation, she finally grasped a direction. Xiaobai? What does this have to do with him? Su Nanjiao asked, her face a mask of confusion. Indeed, we could discuss your image later, but if Lu Xiaobai ceases to write songs for you due to this incident, your career will be irreparably damaged. Qingjie stated with gravity. In truth, the tarnishing of the virtuous image is not the end of the world. For Su Nanjiao could still transition into a powerful vocalist. However, this hinges entirely on Lu Xiaobai's stance. If he doubts her or grows to resent her because of this, then her transformation would likely fail. Without fans, without quality songs, she would inevitably be abandoned by the company. Su Nanjiao's lips trembled slightly. After a long pause, she finally took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Xiaobai. Do you believe in me? This time, Lu Xiaobai replied promptly, I believe. I absolutely believe in you. Upon viewing the video of Han Chenyu, Lu Xiaobai instinctively knew it was a fabrication. The reasons were simple. First, the female lead in the song was someone else. If Su Nanjiao truly harbored feelings for Han Chenyu, why wouldn't she take on the role herself? This would grant her ample opportunity for intimacy with a young heartthrob. Secondly, with Han Chenyu's effeminate appearance, Su Nanjiao's taste would never stoop that low. Moreover, after spending time together, Lu Xiaobai understood that Su Nanjiao was a kind-hearted girl, incapable of such vile acts as intimidation. If I find out who has plotted against my wife, I will ensure they face dire consequences. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the most pressing matter at hand was to resolve the current crisis. While this task posed a monumental challenge for Qingjie and the others, it was exceedingly simple for Lu Xiaobai. However, this also entailed bowing to that individual. He picked up his phone and dialed number. Is Brother Feng available? I have a matter for your assistance. In the opulent private room of the Jiangnan restaurant, Lu Feng jested. It is indeed a rare occasion for such a talented individual as Teacher Lu to seek my help. Simultaneously, he retrieved a Cuban cigar from a gilded box and offered it to Lu Xiaobai. Care to try? It just arrived by air. The flavor is rich and full-bodied. Since Lu Xiaobai showcased his extraordinary talents at the concert, Lu Feng's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Lu Xiaobai accepted the cigar, and Lu Feng swiftly produced a lighter to ignite it. I have come regarding Su Nanjiao. Lu Xiaobai exhaled a ring of smoke. It is evident. Nanjiao is truly fortunate to have the attention of a prodigy like you. You are far superior to my inept son. You and Nanjiao are quite the match. Lu Feng remarked with a knowing smile, having already sensed the connection between Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao. You flatter me, Brother Feng. However, your address toward me seems somewhat inappropriate. Lu Xiaobai replied with a chuckle. Oh, what seems inappropriate? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Since I call you Brother Feng, what should I call you if you refer to me as Teacher Lu? Lu Xiaobai chuckled lightly. Acknowledging his request, he decided to lower his own demeanor in this exchange. Ha ha, I have been remiss. I shall drink to that. Lu Feng laughed heartily, lifting his glass and downing its contents. So, my brother, what brings you here this time? Let me speak plainly. Will our Longting society relinquish Nanjiao? Lu Xiaobai stated solemnly. Now that he had signed a contract with Longting and was to commence work shortly, it was only natural for him to refer to our Longting. That will depend on your attitude, dear brother. As long as you do not give up, Longting will continue to provide its unwavering support, Lu Feng declared, popping a peanut into his mouth. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Xiaobai exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 24. The deal. I have another question. Go ahead. Han Chenyu is under our Longting, correct? He is the one who falsely accused Nanjiao, is he not? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai felt a wave of reassurance. No matter how much he trusted Su Nanjiao, a man could not help but harbor some doubts. Is there a way to compel him to speak the truth? Certainly, I shall take care of that, Lu Feng replied confidently. Qingjie and Su Nanjiao could never have imagined that the colossal trouble they perceived could be resolved by Lu Xiaobai with merely a few words. Such is the privilege of a genius music creator. Yet, Lu Xiaobai was not content with this alone. Who is the mastermind behind this? A rookie like Han Chenyu should not provoke a major star without reason. Lu Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently on Lu Feng. Once I uncover the instigator, that individual is as good as finished. Han Chenyu has been secretly dating Zhou Mengqi. Lu Feng stated without hesitation. This matter may elude others, but it cannot escape the discerning eyes of the helmsperson of Longting. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. Indeed, it was she. Lu Xiaobai had long harbored disdain for Zhou Mengqi due to her previous antics at Su Nanjiao's concert. Who would have expected her to engage in such repulsive behavior once more? However, Zhou Mengqi was merely a brainless ornament. If my conjecture holds true, this scheme must have originated from Li Wenbo, given his close ties with Zhou Mengqi. Lu Feng then continued to speak. A hint of astonishment crossed Lu Xiaobai's face, not due to Li Wenbo's involvement, but rather in surprise at Lu Feng. As a CEO, how could he so brazenly betray his company's most coveted diva and a renowned songwriter? What could he possibly gain from this? I suppose my younger brother is quite curious as to why I would betray these two. Lu Feng chuckled. Indeed, Lu Xiaobai nodded. Are you inclined to share the truth or fabrication? Lu Feng smiled. The falsehood is that those who dare to offend my younger brother deserve their fate. The truth, however, is that I am merely a businessman seeking to maximize my interests. The value you alone create surpasses that of both of them combined. If this allows you to work comfortably at Longting, what loss is there in sacrificing them? Lu Feng took a sip of his drink and chuckled lightly. Very well. I owe you a favor this time, Brother Feng. Lu Xiaobai stated solemnly. Oh, to have my younger brother owe me a favor is indeed a stroke of fortune. Lu Feng replied, somewhat surprised. Yes, Lu Xiaobai smiled and clinked his glass with Lu Feng's. Then I shall make two modest requests. Lu Feng continued, Brother, you are quite forthright. Please, do speak freely. Lu Xiaobai responded with a faint smile. When we signed the contract, I stipulated that you conceal the identity of the unnamed individual. Do you recall? Lu Feng inquired. Ido, Lu Xiaobai nodded. The reason Lu Feng made this stipulation was to prevent Lu Xiaobai's identity from being exposed, which would inevitably attract numerous companies willing to offer exorbitant sums for him. Even if Lu Xiaobai possessed unwavering loyalty, he would be unable to withstand the relentless pursuit. With Longting's financial resources not being particularly robust, there was no assurance of retaining Lu Xiaobai. Nonetheless, for Lu Xiaobai, who wished to remain in the shadows for the time being, this condition suited him perfectly. Thus he acquiesced. Of course, this agreement bore little binding force. Should Lu Xiaobai's identity be revealed, as long as he maintained that he had not disclosed it himself, Lu Feng would be powerless to act against him. Yet, Lu Feng remained confident that Lu Xiaobai possessed a sense of honor. My first request is that within 1 year, you must cultivate a king or queen for Longting, excluding Su Nanjiao. Lu Feng fixed his gaze intently on Lu Xiaobai, his expression filled with anticipation. This demand would be an insurmountable challenge for others, yet he had unwavering faith in his younger brother's abilities. Not a problem, Lu Xiaobai replied without hesitation. In sacrificing a diva and a renowned songwriter, Lu Feng felt that compensating him with one of comparable stature was not excessive. Your second request is that your top-tier works be published under a pseudonym, while ordinary pieces may bear your real name, Lu Feng continued. Agreed. Is settled then? All right. When you arrive at Longting, you shall receive the finest treatment. Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenbo could hardly fathom that they had been betrayed amidst the clinking of glasses between the two magnates. These two were nothing short of beasts. If I do not eliminate you, I shall share your surname. As Lu Xiaobai exited the hotel, a fierce blaze ignited in his eyes. Merely out of jealousy, Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenbo sought to obliterate everything that belonged to his wife. Without his presence, Su Nanjiao's fate would be utterly tragic, her reputation shattered, cast aside by the company, and spurned by fans. Her future would be enveloped in darkness. As dawn broke, the office building of Longting Entertainment Company Limited was already bustling with activity. On the ground floor, several porters were perspiring profusely as they unloaded a batch of brand new desks and chairs from a truck, subsequently transporting them into the elevator. Initially, the employees traversing the company premises paid little mind to the commotion. It was a familiar sight, likely indicating the arrival of new staff and hardly worth concern. However, when they observed the porters wheeling the furniture into the office designated as Room 808, their composure swiftly dissolved. This was due to Room 808's significant status within the company. It occupied a prime location in the office building, affording a panoramic view of the bustling cityscape. It was also the largest office among all, spanning over 50 square meters. More crucially, this office had remained vacant for over 9 years. The company's president, Lu Feng, had declared that only the most exceptional creative talents were worthy of occupying this space. Consequently, the employees subtly vied with one another, hoping that one day their talents would grant them access to this coveted office. Who could possibly be the esteemed individual occupying this space? They whispered among themselves. It cannot be anyone without merit. Why should they enjoy such privileges upon arrival? We toil tirelessly in songwriting, yet the company has never shown us such regard. Could they have lured Zhang Ziyuan? Unlikely. Longting lacks that capacity. Might it be an anonymous figure? If so, that would be acceptable. As the speculations swirled amongst them, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lu Xiaobai emerged, clad in a simple yet tasteful casual outfit, striding forth with a buoyant step. Having secured his signing fee from Longting, he adorned himself in new attire, exuding a fresh and pristine aura. His gaze swept across the directory, and without hesitation, he made his way toward Room 808. Who is this person? What is he here for? Perhaps he is a newcomer here for an interview, but has wandered into the wrong place. Creatives busy at their computers ceased their work, their attention riveted on Lu Xiaobai's figure. Chapter 25. Keep it up. I await you in Room 808. Unfazed by the curious glances from those around him, Lu Xiaobai approached the office door directly. Hey, buddy, you've entered the wrong office. Li Wenbo strode towards him, extending his hand to obstruct his path, a haughty expression gracing his face. Am I not in the right place? The HR department informed me that Room 808 was where I was to report. Lu Xiaobai replied, bewildered. A chuckle escaped Li Wenbo's lips, provoking laughter from all present. The esteemed Mr. Lu has declared that only the company's most exceptional creative talents are entitled to this office. Do you consider yourself among them? His gaze dripped with disdain, his tone laced with mockery. Who are you? A wave of irritation surged within Lu Xiaobai. I am Li Wenbo, a renowned creative talent at Longting. If even I am unworthy of this office, what makes you think you are? He pushed Lu Xiaobai aside, his expression darkening ominously. Oh! Lu Xiaobai fixed an intense stare on Li Wenbo, a flicker of malice evident in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantaneously. A chill crept up Li Wenbo's spine. He had merely exchanged a few harsh words, yet that boy's gaze seemed to threaten his very life. I have merely stumbled upon good fortune. One day, you too shall occupy this office. Lu Xiaobai donned a smile, understanding well that to seek vengeance for his wife, he must conceal his true intentions from his adversary. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Just as the tension escalated between the two, a young woman hurried over, bowing apologetically to Lu Xiaobai. Secretary Lin Yu. Li Wenbo was taken aback. The young woman, Lin Yashuan, was the personal secretary to Mr. Lu. Typically, she carried herself with an air of superiority towards most. Yet here she was, showing utmost deference to Lu Xiaobai, leaving everyone astounded. Mr. Lu, I am truly sorry. I should have escorted you on your first day, but I was delayed due to traffic. Lin Yashuan continued to express her apologies. Not a problem. Please, attend to your duties. Lu Xiaobai waved dismissively. This is Mr. Lu Xiaobai, personally invited by Mr. Lu to join the company. From now on, Room 808 will be Mr. Lu's office, and I ask everyone to cooperate with him in his work, Lin Yashuan announced to the astonished crowd. With that, she gracefully departed, leaving a group of individuals in stunned silence. Best of luck, Teacher Li. I will be waiting for you in room 808. Lu Xiaobai smiled, closing the door behind him. At that moment, as he turned, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Li Wenbao's face contorted with jealousy. How could a mere novice, who had yet to pen a single song, have the audacity to occupy such a splendid office? Once inside, Lu Xiaobai surveyed the room, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This office was not only luxurious, but also equipped with an array of instruments. A piano, guitar, violin, cello, and bass, all at his disposal. Yet, he was acutely aware that should he lose his value one day, these treasures would vanish. The matter regarding his wife's false accusations should have been resolved by now. He cast aside his thoughts and approached his desk, powering on his computer. Sure enough, the top trending topic prominently featured a video of Han Chenyu apologizing. In the video, Han Chenyu appeared pallid and utterly aggrieved as he stated, "I deeply regret occupying public resources due to my recent actions." The truth, however, was that my girlfriend, the renowned Zhou Mingqi, coerced me into falsely accusing Sister Nanjiao. She is, in fact, a wonderful girl, and I owe her my sincerest apologies. Han Chenyu's display of distress was truly genuine. Caught between his celestial girlfriend and the formidable CEO Lu Feng, he had no choice but to declare his allegiance. The power dynamics were starkly evident. The comment section erupted, refreshing at a staggering rate of hundreds of remarks per second. What a shocking twist. It turns out the true master of the young idol was Zhou Mingqi all along. This woman is utterly repulsive. She previously condemned the chaos in the entertainment industry with such righteous indignation. How hypocritical. We demand Zhou Mingqi and her fans publicly apologize to Nanjiao. Sisters, let us rally to oust Zhou Mingqi from the entertainment industry. Restore Nanjiao's innocence. Those who previously criticized Nanjiao should come forward to apologize. I suggest the police get involved. This is already bordering on defamation. Lu Xiaobai shut his computer and took a deep breath. The matter had been resolved. Yet the two culprits remained unpunished. He pondered how to ruin their reputations completely. A meticulous plan was in order. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Nanjiao. "Xiaobai, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you." On the other end, Su Nanjiao choked back tears, her voice quivering. Finally, she could no longer contain her sorrow and began to weep. Every time she faced a crisis, it was this man who pulled her from the mire. Her gratitude was beyond words. She suddenly realized that the boy who once sang at a barbecue stall had now grown into someone she felt she could hardly aspire to be near. "You knew?" Lu Xiaobai asked, slightly taken aback. "Yes, Mr. Lu told me everything," Su Nanjiao replied. Lu Xiaobai was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood that Lu Feng was merely repaying a favor. "Xiaobai, you're truly too kind to me. I don't know how to express my gratitude." After a multitude of thanks from Su Nanjiao, they finally concluded their call. Once the phone was hung up, Lu Xiaobai resumed, contemplating his revenge strategy. Zhou Mingqi's reputation was now in tatters, and her downfall was imminent. Thus, his primary target became Li Wenbao. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lu Xiaobai's mind, and he envisioned a preliminary plan. He promptly logged onto his computer and registered a Weibo account under an alias. Little did he realize, this action would send shockwaves through the music industry. Mr. Li, Huang Wenkai, the director of the Artist and Works Department, rushed to Li Wenbao's workstation. "What is the rush?" Li Bumbu Raplia Impatiently. Huang Wenkai was nominally the superior of music creators. However, for a renowned creator like him, their relationship was merely one of collaboration, which allowed for a certain casualness in their conversations. "Mr. Li, what splendid news! Director Zhang has just commissioned a bespoke theme song for our film," Huang Wenkai exclaimed with enthusiasm. "As long as the quality meets expectations, our company will receive a payment of 1.5 million yuan, along with subsequent royalties." Li Wenbao's eyes sparkled at the mention of the sum. 1.5 million? I'm in. Chapter 26. Youthful impulsiveness as a distinguished creator enjoying substantial copyright benefits. If director Zhang favored his song, he could potentially secure a prepayment exceeding 300,000 yuan. Coupled with the future royalties, this promised a lucrative income. That is fantastic. Only you could handle such a task. Huang Wenkai said excitedly. However, Livambus gaja shifta tuutfuli. You might also consider involving this individual, he suggested, gesturing towards the door of Liu Xiaobai's office. Li Wenbo harbored ulterior motives. He aimed to gauge Liu Xiaobai's capabilities while simultaneously asserting his own superiority as the finest creator at Longting. Should Liu Xiaobai fail to deliver a commendable song, he would inevitably lose his privilege of occupying room 808. A sense of satisfaction crept into his heart at the thought. Who would have thought that President Liu assigned room 808 to this Liu Xiaobai? Huang Wenkai remarked, somewhat astonished. What? You, the department director, were unaware of this? Li Wenbo exclaimed, his eyes widening. President Liu only informed me about Liu Xiaobai's employment, but said nothing of room 808 being designated for him. Huang Wenkai replied, shaking his head. Then you should hurry in and speak with him. Collaborating with him might increase our chances of success, Li Wenbo suggested excitedly. This confirms it. Liu Xiaobai possesses no real talent. He is merely a beneficiary of connections. They share the same surname as President Liu. They might even be relatives. All right, with that, Huang Wenkai pushed open the door to room 808. This time I shall expose your true self. Don't think you can cling to this prime office solely through connections. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Li Wenbo's eyes. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Director Huang Wenkai. Huang Wenkai stated as he entered the office, extending his hand for a shake. Despite harboring some disdain for Liu Xiaobai, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Greetings, Director Huang. Liu Xiaobai quickly rose, grasping Huang Wencai's hand with both of his. This young man is quite impressive. He certainly knows how to show respect. Huang Wenkai noted to himself. I overheard your remarks outside. Leave the song to me. However, per our agreement, I am entitled to a 50 share of the royalties. Liu Xiaobai stated calmly. Of course, that is absolutely fine. Huang Wenkai had already anticipated this arrangement. The specifics of Liu Xiaobai's share were the company's concern and did not affect him. Here is the movie script. Please review it thoroughly. Remember, the draft must be submitted within a week. This film is a remarkable masterpiece by the esteemed director Zhang Haoran from the Dragon Kingdom, and it must not be overlooked. After a few admonitions, Huang Wenkai departed from Liu Xiaobai's office. Liu Xiaobai retrieved the screenplay and began to read it with great seriousness. The narrative unfolds a poignant love story spanning 7 years between a couple. The female protagonist, due to unforeseen family circumstances, suddenly leaves for abroad, not to return for 7 years. Upon her return, the male lead has transformed into a renowned lawyer. Ultimately, they resolve their misunderstandings and reunite, thereby penning a new chapter of romantic love. The plot may be exceedingly cliché, succinctly described as a quintessentially poor film. However, Liu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. How remarkably similar it was to the film He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo from his previous life. If that is the case, the theme song would surely flow effortlessly. As the saying goes, a mediocre film can give rise to a divine song, and this particular theme song is undeniably classic. Consequently, Liu Xiaobai began to write fervently. Once he completed his work, he made his way to Huang Wencai's office. What? You finished so quickly? Huang Wenkai regarded Liu Xiaobai as though he were a peculiar creature. Since the screenplay was handed to him, no more than half an hour had elapsed. Such rapid songwriting seemed almost miraculous. Only the mysterious musical prodigy, Wu Ming, could rival such speed. It was merely a stroke of inspiration. Liu Xiaobai modestly brushed his nose. Mr. Liu, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Director Zhang is notoriously exacting regarding the film's theme song, Huang Wenkai stated earnestly. If you approach this carelessly, it will reflect poorly on our company. Director Huang, perhaps you should listen before passing judgment. Liu Xiaobai smiled. Very well, set down the score for now. I shall review it later, Huang Wenkai sighed. The youth of today are far too impetuous. In critical moments, we must rely on seasoned veterans. Look at Li Wenbo. He is still meticulously crafting his work. Only then can we produce something worthy of excellence. All right, you carry on. Liu Xiaobai dismissed the concerns, turning to leave. Upon returning to his office, he began to tinker with the instruments within. Unfortunately, apart from the guitar and piano, He was inept with any other instruments, somewhat wasting such a splendid workspace. After strumming the guitar for a while, he noticed it was nearing noon, and it was time to pick up his sister from school. Thus, Xiaobai swiftly turned off the lights and air conditioning, leaving the office without a moment's hesitation. In truth, even if he chose not to come to work, no one would dare reprimand him. Goodness, this fellow arrives at the office at 9 a.m. and departs before 11. On his first day, he dares to behave this way. What will he be like in the future? A young composer observed, watching Xiaobai's retreating figure with indignation. Who can blame him? He is our company's most talented creator. Libambu Ramarka Sarkasticadi. Just him, a mere beneficiary of connections. I doubt he even qualifies to polish teacher Li's shoes. The young composer scoffed. I have finally witnessed the blossoming of all dreams as the vibrant voices of young singers soar in pursuit of their aspirations. I finally soar, gazing intently without fear. As Xiaobai arrived at the entrance of his sister's school, he was greeted by a melodious chorus wafting from within the campus. Indeed, it was Invisible Wings. To his surprise, the song had reached the school. Xiaobai felt a thrill of delight. The wider the song's reach, the greater his prestige would become. It was such a beautiful piece that he couldn't help but hum along each time he heard it. Indeed, the lyrics and melody were exquisitely crafted, and he felt immense gratitude towards the creators for gifting such a wonderful song to the children. Mom, do you know who sings this song? I wish to buy a record to listen to it. You don't know? This is soon Nanjiao's new song. At the school gate, parents eagerly awaited their children while engaging in lively conversations. A subtle smile graced Xiaobai's lips. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang out, crisp and clear. Shortly after, he spotted his sister, Xiaoyan, chatting and laughing with a few girls as they made their way out of the gate. Xiaoyan animatedly gestured, as if recounting an amusing tale, causing her companions to erupt in peals of laughter. Witnessing this scene, Xiaobai felt an indescribable joy swell within him. Chapter 27. I advise against signing up. Once, due to their family's financial struggles, Xiaoyan had a rather reclusive disposition. At school, she often felt isolated, with scarcely any friends. According to their mother, while other children left in groups after school, she would always walk home alone. Yet now, his sister had miraculously made 5 or 6 friends. Brother. Just then, Xiaoyan inadvertently lifted her head and caught sight of Xiaobai. With excitement, she waved and skipped over to him. During this period, her brother had earned some money, improving their family's situation, and he frequently came to school to pick her up. She felt as though she were living in a dream. Forget it. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well see what that fellow has written. Huang Wenkai sat in his office, casually picking up the score that Xiaobai had just given him. He carelessly unfolded the paper, his gaze lazily sweeping across the first line of notes. However, in the next moment, his spine straightened abruptly. Something was amiss. Not only was the lyrics and melody intact, but the arrangement was also clearly marked. The progression of the guitar chords, the timing of the drum beats, even the orchestration of the strings. This was astonishing. Huang Wenkai felt a tightness in his throat. After over a decade in the industry, he understood all too well what this meant. The vast majority of composers either wrote melodies or lyrics, but to be able to do both was a rarity. Yet this young man could even handle the arrangement. Huang Wenkai's spirit soared, his fingertips dancing along with the notes on the score. Before long, goosebumps erupted along his neck. A magnificent song. A magnificent song. Huang Wenkai slammed the table, startling the assistant who had just entered and nearly causing her to drop her coffee cup. As the director of the Artists and Works department, he fully grasped the value of this score. This was undoubtedly a nuclear bomb capable of leveling the charts. The only songs that could be compared to this one were the 5 pieces created by nameless individuals. Xiao Chun, quickly take this song to record the accompaniment. Huang Wenkai shouted loudly. After receiving a response from his assistant, he hurriedly logged into the company's internal network and posted a message. We currently have a new song. A candidate theme for director Zhang 7-Year Pact, with lyrics and composition by our creator, Xiaobai. Female singers wishing to audition may sign up. As the song is from a female perspective, only female artists may apply. It was now noon, Singer Li Siki hastily finished her lunch and returned to the company. Sister Siki, you didn't take a break at noon before coming back? The receptionist greeted her with a smile. Yes, I still need to practice in the rehearsal room. Li Siki replied with a smile, absent-mindedly twirling her hair around her fingers. In just 3 months, she would turn 30, yet she remained a third-tier singer. In an entertainment industry that thrives on youth, failing to work diligently would inevitably lead to missed opportunities. Upon entering the artist lounge, she instinctively opened the company's internal network to check for the latest announcements. Huang Wenkai's message suddenly caught her eye. A new song? Exclusively for female artists? A candidate theme for a film by the nation's top director? Without hesitation, Li Siki clicked the registration link. Siki, do you wish to participate in the audition? Just as her finger hovered above the mouse, a cool voice floated in from behind her. Turning around, she saw another female artist, Lin Xiaobai, leaning against the doorframe. Her fingers, adorned with bright red nail polish, curling her long hair. Yes, although the chances may be slim, I still want to give it a try. Li Siki replied with a slight smile. To her, as long as there was even a glimmer of hope, it was worth pursuing. I advise you not to register. Lin Xiaobai said with a cold smile. Why? Li Siki asked, puzzled. Hearing the conversation, many female artists gradually gathered around, curiosity evident on their faces. Don't you know? Liu Xiaobai is a distant relative of President Liu, lacking any real talent. His status as a top creator is entirely due to President Liu's backing. With such connections, how good could his songs possibly be? Lin Meiqi and a few other female artists whispered as they joined the conversation. But it doesn't hurt to try. Besides, even if it's a terrible song, at least there is compensation. Li Siki blinked. You may not be aware, but Liu Xiaobai and Li Wenbo are both currently composing theme songs for director Zhang's film, and they have a feud. If you record this song, you'll lose the chance to sing Li Wenbo's songs, Lin Meiqi explained. Upon hearing this, the other female artists began to murmur among themselves. Meiqi is right. I've heard that Li Wenbo holds grudges, and if you offend him, you'll have no opportunity to sing any of his songs in the future. One is a genuine renowned creator, and the other is a mere novice. It's obvious which one to choose. Exactly. If you opt for Liu Xiaobai's song, you might not have a pleasant time in the company afterward. At that moment, Liu Xiaobai hummed a tune as he returned to the company. He enjoyed a very flexible work schedule without the need to clock in. However, he was deeply preoccupied with the instruments in his office. Thus, he made his way over. The rapid completion of the song fills me with immense anticipation for your masterpiece. Li Wenbo remarked to Liu Xiaobai with a hint of sarcasm. He had also seen the message sent by Huang Wenkai on the internet. He held Liu Xiaobai's swiftness in utter disdain. A song in half an hour. Does he think he is someone of no renown? One should wait slowly. That is a work you will never be able to produce in your lifetime. Without looking back, Liu Xiaobai entered his office and slammed the door shut. Now that he had a plan for revenge, he saw no reason to hide his true self. Hiss! This kid is truly arrogant. A mere well-connected individual dares to underestimate our teacher Li? The faces of those present were filled with astonishment. Teacher Liu, the song you wrote is simply marvelous. At that moment, Huang Wenkai hurried into Liu Xiaobai's office, his expression brimming with excitement. Is everything all right? Liu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. This song had won the Golden Melody Award in his past life, and he felt quite confident about it. However, Huang Wenkai's face showed signs of confusion. What's wrong? Liu Xiaobai inquired. Currently, there's only one singer who has signed up for the audition. Huang Wenkai chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? This shouldn't be happening. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Not only is he currently the company's top composer, but even a novice composer should not face such disregard. Here's the situation. Huang Wenkai explained the matter in detail. I called each of them, but they all declined. Then, he revealed a wry smile. No need for that. Let the one who signed up proceed. Liu Xiaobai shook his head. As for the others, they will regret it in the future. He then let out a cold smile. Chapter 28. If Director Zhang does not use this song, he will undoubtedly regret it for life. Hello, Teacher Liu. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. In the recording studio, Li Siki deeply bowed to Liu Xiaobai. After much contemplation, she finally decided to take a gamble. Since Mr. Liu had allowed Liu Xiaobai to move into room 808, There must be a reason for it. Mere connections are far from sufficient. This person surely possesses undisclosed talents and capabilities. Hello, Sister Siki. Please familiarize yourself with the score first. Lu Xiaobai smiled as he handed over the sheet. Li Siki was approximately 8 years older than him, so calling her sister was quite fitting. All right. Li Siki accepted it with both hands and began to examine it earnestly. As her gaze traveled across the score, her eyes widened, and her expression grew increasingly astonished. This melody, these lyrics, are simply exquisite, especially the final line, which made her blood boil. Why must love condemn all beings to solitude, unable to break free, unable to escape? The knot that cannot be unraveled, the calamity that cannot be resolved, is you. The paper rustled in her hands. For 7 years, Li Siki had gone from being a talent show champion to someone overlooked. She had sung countless sugary pop songs, but had never encountered such a sharp and candid piece. This is not merely a song. It is a knife that can pierce the heart. Teacher Lu, may I sing this piece titled Silence? Li Siki lifted her head, gripping the edge of the sheet music tightly, her knuckles turning white. She understood that this could very well be the most significant opportunity of her life. Should she seize it, she would soar to great heights. Conversely, if she failed to grasp it, she would remain mired in despair. This song, upon first glance, she knew it was what she had long awaited. The thought of missing it left her utterly at a loss. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Let us commence with a proper audition. If you perform well, I shall grant you this opportunity, Lu Xiaobai reassured her. Initially, he had intended for this song to be sung by his wife. However, ever since the matter of Han Qinyue's slander had been clarified, Su Nanjiao had taken to flitting about the world once more. Were it not for this, the audition would not even exist. Yet, if Li Siki truly suited the song, it would not be out of the question. After all, he possessed an abundance of exceptional songs, far too many for just one person to sing. Very well, I shall give my utmost, Li Siki declared, clenching her fists. She was determined to secure this song with all her strength. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she began to sing along with the accompaniment, unable to resist becoming a stubborn fish, swimming against the current all the way to the end. The vows I fervently made in my youth have silently sunk into the depths of the sea. As her voice soared, Huang Wenkai felt a jolt throughout his being. Merely gazing at the sheet music had not allowed him to fully appreciate the song's allure. Now, hearing it performed live, he realized he had underestimated its power. Lu Xiaobai nodded slightly. While Li Siki's vocal skills were not top tier, she perfectly embodied the melancholic solitude of a woman portrayed in the song. In this regard, even Su Nanjiao could not surpass her, for her voice possessed a sweetness that was unparalleled. As the final notes faded, the recording studio fell into a brief silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Li Siki's chest heaved with anticipation as she gazed expectantly at Lu Xiaobai. Sister Siki, as long as Director Zhang has no objections, this song is undoubtedly yours, Lu Xiaobai proclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Li Siki felt as though her blood had run cold, her mind blank. After a considerable pause, tears streamed down her cheeks, flowing freely. She knew that her fate had been irrevocably transformed in that fleeting moment. You missed out on a great song. Upon returning to the office, Lu Xiaobai sent a message to Su Nanjiao. What's going on? Su Nanjiao, who happened to be in the capital at that moment, quickly replied. I wrote a theme song for director Zhang's new film, and during the recording, I discovered that Li Siki's vocal qualities are more suited to the song, Lu Xiaobai explained. Having lived 2 lives, he understood profoundly that even the gentlest and most charming of women could be unreasonable. It was imperative to clarify matters beforehand. What is wrong? Su Nanjiao teased. You probably wrote something rather melancholic, didn't you? Sister Siki's voice indeed suits it better than mine. Oh, that's good. But you must make it up to me. Certainly, it is a compensation 10-fold, 100-fold. A gentle smile graced Lu Xiaobai's lips. The once aloof Su Nanjiao had now transformed into a more vivacious version of herself. At that moment, a knock on the door echoed through the room. Upon receiving permission, Li Siki entered. Teacher Lu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I would like to treat you to a meal, if it is convenient for you. Li Siki buadepli. A meal sounds delightful, but there is no need for thanks. You have earned this through your own merit. Besides, whether director Zhang will ultimately choose this song remains uncertain. Lu Xiaobai replied, "If director Zhang does not select this song, he will surely regret it for the rest of his life," Li Siki said with a radiant smile. As they conversed, they exited the office, only to encounter Li Wenbo passing by. "Siki, congratulations on acquiring such a splendid song. However, you may find it challenging to sing my songs in the future," he remarked with a cold smile, deliberately emphasizing the word splendid. "You sang the song of my adversary. Do you still wish to sing my songs? You must be dreaming." "Thank you, Teacher Li. I truly have obtained a remarkable song," Li Siki replied. Her smile sweet, as she also emphasized the word remarkable. With that, she linked her arms with Lu Xiaobai's, holding her head high as she walked past him. "You dare to threaten me? What if I choose not to sing your songs? Teacher Lu's one song is worth more than dozens, if not hundreds, of yours." At the filming set of 7-Year Agreement, director Zhang, Dragonfly Entertainment has sent us 2 theme songs for selection, the assistant of Zhang Haoran exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Fantastic! Let's listen to them at once." Zhang Haoran sat up straight, his spirits lifted. He had every reason to be exhilarated. The film was nearing completion, yet the theme song had yet to be finalized. If the decision was delayed any further, he would have to shorten the promotional period, which would lead to a cascade of adverse consequences. The assistant quickly opened the computer, logged into the email, and located the 2 songs in the attachments. One was The Answer in Time, written and composed by Li Wenbo, sung by Zhou Minqi. The other was Silence, written and composed by Lu Xiaobai, sung by Li Siki. "Let us listen to the first one," Zhang Haoran said after pondering for a moment with a furrowed brow. "All right." The assistant promptly clicked on The Answer in Time. "That summer, the breeze gently blew. Your smile left me enchanted. Time flows swiftly like water. Yet here I remain, waiting for whom?" Zhang Haoran's fingers unconsciously tapped a rhythm on his knee, and his brow gradually relaxed. Chapter 29. Listen to it again. Truly, a renowned creator. Teacher Li's song is filled with profound artistry. Moreover, Zhou Tian's vocals are commendable. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Once the song concluded, Zhang Haoran declared, "Let's go with this one." "What? You do not wish to listen to the second one?" The assistant was taken aback. Director Huang specifically emphasized that silence is the key recommendation. "There is no need for that. Inform Dragonfly that we will select The Answer in Time. But Zhou Tian is on the verge of a scandal. It matters not. I shall not entrust her with the official song." The assistant hesitated, caught between words. Huang Wenkai is universally acknowledged as a gold standard music supervisor, his recommendations always precise. No matter how busy you are, how much time could it possibly take to listen to a song? This he simply could not comprehend. Yet Zhang Haoran had already turned and strode towards the set, providing no opportunity for debate. "Lu Feng, oh Lu Feng, nepotism reigns and self-interest prevails. After all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever." Zhang Haoran paced, a cold smile gracing his lips. The moment he saw Lu Xiaobai's name, he instantly deduced that this was yet another instance of Lu Feng's favoritism. The reasons were simple. First, both bore the surname Lu. Second, how could a newcomer, previously unheard of, suddenly be deemed worthy of competing for the creation of the film's theme song? Such an assertion, without formidable backing, is truly hard to believe. Third, and perhaps most crucial, Lu Feng has a checkered past. To obscure the truth about his son, he even resorted to coercing Su Nanjiao into marrying him. Such actions incited Zhang Haoran's deep-seated disdain for Lu Feng, who had always loathed wrongdoing. Were it not for the preeminent standing of Longting Entertainment in the domestic entertainment industry, Zhang Haoran would never have chosen to collaborate with this company. Once Zhang Haoran's decision reached Longting, the news spread like wildfire. Breaking news. Director Zhang has outright rejected Lu Xiaobai's song. It is said that upon hearing it, he exclaimed in disgust, "What is this nonsense? Huh, I told you that the favored one would eventually be exposed." Some people, relying on their formidable connections, dare to occupy room 808. Yet what they produce is hardly fit for the trash. They should consider their own abilities before attempting to compete with Teacher Li. In the corridor of the composition department, a few creators congregated, conversing while casting envious glances towards room 808, their jealousy palpable. Li Wenbo, hand in pockets, sauntered to the door of room 808. I advise certain individuals to possess a modicum of self-awareness. They should vacate this office post-haste, lest they tarnish such a prime location. Suddenly, he halted, raising his voice. Indeed, who besides Teacher Li is qualified to occupy room 808? The surrounding individuals readily agreed. Meanwhile, in the singer's lounge, Li Siki sat alone in a corner, her expression marred by disappointment and indignation. How dare she accept such a dreadful song? Surely her mind must be clouded. Having sung a song no one desires, she thought to turn her fortunes around. Now look, she has brought upon herself great disgrace. Indeed, does she even consider the caliber of the songwriter? Associating with a talentless creator, what fruitful outcome could possibly arise? I fear that Li Siki's future may be irrevocably ruined. Without Teacher Li writing for her, what waves could she hope to make? Several female artists gathered, casting furtive glances at Li Siki while whispering among themselves. Particularly, Zhou Mengqi, whose voice rang the loudest and whose tone was the most cutting. At that moment, Liu Xiaobai suddenly entered, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ah, is this not our company's most exceptional music creator? How dare you come here to demand an explanation for your masterpiece? Zhou Mengqi sauntered over, her hips swaying. Liu Xiaobai's gaze slowly shifted toward her, his piercing eyes causing Zhou Mengqi to instinctively take a step back. She felt as though she were prey being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Where are you? Get out of my sight. Liu Xiaobai coldly regarded her, his glare sharp as a blade. This woman, whose reputation had become utterly tarnished, still dared to show her face in the company. A collective gasp echoed through the office. This young man is truly audacious. Zhou Mengqi's complexion paled, her nails digging deep in her palm. She was a diva. When had she ever endured such humiliation? And what are you? How dare you be disrespectful to me? Her features twisted in fury as she charged forward, intent on slapping Liu Xiaobai. Quick as a flash, Liu Xiaobai seized her wrist. I never strike women. Do not force my hand, he coldly warned, his eyes devoid of warmth. Zhou Mengqi's pupils constricted violently, a chill racing up her spine. The man's gaze was terrifying. Bah, trash. Liu Xiaobai spat at her before striding over to Li Siki. You. Zhou Mengqi's chest heaved. The stares of her colleagues pierced her like needles. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Siki, will you still dare to sing my song in the future? Liu Xiaobai ignored Zhou Mengqi and spoke to Li Siki, his tone suddenly softening as if he were an entirely different person. Of course, it would be an honor. Li Siki nodded emphatically. Excellent. Liu Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted her shoulder, leaving her with a parting remark. Remember, those who mock you today will not even be worthy of holding your shoes tomorrow. At that moment, Zhang Haoran sat in a car with his assistant, en route to a signing with Longting. I have been sentenced to a lifetime of solitude by love, neither retaliating nor letting go. The circles I cannot finish drawing with my pen, the connections my heart cannot fully embrace, are all you. Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang. A fleeting glint of cunning flashed across his face, and he feigned a flustered demeanor as he rummaged through his bag for his phone. In truth, he had chanced upon this song the previous night, captivated by its unique melody and heartfelt lyrics, playing it on repeat for an entire night. Thus, he had set it as his ringtone, hoping to share it with Director Zhang at the opportune moment. Upon hearing the tune, Zhang Haoran's expression turned grave. This song holds some intrigue. Xiaowan, what is this? As soon as the assistant ended the call, Zhang Haoran eagerly inquired. This is the second song sent by Longting. The assistant blinked. What did you say? Is it written by that Liu something by? Indeed. Hurry, let us listen to it again. All right. The assistant quickly pulled out a tablet and began to play it. This song is exactly what I've been seeking. Compared to this, Li Wenbo's piece is utterly insignificant. After listening, Zhang Haoran trembled all over, his scalp tingling. Although his understanding of music is limited, he can certainly distinguish between gold and mere scrap. Chapter 30. The unknown individual surprisingly applies for a Weibo account. The arrival of Director Zhang has truly brought glory to Longting. Huang Wenkai warmly welcomed Zhang Haoran. who had just entered Longting, along with Li Wenbo and others. "Where's Teacher Lu? Where's Teacher Lu Xiaobai?" Zhang Haoran inquired, hastily bypassing pleasantries. "Director Zhang, I am a composer of the theme song. Why are you looking for Lu Xiaobai?" Li Wenbo expressed his confusion. "Apologies, but I have decided to replace the theme song with Teacher Lu's piece, Silence," Zhang Haoran replied, filled with regret. "What?" This statement struck Li Wenbo like a bolt from the blue. Echoing in his mind, hadn't they agreed on the song? Why the sudden change? "Are you toying with me?" Li Wenbo's voice rose sharply, his expression turning ominous. "Teacher Li, you misunderstand. I am merely addressing the matter, not the individual," Zhang Haoran responded with an air of calm. In Longhua, the status of a composer is quite elevated. However, Li Wenbo's standing in the music industry pales in comparison to Zhang Haoran's prominence in the film realm, rendering him unfazed by Li Wenbo's indignation. "You are mocking me. You are absolutely mocking me." Li Wenbo's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes blazing with a humiliated fury. "Quick, Director Huang, please find Teacher Lu Xiaobai at once." Zhang Haoran urged Huang Wenkai repeatedly, ignoring Li Wenbo. "I just called Teacher Lu. He said he was unavailable." Huang Wenkai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "What?" The hall fell into an abrupt silence, with everyone around gasping in shock. "Who is Zhang Haoran?" "He is the top director in Longhua, renowned for his award-winning films, and has directed the opening and closing ceremonies of the Olympic Games, as well as the Spring Festival Gala. How could a mere newcomer like Lu Xiaobai dare to claim he was unavailable?" Everyone knew that he often slacked off, arriving late and leaving early. Just as everyone anticipated Zhang Haoran's explosive anger, he suddenly laughed heartily. "I suppose my initial decision not to choose Teacher Lu Song may have upset him. However, one must have pride when young. I shall personally apologize to him." The sight of a top director personally apologizing to a fledgling artist astonished the surrounding staff, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Meanwhile, Li Wenbo staggered backward, his face ashen. Zhang Haoran strode purposefully toward the elevator, followed by a group of stunned Longting executives. "I knew it. I knew Teacher Lu's song would be chosen." As they passed the artist's lounge, Li Siki, hiding around the corner, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Teacher Lu, I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your greatness." Zhang Haoran bowed repeatedly before Lu Xiaobai, his face filled with remorse. Outside the office, a crowd had quietly gathered. Li Wenbo stood among them, his face darkened, brimming with resentment and fury. Indeed, the profound respect Zhang Haoran holds for Lu Xiaobai stems not only from a sense of guilt, but also from the fact that Lu Xiaobai is unequivocally his savior. Indeed, a true benefactor. Upon receiving the script for Seven-Year Pact, Zhang Haoran astutely recognized it as a cinematic catastrophe. Yet, having accepted payment and signed the contract, he felt compelled to endure the filming process. He could vividly envision the dismal box office outcomes once the film was released, which would undoubtedly render it the greatest embarrassment of his career. However, the emergence of the classic song Silence dramatically altered the landscape. On one hand, this song could serve as the pivotal promotional element, enticing audiences to flock to theaters and thereby salvaging the box office. On the other hand, viewers might mitigate their negative critiques of the film due to their affection for the song, thus preserving its reputation. Consequently, Zhang Haoran's gratitude towards Lu Xiaobai was beyond expression. "Director Zhang, you flatter me. I am merely a novice, and it is only natural that I am not fully trusted," Lu Xiaobai remarked, raising an eyebrow. No, your talent surpasses my expectations. This song is a perfect match for my film. I implore you, in your generosity, to allow Silence to be the theme song for the movie." Zhang Haoran exclaimed eagerly. "Certainly, but I have a small request." Despite being praised by top director, Lu Xiaobai exhibited no signs of surprise, remaining remarkably composed. "Speak." Zhang Haoran was mentally prepared. "This theme song must be performed by Li Siki." Lu Xiaobai indicated a figure in the crowd with a slight gesture. Upon hearing this, Li Siki clasped her mouth in disbelief, her heart racing with excitement. The gazes of those around her turned towards her, filled with shock and envy. "No problem," Zhang Haoran readily agreed. "In Long Country, creators inherently wield significant influence, making this request quite reasonable. Outside the office, some were envious, others resentful, while many whispered among themselves, "This woman is bound to rise." Meanwhile, Li Wenbo had quietly vanished into the throng. Cheng Zihan, chewing on a straw, idly scrolled through Weibo. As a junior music student and blogger, his daily routine involved perusing industry updates each morning. Suddenly, a notification from an account named Unnamed caught his attention. With a startled gasp, he accidentally sprayed his milk tea. His fingers trembled as he opened the account page, the blue verification checkmark glaring back at him. His mind momentarily blanked. No way, Unnamed actually registered a Weibo account? He swiftly took a screenshot and posted it on his music blogger account, which boasted 100,000 followers. Captioning it with a single phrase, "The entire entertainment industry is about to be shaken tonight." Within 3 minutes, Cheng Zihan's Weibo exploded. What the heck? Is this for real? Could it possibly be that individual who spontaneously composed 2 classics at the Nanjiao concert? Who else could it be? This was monumental news. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Zihan checked the trending topics. The account Unnamed had skyrocketed to the top of the hot search list at lightning speed. At this moment, Liu Xiaobai's Weibo account has completely exploded in the comment section. Goodness, what a surprise. This gentleman has actually created a Weibo account? I'm in awe. This young lady is both beautiful and charming, seeking to be supported. I humbly request for more of your daily updates, so I may bask in your illustrious presence. I hope you notice me. I shall love you for 10,000 years. One comment garnered an astounding 100,000 likes. Esteemed one, could you please share a photo? I wish to behold your true visage. Countless netizens left comments, eagerly requesting pictures. Additionally, many artists commented beneath, seeking songs. Teacher, could you compose a song for me? You may set any price. Dear esteemed one, look at me. My vocal range is extensive. I can master any song. I implore a collaboration. Teacher, do you think I am worthy to sing your songs? The humility was palpable. As time progressed, major entertainment companies began a fierce competition to recruit talent. Teacher, come to us. You may select resources at your leisure. You can dictate the terms. Join us, and we will ensure top-tier treatment as we create a musical empire together. Alas, despite the fervent adulation, the enigmatic individual offered no responses. For Liu Xiaobai, the primary purpose of opening a Weibo account was solely to execute his revenge plan. After registering under his real name, he cast all other matters to the winds. At Binhai Airport, today marked the day Su Nanjiao returned from the capital, and Liu Xiaobai was there to greet her. Flight 5371 from the capital had just landed. As the announcement echoed, Liu Xiaobai's gaze instantly fixed upon the exit. Finally, Su Nanjiao emerged from the corridor, effortlessly guiding her suitcase. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the white shirt paired with blue jeans accentuated her tall, slender figure, captivating the attention of countless passers-by. Even with sunglasses and a mask, she could not conceal the extraordinary elegance of the Jade Maiden sect leader. Nanjiao. Liu Xiaobai waved at her. Upon recognizing him, her eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed toward him. Slow down. Liu Xiaobai hurriedly approached, taking the suitcase from her grasp. Xiaobai. Su Nanjiao offered a gentle smile, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. She then averted her gaze, a hint of shyness flickering in her expression. I haven't properly thank you for that matter. It was merely a small thing, Liu Xiaobai replied. Reluctant to disclose his plans for revenge against Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenbo, fearing it might trouble her. As they conversed, they unknowingly strolled into the parking lot. Xiaobai, have you bought a car? Sunandia inquit, so mewat supit. Yes, Liu Xiaobai replied, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He had purchased a Toyota Camry. During this time, he had gradually received payments for the theme song from director Zhang, along with royalties from Invisible Wings and Love You, in addition to the signing fee from Longting. Now, his net worth had reached at least 5 million. Nonetheless, Liu Xiaobai chose the Toyota Camry, primarily due to its affordability, as he was also saving to purchase a larger home for his mother and younger sister. Moreover, he was prepared to continue his quiet existence in the background, opting to maintain a low profile. However, accustomed to luxurious vehicles, Su Nanjiao showed no disdain for Lu Xiaobai's modest car. Instead, she joyfully settled into the seat. "I can ride in your car again," Su Nanjiao exclaimed, playfully sticking out her tongue. Upon witnessing the goddess's breathtaking beauty, Lu Xiaobai felt his heart flutter and blurted out, "Then I shall be your lifelong chauffeur." At these words, a faint blush crept across Su Nanjiao's cheeks. "By the way, what songs have you written for me during this time?" To alleviate the awkwardness, Su Nanjiao shifted the conversation. "It's a song about growth, loss, and return. I intend to theme your new album around growth." The mention of this subject instantly invigorated Lu Xiaobai. "Oh, so? You mean to say I should sing less or avoid love songs altogether?" he queried. "But love songs are my forte. Why would you want to steer clear of this theme?" Su Nanjiao blinked her large eyes, full of confusion. Lu Xiaobai lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "It's not about avoiding love songs," he said, his voice deep, "but rather that your current state deserves a more intricate expression." "What do you mean?" Su Nanjiao tilted her head to look at him. "You cannot forever be a singer confined to the realm of trivial love songs." Lu Xiaobai turned his head, his gaze steady upon her. Su Nanjiao felt a rush of emotion, her heart swelling. A singer who remains perpetually limited to simplistic love songs risks encountering a ceiling in artistic vitality and market growth. To expand one's career, one must break free from conventional molds. Simultaneously, Su Nanjiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart, realizing that he had even considered this aspect for her. What a thoughtful man. At that moment, the car had already come to a halt outside Su Nanjiao's residence. "Come to my house. You can sing that song for me," Su Nanjiao suddenly said as Lu Xiaobai prepared to bid farewell. "Sure," Lu Xiaobai replied, a smile gracing his lips. "However, I have a sister who is rather introverted and proud. You will need to be patient with her," Su Nanjiao added somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, you have a sister?" Lu Xiaobai inquired with curiosity. "What? Just because you have a sister, I can't have one?" Su Nanjiao shot him a playful glare. The elevator chimed, stopping at the 16th floor. Su Nanjiao's home was situated within an upscale residential complex. The entrance to the spacious apartment was adorned with exquisitely textured natural marble. Elegant artistic sculptures flanked the corridor, lending an air of sophistication. "In time, I plan to buy a similar place for my mother and sister," Lu Xiaobai thought, his spirits soaring. Su Nanjiao opened the door, revealing a bright and expansive 500-square-meter apartment. In truth, she had once owned a villa, but due to being sidelined by her company and a lack of income, she had to sell it. Now that she had money, her busy schedule had not afforded her the opportunity to purchase another. Upon entering, one was greeted by an immensely spacious living room. Before Lu Xiaobai could thoroughly survey the interior, his gaze was drawn to a small figure. On the sofa in the living room sat a little girl cradling a small dog. She was of the same age as Lu Xiaoyan, appearing as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale, a delicate doll. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes resembled two crystal-clear lakes. Truly, she was a little beauty, a testament to her lineage. Upon seeing Lu Xiaobai enter, the girl merely raised her eyelids slightly, then nonchalantly diverted her gaze back to the animated show on the television. "It seemed this was my future sister-in-law, strikingly similar to my wife. The dog she held must have shared the same name as mine." Lu Xiaobai pondered. "Su Mingyao, quickly call him Brother Xiaobai," Su Nanjiao remarked with a frown while removing her shoes. I won't." The little girl shot a glance at Lu Xiaobai while brushing the dog's fur. Her voice was bright, yet carried an aloofness that belied her age. Su Nanjiao felt embarrassed. How infuriating to be looked down upon by a little girl. Lu Xiaobai felt a sense of indignation and resolved to improve his relationship with his future sister-in-law. "Hello, little sister. Your name is Su Mingyao. Isn't it? Such a lovely name. How old are you? You must be in elementary school by now." Regardless of Lu Xiaobai's attempts at conversation, the girl's responses were always a single syllable. This child was perpetually aloof. Perhaps it was best to disregard her. Sunankia Tuka Wili. Chapter 32. Premiere of 7-Year Promise Undeterred. Lu Xiaobai decided to amuse the little girl with a joke. "Let me tell you a story. There was a turtle that got injured and asked a snail to fetch some medicine. However, after 2 hours, the snail had still not returned. The turtle exclaimed, 'If you don't come back soon, I'm going to die. Just then, a voice from outside called, "If you keep talking, I'm not going." Upon finishing the joke, Lu Xiaobai burst into laughter, causing Su Nanjiao to stifle a giggle as well. However, Su Mingyao remained unyieldingly aloof. She scratched the lion dog a few times, and the little creature opened its mouth, its snowy body trembling as if in laughter. The laughter of Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao abruptly ceased as the little girl scolded them both simultaneously. Disregarding the frosty demeanor of the little girl, they traversed the corridor and arrived at Su Nanjiao's practice room. "Don't mind her. Su Mingyao wasn't always like this," Su Nanjiao explained with a bitter smile. It turned out that Su Nanjiao had once been thriving in her career, earning substantial income. To provide her sister with a better educational environment, she enrolled her in a prestigious private elementary school. At that time, Su Mingyao had a lively and cheerful disposition. However, after Su Nanjiao faced a downer in her career and her father required expensive surgery, their family's financial situation deteriorated drastically. The little girl had to transfer to an ordinary school. Naturally sensitive, she struggled to cope with such a significant change, gradually becoming reclusive and introverted. As they conversed, they entered the practice room, a spacious area equipped with various musical instruments. Guitar, piano, keyboard, bass, drums, and violin. Are these instruments all within your repertoire? I possess only a modicum of skill on the piano. Why then, have you acquired so many instruments? Am I not permitted to learn? Su Nanjiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Very well. Allow me to perform this new song for you and see if it resonates with you. Lu Xiaobai declared as he seated himself before the piano. The soothing prelude of the piano began to play. Once the introduction concluded, Lu Xiaobai commenced a gentle rendition. In my childhood, during those noisy and willful days, my grandmother would sing to soothe me. On summer afternoons, the old songs would comfort me. It seemed that one of those songs went like this. His voice was tender and heartfelt, evoking memories of warmth and beauty that transported Su Nanjiao back to her youth. The new song Lu Xiaobai composed for her was none other than the beloved Darkness that had been famously covered by the renowned singer Zhang. Wow, this song is truly enchanting. It could easily serve as the lead single for an album. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then you should practice diligently. While Su Nanjiao rehearsed, the board Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel, which prominently displayed Prestige Points, 10, 129. Skills acquired, Basic Piano Performance Ability. Skills available for redemption, Basic Guitar Performance Ability, Basic Violin Performance Ability. He suddenly realized that his prestige points had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 10,000. Just a few days prior, his prestige stood at a mere 7,000. How has my prestige grown so dramatically without releasing new music? Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. He quickly deduced that the surge was likely due to his newfound presence on Weibo. So, he opened his Weibo account. Oh my goodness! Lu Xiaobai was instantly astounded. At that moment, his Weibo followers had reached an astounding 20 million. While this may seem modest compared to Su Nanjiao's staggering 1 billion followers, or even the 15 billion of the once celebrated Zhou Mingqi, it was essential to remember that Lu Xiaobai had only established his Weibo account 3 days prior. Moreover, he was merely a behind-the-scenes creator, enjoying far less exposure than Su Nanjiao. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaobai published his inaugural post. Thank you all for your support. I will be sharing snippets of my musical creations here. By the way, I have written a new song for Nanjiao. Do keep an eye out for her upcoming album. In truth, Lu Xiaobai's primary motivation for creating a Weibo account was to subtly retaliate against Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenbo. However, he needed to ensure that his intentions were not overtly apparent. If his first post directly targeted them, it would be too conspicuous. At that moment, the comments section erupted like a powder keg, bursting into a frenzy. Ah, the Great One is finally posted. Early birds, check in. Has the maestro already penned another new song? Truly a rapid-fire creator. Eagerly anticipating Nanjiao's new album, I can hardly contain myself. Thank you for composing such wonderful songs for my beloved Nanjiao. Maestro, what is your relationship with Nanjiao? I bet they are a couple. Nonsense. My Nanjiao would never fall for another man. Outside the Grand Starlight Cinema in Binhai City, the crowd surged like a roaring tide, twisting and winding into an endless line that stretched beyond sight. On this day, the grand premiere of the film A 7-Year Appointment was held. This cinematic masterpiece is the brainchild of the esteemed director Zhang Haoran, whose previous works have garnered numerous accolades and achieved both critical and commercial success. He is nothing short of a legendary figure in the industry. Consequently, the anticipation surrounding this film soared to astronomical heights. It is said that director Zhang devoted an entire year to the preparation of this film, surely marking it as a cinematic triumph of the year. Having stumbled upon the trailer, I was captivated by the exquisite visual quality. Every frame could be framed as art. With Zhang's esteemed reputation, this film is undoubtedly worth a viewing. Furthermore, the cast is formidable, featuring both seasoned actors and popular stars, making its success virtually inevitable. The audience buzzed with excitement. Amidst the fervent anticipation and lively discussions, the moment to enter the theater finally arrived. Inside the auditorium, Zhang Haoran gazed at the sea of faces below, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. In the past, directing the Olympic opening ceremony and the Spring Festival Gala had not stirred such anxiety within him. Deep down, he understood that a 7-year appointment was destined to be a colossal failure. Despite his meticulous attention to detail and relentless pursuit of perfection, he could not disguise the fundamental flaws in the plot and its illogical sequences. Yet, it was too late to turn back now. He fervently hoped that the young artist's new song could salvage a modicum of dignity for him. Zhang Haoran murmured to himself. As the lights dimmed in the auditorium and the screen illuminated, the film commenced. Initially, the dazzling visuals enveloped the audience, eliciting soft gasps of admiration. However, as the plot unfolded, discrepancies began to surface. Goodness, the plot twists were excessively abrupt, akin to sudden hairpin turns. The romantic development between the protagonists escalated at an alarming pace, devoid of any groundwork. I must retract my earlier praise. This is unequivocally a contender for the title of worst film. Hearing the audience's murmurs, Zhang Haoran felt his shirt soak through with sweat. This could ruin my hard-earned reputation. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 33. I owe you a favor. As the plot continued to falter, the audience's critiques grew increasingly incisive. Director Zhang had indeed faced a debacle, shattering my expectations into fragments. I was left wondering how such an absurd storyline could have been conceived. Moreover, the performances were lackluster. Certain popular stars seemed to merely coast through the film, their expressions wooden as though carved from timber, while even veteran actors struggled to shine. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the narrative reached its climax. At this moment, the female lead and male lead were separated, and a wave of longing surged within her. Suddenly, a hauntingly beautiful piano prelude filled the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The once boisterous auditorium fell into a hushed silence. Unable to resist, I transformed into a stubborn fish, swimming against the current as the song's silence resonated softly. My goodness, what a divine song! How utterly enchanting! A young girl's eyes widened, resembling saucers. This melody, these lyrics, I dare say, are nothing short of a stroke of genius. A young man clad in a trendy hoodie gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. The vows he once earnestly pledged in his youth had silently sunk into the depths of the ocean. After reliving those moments a few times, the outcome remained unchanged, losing you. At that moment, some individuals began to feel the sting of tears welling in their eyes. The poignancy of these lyrics struck a deep chord within me, each line resonating profoundly. Who penned this song? I must become an ardent fan immediately. It is simply exquisite. Do you think it might have been written by an obscure artist? There is no need for doubt. It could only be the work of a master. As the song reached its climax, Lee Siki's voice soared dramatically. I have been condemned to a lifetime of solitude by love, neither retaliating nor letting go. The circles my pen cannot complete, the bonds my heart cannot fulfill, are you. The audience collectively felt a shiver run down their spines. In the front row, a bespectacled middle-aged man abruptly grasped his wife's arm. Oh my! Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back row. A young woman covered her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. In this moment, She was transported back to her first love. They had once vowed to stand by each other for eternity. Yet, the one marrying him was another. At the wedding, she held her composure, shedding not a single tear. Everyone believed she had moved on from that chapter of her life. But only she knew that her entire world had crumbled. Have you forgotten the vows we once sincerely made in our youth? Do you know I have been condemned to a lifetime of solitude by love? In that instant, she felt a fissure crack open in her tightly sealed heart. Her emotional defenses utterly shattered. She wept inconsolably, her cries piercing the air. The film's 7-year promise mirrored her emotional journey, finally reaching its conclusion. As the lights illuminated the room, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. For this song alone, the price of admission was well worth it. As the theater lights gradually brightened, an unusual silence enveloped the screening room. No one rose from their seats, no one gathered the popcorn buckets, and not even a whisper was heard. All eyes were fixed intently on the screen, awaiting the final credits. At last, following an interminable list of special effects teams, art directors, and editors, a simple line of black text on a white background emerged. Theme song, silence, lyrics and composition, Xiaobai, performed by Siki. Instantly, the entire auditorium erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Xiaobai? Who is that? I've never heard of this person. To craft such a stunning song, they cannot possibly be unknown. Such a magnificent piece should not be the creation of an anonymous artist, should it? Thus, has our nation given rise to yet another genius composer? Wait a moment. Why does Siki's name seem so familiar? She appears to be a former third-rate singer. Whispers and murmurs fill the air. In the front row, a blogger quickly began typing a post on Weibo. Breaking. The theme song of 7-Year Promise is actually composed by a newcomer. Following an unknown artist, yet another genius has emerged. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped a calamity. He promptly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xiaobai. Teacher Liu, I cannot thank you enough. I owe you a favor this time. As the audience hurried home, the news of the premiere of the 7-year agreement swiftly spread across the internet. The theme song Silent and the name Xiaobai skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. A divine melody rescued a lackluster film. I must concede. Indeed, the film's plot left much to be desired. Were it not for this song, I would not have wished to linger for even a second longer. This newcomer, Xiaobai, is truly a prodigy of the music realm, pulling the movie from the depths of mediocrity. Is there anyone else, like me, who plans to watch the 7-year agreement a second time just to hear Silent? Count me in. Let us go for a second viewing. Are the fools upstairs out of their minds? If you want to hear the song, just wait for it to be released on music platforms. Why subject yourself to that dreadful film again? You're the foolish one. How long must we wait for this song's release? Exactly. I can't wait another minute. Similar comments poured in like snowflakes. Shortly thereafter, another Weibo post ignited a fresh wave of discussion. The post proclaimed, after the nameless one, another genius creator has emerged. This tweet instantly became the focus of the entire internet. As a loyal fan of the nameless artist, I must say, Xiaobai is quite impressive. Both of these individuals are indisputable geniuses. I sense a promising future for the Chinese music scene. They seem like twin stars of the music world, poised to carry the banner of Chinese music forward. Are the people upstairs unwell? Does Xiaobai truly deserve to be compared to the nameless artist? The nameless one has produced 5 classic songs, including Invisible Wings, Love You, and Where Has the Time Gone? What does Xiaobai have? Just a single song, Silent. What can he possibly compare? Just because he wrote one good song, he dares to challenge the nameless artist? Haha, you've completely lost it. In an instant, the comment section became charged with tension. At this moment, Xiaobai, Su Nanjiao, and the aloof little girl Su Mingyao were seated around the dining table enjoying dinner. Su Nanjiao held her phone, reading the fervent and amusing comments from netizens, laughing uncontrollably. Xiaobai, you found yourself a rival in the nameless one, she said, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Boring. The little girl pouted, her delicate brows furrowing, her rosy lips pressed into a straight line. Mingyao, you don't realize that your brother Xiaobai and the nameless artist are the same person, and now their fans are at each other's throats. Su Nanjiao explained. unable to suppress her laughter afterward. Oh, Su Mengyao remained expressionless. Chapter 34. My alter ego actually outshone my true self, by the way. Director Zhang mentioned he owes you a favor. You've hit the jackpot this time. Su Nanjiao, unable to deal with her sister, decided to change the topic. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, pausing his actions to listen to Su Nanjiao. Director Zhang is a man of his word. Since he said it, if you have any requests in the future, as long as they aren't excessive, he will comply. Moreover, he has extensive connections and immense influence in the industry. His films have won numerous awards, and he is also the chief director for the Olympics and the Spring Festival Gala. Su Nanjiao took a sip of milk, cleared her throat, and said, "If I were to request that you perform at the Spring Festival Gala, would that be an unreasonable demand?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaobai replied. Upon hearing this, both Su Nanjiao and Su Mengyao looked at him in astonishment. This man truly cares for my sister. A flicker of unusual brilliance shone in the originally cool gaze of the little girl. Su Nanjiao's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She hurriedly lowered her head, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner excitement. To step onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala is the pinnacle moment that every singer yearns for. Now, knowing her dream, Lu Xiaobai was the first to think of using director Zhang's goodwill to help her realize it. This sentiment instantly touched the softest part of her heart. After dinner, Lu Xiaobai prepared to take his leave. Su Nanjiao longed to say, "Why not just stay here?" But each time the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. By the way, Xiaobai, you could bring Xiaoyan over to play sometime. Mengyao has no friends at school. Perhaps this would help her become more cheerful. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to start the car, Su Nanjiao suddenly spoke. Once the words left her mouth, she couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. How am I so smart? Using my sister as an excuse is truly brilliant. If Xiaobai frequently visits, wouldn't it naturally lead to him moving in? Sound good? Lu Xiaobai's eyes brightened at once, and he wholeheartedly endorsed the idea. His sister often spends time alone at home, which can be quite lonely. At 9 a.m., in the lobby of Longting Entertainment Building, the moment Lu Xiaobai pushed open the revolving door, the receptionist sprang up, exclaiming, "Good morning, Teacher Lu." Her voice was sweet enough to drip honey. Approaching the elevator, several artist assistants, who had been chatting, fell silent. "Please, Teacher Lu." One girl with a high ponytail hurried over, eagerly pressing the up button. "Brother Xiaobai, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Talented genius, here is Xiaomei's phone number. If you feel lonely, you can chat with her. As Lu Xiaobai made his way to his office, greetings and flattery echoed all around him. Ever since Silence became a hit, nearly everyone's attitude towards him has taken a complete turn. The most fervent admirers were undoubtedly the artists. Since singing Silence, Lisiki's career has seemingly taken off like a rocket. Her schedule is packed with engagements, some extending into the next year. Countless artists, envious and green-eyed, have watched this unfold, longing to establish a connection with Lu Xiaobai, hoping he might compose a song tailored just for them. As Lu Xiaobai arrived at his office door, he found Li Wenbo standing in the corridor, puffing smoke with several creators while engaging in animated discussion. Upon seeing Lu Xiaobai, a flicker of discomfort crossed Li Wenbo's face. "Teacher Li, Xiaobai is a newcomer. He will need your guidance in the future," Lu Xiaobai said with a smile, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. To Li Wenbo, these words felt like a dagger, piercing straight into his fragile and sensitive pride. "Damn it, guidance my foot. Your song has been praised as a blossoming flower, while my own has been disparaged as worthless. How can you still rely on me for guidance? What arrogance you possess. No matter how impressive you may be, can you surpass the Nameless One? If you dare, go flaunt yourself before him." Li Wenbo exclaimed in a fit of rage. He understood that he was no match for Lu Xiaobai and could only hastily invoke the name of the Nameless One to diminish Lu Xiaobai's spirit. Indeed, just because you pen a good song, you think you can soar to the heavens. The Nameless One, on the other hand, has genuinely crafted 5 classic masterpieces. What is even more admirable is his unwavering humility, never seeking the limelight. This embodies the true essence and stature of a creator. A creator named Zhang echoed in agreement. "Well said, Teacher Zhang. We should take the Nameless One as our model, dedicating ourselves to creation unmoved by fame or fortune, so that we may leave behind authentic masterpieces in this tumultuous music industry. Another slightly plump creator nodded vigorously. It seems you all hold the nameless one in high regard? Liu Xiaobai paused in his action of opening the door, turning around to inquire. Without a doubt, he is the epitome of a true musician. Li Wenbo stood tall with an air of righteousness. Who would have imagined that not long ago he had vehemently disparaged the nameless one? Liu Xiaobai remained silent, turning to enter his opulent office. When my identity is revealed, I wonder how your expressions will change. He chuckled inwardly. At that moment, he opened his computer to check the music charts. To his delight, the song Silent had forcefully entered the top 5 of the new song chart. The top 4 songs were Invisible Wings, Where Has the Time Gone, You, My Deskmate, and The Wind Rises. Meanwhile, the sweet and lively Love You fell slightly short in reputation and sales, primarily appealing to young girls in the throes of romance. Nevertheless, it was commendable, ranking 6th right after Silent. How amusing that my pseudonym has outperformed my true self. Liu Xiaobai chuckled softly. Just then, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Entering was Longtang CEO, Lu Feng. Brother, you have truly brought honor to our Longting Entertainment this time. Lu Feng grasped Liu Xiaobai's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. Silent is simply a sensational hit. Li Siki is inundated with bookings, all thanks to your talent. I foresee you as a leading figure in the future of the Chinese music scene. He gazed at Liu Xiaobai with admiration. You flatter me, Brother Feng. This opportunity is a gift from the company. Liu Xiaobai feigned humility. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles. To an outsider, they would appear as long-lost friends. You're just too modest. Lu Feng laughed heartily, patting Liu Xiaobai on the shoulder. The company has decided to assign you a dedicated personal assistant to help with your daily affairs. You can choose the candidate from within the company. What do you think? Lu Feng's voice boomed, clearly audible to the creators outside the door. Chapter 35. I hope you do not attend the award ceremony upon hearing those words. Jealousy ignited in their eyes. It is not uncommon for music creators to be assigned personal assistants, but such a privilege is typically reserved for top-tier talents. Yet Liu Xiaobai, having composed merely one remarkable song, seemed an unlikely candidate for such treatment. What was even more significant was the latter assertion. He could choose his own assistant. Knowing that Longting, as an entertainment company, was replete with beautiful young women, the notion of him selecting freely felt akin to a grand selection of brides. This scoundrel was truly fortunate. With this thought, they nearly lost their composure. All right, many thanks to Brother Feng. Liu Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Having an assistant would indeed be beneficial, as it could help with the school runs for his sister. Here are finest of Hong Pao and Cuban cigars. Should you need more, feel free to retrieve them from my office. Immediately, Lu Feng produced a box of tea and cigars from his bag and placed them on the table. There is no need for such formality, Brother Feng. We are family. Speak frankly, Liu Xiaobai replied with a smile. He understood well that when one offers gifts, there is usually an underlying request. Haha, indeed. We are all family. Lu Feng chuckled heartily. As it happens, the Chinese music gala is about to take place. You must be aware of this ceremony? He continued. Yes, I have heard of it, Liu Xiaobai responded. This gala, organized by the Music Association, is the most prestigious music awards ceremony in Longhua. If an unknown individual wins an award, I hope you will refrain from attending the ceremony. Of course, if you win as yourself, that would be a different matter. Lu Feng gazed intently at him, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. The contract had long stipulated that Liu Xiaobai must not reveal his identity as an unknown individual. However, receiving an award at the gala was an honor of immense stature, an ultimate aspiration for nearly all musicians and singers. Lu Feng feared that Liu Xiaobai might succumb to the allure of fame and ultimately choose to breach the contract. Brother Feng, you are overthinking this, Liu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. By now, he had become quite addicted to the role of a behind-the-scenes figure. He relished the anonymity and the power of influencing events from the shadows. He had no desire to step into the limelight. Furthermore, if a pseudonym could win an award, surely he could too. Was that not laughable? Satisfied, Lu Feng departed. Hardly had he left when a knock echoed at the door once more. This time, it was soon Nanjiao who entered, her face adorned with a smile. her skin as fair as snow, and her cheeks slightly flushed, rendering Lu Xiaobai momentarily entranced. Xiaobai, shall we go out for a meal? I cannot. I must pick up Xiaoyan from school shortly. Oh, in that case, I shall join you and pick up Mengyao as well. But our routes differ. Which school does Mengyao attend? Binhai Primary School. What a coincidence. Xiaoyan attends the same school. As it turned out, Su Nanjiao did not genuinely need to fetch her sister. That task was typically handled by a nanny. Yet, she simply wished to spend more time with Lu Xiaobai. The two chatted as they walked side by side out of the office. This scene instantly captivated the envious and jealous gazes of countless onlookers. The music creators primarily directed their envy towards Lu Xiaobai, who had seamlessly integrated himself with the enchanting head of the Jade Maiden since his arrival at the company. Typically, Su Nanjiao maintained a polite yet distant demeanor with others. Yet now, she was engaged in light-hearted banter with Lu Xiaobai, igniting jealousy among her peers. However, a greater number of artists found themselves envious of Su Nanjiao, who had cultivated deep connections with obscure figures, which had already drawn admiration from many. Now, she had allied herself with the illustrious teacher Lu, prompting whispers of indignation. Why should she monopolize all the good fortune? Some even succumbed to murmured curses. Once again, Su Nanjiao found herself in Lu Xiaobai's luxurious Camry. Ever since he purchased the vehicle, she had seldom driven herself. Upon arriving at Binhai Primary School, clusters of parents congregated at the entrance. As Su Nanjiao stepped out of the car, she immediately became the center of attention. Clad in a delicate yellow floral dress, her fair legs glowed like ivory under the sun, and her exquisite collarbone peeked alluringly from the neckline. With skin as flawless as snow and cheeks softly flushed, she resembled the blossoming peach flowers of spring. The male parents around her were irresistibly drawn to her presence. One father, who had been engaged in conversation, found his gaze locked onto Su Nanjiao, his eyes widening in astonishment. A few younger fathers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of panic and intrigue, unable to resist stealing furtive glances at her. Thankfully, Su Nanjiao wore a mask and sunglasses. Otherwise, the scene might have erupted into a frenzy. Who is this girl? How have I never seen her before? Surely, they cannot be a couple? Goodness, if she were my wife, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. No, I trade 50 years. But wouldn't that mean you're on the verge of death? Are you cursing me? You said that yourself. You're in your 30s now. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the school bell rang. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoyan emerged with a few young girls. Brother, Lu Xiaoyan spotted Lu Xiaobai and excitedly rushed over. Sister Nanjiao is here too? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded Su Nanjiao, now fully aware of her identity. Indeed, Su Nanjiao knelt down to gently caress her little face. Shall we head home? Wait a moment, we still need to pick someone up. The trio waited for what felt like an eternity, with the school gate nearly deserted, before a delicate little girl, head bowed, emerged alone. Su Mendia, Su Nanjiao called out. Su Mengyao raised her eyes, surprised to see her sister and Lu Xiaobai together. Today, my sister and brother Bai came to pick me up from school. So, you are Nanjiao's sister. Hello, I'm Lu Xiaoyan from Class 2, Grade 3. And you? Lu Xiaoyan eagerly grasped her hand. I'm from Class 1, Grade 4. Su Mengyao spoke sparingly, her demeanor remaining aloof. On the way home, Lu Xiaoyan chattered animatedly about amusing tales from school, while Su Nanjiao listened with a smile, responding gently from time to time. Only Su Mengyao maintained her silence. Lu Xiaobai, driving, caught sight of this warm scene in the rearview mirror, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Let us head to my house. In the afternoon, I asked the aunt to take the two of them to school, Su Nanjiao remarked. That sounds good, Lu Xiaobai replied. By the way, Sister Nanjiao, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the school is organizing a cultural performance. I plan to sing your song, Where Has the Time Gone? Please teach me to sing during this period, Lu Xiaoyan said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Su Nanjiao. Although her brother could sing, his skills paled in comparison to those of a superstar. With Su Nanjiao's guidance, she was sure to shine during the performance. Sure, but I am quite strict when teaching, so be prepared for some hard work. Su Nanjiao replied with a smile. Of course, no problem, Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed. By the way, Mengyao, you should join me on stage. Let us dazzle the entire school together. She turned her head, looking at Su Mingyao with eager anticipation. All right. To everyone's surprise, instead of declining, Su Mingyao gently nodded. It was primarily Lu Xiaoyan's second statement that touched her. What little girl wouldn't enjoy wearing beautiful clothes and showing off in front of all the teachers and students? Let's change the song. This one isn't suitable for children. It's too heavy. Lu Xiaobai suddenly interjected. That's true. Then you should sing Invisible Wings. Su Nanjiao suggested to Lu Xiaoyan. No way. That song has become our school anthem. It's been sung to death. Lu Xiaoyan replied. Hearing this, Su Nanjiao found herself in a dilemma. It seemed that Lu Xiaoyan truly had no suitable songs left. Classmate you, The Wind Rises, and It's Getting Dark were all too mature in style and emotional expression, more appropriate for adults. As for sweet love songs like I Love You, they were even less suitable. Xiaobai, why don't you write a new song? Su Nanjiao said, sticking out her tongue playfully. Sure. Lu Xiaobai answered without a moment's hesitation. I was just joking, but you're actually going to write one? Just so you know, writing children's songs is not the same as writing pop songs. Children's songs may seem simple, but few creators can craft a good one. Su Nanjiao's eyes widened in surprise. I already have an idea. Just wait and listen, Lu Xiaobai said, smiling. Su Nanjiao was momentarily stunned. You already have an idea? Just don't write silly songs like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Those are ear-piercing. Su Mingyao suddenly interjected coldly. For a child, don't act so mature all the time. Su Nanjiao tapped her on the head. Don't worry, it won't be childish at all, Lu Xiaobai assured with a smile. Su Nanjiao's description was quite apt. It was amusing yet heart-wrenching to see a young girl trying so hard to appear mature. At this moment, the four of them had arrived at Su Nanjiao's home. It was Lu Xiaoyan's first visit, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Sister Nanjiao's home is truly luxurious. She thought, marveling at everything. It seemed that purchasing a house had to be expedited. Seeing the envy in Xiaoyan's eyes, Lu Xiaobai felt a wave of sentiment. In truth, with his wealth, he could have purchased a house long ago, but he aspires to acquire a more exquisite one. Xiaobai, did you not mention having an idea? Do share it with us. Su Nanjiao tilted her head, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Xiaobai. Very well. Lu Xiaobai settled himself at the piano in the living room. Brother, when did you learn to play the piano? Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed as if she had discovered a new world. I just picked it up. Lu Xiaobai hastily began to play, attempting to divert her attention and conceal the truth of his hidden abilities. As the gentle melody flowed from the piano, he finally spoke. The dark sky hangs low, accompanied by bright, twinkling stars. The insects fly, the insects fly. Whom do you miss? His voice was soft and warm, like a gentle breeze caressing the hearts of those present. He had chosen to perform Insects Fly, a piece from the film The Storm Riders. In fact, there are countless classic children's songs from his past life. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that many were not suitable for these two little girls to sing. For instance, listen to Mother's Words and The Lonely Brave. So beautiful. Su Nanjiao immediately sat up straight. Even the usually aloof Su Mingyao turned her gaze in this direction. The stars in the sky shed tears, while the roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, as long as you are here with me. Lu Xiaobai continued to sing. Such a beautiful melody, such a beautiful sentiment. This song would surely dominate the charts. Su Nanjiao murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Unbeknownst to her, the stoic little girl had already begun to hum along softly. When the song came to an end, the living room fell into a brief silence. I must sing this at the performance. I am certain to win first prize. Mingyao, don't you agree? Lu Xiaoyan clapped her hands. Indeed, Su Mingyao nodded, a rare gesture of agreement. This song possessed both the innocence of childhood and profound meaning. It symbolized the tenacity of fragile life, while also hinting at the drifting and seeking of emotions. Xiaobai, you are simply a genius. Su Nanjiao exclaimed with delight. You can write popular songs as well as children's songs. This man never ceases to amaze me. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. Lu Xiaobai replied with a smile. Yay! Su Nanjiao made a victory sign and rolled around on the sofa with her Pomeranian, like a little girl. Now, her new album already boasted 2 wonderful songs. How could she not be happy? Lu Xiaobai quickly shifted his gaze. Hey, you're wearing a dress today. Aren't you afraid of making me nosebleed? Childish. The aloof little girl rolled her eyes at her sister. Nanjiao remarked, "It's nearly 1 o'clock." After lunch, the two little ones returned to their respective rooms for a nap. However, Xiaobai found himself in a dilemma. As a native of Binhai City, he was accustomed to taking afternoon naps. Yet now, he had no place to rest. Despite the large size of Nanjiao's home, it only had 7 rooms. The two little ones each occupied one, the nanny had another, and one was Nanjiao as private sanctuary. No matter which room he chose, it felt inappropriate. The remaining 3 rooms included Nanjiao's singing practice room, her gym, and Mingyao's study. Although the space is ample, there is no bed. "You may sleep in my room." Nanjiao discerned Xiaobai's thoughts, her petite hand covering her mouth as she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. Could it be that she is inviting me? Rest assured, I shall not take a nap. Xiaobai stealthily followed her into the bedroom, akin to a thief. It is somewhat bittersweet, despite having lived 2 lives. It is his first time entering a girl as private chamber. Well, those good girls from a nightclub certainly do not count. Thus, Xiaobai curiously surveyed his surroundings. Nanjiao's bedroom was adorned primarily in shades of pink and white, meticulously arranged. At its center stood a princess bed, piled high with an assortment of adorable cushions. Every detail exuded innocence and romance. "You may sleep first. I still need to interact with my fans," Nanjiao said, her bare feet padding into the room as she opened her computer. Xiaobai lay down, his nose subtly detecting the faint, unique fragrance belonging to Nanjiao enveloping the blankets. Casually glancing up, he caught sight of Nanjiao's fair, rosy feet not far away, glimmering like pearls in the soft light. This sensory onslaught left Xiaobai restless, tossing and turning in an attempt to sleep. "Never mind. I shall rest at the office in the afternoon," Xiaobai resolved, rising to approach Nanjiao from behind. At this moment, she was entirely absorbed in crafting a Weibo post. The songs I previously shared at the concert, "The Wind Rises," "You Are My Desk Mate," and "Where Has the Time Gone," will officially release as singles tomorrow. I hope you'll enjoy them. Simultaneously, she took the opportunity to express her gratitude to the unnamed person. "Thank you for writing so many beautiful songs for me." Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and soon enough, the Weibo post was successfully published. The moment it went live, the comments and likes surged like a rocket. "Oh my heavens! I have finally awaited the release of these singles. I have replayed the concert version to the point of exhaustion. I am in awe. Nanjiao's live performance was divine. Having the single version is sheer bliss. I must support it. The Wind Rises is truly a treasure of a song. I've been longing for the single since returning from the concert. It will surely be a hit tomorrow." "You Are My Desk Mate" was portrayed so vividly by Nanjiao. Those youthful memories came flooding back. The comments section was inundated with enthusiastic messages from fans. However, the tone of the comments soon shifted. Am I the only one curious about who this unnamed person is? Come on, Nanjiao. Could you reveal the identity of this enigmatic figure? This deity is so aloof. Never responding to comments on Weibo. I can only plead with you. What is your relationship with them? Are they male or female? Perhaps they could be Nanjiao's boyfriend. What nonsense are you spouting upstairs? Absolutely not. If Nanjiao were to have a boyfriend, my heart would surely shatter. Nanjiao pondered for a moment before replying. He is a very good friend of mine. Please do not speculate recklessly. As soon as her response was sent, netizens erupted in a frenzy. Wait, did you all notice? Nanjiao referred to him as he. In an unexpected twist of fate, Xiaobai found himself chuckling at the comments. Could it be that fool was right? Has my goddess truly been spirited away? Just then, Nanjiao, oblivious to the presence behind her, let out a shriek and toppled from her chair. Be careful. In a split second, Xiaobai extended his long arm, catching her with unwavering steadiness. The fragrance from her hair enveloped him, and through the delicate fabric of her dress, he could distinctly feel the warmth of her skin. Once Nanjiao regained her composure, Xiaobai promptly released her. A profound silence enveloped them both, as if time had come to a standstill, and the air in the room was thick with an essence known as love, gently wrapping around them. At that moment, An epiphany struck Lu Xiaobai. Had I not encountered you, where would I be? How would my days unfold? Would life be worth cherishing? He began to hum softly. Su Nanjiao felt a shiver run through her. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief and delight. Was he confessing his feelings to her? Her previously calm heartbeat accelerated dramatically. Perhaps knowing a certain someone and living an ordinary life could harbor a sweetness akin to love. Su Nanjiao parted her lips to express her thoughts, but no words came forth. Indeed, without knowing you, my life would be shrouded in darkness. You are the light of my existence. As time swiftly flowed by, all that mattered to me was you, and I willingly embraced your essence. Upon hearing those lyrics, a warm surge filled Su Nanjiao's heart, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Yes, I too care only for you. So I beseech you, do not let me go. Without you, I cannot feel even a hint of affection. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao felt as if her heart might burst. So this is love. How exquisite the taste of love truly is. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. This is a song I just composed for you, inspired by my recent muse. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? Lu Xiaobai proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao froze. Was he not just confessing his feelings for me? Instead, he was merely inspired to write a new song? With emotions running high, how could he not declare his feelings but opt to compose a song instead? The thought ignited her fury, causing her heart to seethe. Embarrassed and exasperated, she retaliated by forcefully stepping on Lu Xiaobai's foot. Then, she perched herself on the bed. Pouting, her gaze directed out of the window. Ouch! Lu Xiaobai gasped, wincing in pain. What was wrong with this girl? Here he was, writing her a song, and she was angry? What was happening? Even if my song fell short, there was no need for such ire. He ventured cautiously, his naivety betraying his lack of experience in matters of the heart. You were just focused on songwriting. Su Nanjiao rolled her eyes playfully, her tone teasing. What did you think? Lu Xiaobai inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Su Nanjiao turned her head away defiantly. You tell me. You simply do not understand me. How am I to know if you do not speak? The true understanding does not require words. In utter disbelief, Lu Xiaobai found himself at a loss. After futile attempts to appease Su Nanjiao, he resorted to finding an excuse to come to the office. Upon entering, Lin Yashuan, the personal secretary to Lu Feng, entered his office. Good day, Teacher Lu. This is the invitation to the Chinese Music Festival. President Lu specifically asked me to deliver it to you, Lin Yashuan said respectfully. Although she was backed by President Lu's influence, she dared not show any disrespect towards Lu Xiaobai. Receiving an invitation to the Chinese Music Festival signified what? It meant being shortlisted for a prestigious music award. This was an immense honor, one that would leave most musicians feeling humbled. Why are there two invitations? Lu Xiaobai inquired curiously as he took the envelope. That is because both you and the unnamed artist have been nominated, Lin Yashuan patiently explained. Oh, Lu Xiaobai replied, slightly astonished. He had only submitted one song titled Silence, and yet there was a chance for a grand award. If you have no other matters, I shall not disturb your creative process, she said. Wait, please feel free to ask if you need anything. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, an awkward expression suddenly crossing his face. Yashuan, if I were to write a song for a girl, hypothetically speaking, one of exceptional quality, yet she became angered with me and even stepped on my foot, what do you think could be the reason? He stuttered, unable to fathom why Su Nanjiao had suddenly become upset. Lu Xiaobai, who had been single for 2 lifetimes, resorted to seeking counsel from others. What did you say? You wrote a song for a girl, and she became angry with you? How can there be such an ungrateful person in this world? Lin Yashuan's eyes widened in disbelief. As President Lu's personal secretary, she certainly recognized that the unnamed artist referred to Lu Xiaobai. For such a talented musician to take the initiative to write a song for someone was an immense honor. Countless superstars would dream of such a privilege. Yet someone dared to throw a tantrum and even step on Teacher Lu? Such a person must be either insane or utterly deranged. Indeed, you are a woman as well. What do you think she is thinking? Lu Xiaobai asked eagerly. I am not certain, Lin Yashuan replied after some thought. However, given her overly sensitive nature, I suggest you sever ties with her. She added indignantly. Very well, You may return to your duties, Lu Xiaobai said, a touch of disappointment in his voice as he lit a Cuban cigar with a lackluster demeanor. All right, I shall not disturb you further. Lin Yashuan tiptoed out of the office, careful not to disrupt teacher Lu's creative inspiration. President Lu had publicly declared 2 strict rules. First, no one was to speak loudly in teacher Lu's office. Entry and exit should be done quietly. Second, no one was to disturb teacher Lu without cause. If it affected his creativity, all year-end bonuses would be forfeited. After contemplating the matter of Su Nanjiao's anger for a lengthy period, Lu Xiaobai still found himself with no answers. He decided to set this matter aside, for a more pressing issue demanded immediate attention: the purchase of a home. This matter could no longer be postponed. Presently, his family still resided in that dilapidated apartment building, a mere 40 square meters in size, with 1 bedroom and a living room. His mother and younger sister occupied the bedroom, while he was confined to a partitioned area in the living room. A most inconvenient arrangement. Logically, with a net worth exceeding 5 million, Lu Xiaobai should have no trouble purchasing a property. However, he aspired to acquire a spacious flat akin to that of Su Nanjiao, whose price was equally staggering, at least 7 million or more. Although he could secure a mortgage, he preferred to make a full cash payment. The thought of carrying a 30-year mortgage was daunting. Thus, he needed to earn an additional 200,000 or more as swiftly as possible. What means could he employ to expedite his earnings? Lu Xiaobai exhaled a puff of smoke, lost in contemplation. He had amassed over 10,000 reputation points, making the exchange for 100 songs entirely feasible. Should he choose to sell them all at once, his wealth would be astonishing. Yet, he hesitated, as it felt akin to wholesale dealings, tarnishing the legacy of those timeless classics. A revelation struck him. While classic songs should not be commoditized, catchy tunes could be. Lu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. In his previous life, countless lucrative catchy songs had emerged, such as Little Apple, which generated at least 200 million in revenue, and The Mouse Loves Rice, which raked in a staggering 1.7 billion. Yet, a dilemma arose. While these songs were profitable, they also attracted considerable disdain. As someone aspiring to be a titan in the music industry, he could not afford such blemishes on his reputation. Was there a way to profit without incurring scorn? Snap! Lu Xiaobai snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Fool! Absolute blockhead! The most clueless man in the world. After Lu Xiaobai exited the room, Su Nanjiao began a fervent internal monologue. Clad in her nightgown, her chest heaved with agitation, her graceful neck slightly flushed. Yet after her rant, she found herself filled with regret. Had she been too impulsive? What if he thought she was being unreasonable? Su Nanjiao bit her lip, wrestling with her thoughts for a while, before suddenly sitting up, her cheeks aflame, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. She opened the chat window with Lu Xiaobai, and after considerable deliberation, carefully typed a message. I wasn't truly angry earlier. I thought you were going to confess your feelings. As soon as she sent the message, she buried her head under the blanket, her heart racing. What had she just said? This was troubling. Had she been too forward? Su Nanjiao lay on her bed, her face concealed beneath the covers, her delicate legs kicking restlessly. However, after a prolonged wait, no notification chimed from her phone. Had she been too blunt, scaring him off? Su Nanjiao bit her lip, her eyes gradually filling with tears. Unbidden, images of Lu Xiaobai frowning and displaying disdain filled her mind, deepening her melancholy as tears began to fall onto the blanket. Poor her. She never anticipated that Lu Xiaobai was preoccupied with his lucrative endeavors, entirely neglecting his phone. Teacher Lu, you claim to have written over 20 songs? Huang Wenkai gazed at Lu Xiaobai as if he were an anomaly. Director Huang, let me reiterate, these songs are the creations of my friend Wang Dali. I have no financial stake in them. Lu Xiaobai corrected him with a serious demeanor. Oh, then I shall first assess the quality of your friend's songs. Huang Wenkai rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiaobai handed over a stack of sheet music. Huang Wenkai scrutinized it intently, the room so silent that the fall of a pin could be heard. Lu Xiaobai felt his heart racing, his hands trembling slightly. Even though he claimed the songs were authored by his friend, he felt a pang of embarrassment. It was quite humiliating for someone who had penned classics like You're My Classmate and The Wind Rises to be associated with such banal compositions. Time elapsed slowly, each second stretching into what felt like a century. Good songs. Truly exceptional, Huang Wenkai exclaimed, striking the table with fervor. What? Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. You call this good music? Are your eyes deceiving you? Or am I mishearing? Yes, undoubtedly good songs. The melodies are catchy, and the lyrics are straightforward, although they lack the artistic merit of your compositions. In terms of commercial value, they are undoubtedly top tier. Huang Wenkai paced excitedly around the office. As the director of the artist and repertoire department, his musical expertise might not rival that of Sun Yinxiao. Yet his commercial acumen was certainly among the best in the industry. In his view, songs that could generate significant value for the company were the only ones worth considering. That is splendid. That is splendid. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. As long as you deem them good, I only seek a modest profit. Teacher Lu, please summon Wang Dali immediately to sign the contract. I want all these songs. Huang Wenkai grasped Lu Xiaobai's hand tightly. My friend has entrusted me with full authority over these songs. You only need to sign with me. Lu Xiaobai smiled. He had anticipated this, producing a power of attorney signed by his mother, along with her identification card and bank card. This was his ingenious solution. His mother would not need to make an appearance, thus safeguarding her reputation. Simultaneously, the revenue from the song sales could serve as her pension. What a brilliant idea. Lu Xiaobai silently commended himself. Chapter 39. My heartbeat is now yours to manage. Huang Wenkai then realized, hastily instructing his assistant to fetch the contract. After some negotiations, both parties reached an agreement. The company would pay teacher Wang Dali a signing bonus of 2 million yuan to acquire her over 20 songs, with a subsequent revenue share of 25%. By the way, teacher Lu, if we need to reach Wang Dali in the future, how shall we contact her? Huang Wenkai inquired after signing the contract. My friend prefers not to communicate with outsiders. You can simply reach out to me for any contact with her. Lu Xiaobai replied with a smile. Oh, that works well. Huang Wenkai thought nothing of it. Many prodigious creators possess eccentricities. Perhaps Master Wang Dali is afflicted with social anxiety. Teacher Lu, I sincerely hope you will recommend more exceptional creators like Wang Dali in the future. Absolutely. Furthermore, we must find a time to ascertain the performers of these songs, and I will need your cooperation then. Of course. As Lu Xiaobai stepped out of the office, Huang Wenkai promptly logged into the company intranet and posted a message. The outstanding musician Master Wang Dali has composed over 20 remarkable songs and is in search of suitable voices. Artists who meet the following criteria are invited to apply. Just as Huang Wenkai finished editing the message and was about to click send, he hesitated. Who exactly is Wang Dali? No one in the company knew him. If he sent this out, the number of applicants would likely be scant. Therefore, Huang Wenkai added a note. Please note, Master Wang Dali is a close friend of teacher Lu Xiaobai. Only then did he feel satisfied enough to hit send. Unbeknownst to Huang Wenkai, this message would incite a considerable stir within the company. After leaving Huang Wenkai's office, Lu Xiaobai was practically bursting with joy. With over 7 million in savings, he had enough to purchase a luxurious flat. Only then did he take a moment to check his phone. Lu Xiaobai discovered that several hours earlier, Nanjiao had sent him a message. I wasn't truly angry earlier. I thought you would confess your feelings. Upon reading this, Lu Xiaobai's mind exploded with elation. It turned out my little princess was waiting for a confession. He had been too busy counting money to check his phone. Now, he hastily typed a response. From the moment you fell into my arms, my heartbeat has belonged to you. At that moment, Nanjiao was curled up in a corner of the sofa, half listening to Qin Jie chatter about the upcoming schedule, swinging her slender legs. When she felt her phone vibrate, she eagerly pulled out to check. Nanjiao squealed like a frolicking little rabbit and began rolling around on the sofa, clutching a cushion. Nanjiao! Qin Jie was startled by this sudden commotion, causing her itinerary to slip from her hands and fall to the floor. Mind your image as an artist. What if outsiders see this? She was on the verge of losing her temper. The following morning, a Saturday, Lu Xiaobai drove his Camry, taking his mother and younger sister to the sales department of Yinshi Yayuan. This was a high-end residential area in Binhai City, comparable in prestige to where soon Nanjiao resided. The sales hall was resplendent, with a marble floor reflecting the crystal chandeliers, and the entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of an artificial lake. The floating model area resembled a miniature city, with building models illuminated under spotlights, radiating a dazzling glow. Xiaobai, should we look at other places? The prices here are exorbitant. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Yakin instinctively recoiled. Mom, this is the place. Your son is wealthy. Lu Xiaobai chuckled as he wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulders. My mother has spent her entire life fretting over finances, and now that I possess the means to provide her with a better life, I cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Brother, look, this development features a slide, a fountain, and even an artificial lake. Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed, her excitement evident as she stood on tiptoe against the glass. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of several sales representatives. Are you here to view the property, sir? One tall salesperson approached briskly, her voice sweet yet professional, her name tag reading Senior Client Manager, Lin Yan. Despite the modest attire of Lu Xiaobai's family, she exhibited no hint of disdain. She understood that in Binhai City, one should never underestimate anyone. A gentleman clad in shorts and flip-flops might very well possess numerous rental properties. Yes, please introduce me to a 500 square meter flat, Lu Xiaobai stated. A collective gasp escaped the sales representatives. A 500 square meter residence at Yunqi Yeyuan demands over 7 million. Even Cheng Yakin and Lu Xiaoyan were taken aback. They had presumed that Lu Xiaobai would only consider an 80 or 90 square meter apartment. A 500 square meter unit was beyond their wildest dreams. Son, isn't 500 square meters a bit excessive? Cheng Yakin whispered, retreating slightly behind Lu Xiaobai. Not at all. He waved dismissively. Sir, would you like to see the show flat first? Lin Yin inquired with a smile, subtly adjusting her collar to reveal a hint of her curves. If this gentleman were to take an interest in her, it would be a stroke of incredible fortune. Lead the way. Lu Xiaobai nodded. As the four of them entered the show flat, the sensor lights illuminated the space. Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth, nearly squealing with delight. She had been envious of Sun Yinxiao's home, but this place was just as splendid. She dashed into the children's room, grinning foolishly, then rushed to the bay window, clutching a plush toy cushion and refusing to let go. Mom, look, we can lie here and count the stars. As the curtains fluttered open, sunlight cascaded onto her excited little face. Meanwhile, Cheng Yakin halted at the entrance of the master bedroom, her hand trembling against the doorframe. A house of such grandeur and luxury was something she had never dared to dream of before. Sir, allow me to introduce you to the features. Lin Yan began as she walked. No need for introductions. I will purchase this house, Lu Xiaobai declared with a sweeping gesture. Since both my mother and sister adored it, what was there to wait for? Moreover, the reputation of Yunqi Yuan in Binhai City was impeccable. What? You are buying it just like that? Lin Yan's mouth fell open in disbelief. Is purchasing a house this casual? Do you think this is akin to buying cabbage? Very well. Will you be paying in full or opting for a loan? Lin Yan regained her composure and asked. In full. Let us expedite the contract signing, Lu Xiaobai replied, growing somewhat impatient. The notion of full payment left Lin Yan utterly astonished, gazing at Lu Xiaobai with starry eyes. A benefactor. This is truly a benefactor. As they exited the sales office, the sunlight cast elongated shadows of the three figures. We now have a magnificent home. Lu Xiaoyan clutched the housing contract to her chest, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person alive. Cheng Yakin walked at the back, occasionally glancing back at the distant building. Old Lu, can you see? Our son has made it, she murmured to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Xiaobai slowed his pace, holding Lu Xiaoyan's hand with one, while draping an arm around his mother's frail shoulders with the other. He suddenly felt the numbers in his bank card become weightless, while the happiness of his family felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chapter 40. Booking tickets. Heading back to Binhai City, who is Wang Dali? Li Siki, who was far away in a mountainous city preparing for a commercial performance, had just finished her rehearsal and was staring blankly at her phone. It was not until she read the last line of the message that she straightened up abruptly, her pupils constricting, her breath quickening. Sister Lan, book a ticket for tomorrow. I need to return to Binhai City. She stood up suddenly, her voice laced with undeniable determination. Are you out of your mind? Tomorrow is the biggest commercial performance in the mountainous city. The organizers have invested heavily, and your appearance fee is a whopping 200,000. Do you realize how many second-tier singers are struggling to get that kind of payment? Sister Lan, who had been checking the schedule, looked up in disbelief. Ever since Li Siki performed Silence, her bookings had exploded, and her value had skyrocketed. In essence, she had transformed from a humble third-tier singer into a hotshot powerhouse. I'll turn it down. Just tell the organizers that I'm unwell and unable to perform. Li Siki continued, not acknowledging her shock as she hurriedly packed her belongings. Is it really just for this? It's not even a song personally written by Teacher Lu. Why the excitement? Sister Lan was taken aback, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. You don't understand. Birds of a feather flock together. How could someone who is friends with Teacher Lu be ordinary? Li Siki replied softly. Ever since she sang Lu Xiaobai's song, it was as if fate had favored her, propelling her from obscurity to stardom. She understood better than anyone the discerning eye of Lu Xiaobai. It could not be wrong. Even if it meant giving up a 200,000 commercial performance and offending the organizers, she had to return. Wang Dali, a friend of Lu Xiaobai, was currently seeking auditions for over 20 songs. Lin Zimo, the top male singer under Longting, was intently focused on his phone screen, his breath involuntarily becoming heavier. He was on the cusp of becoming a first-tier star. If Su Nanjiao was the queen of Longting, formerly Zhou Mingqi, then he was its king. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Zimo suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Book a ticket. I must return to Binhai City immediately." Hearing this, his assistant looked up in disbelief. "Lingu, you can't leave. The concert is only 5 days away. The stage, the band, the lighting, everyone is waiting for your rehearsal." The assistant's voice trembled with anxiety. "I must support the songs written by Teacher Lu. This might be an opportunity to establish a connection with him." Lin Zimo spoke resolutely. He had long sought the enigmatic figure known as the Nameless One to invite for a song. Yet no one knew the identity of this mysterious individual. Lu Xiaobai was the sole musician whose creative prowess could barely rival that of the Nameless One. Therefore, it was imperative for him to cultivate a connection with Lu Xiaobai. At that moment, even Zhou Mingqi steeled herself to participate in the audition, clearly demonstrating her desperation. Ever since the scandal erupted, this once revered diva of the music industry had become akin to a pariah, with everyone avoiding her presence. The renowned creators at Longting Entertainment shunned her, and even Li Wenbo had distanced himself. One could hardly blame them, who would have anticipated that she would incite her young boyfriend to ensnare Su Nanjiao, attempting to ruin her prospects. Such underhanded tactics were strictly taboo within the industry. In her quest for redemption, Zhou Mingqi had no choice but to set aside her pride to mend her relationship with Lu Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Huang Wencai's message triggered a considerable stir among the company's artists. The once glorious stars, who typically shone on stage, now rushed to the company with fervor. However, there was one notable exception, Su Nanjiao. The reason was simple. Nearly all of Lu Xiaobai's finest compositions had been bestowed upon her. Consequently, she lacked interest in performing a song by Wang Dali, even though he was a friend of Lu Xiaobai. This was madness, sheer madness. Huang Wencai fixated intently on his computer screen, murmuring to himself. The registration list on the screen continued to expand, nearly encompassing all the artists in the company. He had never anticipated such enthusiasm. The root of this fervor stemmed solely from his inclusion of a certain phrase in the announcement. Should Teacher Lu himself compose a song in the future? He could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue. He shook his head with a wry smile. Before dawn, Lu Xiaobai and his family were already up, bustling about in preparation for moving day. "Mom, you've worn that outfit for 3 years. Just toss it out. It's not like we can't afford it. You child, even now that we have money, we must be frugal in our daily lives. Do you understand? Are you really planning to take those 2 old fans to the new house? Our new place has central air conditioning. Does air conditioning not require electricity? You truly have no notion of hardship." "Oh, Xiaoyan, Are you really stuffing that old top-spinning toy into your bag? It's almost overflowing. That was the first toy Mom bought for me. Of course, I must bring it along. Observing his busy and excited mother and younger sister, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle. These two had endured hardship for so long that their ingrained habits of thrift were hard to shake. Just then, Lu Xiaobai's phone rang. It was Su Nanjiao calling. Xiaobai, I'm downstairs at your place. I bought a plethora of gifts for your mother and Xiaoyan. Please come down and help me carry them. What brings you here? Today is your housewarming celebration. On such an important occasion, how could I possibly be absent? Her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Although they had officially established their relationship, this was her first encounter with Lu Xiaobai's mother. As Su Nanjiao stepped through the door, burdened with an assortment of gifts, the entire room seemed to brighten. Cheng Yakin dropped the clothes she was holding, momentarily breathless. She had never encountered such a strikingly beautiful young woman. With porcelain white skin tinged with a delicate blush and features so exquisitely refined they appeared to be crafted by divine hands, Su Nanjiao, clad in the simplest white shirt and jeans, accentuated her slender waist and long legs, her curves captivating. "Good day, Auntie," Su Nanjiao said, placing her gifts down and offering a slight bow, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. "This is Sister Nanjiao, a renowned star," Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed, bouncing over in excitement. "My son's friend? A celebrity?" Cheng Yakin's eyes widened, nearly burning with disbelief. "Ahem, I officially declare that she is my girlfriend," Lu Xiaobai announced. In truth, she was his wife, but uttering such a term felt too extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her embarrassment causing her to lower her head, her long eyelashes fluttering in a manner that was utterly endearing. Chapter 41. Not even for a dog would I sing, let alone for you. Girlfriend? A celebrity? Cheng Yakin felt as though she might faint. "I admit my son has become quite prosperous, but dating a star seems somewhat excessive. Auntie, let me help you tidy up." Noticing Cheng Yakin still in shock, Su Nanjiao smiled gently, and without waiting for a refusal, she knelt down to begin organizing the scattered clothing. "How can I allow you to do that?" Cheng Yakin was taken aback. "Please, I often do housework at home," Su Nanjiao replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with sincerity. "I'll believe that when pigs fly." Lu Xiaobai rolled his eyes, silently scoffing. However, he was taken aback to find Su Nanjiao's housekeeping skills were quite commendable. Her delicate hands expertly folded the garments, each piece neatly squared. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on her focused profile, rendering her as picturesque as a painting. Lu Xiaobai found himself momentarily entranced. "The star folds clothes better than I do. Auntie, should I take this?" Su Nanjiao lifted a sewing box filled with colorful buttons. Yes. If a button falls off, we can sew it back on and continue using it." Cheng Yakin nodded eagerly. Lu Xiaobai buried his face in his hands, mortified. "This is so embarrassing. Truly, you know how to live well." Su Nanjiao displayed no hint of disdain. Instead, she diligently packed the sewing box into a storage bag. Her genuine praise warmed Cheng Yakin's heart. By 7 a.m., the four of them had been tidying up for over an hour. Su Nanjiao, glistening with sweat yet unwavering in her task, remained meticulous. Cheng Yakin, observing the scene, felt her eyes prick with warmth. What a wonderful girl. It seems a bit of a pity for my rebellious son. At 10 a.m., they finally arrived at their new home. Wow. As Lu Xiaoyan stepped into the new house, she bounded in like a jubilant little rabbit. "Brother, this living room is even larger than our old home," she exclaimed, twirling gleefully on the floor. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, do not dirty the new floor." Cheng Yakin firmly grasped the back of her collar. Yet, her own hands trembled slightly. She stood at the entrance, gazing at the spacious and luminous living room, adorned with exquisite furniture, momentarily hesitant to step inside. Observing the scene before her, Lu Xiaobai was instantly enveloped in a profound sense of warmth and happiness. "Hey, great talent. Your ability to earn is now surpassing mine. From now on, I shall rely on you to support me." Su Nanjiao playfully poked his back. "All right, I shall support you for a lifetime." Lu Xiaobai whispered softly in her ear. Su Nanjiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely audible like a mosquito's hum. At this moment, her face was burning, and her breathing quickened. By the way, who is Wang Dali? To ease the awkwardness, Su Nanjiao hastily shifted the topic. Actually, it's my mother, Lu Xiaobai chuckled. He then recounted the entire situation in detail. I knew your earning speed was remarkably swift. Su Nanjiao covered her mouth, laughing. That's why I didn't mention it to you. Good songs are surely meant for my wife, while those mediocre ones are for others, Lu Xiaobai jested. You cheeky fellow. Su Nanjiao's delicate cheeks turned a shade pinker. However, on a serious note, not all good songs need to be sung by me. You should also write more for others. For instance, that song would suit Sister Siki far better. Su Nanjiao stated earnestly. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment and acknowledged the truth in her words. Su Nanjiao's voice was fine and sweet, but she could not handle many songs. For example, Tonga and Where Has the Time Gone would indeed be better performed by others. Longting Entertainment Company, Limited, had never been as lively as it was today. The break area outside the recording studio was crowded with people. Aside from Su Nanjiao, nearly all the artists had returned. Even a few high-profile stars, who were rarely seen, had set aside their airs to mingle with the crowd. They gathered in small groups, their eyes occasionally darting towards the studio's entrance, faces alight with anticipation. I heard that this time, Lu Xiaobai is personally overseeing things. Indeed, it is said that his mysterious friend has entrusted all the works to him. If only we could use this opportunity to mend our relationship with Teacher Lu. Sigh. I used to look down on him, right? It was Li Siki who had the foresight. She insisted on auditioning despite the pressure. Suddenly, the door swung open, and everyone turned in unison to look. Li Siki emerged from the recording studio, her excitement evident for all to see. Siki, did you succeed? A close female artist eagerly inquired. Yes, I secured 3 songs. Li Siki signaled a victory gesture. What is the quality of the songs? Another artist asked. While they may not compare to Mo, they are undeniably classics. Director Huang remarked that each one has the potential to be a hit. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone looked at Li Siki with burning envy in their eyes. Who among us is unaware of Director Huang's exceptional business acumen within the industry? Given his statement, it is highly probable that he is correct. The remarkable teacher, Wang Dali, truly is a genius. No wonder he is a friend of Teacher Lu. Someone exclaimed. Before long, the door swung open once more. This time, it was the charismatic Lin Zimo, known as the top performer of Longting, who emerged, his typically composed demeanor unusually flushed with excitement. Zimo, how did your audition go? Zhou Mengqi inquired. Lin Zimo nodded, his face radiating palpable enthusiasm. A genius. Teacher Wang Dali is truly a genius. He repeatedly murmured. The success of Li Siki and Lin Zimo heightened everyone's anticipation. Yet as time passed, an increasing number of artists emerged dejectedly, having failed to secure even a single song. How could this be? Even Chun Xian was eliminated? Voices whispered in disbelief. Chun Xian is a prominent female vocalist within the company, renowned for her distinctive voice. Yet at this moment, her complexion was pale, and she merely shook her head before departing in disappointment. Finally, it was Zhou Mengqi's turn. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Get out. Before she could close the door, Lu Xiaobai's icy voice rang out. How could you treat me this way? Zhou Mengqi froze in place, her face ashen. She had anticipated that Lu Xiaobai might challenge her, but she never expected he would deny her even the chance to audition, humiliating her in front of everyone. Even if Teacher Wang Dali songs were to be sung by a dog, they wouldn't be for you. Lu Xiaobai scoffed. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Zhou Mengqi's complexion shifted from white to green, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Lu Xiaobai, do not go too far. This is Teacher Wang Dali's song. What authority do you have to make decisions on his behalf? She finally erupted, her voice sharp and piercing. Chapter 42, Li Wenbo. It's time to settle the score. She entrusted the song entirely to me. I can choose whoever I wish to give it to. Is there a problem? Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Zhou Mengqi bit her lip fiercely, and amidst the gazes of scorn and sympathy from the crowd, she turned and hurried away. Following the farce, the auditions continued. Just as they were nearing the end, the recording studio door swung open yet again. This time, two figures who had gone largely unnoticed, Lin Dachuan and Lan, a man and a woman, stepped out. They were neither the company's favorite artists, nor particularly famous. "Did you succeed?" someone tentatively asked. "Teacher Lu Xiaobai had me and Lan form a duo, so he provided us with a total of 12 songs, Lin Dachuan said, scratching his head innocently. "What?" The entire waiting area erupted in disbelief. 12 songs? What kind of joke is this? How that fair? They received even more than Lin Zimo and Li Siki combined? What is going on with teacher Lu Xiaobai? They don't even have a representative work. Jealousy, confusion, and anger spread among the crowd. Several artists, who typically had little interaction with Lin Dachuan and Ulan, now regarded them with sharp glances. Inside the recording studio, someone remarked, "Teacher Lu, I fail to understand what you see in those two. Plain in appearance and unremarkable in vocal talent. They hardly appeal to the youth." Huang Wenkai, upon hearing the commotion outside, voiced his confusion. Lu Xiaobai merely smiled in silence. Lin Dachuan's voice resonated with the depth of a desert wind, while the petite Ulan possessed a remarkable penetrating power when she sang. Was this not reminiscent of the Phoenix legend from past life? What if they appeared rustic? Being thoroughly unrefined can indeed be fashionable. Should they form a group? It would undoubtedly send the elderly into a frenzy. Upon exiting the recording studio, Lu Xiaobai made his way directly to the archives. He retrieved the complete collection of musical scores since Li Wenbao's debut, carrying the hefty stack back to his office. "Li Wenbao, it is time to settle the score," he said with a cold smile. Currently, the principal offender, Zhou Mengqi, had fallen from grace and likely could not recover. However, the mastermind lurking in the shadows remained at large. Lu Xiaobai first activated the system panel. His reputation value had now reached 12,000 points. He expended 10,000 points to acquire the intermediate music theory proficiency skill, leaving him with a mere 2,000 points. It seemed somewhat imprudent to waste such a considerable amount merely on dealing with Li Wenbao. Yet, the truth was otherwise. To become a true mastermind, a solid understanding of music theory was essential. At that moment, the panel displayed reputation value, 129 points. Skills acquired, basic piano performance ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Skills available for exchange, none. After acquiring the intermediate music theory proficiency, Lu Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find a wealth of music theory knowledge flooding towards him. The once obscure and complex chord progressions were now instantly comprehensible. Intricate arrangement techniques appeared straightforward before his eyes. Subsequently, Lu Xiaobai began to study all of Li Wenbao's scores. Within just half an hour, he discerned the underlying patterns. "Ah, Li Wenbao. This time I shall strip away the facade of your renowned persona," Lu Xiaobai exclaimed with delight. Having made extensive preparations, opening a Weibo account and acquiring music theory proficiency, his revenge was officially underway. Turning off his computer, lights, and air conditioning, Lu Xiaobai prepared to end his day. He first went to Binhai Primary School to pick up Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao after classes. He then drove Lu Xiaoyan back to her home before heading to take Su Mengyao to Su Nanjiao's residence. In truth, Lu Xiaobai could have easily brought both girls to his house, but his true intention was to take advantage of the resources available at Su Nanjiao's home. In the passenger seat, Su Mengyao clutched her backpack, her face tense, yet she occasionally stole glances at Lu Xiaobai. "Your expression is off. You're grinning ominously, clearly plotting something," she remarked, frowning. "You noticed? You're absolutely right. I'm planning to stir things up soon." Lu Xiaobai replied with a mysterious smile. "Stir things up? What are you planning? Can I join?" Su Mingyao's eyes brightened. "As it happens, I truly need your assistance with this matter," Lu Xiaobai said with a casual smile. As the younger sister of Su Nanjiao, Su Mengyao has also inherited a remarkable musical talent and is quite the academic achiever. Truly, she is the most suitable assistant one could hope for. "So, tell me, what are you planning to do?" Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You are aware of Zhou Mengqi's slander against your sister, right?" Lu Xiaobai inquired. "Of course, that woman is utterly repugnant, and her current predicament brings great satisfaction." Su Mingyao's lips tightened with resolve. "There is an accomplice behind that incident, and I am preparing to confront this individual. Lu Xiaobai declared solemnly. All right, whatever you need. Just say the word, and I shall do my utmost. Su Mingyao clenched her small fists with determination. Lu Xiaobai smiled. This young girl, typically aloof, displayed a deep concern for her family. As they spoke, they entered Su Nanjiao's home. Su Nanjiao was away for a performance, leaving only the housekeeper, Lu Xiaobai, and Su Mingyao in the residence. Once they finished dinner, the two eagerly dove into Su Nanjiao's practice room. What shall we do next? The young girl asked with excitement. Lu Xiaobai paid her no mind, focusing intently on adjusting the angle of the phone camera. Can we begin now? After much anticipation, Su Mingyao asked again. First, put this on. Lu Xiaobai tossed a mask and sunglasses towards the young girl. As a brother-in-law, he was determined to protect his sister-in-law's privacy. Despite it being 7 p.m., Li Wenbo had yet to leave the office. Ever since director Zhang chose silence, his standing within the company had plummeted. Thus, he had been fervently working to compose several outstanding songs to regain his reputation. Oh my! An anonymous individual has posted on Weibo, announcing a video lecture. Suddenly, a colleague of Li Wenbo's exclaimed excitedly. What? Upon hearing this, the songwriters still laboring in the office became animated. They all set aside their work to check the anonymous person's Weibo. The fact that this influential figure was personally giving a lecture was a tremendous surprise that could not be missed. Not only them, but even netizens were abuzz, eagerly waiting by their computers. With this anonymous individual making an appearance in a video, surely their true identity would be revealed. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of this remarkable figure. Even Su Nanjiao, curious, opened Weibo to watch, as Lu Xiaobai had not mentioned this to her. Hello, dear fans. I am the anonymous individual. This lovely girl beside me is my sister, named Yao Yao. Lu Xiaobai greeted with a smile in the video. What the hell? The netizens were instantly disappointed, as both Lu Xiaobai and the little girl were fully disguised, obscuring their identities. Did you all notice? This influential figure is a young man. How youthful he seems. One can tell he must be quite handsome. Moreover, his voice is incredibly pleasant, full of charm. His sister is also very adorable, resembling a porcelain doll. At this moment, attentive netizens began to discuss among themselves. Although Lu Xiaobai and Su Mingyao were both wearing masks, their outlines were still discernible. Many fans expressed a desire to comprehend my musical creation process. So today, I wish to record a video to elaborate on it. Let's first delve into arrangement. It is widely acknowledged that arrangement is not only a pivotal element of music creation, but also essential, as Lu Xiaobai remarked with a smile. At this point, the music creators began to feel disheartened, as they were more eager to learn how anonymous individuals crafted lyrics and melodies. They held little interest in arrangement. Nevertheless, it was worth listening to, for it was an esteemed master imparting knowledge. Furthermore, understanding arrangement could indeed be quite beneficial for music creation. However, the netizens were indifferent to these details. Their sole aim was to see more of the master and hear his voice. What is Xiaobai doing recording this? Su Nanjiao furrowed her brow slightly. She knew Lu Xiaobai's character well. He never engaged in purposeless endeavors. There must be a deeper significance behind this. I do not wish to dwell on theoretical knowledge, as I can imagine it would bore everyone. Let us dive straight into practical application. Here, I intend to select several beloved songs for hands-on practice. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Xiaobai displayed the sheet music for several songs in the video. Wow! Exclaimed Li Wenbo, his eyes widening in disbelief. The sheet music on the screen comprised songs he had written, truly deserving of the title Teacher Li. Even the master chose your songs for the lecture. Indeed, it seems Teacher Li is on the verge of becoming renowned. After all, he is a celebrated creator. We mere amateurs cannot possibly compare. The colleagues nearby all praised Li Wenbo enthusiastically. Elated, Li Wenbo hurriedly shared the video link across various WeChat groups. Come and see. The master is analyzing my work. He wanted everyone to know that his song had been acknowledged by the master. Let's first examine the song Wings of Love. From the sheet music, we can clearly observe its harmonic progression. Furthermore, since this piece is in a major key, we will accompany it with chords specifically. Next, we will add arpeggiated chords. Liu Xiaobai wrote on paper while meticulously explaining. The master's explanations were truly straightforward. Even a music novice like me could grasp it. Wow, I have just discovered that arrangement is surprisingly simple. Incredible. The higher the mastery, the simpler the teaching, unlike our university professors, whose lectures are often incomprehensible. The netizens buzzed with discussion. All right, the accompaniment for this song is complete. Yao, have you learned it? Liu Xiaobai turned to Su Mengyao. Are you joking with me? How could something so simple possibly be hard to learn? The aloof young girl replied, rolling her eyes. The next 10 minutes could only be described as the most awkward public execution in the Chinese music scene. Then you shall provide the accompaniment for the next song, Love Me. Liu Xiaobai instructed. You are insulting my intelligence. Sumendia fagen indigatino. How am I insulting your intelligence? Liu Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Behold, the chord progression of this song is indeed in a major key. There is no need for accompaniment. One can simply use the arrangement from the previous song. Su Mengyao pointed to the sheet music of Love Me. Oh, indeed. Let's move on to the next piece. Brother, are you simply at a loss? What is it now? The third song is the same. Then let us proceed to the next. Must you be so dull? This one follows suit as well. Observing the banter between Liu Xiaobai and his sister in the video, many began to realize it was not merely a simplistic arrangement. Rather, these songs possess a remarkably rudimentary melody, all adhering to the same formula. I've always deemed these songs to be utterly base, yet could never articulate why. The analysis by the master elucidates everything. The case is now cracked. These poor songs employ identical formulas, with melodies that seem to have been copied and pasted. I wondered why every time I hear these songs, the melodies feel particularly monotonous, as though they are in constant repetition. Goodness, this assembly line approach to songwriting truly assaults the ears. Netizens began to voice their outrage. At that moment, Li Wenbo, seated before his computer, turned pale, his hands trembling. His phone vibrated incessantly. Teacher Li, it turns out you are not a creator, but a mere seamster. I've gained new insights. Who knew songwriting could be approached in such a manner? I suspect you only utilize a template. The gazes of his colleagues towards Li Wenbo transformed completely. Yao, I shall play the accompaniment now. You sing these songs consecutively, and let us determine if they harmonize, shall we? Liu Xiaobai continued. No way. What dreadful songs these are. I refuse to sing them. Sumendia zito dits misin. Yao, you are a mere child. Is it not a bit audacious of you to insult a renowned creator? Do you not realize these songs are the masterpieces of the illustrious Li Wenbo? Liu Xiaobai exclaimed in anger. Very well. Brother, do not be upset. I shall reluctantly sing a little. Su Mengyao blinked her large eyes. It is over. This time, it is truly finished. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbo felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the online community erupted. It turned out that all these songs were indeed written by Li Wenbo. Goodness, a renowned creator produces such dreadful songs. How disgraceful. With such skill, the melodies are simple, the lyrics lack depth. Even I could compose something better. What a disgrace to the music scene. How foolish I was to once regard him as an idol. In hindsight, I was truly blind. Speaking of which, this esteemed figure is remarkably humble. His songs surpass Li Wenbo's by 100-fold, yet he still refers to him as a master. Indeed, the more talented individuals are, the more humble they tend to be. Seeing this, Nanjiao's lips curled into a sweet smile. The truth has emerged. The purpose of Xiaobai's video was, in fact, to support me. With such a wonderful husband, I am truly fortunate. Liu Xiaobai's video quickly concluded. Yet the repercussions were far from over. From that night onward, Li Wenbo's name would forever be etched upon the pillar of shame. The following morning, the controversy surrounding the quality of Li Wenbo's songs soared to the top of trending searches. In just a few hours, the view count surpassed 500 million, and the comment section was overwhelmed with netizens' critiques. Soon, numerous music critics and professional musicians joined the discourse. Chapter 44, The Insect's Flight, captivated the audience. Esteemed music critic Melody Hunter penned a lengthy critique, asserting that, from a theoretical standpoint, the chord progressions in several of Li Wenbo's songs are alarmingly monotonous, lacking any semblance of technicality which is entirely unbefitting of a renowned composer. His assessment was relatively objective. However, others were far more scathing. Notorious critic, the sharp-tongued Lao Tan, suggested renaming Li Wenba's anthology to 100 Ways of Repeating Chord Progressions, priced at $99 with free shipping, suitable for bathroom reading. Professor Zhang from the Music Academy declared that he had designated today's video as a negative teaching example for the composition department, assigning students the task of identifying all glitch S in Li Wenba's songs, with fewer than 20 resulting in a failing grade. It truly was a case of the wall collapsing under the weight of collective discontent, as some lesser-known creators, once suppressed by Li Wenba, found the courage to speak out. They shared their experiences on Weibo, recounting how Li Wenba leveraged his position to marginalize them, hindering their opportunities for showcasing their work. These revelations further tarnished Li Wenba's reputation among netizens. The discourse surrounding Li Wenba's oppression of newcomers began to gain traction on Weibo. Meanwhile, Li Wenba had just awakened from hospital stay, his heart sinking at the sight of the barrage of negative comments flooding his phone. In stark contrast, Liu Xiaobai unexpectedly garnered a significant following amidst this turmoil. Many netizens commented on an anonymous Weibo post, "Please, don't be so modest. Your songs utterly overshadow Li Wenba's. If you call him a master, what does that make you?" We crave more revelations like this to unveil the true nature of these so-called renowned creators. You not only write beautifully, but also dare to expose the industry's chaos. I'm in awe of you. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Liu Xiaobai vowed that his initial intent in posting the video was merely to undermine Li Wenba, yet he unexpectedly reaped a substantial fanbase. At this juncture, his Weibo followers had reached an astounding 50 million. Liu Xiaobai opened his system panel, reputation points, for 1,023, skills acquired, basic piano performance, intermediate music theory proficiency. Skills available for redemption, none. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and the streets of Binhai City had quietly adorned themselves with red lanterns, heralding the approach of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Today marked the day of the Mid-Autumn cultural performance at Binhai Primary School. Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao both set aside their work to attend the event as parents. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao were backstage preparing. Hand in hand, they strolled through the school corridors, marveling at the exuberance of the children. These little ones are indeed brimming with vitality. I envy them, Liu Xiaobai mused while observing the children frolicking on the lawn. Stop right there. Old man, how old are you this year? Su Nanjiao playfully pinched his cheek. If I were to sum up the ages from my past lives, I fear I would be 50, Liu Xiaobai reflected inwardly. The two laughed and frolicked, drawing the attention of countless parents and teachers. Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao seldom attended school, hence the vast majority of their peers were unfamiliar with them. Whose parents are these? They resemble celebrities, exclaimed a voice. Indeed, especially that mother. Her figure and complexion are simply exquisite. Mother, that sister looks like a fairy from the television. The murmurs of admiration filled the air. Su Nanjiao's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly buried her face into Liu Xiaobai's shoulder. Being mistaken for a mother at her young age was rather mortifying. Finally, the program commenced. The auditorium was filled to capacity, with nearly all the parents and family members of the children present. Little did they expect that the most sought-after star and most talented musician in Longwa would be among them. The performance began with a choral rendition of Invisible Wings. As Liu Xiaoyan had mentioned, this song had practically become the school anthem. Su Nanjiao's heart soared with delight. She had never imagined that her song would one day grace the halls of her school. Next, let us welcome Zhang Yuhang from Class 4 of Grade 6 to present the classic children's song My Dream. As the announcer's voice faded, the program officially began. Initially, Liu Xiaobai felt a flicker of anticipation. Given that it was a classic children's song, it should be quite pleasant. However, his brow furrowed in discontent shortly thereafter. Is this truly what they call a classic? He muttered. The lyrics and melody were utterly abysmal. This is already considered decent? Do you expect everyone to be as talented as you? Su Nanjiao retorted, linking her arms with Liu Xiaobai and rolling her eyes. The youth of today really lack appreciation. This is one of the most classic children S songs in our Longwa. A nearby, portly gentleman scoffed at Xiaobai's comment. Xiaobai merely smiled in silence. As the program progressed, the announcer's voice echoed once more. Next, please enjoy the original Song The Flying Bug. Performers, Lu Xiaoyan from Class 2 of Grade 3 and Su Mingyao from Class 1 Grade 4. The audience erupted in astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? An original song? I can't believe I'm hearing an original piece in an elementary school. This was indeed remarkable. Can elementary students truly create original music? Let us not set our standards too high for children. Amidst the whispers, the two little girls walked hand in hand onto the stage. On the left, Lu Xiaoyan donned a light blue puff dress, while on the right, Su Mingyao showcased her flowing, silky black hair. Oh my, whose children are these? Are they real or dolls? So beautiful, so adorable. My heart is melting. I wish I could take them home. Many parents gasped in awe, glancing at their own children and suddenly feeling their own pride diminish. This next song is called The Flying Bug, written and composed by my brother. I hope you all enjoy it. Thank you. Amidst a chorus of admiration, Lu Xiaoyan gracefully bowed. This little girl had become increasingly poised and cheerful. Lu Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction. As the piano prelude began, Lu Xiaoyan was the first to sing. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany me. Bugs fly, who do you long for? The youthful yet melodious voice rendered everyone breathless. Soon after, Su Mingyao began to sing. The stars in the sky weep, while the roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, as long as you are by my side. The principal's glasses, held halfway up, froze on his face. A portly man gaped, causing his thermos to tumble to the ground. At that moment, even the most mischievous little boy fell silent, sitting motionless in his parents' embrace. It was remarkable enough that the two little girls were beautiful, but their enchanting singing was simply divine. Insects fly, flowers sleep, a pair makes beauty. The two young ladies commenced their duet. What a beautiful atmosphere. The lyrics were utterly exquisite. Their pure, crystalline voices seemed to cleanse my very soul. Chapter 45. Is this the demeanor of a diva? Everyone was enraptured by the melody, their hearts brimming with emotion. Simultaneously, an increasing number of people took out their phones to record the performance. As the final note faded, Su Mingyao executed a graceful curtsy, while Lu Xiaoyan playfully formed a heart shape with her hands. The auditorium fell silent for 10 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. It was magnificent. The head of the teaching faculty in the front row clapped until his hands turned red. Truly a classic. This was the finest children's song I had ever heard. A father excitedly shook his wife's hand. If this were to be posted online, I would become an internet sensation. A young mother's eyes sparkled with delight. As the performance concluded, the night breeze carried a hint of early autumn chill. Lu Xiaobai held Su Nanjiao's hand as they strolled slowly along the tree-lined path of the Yunqi Yuan residential area. The two little girls had long since been picked up by their nanny to sleep, leaving only the two of them. Since their relationship had been established, they had sought opportunities to be alone, and such a splendid chance was not to be missed. As night fell, and given that this was a high-end residential area, there were almost no people in sight. Nanjiao, have you noticed? Mingyao seems to have become a bit more cheerful, Lu Xiaobai suddenly remarked. Indeed, I saw her talking to many other children. It's all thanks to your genius. Had you not written insects fly, she might never have stepped onto the stage, Su Nanjiao replied, gazing at him with admiration. You flatter me, Lu Xiaobai said with a smile, clasping his hands together in humility. By the way, I still want to hear that song I Only Care About You that you sang for me that day, Su Nanjiao said, intertwining her hands with Lu Xiaobai's right arm and tilting her face upward. Of course. Lu Xiaobai's heart softened as he led her to a stone bench by the roadside. If I had not met you, where would I be? How would life be? And would it be worth cherishing? As he softly hummed the tune, Su Nanjiao unconsciously leaned against his shoulder. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, but your song is even more enchanting, she whispered, nestled in his embrace. What you truly mean to say is that the song is lovely, but my singing is not, isn't it? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. It was decent. Su Nanjiao replied playfully with a smile. May I ask, was that song you just sang written by you? At that moment, a cool voice interrupted from beside them. As the two turned around, they beheld a tall woman adorned with a mask and sunglasses. Is that you, Sister Qingwu? Lu Xiaobai inquired with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao sprang to her feet, electrified with excitement. Nanjiao, I can't believe you recognize me like this. The woman said, removing her mask with a nonchalant air. It was none other than Gu Qingwu, the true queen of the Chinese music scene. This was a genuine diva, not a mere internet sensation like Zhou Menqi. With a career spanning 2 decades, she had garnered 17 Golden Melody Awards, and her album sales consistently topped the charts. Sister Qingwu, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. Su Nanjiao exclaimed with joy. I own a place here and was just taking a stroll after dinner. Gu Qingwu replied with a smile. She looked remarkably well-preserved. It was hard to believe she was already in her 40s, Lu Xiaobai mused. The song you just performed was truly wonderful. Did you compose it? Gu Qingwu turned her gaze towards Lu Xiaobai. Indeed, he replied coolly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored a dislike for this diva, perceiving an air of arrogance and aloofness in her demeanor, as if she looked down upon others. Though Su Mingyao also exuded coldness, she lacked arrogance and instead radiated an endearing quality. Are you certain? Do you hold the copyright for the lyrics and music? Gu Qingwu inquired. What does that have to do with you? Lu Xiaobai's tone grew frosty. Was this an interrogation? I genuinely enjoyed that song. Sell it to me for 500,000. Gu Qingwu extended her hand with 5 fingers, exhibiting a sense of grandeur. 500,000? Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. Are you jesting? Her implication seemed to suggest that this amount would buy out the rights, meaning he would receive no further royalties. Sister Qingwu, isn't this a bit excessive? As individuals who appreciate music, we should recognize the value of the song you just heard. A mere 500,000? Do you think it's as cheap as cabbage? Su Nanjiao was somewhat irked. He must be a newcomer, but this price is already quite generous. Even songs from intermediate domestic composers rarely fetch more than this. Gu Qingwu appeared slightly taken aback. She could hardly fathom that despite her generous offer, Lu Xiaobai refused. Nanjiao, let's go. There is no point in wasting breath with her. Lu Xiaobai said with a stern expression, preparing to leave. Initially, when Su Nanjiao had purchased his song, she had offered a price of 1 million. He was appalled to discover that a renowned diva appeared so miserly and haughty. Surely, 600,000 would suffice. Gu Qingwu retorted coldly, believing Lu Xiaobai was merely playing hard to get, thus increasing her offer. Gu diva, Lu Xiaobai suddenly turned around. Gu Qingwu's heart leaped with joy. It seemed the newcomer could not resist the allure of money. A mere 600,000 for a timeless classic. What a lucrative deal. On what grounds do you presume that I would sing this song for you, and not for Nanjiao? Lu Xiaobai met her gaze, posing the question he had long desired to ask. I am a diva, with vocal prowess at the pinnacle of the Mandarin music scene. It is my prerogative to elevate exceptional songs, Gu Qingwu declared without a moment's hesitation. Let us go. Her tone, laced with arrogance, caused Lu Xiaobai to completely lose his patience. Gripping Su Nanjiao's arm, he turned on his heel and walked away without a backward glance. If they lingered any longer, he feared he might resort to violence. Is this how a diva conducts herself? By what right should a splendid song be entrusted to her? Truly, one must be shameless to act so conceited, a newcomer daring to flaunt such bravado. As she watched Lu Xiaobai's retreating figure, a glint of malice flickered in Gu Qingwu's eyes. That night, following the conclusion of the performance, the live video of insect flying exploded in popularity online. The original masterpiece by a primary school student, Insect Flying, is simply enchanting. Seeking information about the lyricist and composer, trending topics surged one after another. The comments section erupted. The stars weep in the heavens. The roses wither on the ground. What a profound imagery. I plead for the audio source. My daughter has listened to it 30 times and still refuses to sleep. Which celestial being penned this? This talent eclipses a multitude of professional musicians. Was it that little girl claiming it was her brother who wrote it? just as the entire internet frantically searched for this mysterious brother. Soon Nanjiao's management company abruptly issued a statement. The lyricist and composer of the classic song Insect Flying is the anonymous individual. And this song will be featured in Su Nanjiao's upcoming album Darkening Skies. Stay tuned. The announcement sent shockwaves across the internet. No wonder it sounds so delightful. It's yet again the anonymous individual. This talent is simply extraordinary, consistently delivering classic hits one after the other. It seems his creative wellspring is inexhaustible. Reflecting on it, Invisible Wings, Love You, Where Has the Time Gone, Classmate of Yours, The Wind Rises, and Insect Flying. These 6 songs were all penned by him in just a few short weeks. Truly remarkable. While discussions heated up, a netizen suddenly remarked, "Has anyone noticed that the music charts have been completely dominated by his songs recently? If he writes a few more, there might be no room left for anyone else in the top 10. As others reminisced, they realized it was indeed the case. For a solid 2 to 3 weeks, his songs had not slipped out of the top 7 on the music charts. This meant that aside from Xiaobai Silence, which briefly entered the top 5, no other song could even begin to compete. In the entirety of Dragon Country, who else could rival him? This individual is formidable. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd. Tianyi Records. Again, this anonymous person. Who on earth could this be? President Wang Jinyu, infuriated, slammed his tablet down on the conference table. They had exhausted every means to uncover the identity of this anonymous figure. Yet soon Nanjiao and her companions remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge anything. Now, they found themselves unable to find a way to recruit him. Of course, the anonymous individual had a Weibo account, but ever since he posted a tutorial video, he had vanished entirely. President Wang, didn't he, the netizens, say that the only one capable of competing with this anonymous individual is Xiaobai? Why not try to recruit him? This situation should not leave us utterly defenseless against Longting. The music director wiped his cold sweat and remarked, "That is a valid point. Contact Xiaobai immediately. Regardless of the terms, he must be invited over," Wang Jinyu exclaimed through gritted teeth. In the conference room of Xinghui Entertainment's creative department, silence reigned as over a dozen renowned composers fixated on the projection screen displaying the lyrics and score of Chong Erfei. For some time now, they had been analyzing the works of an anonymous individual, endeavoring to unearth the secrets of his artistry. The stars weep in the heavens, while the roses wither on the ground. How can such simple words elude our grasp? The chief composer suddenly flung his pen aside, murmuring to himself, "The entire piece employs merely 6 basic chords, yet evokes such profound imagery. The prowess of this individual is truly unfathomable." Another composer lamented. The more they delved into the works of this enigmatic figure, the more they felt overwhelmed by his depth. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, the person in question was dining at Su Nanjiao's residence. Xiaobai now faced a delightful dilemma. Su Nanjiao had been persistently urging him to move in with her. While this should have been a positive development, Xiaobai had just purchased a new home, which he had scarcely occupied before being asked to relocate. How could this be feasible? Moreover, living with his partner might evoke a sense of dependency. Yet, Su Nanjiao presented an irresistible argument. "My home is equipped with all the instruments and equipment you need for your creative work. You could certainly buy your own. But do you have any idea how expensive a piano is? It would be wise to save some money. The instruments I possess are merely gathering dust. What a waste." Thus, Xiaobai had been fretting over this matter for several days. "Xiaobai, are you still not ready to reveal your identity as the anonymous creator?" Su Nanjiao asked, wrapping her long arms around his neck, resembling a koala clinging to him. "But the contract stipulates that if I disclose my identity, it would constitute a breach, incurring a penalty of several million." Xiaobai gently brushed her pert nose. "Are you still concerned about that? Once you reveal that you are the anonymous figure, companies will be eager to pay your penalty," Su Nanjiao replied. "Since I promised Lu Feng, I must honor my word. Moreover, if I join another company, it would mean parting from my beloved wife, wouldn't it?" Xiaobai said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Indeed, you have a point," Su Nanjiao pouted slightly, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. No one wishes for their partner to be untrustworthy, right? Now, on to serious matters. Your next album should be ready for release, correct? Lu Xiaobai said with a serious tone. What? But I currently only have 3 new songs. Su Nanjiao blinked in surprise. Then you can release a mini-album, Lu Xiaobai suggested. A mini-album, as opposed to a standard album, requires just 3 to 6 songs for release. But why are we in such a rush to release a new album? Wouldn't a standard album be preferable? Sunanda inguit somewhat pudao. Because the market needs to maintain its momentum. If we wait until we have 12 songs for a standard album, it will take at least another 6 months, Lu Xiaobai replied gravely. Indeed, you are quite astute, Xiaobai. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Xiaobai chuckled softly. In truth, what he had just articulated was undoubtedly the principal reason. Yet there lingered a hint of personal ambition intertwined within. During this period, he had refrained from releasing new songs, resulting in a sluggish ascent of his popularity metrics. At present, his prestige had yet to surpass 5,000, limiting him to redeeming only rudimentary performance skills. At this pace, the acquisition of more formidable talents seemed an unattainable dream. He had long yearned for the likes of infinite range, emotional resonance, mobility, absolute pitch, alongside personal allure and charisma. Let us hasten our meal, so we may practice I Only Care About You shortly. Agreed. The fervor surrounding the live video of insect flying had not yet dissipated when yet another sensational announcement surfaced. Su Nanjiao would unveil a mini-album in a week. In an instant, everyone was left in utter astonishment. It is worth noting that Su Nanjiao's previous album had been released merely 3 weeks prior. Within a week, he had also launched singles The Wind Rises, You at the Same Table, and Where Has the Time Gone? Now, a new album was on the horizon. It is common knowledge that for other artists, releasing a new album every 9 months is already considered rapid. Nevertheless, Su Nanjiao's fans were unconcerned by such timetables. They were exuberantly excited, as if celebrating a festival. Being a fan of Nanjiao was a source of happiness. New melodies awaited them. They were already bracing themselves to be enchanted by the new tracks. Help! I just set Where Has the Time Gone as my ringtone. Does this woman expect me to change it again? Nanjiao seemed poised to dominate the top 10 charts entirely. Other artist fans were likely to weep inconsolably in the restroom. Guess how many songs in the album were penned by unknown individuals? Likely only insect flying, as if unknowns were deities capable of composing songs at such a pace. In the comment section of Weibo, the outpouring of fans' messages surged like a tidal wave. However, Su Nanjiao promptly revealed the answer. All 3 of my new songs were entirely crafted by unknown individuals. Chapter 47. In that case, I shall unleash my secret weapon. This revelation struck like thunder. Everyone was left in shock. Master, please accept my knee, respect. There was a serious suspicion that the unknown individual was wholesale producing songs. Perhaps the unknown should consider rebranding as the wholesale song merchant. One Weibo user conducted a thorough analysis. Su Nanjiao had released 8 songs written by unknown individuals within 3 weeks. This indicated that this individual could compose a song every 26 days. Such speed was truly extraordinary. Concurrently, all artists under Longting Company preparing to release new songs received notifications. New song releases were postponed to make way for Su Nanjiao's new album. Even those artists slated to perform Wang Dali's new songs were affected. It was inevitable. The combination of the unknown and Su Nanjiao was a formidable force. Even Lu Xiaobai's close friend, Master Wang Dali, had to yield. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was dining at Su Nanjiao's residence. Recently, he had spent more time at Su Nanjiao's home than his own new abode. Nanjiao, I have a history question for you. During dinner, Lu Xiaobai began to tease his younger sister-in-law again. This little girl, though indifferent towards others, was an exceptional scholar. Despite being an elementary school student, she had dabbled in some historical knowledge. The little lowly remained aloof. Do you know how Zhaoyan perished? Lu Xiaobai inquired. He was killed by the enemy. The little girl pondered for a moment before responding. Incorrect. It was cholecystitis. Lu Xiaobai declared. Cholecystitis? Is there even cholecystitis during the 3 Kingdoms period? Furthermore, can it be fatal? I've never heard of such a thing. Su Mingyao expressed her confusion. Under normal circumstances, cholecystitis is not lethal, but let's not forget, Zhao Yin was full of gall. Lu Xiaobai stated with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha. Su Nanjiao erupted in laughter. Boring, the little lowly rolled her eyes. Yet a hint of a smile crept onto her lips. Su Nanjiao, delighted, quickly signaled Lu Xiaobai with her eyes, implying, "Did you see that?" She actually smiled. Do something else to make her laugh. Hee hee, it seems your studies are not quite solid. Allow me to challenge you with another riddle. A centipede was bitten by a venomous snake and had to undergo amputation. The centipede was extremely saddened until the doctor said something that instantly lifted its spirits. What did the doctor say? Lu Xiaobai asked again. Well, you have so many legs. After the amputation, you can still walk, Su Mingyao replied earnestly. Ha ha. Su Nanjiao laughed once more. She had not expected her sister to be quite humorous as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention that all of the centipede's legs were to be amputated, Lu Xiaobai added. Then I wouldn't know. Su Mingyao shook her head. The doctor said, Buddy, look on the bright side. You'll just be a worm from now on. Ha ha. Boring. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao made their way into the karaoke room. Xiaobai, ever since you arrived, Mingyao's personality has become much more cheerful. Therefore, you must move in as soon as possible. Su Nanjiao said playfully while linking her arm with Lu Xiaobai's. All right then, I will go home tomorrow to pack my things and come over. Lu Xiaobai nodded. That's wonderful. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with joy. She realized just how happy and fortunate she truly was. In her career, she had already risen to the ranks of a top-tier singer. With the release of her new album, it was almost a certainty that she would ascend to the status of a diva. In love, she was even more fortunate, having such a talented and gentle boyfriend. If Lu Xiaobai's identity were to be revealed, countless female celebrities would undoubtedly envy her. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao's phone rang urgently. It was a call from Wu Yuan. Sister Nanjiao, something terrible has happened. The little assistant's voice was filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's face turned pale instantly. With a loud thud, the phone fell to the ground. Nanjiao, what happened? Lu Xiaobai asked anxiously. Gu Qingwu's new album is set to be released in a week. Su Nanjiao took a deep breath. Is Gu Qingwu really that formidable? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Very formidable. Extremely formidable. Su Nanjiao replied solemnly. As she spoke, she began to elucidate. It turned out that Gu Qingwu, after securing her 17th Golden Melody Award, abruptly entered into a whirlwind marriage with a wealthy businessman. In the subsequent years, she bore several children, devoting herself to nurturing them at home. This circumstance inadvertently afforded opportunities for others, such as Zhou Mengqi and Su Nanjiao, to emerge. In her prime, the diva's fame was unparalleled, overshadowing all, as if she had pressed everyone beneath her heel. Now, she made a sudden return, collaborating with the esteemed songwriter Zhang Ziyuan. This was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for all artists. Xiaobai, it's not that I lack faith in your abilities, nor do I doubt myself. It is simply that Gu Qingwu's fanbase is immensely vast. More importantly, the powerhouse behind her is Tianlai, the most prestigious entertainment company in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Nanjiao hurriedly explained. I understand. Lu Xiaobai's expression grew serious. Gu Qingwu was not the true threat. It was Zhang Ziyuan, her collaborator, who posed a greater challenge. Despite their formidable partnership, Lu Xiaobai felt no fear. What truly weighed upon him were the chilling figures. Gu Qingwu's Weibo account boasted nearly 300 million followers, each post garnering millions of shares. Alongside Tianlai Entertainment's cash flow capable of acquiring half the industry. He suddenly chuckled softly. How strikingly similar this era is to my previous life. Once, as long as a piece of work was exceptional, it would undoubtedly be heard. But what now? No matter how breathtaking a melody may be, it pales in comparison to the allure of trending topics. No matter how heartfelt a creation is, it cannot compete with the traffic driven by capital. Xiaobai, there is no need to worry about me. Upon noticing Lu Xiaobai's demeanor, Su Nanjiao sought to comfort him. I've just realized that music is not a competition, and it doesn't necessarily require a win or loss. Even if the heat fades, at least my fans will continue to listen to my songs. Lu Xiaobai gazed into her reddened eyes, aware of how fiercely ambitious she was and the significance of the title diva to her. Now, she stood merely a step away from that coveted status, yet was confronted by the unexpected emergence of Gu Qingwu. This predicament would be disheartening for anyone. Liu Xiaobai had contemplated postponing the release of their music, but doing so would only reveal that an obscure artist had fallen under Zhang Ziyuan's influence, and that Su Nanjiao was no match for Gu Qingwu. Faced with such an audacious diva, retreat was not an option for him. He clenched his fists. In truth, his yearning for victory was even more intense than Su Nanjiao's. The loss of popularity would inevitably slow the growth of his own prestige. Then, I shall unveil my trump card. Liu Xiaobai suddenly seized a guitar. Chapter 48. This song will penetrate the entire Chinese music scene. What trump card? Su Nanjiao asked, her face alight with surprise. Nanjiao, during this time, let us put in some effort and record another song. I assure you, this song will penetrate the entire Chinese music scene, rendering any traffic and capital powerless in its presence. Liu Xiaobai responded with a cold smile. Are you implying that this song will be even more classic than I Only Care About You? Su Nanjiao queried, astonished. In her eyes, I Only Care About You has reached a considerable level of artistic excellence, one that even Liu Xiaobai might find difficult to surpass in a short span of time. However, according to Liu Xiaobai, compared to the next song, I Only Care About You can merely be regarded as a younger sibling. Indeed, Liu Xiaobai chuckled coldly. What do capital and traffic amount to? If I were to present a universally acclaimed classic from my past life, how would you respond? Tianlai Entertainment. This new album, Whispers of Humanity, marks Qingwu's return to the industry and cannot afford any missteps. What thoughts and suggestions do we all have? Let's engage in a brainstorming session. Zhao Chun, the president of Tianlai, spoke in a solemn tone. My only concern at this moment is Su Nanjiao. The top-tier songwriter Zhang Ziyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, Teacher Zhang is overly concerned. With the two of us joining forces, who else in the Dragon Kingdom could possibly be our rival? Gu Qingwu coldly asserted. Qingwu, do not underestimate Su Nanjiao. In terms of fame and strength, she is far beneath you. Yet, the nameless individual behind her possesses formidable talent. To be frank, the songs he composes leave me feeling inadequate. Zhang Ziyuan admitted. Teacher Zhang is correct. With the songs from this nameless person, the music charts have been dominated by Su Nanjiao for almost a month. I have listened to every song he has written, and I can only say that this individual is a genius, with each composition deserving of classic status, one executive stated. In that case, let's amplify our promotional efforts. Zhao Chun of Tianlai waved his hand decisively. Immediately contact major music platforms, set Qingwu's album cover as the splash advertisement, and secure all recommendation slots, pushing Su Nanjiao's songs to the secondary pages. Furthermore, during this period, Qingwu should participate in more variety shows and interviews to generate buzz. Additionally, arrange for dozens of marketing accounts to create a narrative that portrays Su Nanjiao's music as inferior, asserting that only works of international caliber like Qingwu's deserve the grand stage. By the way, edit together segments of Qingwu's performance at the Golden Hall and release a press statement tomorrow. Zhao Chun swirled his wine glass and suddenly revealed a cold smile. I want everyone to understand that in the face of capital, so-called genius and sentiment are nothing more than crushable ants. Meeting adjourned. On October 16th, the simultaneous release of new albums by Gu Qingwu and Su Nanjiao captured the attention of countless individuals. Entertainment news headlines and social media trends were dominated by this impending album release battle. The front page of the Dragon Kingdom Entertainment News boldly featured the title, Gu Qingwu vs. Su Nanjiao, the pinnacle showdown of the Dragon Kingdom's music scene, accompanied by large photographs of both singers. Everyone was eager to witness whether the nameless individual and the rising star Su Nanjiao could overcome Zhang Ziyuan and the diva. However, no one anticipated that this competition would exhibit a lopsided nature from the very beginning. Splash advertisements across major platforms were entirely dedicated to Gu Qingwu. All recommendation slots were purchased by Tianlai, and the top 5 trending searches were dominated by Gu Qingwu's return and her new album's related keywords. Su Nanjiao, an obscure figure, along with the video of insect flies, has lost all momentum. Ultimately, Gu Qingwu's release of a video showcasing her performance at the Golden Hall sent the fervor soaring. The accompanying caption read, "Thank you, heavenly voice, for allowing me to remain at the pinnacle." Gu Qingwu's fans erupted in excitement. This is the essence of the Mandarin music scene. While the renowned diva performed at the Golden Hall, a certain singer surnamed Su was still sipping milk. My dear Qingwu's vocal prowess is unparalleled, and her new album is destined for success. As evening approached, both Gu Qingwu and Su Nanjiao's new albums were simultaneously launched. The diva's 200,000 digital albums sold out instantaneously, with the comment section flooded with praises. Qingwu's high notes possess an extraordinary penetrating power. This is indeed a true international standard. Teacher Zhang Ziyuan, a top-tier composer, has crafted every note to resonate perfectly with my aesthetic sensibilities. Su Nanjiao song? Apologies, but I have been replaying my dear Qingwu's album and have no time for other noise. Meanwhile, when Su Nanjiao's Darkness was released, it sank like a small stone cast into the deep sea, accumulating a mere 180,000 downloads. Everyone lamented, "Your uncle shall always remain your uncle." Even the Nameless and Su Nanjiao are unworthy rivals for Gu Qingwu. 200,000 to 180,000. Observing the glaring statistics, Liu Xiaobai furrowed his brow. The power of capital is truly terrifying. He never imagined that even the timeless classics of the past music godfather would not stand a chance. He sighed deeply. Recently, he had engaged in a discussion with Liu Feng. Liu Feng patted his shoulder, offering a bitter smile as he advised, "Brother, let it go. Even if you lose this time, it is not your fault. Blame our Longting for being too weak, unable to confront a giant like Heavenly Voice head-on." These were the final words of the Longting helmsman. "I cannot give up." Liu Xiaobai clenched his fists. Suddenly, he recalled his long-forgotten Weibo account tucked away in a corner. Perhaps he should post a tweet to promote it. It might yield results. Liu Xiaobai promptly logged into his account. His follower count had now reached 80 million. A staggering figure. Naturally, compared to Gu Qingwu's nearly 300 million followers, it paled in comparison. Yet, Liu Xiaobai understood that these 80 million followers were his greatest asset for a comeback. After a moment of contemplation, he began typing, "Dear friends, Su Nanjiao has a new song in her album called Childhood. This wonderful song deserves to be heard by more people." Upon completing the message, he added the link to the song and clicked send. As soon as the tweet was posted, the comment section erupted with activity. "I see the big shot has finally remembered he has a Weibo account. The deity has spoken. Must support going to listen to Su Nanjiao's song. I bought the album. It's truly fantastic. Don't miss out, everyone." While Gu Qingwu boasts a larger fan base, I prefer to support those who genuinely pour their heart into music. Go deity! Go Nanjiao! As time passed, the tweet's popularity surged. The sales of Su Nanjiao's album began to show a noticeable increase. 190,000, 210,000, 240,000. Although there remains a gap compared to Gu Qingwu, the upward trend fills Liu Xiaobai with a glimmer of hope, however minuscule it may seem. Chapter 49, a dual masterpiece of lyrics and melody, every note a classic. Before her computer, an 18-year-old girl curiously clicked on the link from Liu Xiaobai's Weibo. Her name was Li Cici, a devoted fan of Su Nanjiao. Yet, in this fierce battle of albums, she chose to support Gu Qingwu. The reason was simple. Gu Qingwu's songs had accompanied her throughout her childhood and adolescence. She was not merely listening to music, but revisiting her youthful days. Given the high praise from the maestro for the song Childhood, it surely would not disappoint. She mused as she pressed the play button. By the pond, the banyan tree stood tall, cicadas singing the arrival of summer. On the swing set, only butterflies perched gracefully. The moment the prelude began, time seemed to rewind. The buzzing of cicadas in midsummer, the swaying swing, the mottled blackboard. The final note dissipated, and Li Cici found herself in tears. If Gu Tianho's songs had accompanied her entire childhood, this particular song was her childhood. After listening to it once, she put it on repeat numerous times before reluctantly exploring the other tracks of the new album. Wow, every song is a classic. No way can such a brilliant album be overlooked. Thus, Li Cici began fervently sharing the link. Unbeknownst to her, countless similar scenes were unfolding across the nation. 250,000, 300,000, 320,000. This seemingly uneven contest was quietly shifting the tide. Xiaobai, a seasoned professor at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, was now 61 years old. Having just returned from school, he opened the new song chart. As an academic musician, he typically shunned pop music and was not a fan of either Gu Qingwu or Su Nanjiao, but today was an exception. His beloved granddaughter, Li Cixi, had implored him to support her idol, Su Nanjiao. He had heard of the simultaneous releases from the two divas, yet he was resolute in his impartiality. If your song is not pleasing, even if you are my granddaughter's idol, I shall not lend my support. Cao Lai scolded. Given the overwhelming popularity and acclaim for Gu Qingwu's new album, he figured it must be worth a listen. With anticipation, he clicked on the first track. Gu Qingwu's lead single, A Walk of Love. Step by step, a walk of love, counting down through the sands of time. The road ahead may be unclear, but with you, I fear not the path. Zhao Lei nodded slightly. Zhang Ziyuan truly deserved his reputation as one of the nation's top musicians. The lyrics and melody surpassed those of Li Windfall and his contemporaries by at least 100-fold. Let us hear the next one. Zhao Lei eagerly clicked on the second track, Beyond the Horizon. How far is the horizon? So too is the longing endless. I count the stars, waiting for the fate of our reunion. If the wind could carry messages, please convey my affection. Tell the distant you, I have never strayed far. Zhao Lei nodded repeatedly, silently praising Zhang, who had rightfully earned a Lifetime Achievement Award. However, after Zhao Lei listened to all the songs, he still frowned. The melodies lacked innovation, the lyrics lacked depth, and the arrangements were exceedingly mediocre. Moreover, they were all love songs. After all these years, teacher Zhang had not made significant progress. Perhaps he should give Su Nanjiao's songs a try. Everyone speaks so highly of this unknown artist. His music surely cannot be subpar. Zhao Lei finally clicked on Su Nanjiao's new album. The first track he selected was Insect Flies. He had heard the original version before and found it quite delightful. Listening to Su Nanjiao's rendition now, he was once again captivated. The two little girls who originally he sang it did well, but he never expected Su Nanjiao to elevate the song to new heights. His voice was ethereal and sweet, with impeccable vocal technique. It was an absolute pleasure to behold. Zhao Lei couldn't help but reflect. After the song concluded, he moved on to the second track, The Sky is Dark. During his childhood, in moments of noise and caprice, his grandmother would sing to soothe him. Merely hearing the first line, Zhao Lei closed his eyes. In that moment, he felt transported back to his youth. Back then, he would refuse to sleep, and his grandmother would hum gentle tunes to lull him. On a summer afternoon, the comforting melodies of old would resonate, and the song seemed to sing, The sky is dark, rain is about to fall, the sky is dark, dark indeed. Zhao Lei suddenly opened his eyes. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. Having left his childhood behind and embraced his own life with fresh songs and new thoughts, he instantly sat up straight. I understand the meaning of this song now. In childhood, his grandmother's song sheltered him from life's storms. As an adult, he must confront the realities of life, but the memories of childhood will forever serve as a haven for the spirit. A nursery rhyme weaves together the spiritual heritage across generations. This unknown artist is indeed extraordinarily talented, he murmured to himself. After finishing this song, Zhao Lei found it hard to calm his emotions. He relished it 5 times before finally clicking on the next track. I only care about you. If I had not met you, where would I be? How is life treating me? And should we cherish our existence? Halfway through the song, Zhao Lei suddenly sprang up in excitement. This song is truly a pinnacle of love songs. It fully embodies the lyrical philosophy of the Dragon Kingdom, which expresses sorrow without pain and grievance without anger. Furthermore, it poses the most poignant question using the most succinct language. If I had not met you. Zhao Lei murmured again. He listened to this song 10 times over, and with reluctance, clicked on the final track, Childhood. By the pond, the banyan tree stood, cicadas calling out the summer. On the swings by the playground, only butterflies perched upon them. Just hearing the beginning, Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled, and his fists clenched tightly. He sensed that this was undoubtedly a timeless classic. The chalk on the blackboard continued its relentless scratching as the children awaited the end of class, the bell to ring. In the games of childhood, Xiaobai felt a shiver of exhilaration. What a divine song is this! Magnificent! Simply magnificent! He murmured to himself. Why hasn't that girl from the neighboring class passed by my window yet? Snacking on treats, clutching a comic book, and cherishing the memories of a first love from childhood, Xiaobai was pacing excitedly within his room. A dual masterpiece of lyrics and melody. Truly, an unparalleled genius. A rare talent seldom seen in the realm of our nation. Unable to contain his exhilaration any longer, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to the group of colleagues. Dear esteemed elders, hurry and listen to Nanjiao's new album. It is a dual masterpiece. Each song a classic. As soon as he sent the message, the WeChat group erupted in a frenzy of activity. Chapter 50. We are willing to move the piano bench and copy the sheet music professorally. Has the old fossil changed his ways? What depth could a pop singer's songs possibly possess? Perhaps your granddaughter is the one sending messages from your phone? Professor's son. Some individuals have listened to classical music their entire lives, and, as they near retirement, their hearing fails them? Professor Zhang. A dual masterpiece? Do contemporary pop songs truly deserve such a title? Aren't you afraid your students will laugh at you? Professor Su remained silent, instead sharing a link. Shocking. The dangers of elderly obsession with online celebrity culture. Xiaobai, witnessing the flurry of messages, felt a pang of urgency and quickly typed. I have put my reputation on the line today. If the songs do not impress, I shall serve you tea and water henceforth. The group fell into a sudden silence for a minute. Everyone was well aware that Professor Zhao was a man who valued his reputation above all. His willingness to gamble his esteem signified that this album was indeed extraordinary. For the next half hour, the group remained utterly still. Xiaobai was in no rush. He knew these old fellows were likely lost in the loop of the songs. After a while, Professor Lee commented, the modal usage in childhood is nothing short of textbook quality. I shall have all my students analyze it tomorrow. Professor Su added, forgive my sentimentality, but as an old man past 50, hearing Darkness Falls brought tears to my eyes. Professor Sun proclaimed, I only care about you is undoubtedly a timeless classic. Professor Zhang remarked, the highlight remains childhood. Upon its release, all musicians should feel a sense of shame. At this moment, Xiaobai spoke up. Esteemed colleagues, shall we unite and compose a blog post to critique this album? His call to action was met with immediate enthusiasm. Thus, several professors collaboratively penned a lengthy article, providing an in-depth critique of the 4 songs on the album Darkness Falls. The conclusion read, as a collective of nearly retired old scholars, we urge the nation to include childhood in school curricula. We do not intend to mythologize the unnamed artist. Yet we must concede, when so-called high art devolves into a mere game for a select few, the unnamed artist has demonstrated that sincerity possesses a greater potency than mere technique. Moreover, we warmly invite the unnamed artist to teach at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, to impart the wisdom of songwriting and composition to our students. Should you graciously accept our invitation? We old fellows are willing to move the piano benches and copy the sheet music for you. This blog post, co-signed by 5 esteemed professors from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, detonated like a nuclear bomb across the internet in the early hours of the morning. Countless musicians were left astounded by these remarks. 5 eminent professors have surprisingly united to voice their support for Nanjiao. Furthermore, they have invited an obscure individual to teach at one of the most prestigious institutions in the realm of music. They even went so far as to personally assist him by moving the piano bench and transcribing sheet music. This is truly astonishing. Has this unknown figure's prowess reached such extraordinary heights? Driven by curiosity, musicians began to download Nanjiao's songs en masse. Within half an hour, the professor's collective endorsement for Nanjiao surged to the top of trending searches, with phrases like should childhood be included in textbooks, dominating the conversation. An hour later, the official accounts of both the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and the Yenjing Conservatory of Music shared this post, captioned, a matter worth deep reflection for every musician. 2 hours later, the president of the Qingbei Academy of Arts unveiled a handwritten score of childhood, commenting, "The melody is beautiful, but the lyrics are even more exquisite." The entire Chinese music scene was set ablaze, with industry insiders fervently discussing and sharing their thoughts. Esteemed music critic Melody Catcher published an extensive article, bestowing high praise upon the Darkness album. Every song within this album is a classic. Undoubtedly, Su Nanjiao is poised to ascend to the pinnacle of her career, emerging as the new diva of her generation. As for the obscure individual, he has propelled Chinese music to unprecedented heights. Even those outside the industry are drawn in, beginning to take notice of Su Nanjiao's works. Who is this mysterious figure? The public relations department at T-Online Entertainment is ablaze with activity, and the CEO, Zhao Chun, stands before the data screen, his expression dark and foreboding. The real-time monitoring data reveals a dramatic reversal. The sales growth of Gu Qingwu's new album has plummeted from 100,000 per hour to 50,000, while Su Nanjiao's Darkness album has seen an exponential surge in sales, hinting at a potential surpassing of Gu's figures. Guya. The data has been updated. Assistant Xiao Lin finally musters the courage to speak, holding a tablet. Go on. Gu Qingwu's cold voice cuts through the tension. Su Nanjiao's new album Darkness has now surpassed 2.5 million copies. Crash. Gu Qingwu violently shatters her wine glass on the floor, her voice icy as she inquires, "And mine?" Xiao Lin instinctively recoils, stammering 11 million copies. How can a mere third-rate singer's album sales exceed those of a diva like me? Gu Qingwu slowly turns, her countenance as frigid as ice. Do not be upset, Gu Jia. If it weren't for those old fogies of the Shanghai Conservatory supporting Su Nanjiao and that unknown person, the situation would not be as it is, Xiao Lin hastens to explain. What exactly did those old men say? Gu Qingwu elegantly settles onto the sofa, crossing her legs, revealing the perfectly sculpted lines of her physique, maintained through years of fitness. They collectively appealed to the state, asserting that childhood should be included in textbooks. They also expressed their eagerness to welcome the unknown individual to the Shanghai Conservatory to teach the art of lyricism and composition. They even offered to move the piano bench and transcribe sheet music for him. Xiao Lin's voice dwindles to a whisper. Huh, are those old fools blind or deaf? Moving piano benches and transcribing sheet music? Gu Qingwu scoffs coldly, rising deliberately. Go fetch Lin Jie for me. Immediately. Right now. Xiaolin, as if granted a reprieve, hastily exited the room. Gu Qingwu approached the floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting on the time when she reigned supreme in the Chinese music industry. Her album sales were unmatched, and concert tickets sold out within a minute. Yet now, her throne faced an unexpected threat. At that moment, the image of Liu Xiaobai, with his delicate and somewhat charming visage, lingered in her mind, an inescapable presence. That young man had become her greatest adversary. Qingwu, what troubles you? Her manager, Sister Lin, entered the room, immediately urged the company to amplify the promotion of my album and rally the fans to purchase it. A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Qingwu's eyes. But I've already sent numerous messages in the fan group. Those who were to download have done so. Further messages may yield no effect, and could even provoke disdain among the fans. After uttering these words, Gu Qingwu fell into a prolonged silence. Chapter 51. Redemption of basic singing skills. At that moment, Confronting Entertainment was hosting a celebratory banquet. Our triumph over Tianlai is entirely due to Nanjiao and the mysterious artist. Lu Feng raised his glass, his face alight with pride. He had just received word that Su Nanjiao's album sales had successfully surpassed Gu Qingwu's. His excitement knew no bounds. Confronting had traditionally been a subordinate to Tianlai. In the past, neither Su Nanjiao nor Zhou Mingqi could rival Gu Qingwu. Yet this time, the tables had turned. The guests raised their glasses, though their gazes frequently drifted toward the empty seat beside Lu Feng, reserved for the enigmatic artist. Curiosity abounded regarding the identity of this mysterious creator. Nanjiao, you have truly brought honor to Confronting, Lu Feng exclaimed, grinning as he looked at Su Nanjiao. All present cast envious and jealous glances her way. Her album sales had eclipsed those of the queen herself, a tremendous honor. If this momentum continued, her position as queen would be firmly secured. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenbo sat dejectedly in a corner, maintaining a distance from the surrounding crowd, drawing sympathetic glances. By the way, Mr. Liu, the true hero of this celebration should be the mysterious artist, right? Why isn't he here? At that moment, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and stood to inquire. The banquet hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward Lu Feng. Ha ha ha! This is our company's greatest secret. You shall know in due time. Lu Feng replied with a mysterious smile. As for the identity of the mysterious artist, I wouldn't even disclose it to my own son. Do you expect to know? Dream on. Lu Feng was confident that revealing the artist's identity would incite a frenzy among music companies eager to sign Lu Xiaobai. He had no intention of making such a foolish move. That said, I have a question that may or may not be appropriate to ask. A music creator named Wang Feng suddenly stood up, glancing at Lu Xiaobai. Since Li Wenbo's downfall, he fancied himself the most distinguished creator at Longting. Please speak, Teacher Wang. Lu Feng said with a smile. Room 808 should be reserved for the truly talented, not for someone who has merely penned a single good song. What gives them the right to occupy such a prestigious office? He expressed his indignation. Indeed, Teacher Wang has articulated our sentiments. Room 808 is designated for our most exceptional creators. That person is not even worthy of being compared to the unremarkable. Well said. Teacher Zhang's words resonate deeply with me. The other creators quickly chimed in. Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile wryly. The narrow-mindedness and limited vision of these individuals were truly eye-opening for him. The fact that they could bicker over something as trivial as an office was astonishing. Upon hearing these remarks, Lu Feng's expression darkened. Let me reiterate. Teacher Lu Xiaobai's capabilities unequivocally merit room 808. Should anyone dare to voice dissent again, their year-end bonuses will be forfeited. Lu Feng pronounced each word with conviction. On what grounds? I refuse to accept this. Wang Feng retorted defiantly. Yes, I too am unconvinced. Lu Xiaobai has only written one song. How can he be compared to someone truly unremarkable? Another creator also stepped forward. Human Resources, make a note of their names. Their year-end bonuses are revoked. Lu Feng replied with a cold smile. Although this action might offend some creators, he felt no fear. As long as he could retain Lu Xiaobai, he was unafraid of offending anyone. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai was secretly delighted. After assisting his wife in defeating Gu Qingwu, his reputation soared dramatically, reaching an astonishing 7,124 points. The skills available for redemption included basic singing skills, basic guitar playing ability, basic violin playing ability. After much contemplation, Lu Xiaobai decided to first redeem the basic singing skills. As a behind-the-scenes creator, singing ability wasn't essential. However, he often needed to guide singers in the recording studio. Enhancing his singing skills would enable him to better demonstrate the songs to the artists. Consequently, the system panel underwent another transformation. Reputation points, 124. Acquired skills, basic piano playing ability, basic singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency. Skills available for redemption, none. After attending the celebration banquet, Su Nanjiao, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, climbed into Lu Xiaobai's modest Camry. They had no idea that you're the unremarkable person. They're already so envious of me. If they knew the truth, they might tear me apart. Su Nanjiao teased, sticking out her tongue. Let them envy. My wonderful songs are reserved solely for my wife. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, gently brushing aside the wind-tousled strands of her hair. Since their relationship blossomed, he had become exceedingly adept at sweet talk. Who is your wife? We aren't married yet, Su Nanjiao said, her head lowering shyly as she spoke. Not yet, you say? You are incorrigible. After a playful exchange, Su Nanjiao's expression suddenly turned melancholic. I have a plethora of upcoming engagements. It will be a long time before I can see you again. Now, she stood merely a step away from stardom, with major television networks and advertisers clamoring for her. Lu Xiaobai's mood also sank. Just as they were savoring their closeness, they were faced with the prospect of separation. Indeed, my mentor has just reached out to me, suggesting that I invite you to lecture at the Yanjing Conservatory of Music. Would you be interested in attending? Su Nanjiao gently nudged his arm. Oh, Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, almost forgetting that Su Nanjiao was an exceptional student at the conservatory. Kindly inform him that we shall postpone this matter for now. I intend to maintain my identity as an anonymous individual, Lu Xiaobai replied. By the way, I recently gained some insights while practicing singing, and I wish to solicit your feedback as a newly acclaimed diva. He suddenly remarked. You're still practicing singing? Su Nanjiao exclaimed in surprise. However, I'm not yet worthy of being called a diva. She quickly corrected herself. Of course, I must practice after all. I must live up to our Su diva's reputation. Lu Xiaobai said softly, one hand resting on the steering wheel. Oh, then do sing for me. I am eager to hear how much progress the musical prodigy has made. Su Nanjiao tilted her head, her expression filled with anticipation. Ahem, I shall begin now. Lu Xiaobai cleared his throat and started to sing. Once upon a time, upon first encountering this world, lingering endlessly, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before my eyes, willingly traversing through fire and water to experience it once more. As soon as he opened his mouth, Su Nanjiao was taken aback. When did that young man, who was always engrossed in composing, acquire such effortless vocal prowess? Chapter 52. Do you know what my greatest pleasure in life is? How is that, Su Diva? Do you think it was passable? Lu Xiaobai said, brimming with pride. A genius. You are truly a rare musical talent. If you continue to practice for a while longer, I fear the throne of the king will soon belong to you. Su Nanjiao regarded him as if he were a marvel. It is worth noting that Lu Xiaobai had just sung the chorus of The Wind Rises. How difficult is that chorus to sing? The entire chorus remains in a high vocal range, blending both falsetto and chest voice. Most singers struggle with their pitch when transitioning between these vocal registers. Even someone with considerable singing talent like her took a long time to master it. Yet Lu Xiaobai managed to execute it with such ease. Let's not forget, they had only met a little over a month ago. If at that time, Lu Xiaobai's singing ability was merely at a 60 level, he has now reached 75, sufficient to be compared with the so-called diva, Zhou Mingqi. If he were granted more time to practice, the possibilities are simply unimaginable. That morning at 9 o'clock, after dropping off Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao at school, Lu Xiaobai strolled leisurely towards the company with his hands in his pockets. Although he had purchased a car, he preferred walking to work lately. In his previous life, he had been overly ambitious. In this life, he sought a more leisurely existence. Walking to work allowed him to savor the bustling atmosphere along the streets while also aiding his digestion. As for being late to work, even if he were to skip a day, none would dare utter a word. The only inquiry would be regarding his search for inspiration. As he turned the corner, a cacophony of noise caught Lu Xiaobai's attention. In front of the Xinguang audiovisual store, a long queue snaked from the entrance all the way to the roadside. The crowd was restless, with voices rising in fervent demand. Boss, is there any more of darkness left? Boss, save me 3 copies of darkness. I'll pay extra. Hey, watch where you're stepping. You just trod on my foot. At that moment, the owner of the music store leaned out, announcing Su Nanjiao's new album is sold out. The next batch will arrive only at 11. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted. What? It's only 9 in the morning and it's already sold out? I took a half day off just to buy this album. Oh no, if I can't get it. My girlfriend will surely explode with rage. Thankfully, I came prepared with a small stool. I shall wait here. Lu Xiaobai maneuvered through the throng, peering through the window to glimpse the interior. The display for Su Nanjiao's album was completely stripped bare, while next to it, Gu Qingwu's section remained untouched, the album still encased in their plastic wrappers. A slight smile crept upon Lu Xiaobai's lips. The thought of Gu Qingwu's expression at this moment filled him with delight. Who has a copy of Darkness? I will buy it at 100 times the price. Suddenly, a shout silenced the crowd. Lu Xiaobai turned to see a middle-aged man, around 50, standing at the edge of the line, his bloodshot eyes betraying his distress, and traces of dried tears marking his face. Sir, is everything all right? Lu Xiaobai approached softly. My mother is in the late stages of lung cancer. She has recently taken a liking to Childhood in Darkness. The doctor says she has only a few days left. I want her to listen to her favorite songs as she departs. The man's lips trembled violently. Lu Xiaobai felt a tightening in his chest. "This one is for you. I wish your mother a swift recovery," he said, pulling the album from his own belongings and handing it to the man. The middle-aged man suddenly clutched the album tightly to his chest, as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world. Thank you so much," he choked out, bowing repeatedly to Lu Xiaobai. After helping the man to his feet, Lu Xiaobai turned to leave, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Su Nanjiao was destined to rise as the queen of the music scene, surpassing Gu Qingwu. Moreover, the album's soaring sales meant not only additional profits, but also an increase in prestige. As Lu Xiaobai rounded the corner, a white BMW pulled up beside him. "You must be that nameless person," a cool voice came from the lowered window. Lu Xiaobai's heart raced, and he turned to see none other than the pop diva Gu Qingwu. "What brings you back to Binhai City again?" Lu Xiaobai asked, his face etched with disdain. "Thanks to you, I've had some free time lately, so I thought I'd come here to unwind," she replied. "Can we have a proper conversation, Mr. Nameless Person?" Gu Qingwu's tone was gentle. "I have nothing to discuss with you," Lu Xiaobai replied coldly, continuing on his path. "Stop right there." Gu Qingwu's chest heaved with indignation. Yet, Lu Xiaobai paid her no mind, resolutely pressing forward. He harbored a strong aversion to Gu Qingwu. Did she truly believe that being a diva entitled her to the world's deference? Had she inflated her own significance beyond measure? Gu Qingwu had no choice but to relent, driving her BMW slowly alongside Lu Xiaobai, her window partially lowered. Her gaze, concealed behind sunglasses, scrutinized the seemingly ordinary young man. No one would suspect that he was the uncelebrated talent behind timeless masterpieces. "Congratulations on your victory over Su Nanjiao, but that was merely a stroke of luck," she stated with an air of condescension. "Luck?" Lu Xiaobai chuckled in disbelief. "I must concede, your creative prowess surpasses that of Zhang Ziyuan. However, compared to Longting, Tianlai is nothing at all. Were it not for a few individuals from the Modu Music Academy advocating for you, do you truly believe you would have triumphed?" Gu Qingwu's lips curled in a haughty smile as she presented a gilded business card. "Should you choose to join Tianlai, we can offer you 3 times the remuneration of Longting." Lu Xiaobai shook his head. "I write songs for singers I admire, and you, Miss Gu, are not one of them." Gu Qingwu's expression darkened immediately as she retorted sharply, "You are being quite ungrateful. Do you realize the honor of my personally seeking you out?" A glint of defiance flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes as he coldly replied, "Honor? Miss Gu, perhaps you should reserve your accolades for those who kneel to receive them." With a dismissive smirk, he tossed the gilded card into a nearby trash can. "Do you think you are something special? Just because you pen a few good songs, you consider yourself remarkable?" Gu Qingwu's pupils constricted, her voice nearly escaping her clenched teeth. "Miss Gu, do you know what brings me the greatest joy in life? It is the act of pulling self-important divas down from their pedestals." Lu Xiaobai articulated each word with precision. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwu's complexion alternated between shades of fury and disbelief. "Very well, we'll see about that." Her chest heaved with agitation. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand to hail a taxi and promptly entered, not sparing her a glance throughout the entire exchange. Chapter 53. The next dawn, Lu Xiaobai entered his office, settling comfortably into his chair before lighting a Cuban cigar. Knock, knock, knock. Mean. When the door to his office opened, he was at the third of the cigar. "Mr. Lu, please help Siki." Li Siki's manager, Nanjiao, nearly dragged the distressed singer into the room. The normally impeccably groomed manager appeared disheveled, while Li Siki, being pulled along, looked even more disarrayed, with one of her coat buttons popped open. Both of their outfits were wrinkled, clearly the result of scuffle. What on earth is happening? Are the star and her manager fighting? Lu Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock, oblivious to the expensive cigar that fell from his grasp. "Mr. Lu, I implore you to assist my Siki. Do you have any idea how hard she has worked? She has spent an entire week in the recording studio, sleeping only 4 hours a night. After finally breaking into the top 5 with Silence, she is on the verge of becoming a top-tier artist." As soon as the news of Nanjiao's new album broke, her popularity dwindled entirely. Sister Lan's voice trembled with emotion as she clasped her hands in a gesture of supplication. The explosive success of Nanjiao's new album surpassed everyone's expectations. With songs like Childhood dominating the top 10 on all music platforms. Although Lisiki had received 3 new songs from Wang Dali, she did not dare to release them. Not only her, but nearly all singers now sought to avoid the radiance of Nanjiao. Sister Lan, Lisiki abruptly pulled her hand away. Teacher Lu has already bestowed upon me the greatest kindness with silence. How could we? Are you foolish? Sister Lan suddenly scoffed. Do you understand the difference between first tier and a second tier? The internet is inundated with Nanjiao and unknowns. Your name is nearly impossible to find. She turned to Lu Xiaobai, adopting a pleading expression. Teacher Lu, you're the only one who can assist Siki now. The online consensus is that you are the sole individual capable of rivaling the unknown. Just a single leak song would be sufficient for us to stage a magnificent comeback. All right. Lu Xiaobai's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. At his words, the office fell into an immediate hush. Even the typically outspoken Sister Lan held her breath, afraid to make sound. Sister Siki, what kind of song do you desire? Speak freely. As he looked at Lisiki, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. This petite woman was kind-hearted, appreciative, and incredibly diligent. Despite her packed schedule, she always found time to invite him for meals, her inquiries filled with genuine curiosity rather than insincere flattery. Such a person was worthy of his utmost support. Moreover, Lu Xiaobai had promised Lu Feng to cultivate another diva within the company, and the chosen candidate was none other than Lisiki. Teacher Lu, truly, there's no need. Lisiki's pupils dilated in surprise. Siki, with Lu Xiaobai having spoken, what more could she refuse? Sister Lan covered her mouth, her face alight with joy as she turned to Lu Xiaobai. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lisiki bowed deeply and continued, my album's lead single still needs one more song, in the style of a poignant ballad. I hope the melody is instantly memorable, delicately expressing the longing and unspoken regrets that follow a farewell. If it could carry a narrative quality, allowing listeners to immerse themselves in their own stories, that would be even better. After speaking, she looked at Lu Xiaobai with hopeful anticipation, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaobai extinguished his cigar and approached the piano. I just had a spark of inspiration. This song is titled The Next Dawn. Let me know what you think. With that, he pressed the keys. What? Lisiki and Sister Lan froze in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. Had he transformed a request into a completed composition in mere seconds? Was this even human? Before they could recover from their astonishment, the piano's prelude began to play. Lu Xiaobai's fingers danced across the keys, releasing a slightly melancholic melody. With a swaying silhouette, I shield a weeping heart. Some stories need not be shared with everyone. Many eyes see too superficially and too closely, missing the unseen version of myself. The entire office fell into a hushed silence, with only Lu Xiaobai's captivating voice resonating. Wow! Lisiki quickly covered her mouth, astonished, blinking in disbelief. This song is simply exquisite. At that moment, goosebumps rose on Sister Lan's skin. She stole a glance at Lisiki and noticed her artist's eyes were already glistening with tears. This song seems tailor-made for Lisiki. The lyrics embody the resilience and strength of a mature woman facing emotional setbacks, which is precisely her forte. How did Teacher Lu come up with this? After merely hearing a few words from Siki, he composed an entire song, and so beautifully at that. She felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Soon, the song reached its climax. When the next dawn arrives, shall we take a stroll where we once held hands and admired the flowers? Some snow will melt away on its own, and your shoulder is my open paradise. Tears shimmered in the corners of Lisiki's eyes. The lyrics are so brilliant. The next dawn suggests an incomplete romance. Some emotions must be shared with those who understand, conveying a mature attitude, no longer clinging to past regrets, but learning to express and let go. The entire song lacks fierce accusations, yet it expresses a profound sense of regret more deeply than any tears could convey. Teacher Lu, I'm immensely grateful. This song, The Next Dawn, is the finest gift I have ever received. Lisiki bowed deeply to Lu Xiaobai once more. Oh, I misspoke. There's also silence. She added, no need to be so polite. Just enjoy it. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Teacher Lu, how has your singing improved so remarkably? Li Siki blinked her big eyes. Besides this, I have prepared a few more songs for you. Lu Xiaobai did not respond, instead shifting the topic. Huh? More? Li Siki was nearly bursting with excitement. Having received the next dawn, she was already immensely satisfied, not expecting further surprises. Truly, she was so thankful to Teacher Lu. Sister Lan pulled Li Siki aside, repeatedly apologizing. To cultivate the next diva swiftly, Lu Xiaobai had written 3 songs for Li Siki. She possessed a mature woman's charm, her voice imbued with a slightly raspy magnetism. Thus, the songs Lu Xiaobai prepared leaned toward a mature style. Decency, radio love songs, and He Doesn't He Love Me. Of course, the first song, The Next Dawn, was included as well. Li Siki's hands trembled slightly as she took the sheet music. She cautiously opened it, as if cradling a priceless treasure. Chapter 54. The Formation of the Star Moon Legend Group. Teacher Lu, no wonder people say you can rival the nameless. With these 4 songs, each one could shatter the charts. After reviewing the sheet music, Li Siki's breathing became increasingly rapid. Sister Lan leaned in to glance at the score, gasping in astonishment. He doesn't he love me? It's too cold when we hold hands, not close enough when we embrace. My heavens, these lyrics strike right to the heart. Li Siki tightly clutched the sheet music and said, Teacher Lu, I am unsure how to express my gratitude. Singing well is the best way to thank you. Lu Xiaobai interrupted her, his gaze imbued with encouragement. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Siki has been sacrificing sleep to perfect these songs. Sister Lan exclaimed, pulling the still-dazed Li Siki into a series of bows. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Xiaobai suddenly called out to them. What is it, Teacher Lu? Li Siki asked, bewildered. Your new album will be released after some time, at least half a month from now, Lu Xiaobai replied. Why is that? Li Siki tilted her head, a look of astonishment on her face. You must have heard of my friend, Wang Dali? Yes, I have. His new song Above the Moon is about to be released, and once it drops, even I will have to step aside. Therefore, it is best to stagger the release of your album. What? Li Siki and Sister Lan were left speechless in shock. Is Above the Moon truly that extraordinary? Even the next Brighton, Doesn't He Love Me cannot compete? Lu Xiaobai smiled gently. In my previous life, this divine song was a phenomenon, its popularity surpassing all expectations. While songs like The Next Bright are excellent, they may not necessarily prevail. In the parking lot below, Li Siki sat in the back seat of the van, repeatedly studying the sheet music under the car's interior light. Sister Lan, brimming with excitement, was on the phone, arranging the recording details for the following day. Siki, we are truly on the brink of a breakthrough. After hanging up, Sister Lan said animatedly, any one of these 4 songs by Teacher Lu could serve as a lead single. Li Siki remained silent, gazing out at the swiftly passing night scenery. Suddenly, the image of Lu Xiaobai's focused profile while playing the piano flashed in her mind, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Siki, have you ever considered pursuing Teacher Lu? Sister Lan suddenly leaned in, whispering in her ear. Sister Lan, what are you talking about? Li Siki's face flushed crimson. I'm not joking. How many prodigies like Teacher Lu exist in the entire Chinese music industry? He has yet to achieve widespread fame. Now is the opportunity. Once you become his girlfriend, becoming a diva is merely a matter of time, Sister Lan insisted. I admire Teacher Lu's talent, but love is not a transaction. Li Siki shook her head. Moreover, I'm already 30 years old. How could someone like Teacher Lu possibly notice me? She lowered her head immediately afterward. Well, being 30. 30 is the most beautiful age for a woman. Sister Lan frowned. Li Siki closed her eyes, her mind wandering. Indeed, she harbored a vague affection for him. But would such an extraordinary talent truly take notice of her? In the recording studio, Lin Dachuan and Ulan passionately sang, I gaze up at the moon above. How many dreams freely soar. Yesterday forgotten, sorrow dried. I long to reunite with you on that vast road. Not bad, the producer exclaimed after their performance. Though the song is somewhat rustic, the utmost rusticity is indeed fashionable. I'm almost certain that this song is destined for greatness. Teacher Lu, your friend Wang Dali is nothing short of a genius. He turned to me with an expression of admiration. I express my gratitude on behalf of Teacher Wang Dali for your praise. Lu Xiaobai replied with a smile. Teacher Lu, what do you think? Lin Dachuan and Ulan also cast expectant glances towards Lu Xiaobai. Ulan, your voice is high and clear, possessing remarkable penetrating power with a metallic quality. Dachuan, your voice is deep and magnetic, complementing Ulan's beautifully. However, your emotional delivery lacks sincerity. Lu Xiaobai stated solemnly. Lin Dachuan and Ulan couldn't help but feel a tinge of grievance. They had diligently practiced and immersed themselves in the music scores. Yet they still failed to earn Teacher Lu's approval. Lu Xiaobai rose and said casually, do you understand what Teacher Wang Dali aimed to convey in this song? Above the moon, it constructs a vast imagery of the night sky over the grasslands, integrating the nomadic people's reverence for nature into emotional expression. On the surface, it appears to be a duet love song, yet it elevates personal sentiment into a yearning for home and freedom. Thus, the emotional delivery of this song must be grand and magnificent. As for you two, there is always a hint of pettiness. Upon hearing this, Lin Dachuan and Ulan felt as if they had been enlightened. Applause. Upon hearing this, the producer clapped repeatedly. Teacher Lu speaks so well. He truly is a close friend of Teacher Wang Dali. Only you can comprehend what he wishes to express. Lin Dachuan and Ulan hurriedly bowed to Lu Xiaobai. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Lu. We shall perform it once more. With that, they began to sing again. After performing it 10 times, Lu Xiaobai finally declared, that's enough. Lin Dachuan and Ulan let out a long sigh of relief. They had been in the industry for several years and had never encountered such a strict teacher. From now on, you shall form a group, and the name shall be Legend of the Stars and Moon. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before speaking. Thank you, Teacher Lu. The Legend of the Stars and Moon bowed deeply once more. Once this song is released, the entire Dragon Country will go wild. These two have truly struck gold with such a wonderful song. I can easily imagine them becoming iconic stars in the future. Observing their departing figures, the producer remarked wistfully. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly, offering no response. What a joke. This is a song by Phoenix Legend. In a past life, this duo unified the aesthetic of the Dragon Country's middle-aged women, appealing to all age groups. He could easily envision the terrifying heights his own reputation would reach once Lin Dachuan and Ulan achieved fame. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. As time progressed, Su Nanjiao's new album, Darkness Falls, garnered increasingly favorable reviews, with sales steadily soaring. In less than half a month since its release, sales had already surpassed 8 million copies physical sales, setting a record in the Chinese music industry. A seasoned music critic exclaimed in a column, "This is no ordinary album. It is a cultural tsunami. From ages 8 to 80, no one can escape the captivating hold of Su Nanjiao's voice. Among them, I Only Care About You has taken the wedding scene by storm, emerging as the strongest wedding anthem of the year." Chapter 55, Dear Child, Come and Dance With Us. A seasoned MC with 15 years of experience humorously remarked that during this period, he has hosted over 20 weddings, and almost every couple has chosen to perform this song. He recounted an occasion when 8 weddings were simultaneously held at a hotel, and each bride entered to the melodious strains of I Only Care About You. Some wedding planning companies even directly incorporated the lyrics into their advertising. As time swiftly flows by, I only care about you. If I only care about you reigns supreme in the romantic market, then childhood has achieved a precise breakthrough across all age groups. The Ministry of Education swiftly included it in the new national music curriculum for primary and secondary schools. Almost every student is familiar with the song. Moreover, at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and Yanjing Conservatory of Music, professors dedicated several lessons to analyzing the lyrical and musical structure of this piece. Countless fans opened the music charts to find that Su Nanjiao's songs completely dominated, occupying 9 out of the top 10 spots. It has been suggested that major music platforms establish a dedicated section for Su Nanjiao. Furthermore, it is proposed that the Civil Affairs Bureau play I Only Care About You on a loop, which could potentially have the divorce rate. My grandmother asked if this song could be used at a funeral, saying it evokes a serene and powerful farewell. Our professors devoted 3 lessons to discussing childhood, with the assignment being to mimic a section of it. The entire class is now lamenting the nameless individual. Thank you for ensuring we fail. Haha, that woman's expression must be quite something now. Lu Xiaobai closed his computer and stretched, the image of Gu Qingwu's exasperated face flashing in his mind. He then loosened his stiff shoulders and casually picked up the dark gray overcoat hanging on the back of his chair. As he pushed open the office door, he saw Gu Qingqing jogging towards him with a folder in her arms. Teacher Lu, you're going to pick up Xiaoyan and Mengyao, right? I can handle this. You just focus on your work. She panted slightly. He remembered that when the company internally announced the recruitment last month, the female employees in the logistics department were abuzz with excitement. Almost all eligible candidates signed up. Who doesn't know that Lu Xiaobai is currently the most sought-after creator in the company? Becoming his assistant could potentially lead to a transformation from a humble chicken to a phoenix. Promotions, salary increases, and even stardom could be within reach. Witnessing the fervor at the recruitment scene, Li Wenbo and his companions couldn't help but grumble enviously. This isn't about hiring an assistant. It's clearly a selection of concubines. However, everyone was ultimately surprised to discover that Lu Xiaobai chose the most unremarkable-looking Gu Qingqing. This decision was primarily due to his concern that soon Nanjiao might feel jealous. Had it not been for the occasional need to pick up the 2 young ladies, he would have preferred a male assistant. I'll go by myself today. Lu Xiaobai fastened the buttons on his coat. After a long day's work, he felt a bit fatigued and was eager to take a leisurely stroll. All right. Gu Qingqing smiled sweetly. After Lu Xiaobai departed, she pouted slightly. You call this hard work? Smiling at the computer screen all morning? If others dared to act in such a manner, they would have long been dismissed by the company. She murmured to herself. Lu Xiaobai drove Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao back to their residential area. Just as the car came to a halt, a familiar melody penetrated the car windows. This music made him furrow his brows. Brother, look! Lu Xiaoyan leaned halfway out of the window, excitedly waving her little hand. Mom is leading the dance. Following her gaze, Lu Xiaobai almost pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. In the central square of the usually elegant and tranquil upscale community, dozens of well-dressed ladies were moving in perfect unison. To his astonishment, the one leading the dance was none other than his mother, Chang Yakin, who never danced. Even more outrageous was that the music playing was his own composition, Above the Moon, released under the name Wang Dali. This was utterly unbelievable. Lu Xiaobai muttered to himself. It was already absurd enough for his mother to be dancing in the square. He had anticipated that Above the Moon would become popular, but he never imagined it would reach such heights that even his own mother would be dancing to it. The most ridiculous part was that this was one of the most upscale residential areas in Binhai City. Even the affluent ladies, who usually only sipped hand-brewed coffee, were swaying to the rhythm. I gaze up at the moon above it. How many dreams soar freely? As soon as he rolled down the window, Ulan's powerful voice echoed throughout the community. This song has become immensely popular recently. Everyone in our class is singing it. Lu Xiaoyan proudly shook her head. So cheesy. Sumanas top dit daifun. You can't say that. This song was written by my brother. Lu Xiaobai quickly covered his sister's mouth, but it was too late. Su Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Xiaobai. Brother Xiaobai, you actually wrote something like this? The esteemed brother-in-law, who had penned classics like your deskmate and childhood, had written such a corny song. Lu Xiaobai felt mortified, wishing he could dig a villa out with his toes. We can discuss this among ourselves, but if either of you dares to let this slip, I will make sure to spank you both. Do you hear me? He feigned a stern expression. Oomph. The 2 rebellious girls raised their heads defiantly. Just then, Chang Yakin executed a splendid turn and spotted her son's car, immediately waving and calling out, Son, come join us in the dance. All the dancing ladies turned in unison, and Lu Xiaobai instantly became the center of attention. Without a word, he silently rolled up the window and pressed the accelerator, fleeing towards the underground garage. Along the way, he checked his phone and saw that Legend of the Star and Moon and Above the Moon had quietly climbed the trending charts. The comment section was equally lively. This song is so catchy. Grandma dances, Mom dances, the whole family is above the moon. Haha, The current musical aesthetic is truly declining. What is this Wang Dali and Legend of the Star and Moon nonsense? It's dragging down the music of Longhua. What do you know? This is what we call being down to earth. Being down to earth. This is practically dragging us to the underworld. In comparison to the songs of my beloved Nanjiao. These are mere trifles. If you disagree, feel free to argue. Indeed, when compared to nameless individuals, even Wang Dali pales in significance. Liu Xiaobai felt a surge of indignation. How dare they criticize the songs penned by his mother as being overly simplistic? If I find out who uttered such words, I would undoubtedly retaliate with a swift reprimand. Upon returning home, it was already mealtime, yet Cheng Yakin had not yet arrived. Thankfully, Liu Xiaobai had engaged a caretaker to prepare the meal. He and the two little ones were halfway through their dinner when Cheng Yakin finally returned. Chapter 56. These are all your retirement funds. So, the songs from Star Moon Legend are truly delightful. Finally, we have music that resonates with our middle-aged and elderly crowd. His mother exclaimed with excitement. Mom, this song is actually written by you. Liu Xiaobai took a sip of his drink. What do you mean? I wrote it. I can't compose songs. Cheng Yakin was momentarily bewildered. Isn't it true that Wang Dali wrote it based on your lyrics? Liu Xiaobai chuckled. Oh, so that's the stage name. I was wondering why you insisted I sign that authorization form. Cheng Yakin suddenly realized. Now, take a look at your bank account. The initial payment and first share from this song should have arrived. Liu Xiaobai added. Cheng Yakin quickly logged into her mobile banking app. As the page loaded, her eyes widened in disbelief. The account balance displayed a staggering 194,432 yuan, staring at the numbers on her phone screen. Her fingers trembled slightly as she counted 3 times to confirm she hadn't misread the decimal. 190,000. Son, did this money really come from that song? Her voice quivered in astonishment. Strictly speaking, it's 180,000. The additional 10,000 is your lifetime savings. Of course, this is all your retirement fund, Liu Xiaobai said with great pride. Once Star Moon Legend releases its subsequent songs, the earnings will likely reach astronomical figures. By then, I can only imagine how restless Mom will be, unable to sleep in excitement. Suddenly, Cheng Yakin clutched her chest, her complexion shifting dramatically. Liu Xiaobai was startled and quickly supported her. Mom, are you all right? Cheng Yakin took a deep breath. I just remembered that this morning, while buying groceries, I haggled over a few cents for quite some time. Laughter erupted in the living room. At that moment, Liu Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His reputation points were soaring, much like the funds in his mother's bank account. Opening the system panel, it clearly displayed reputation points, 1543 acquired skills, basic piano performance, basic singing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency, redeemable skills. None next. Li Siki's album was set to be released soon. By then, his reputation points would surely surge once more. At 8 a.m., Cheng Yakin sat nervously at the chairman's desk, her hands anxiously tugging at her clothing. The chairman, with a broad smile plastered on his face, exuded an enthusiasm that left her somewhat flustered. Cheng Jia, you absolutely cannot leave. If you do, this company will be like a ship without a captain. The chairman rose, circled the expansive desk, and clasped Cheng Yakin's hands tightly, still grinning from ear to ear. Today marks the day of Cheng Yakin's resignation. In truth, Liu Xiaobai had suggested her early retirement for a tranquil life long ago, yet she resolutely declined. Ultimately, Liu Xiaobai informed her that her monthly remuneration of over 1,000 yuan was insufficient even to cover a nanny's wages, and persisting in her role would only lead to further deterioration of her health. Thus, returning home to enjoy a peaceful life would be a wiser choice. After much contemplation, Cheng Yakin finally resolved to resign. Indeed, Aunt Cheng, you have assisted us greatly, and we are all particularly reluctant to see you go. Please stay, the administrative supervisor remarked while courteously offering her a steaming cup of coffee. Chairman Dong, I am merely a cleaner and have not accomplished anything remarkable, Cheng Yakin said, taken aback, as she repeatedly waved her hands. Sister Cheng, how about this? You could assume the role of the administrative manager, with a 5-fold salary increase and full benefits. As long as you agree to stay, all terms are negotiable, the chairman continued. That is out of the question. I lack the qualifications. How could I possibly be a manager? Chung Yakin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she continued to shake her head. In her heart, she understood that the chairman's kindness stemmed entirely from the reputation of her son, the unnamed one. In the Blue Star realm, the status of an exceptional creative individual is held in the highest esteem, often making them the favored guests of the elite with an extensive network. The chairman knew that retaining her would greatly benefit the company. However, Chung Yakin was unwilling to create burdens for her son for the sake of minor advantages. After her persistent refusals, the chairman ultimately had to relinquish his attempts to persuade her. Surrounded by well-wishers, Chung Yakin exited the chairman's office. Jiai, this is my son's latest song collection. I gift it to you as a memento. Before leaving the company, she pressed an album into Zheng Jiai's hands. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zheng Jiai with envy. Indeed, as she had previously stated, Aunt Chung had become someone beyond our reach. They all thought to themselves, "Thank you, Aunt Chung." Zheng Jiai clutched the album tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The album was not expensive. They could all afford it. However, it was a personal gift from the mother of the unnamed one. Yet, when Zheng Jiai's peripheral vision caught sight of the album cover, she suddenly froze. Li Siki. Why would the mother of the unnamed one give me Li Siki's album? If she were to give something, it should have been Sun Nanjiao's. After work, Zheng Jiai hurried home with the album. Upon arriving, she donned her headphones and began reading a novel while listening to the unnamed one's music. Since the last time she heard Sun Nanjiao's album, she had become the unnamed one's most devoted fan, with her headphones constantly looping his songs. As for the album gifted by Chung Yakin, it had long slipped from her memory. Just then, her phone vibrated. Opening the WeChat group, she saw a message from one of her close friends, sisters sharing another divine album, The Next Dawn. It contains 4 incredibly beautiful songs. Lu Xiaobai is undoubtedly another creative genius after the unnamed one. Zheng Jiai's body jolted. The Next Dawn? Lu Xiaobai? Isn't that the very album Aunt Chung gifted me? She immediately sat up and inserted the album into her computer. The first track was the titular song, The Next Dawn, with its undulating melodies. It concealed a heart brimming with sorrow. Li Siki's slightly husky yet profoundly narrative voice enveloped her, drawing her into the ambience crafted by the music. As the final notes faded, Zheng Jiai remained immersed in that poignant sentiment. When the prelude of Decent began to play, breakups should be dignified. No one should utter apologies. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her teary eyes and began to hum along gently with the rhythm. Next came Radio Love Song. We had long forgotten to build a bridge, to gaze into each other's hearts, to truly understand what one another needs. No more lonely embraces. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiai felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, completely absorbed. To envision such profound imagery that inspires such extraordinary lyrics, how rich one's imagination must be. As the final track, He Doesn't Love Me, commenced, Zheng Jiai's emotions ignited completely. I saw his heart, playing out a film of him and her. This lyric caused her tears to spill over. Li Siki conveyed the agony of unrequited love with remarkable clarity. Chapter 57. The Twin Stars of the Golden Era. Truly, this is a divine masterpiece. Zheng Jiai eagerly picked up her phone, eager to share this remarkable album on Weibo. However, upon logging in, she realized that it was unnecessary. Li Siki's album had already taken the internet by storm. Opening the music charts, these 4 songs had quietly ascended into the top 15. Among them, Decent and 2 other tracks had even pushed Sun Yinxiao's Love You and Insect Flying Down, securing spots in the top 10. At this point, the online community was ablaze with discussions about Li Siki and Lu Xiaobai. Sister Siki's voice is truly healing. I'm in love. My Siki's voice has been nurtured through experience. No explanation needed. From obscurity to phenomenal stardom, she achieved this miraculous feat in just a month or 2. Discussions about Lu Xiaobai were even more fervent. Who is this celestial being? How could he challenge the nameless? Has the upstairs household just gotten internet? Silent is a song he penned. Undoubtedly, he is the only man in the Mandarin music scene capable of rivaling the nameless. Veteran music critic Melody Hunter released a lengthy article titled The Twin Stars of the Golden Era Overnight. On the music charts, the name of the nameless is resounding. Each of his songs stands like an insurmountable mountain, dominating the charts for months, and music lovers have long grown accustomed to his reign. Yet just then, a newcomer burst forth, Xiaobai. From the depth and restraint of silent to the warm healing of the next dawn. From the heart-wrenching decent to the retro romance of radio love song, culminating in the unfulfilled love of He Doesn't Love Me. Teacher Xiaobai embarked on a splendid musical journey with 5 distinctly different works. Silence, The Next Dawn, Decent, Radio Love Song, and even more astonishingly, these works have not only all entered the top 15, but 3 have ascended into the top 10, standing in fierce competition with the unnamed artist. This marks a grandeur in the Chinese music scene that has not been witnessed in years, a direct confrontation between 2 extraordinary talents. Their collision is forging a musical legend that belongs to this era. It is undeniable that we are witnessing a golden age in Chinese music. The Chinese music world has finally ushered in a true peak showdown. Upon the release of this lengthy article, it swiftly ignited a fresh wave of discussion across the internet. Some even initiated a poll, asking who they believe is the future star of the Chinese music scene, the unnamed artist or Xiaobai. Within just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of netizens participated. Unsurprisingly, the final result was evident. Xiaobai lost so thoroughly that he was left with nothing. Only 13 individuals cast their votes for him. At that moment, Xiaobai was seated in the living room of Su Nanjiao's home, laughing heartily at the comments. "Mingyao, you said my alter ego defeated me. So did I win or lose?" He suddenly asked the aloof little girl with a serious expression. "Huh, one can't possibly pose such a question without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Let me ask you, if laxatives and antidiarrheal medications are taken together, do you end up with diarrhea or not?" Su Mingyao replied disdainfully. Xiaobai awkwardly chuckled. This aloof little girl actually had a knack for cold jokes. That day marked a grand celebration for all musicians and singers. The award ceremony of the Chinese Music Festival arrived as scheduled, igniting fervor across the entire Dragon Nation. From morning, major hotels were crowded with fans eagerly awaiting the appearance of their idols. On social media, the topic of the Chinese Music Festival had already surpassed 1 billion in views, with the real-time discussion area refreshing with the latest updates every minute. For every musician and singer, receiving an award at the festival is the culmination of their lifelong pursuit and dream. The moment a newcomer singer accepts the trophy signifies their formal acceptance into the mainstream market. For seasoned artists, who may have received numerous awards, each time they take the stage still quickens their pulse, as it signifies they have not been cast aside by the times. For music creators, this festival is almost their sole opportunity to step into the spotlight from behind the scenes. As night descended, the entire Shanghai sports arena was as bright as day. Crowds surged on either side of the red carpet, with fans' ecstatic screams resounding. The appearance of each star elicited a thunderous roar. Reporters clamored to raise their microphones, vying for the best angles. "Mr. Liu, this way please," Huang Wenkai whispered, guiding Xiaobai directly into the venue through the corridor. As a behind-the-scenes creator, Xiaobai was spared from the tedious activities of photo ops and walking the red carpet. Yet, along the way, he felt the heat of countless gazes upon him. "You are the creator of Silence and The Next Dawn, aren't you? I am the production director of Tianyin Entertainment. It is an honor to finally meet you." A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses approached him with a handshake. "Mr. Liu, our platform is currently preparing an original music program, and I wonder if you might be interested." A fashionably attired lady approached briskly. "Teacher Liu, it has been a long time. Your charm remains as captivating as ever." A resonant voice rang out as director Zhang Haoran strode in, firmly grasping Xiaobai's hand. The crowd turned their eyes in surprise. Who would have thought that the most esteemed director in the Dragon Kingdom would show such respect to a newcomer? Yet, it is understandable. Teacher Liu is renowned alongside the enigmatic figure as one of the twin stars of the Mandarin music scene. At that moment, Xiaobai truly realized the elevated status of music creators in the Dragon Kingdom, though he had only composed 5 songs under his real name. His reputation and standing had risen to such heights. If his connection to the enigmatic figure were to be revealed, there would surely be a frenzy among the masses. No wonder Lu Feng had gone to great lengths to conceal his identity. If it were me, I would likely do the same. A smile graced Lu Xiaobai's lips. Once seated, with half an hour remaining before the ceremony commenced, Lu Xiaobai took out his phone to watch the live broadcast of the event. Nanjiao, look this way. Nanjiao, I love you. My dear Nanjiao is simply radiant. At that moment, thunderous cheers erupted outside the venue, nearly shaking the dome of the stadium. As Lu Xiaobai lowered his gaze to his phone, all the comments vanished. Countless netizens momentarily abandoned their commentary, riveted by the sight of the national goddess. Su Nanjiao appeared in a flowing white chiffon gown, accentuating her slender waist exquisitely. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down naturally. Her makeup was so subtle that it was barely detectable, yet it rendered her skin as translucent as snow. When she smiled gently, two adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks, evoking memories of the sweetest first love in school. Chapter 58. The opening of the Mandarin Music Awards ceremony. Oh my heavens! Nanjiao is breathtakingly beautiful, an elderly gentleman exclaimed, utterly captivated. This is no mere mortal. She is clearly a celestial being descended to earth. If I could marry her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Before long, the comments surged back like a tidal wave, inundating the screen. Lu Xiaobai raised his gaze toward the entrance, where Su Nanjiao was gracefully making her way. She wore a smile, and in that fleeting moment, the entire Mandarin Music Awards shone solely for her. Su Nanjiao scanned the audience and soon locked eyes with Lu Xiaobai, both sharing a knowing smile. Shortly thereafter, other superstars, such as Gu Qingwu and Shun Mingzhi, entered the venue. Outside, the cheers grew to a deafening roar, surpassing even that of Su Nanjiao. It seemed that, at this moment, she was still overshadowed by the true icons of the industry. Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Watching that insufferable woman steal the spotlight left him feeling quite displeased. Suddenly, the discussion on the comments shifted. By the way, will the enigmatic figure win an award tonight? If so, he should make an appearance, right? Of course. If he doesn't win, the Mandarin Music Awards would become a laughingstock. Wow, we might finally see the real person. I'm feeling a bit excited just thinking about it. I wager a packet of spicy snacks that the mysterious figure will not reveal themselves. Silence your insolent tongue. At this moment, it is already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the Chinese Music Awards ceremony has officially commenced. Esteemed guests, dear audience members, good evening. Welcome to the 34th Chinese Music Awards ceremony. I am your host, Zhang Chong. I am your co-host, Li Xiang. As the most authoritative awards ceremony in the Chinese music industry, the Chinese Music Awards encompass nearly every sector of the field. There are primarily 3 categories: technical awards, including Best Arranger and Best Director; creative awards, such as Best Single, Best Album, and Best Film Song; and personal honors, including Best Male and Female Singer, Best New Artist, Best Band, and Best Lyricist Composer. The first award to be presented is for Best Director, awarded to Zhang Haoran for the theme song Silence from the work 7-Year Appointment. This award garnered little attention and did not create much of a stir. Next, we move on to the presentation of the Best Arrangement Award. The award we are about to present is often overlooked but deserves reverence. The Best Arrangement Award. The male host, Li Xiang, remarked, "Why do you say the Best Arrangement Award deserves such reverence?" The female host, Zhang Chong, provocatively inquired, "What does an arranger do?" They transform an ordinary melody into a masterpiece that you can't help but play on repeat. It is well known that arranging and songwriting are 2 distinct paths. Few musicians excel in both. However, this award's recipient is truly remarkable. Although he is an outstanding songwriter, his arranging skills are equally extraordinary, Li Xiang mysteriously stated. At this moment, nearly everyone thought of the enigmatic figure and Lu Xiaobai. In the realm of Chinese music, these 2 luminaries are the only ones adept in both songwriting and arranging. Without further ado, the award goes to the arranger of Invisible Wings, the esteemed Mr. Wu Ming. As these words were spoken, the audience erupted in excitement. Netizens were equally thrilled. Wow, The moment of revelation is finally here. Let me see which master it is. History is being made. The live broadcast screen was inundated with comments, obscuring the hosts entirely. Oh, once again, I have been defeated by my alter ego. Xiaobai chuckled ruefully, touching his nose. Everyone held their breath as the mysterious figure was finally set to appear. Countless music executives dispatched orders to contact him as soon as he surfaced. At that moment, Huang Wenkai, who stood beside Liu Xiaobai, rose and walked towards the center of the stage. The entire audience gasped. So, he is the mysterious figure? The comments suddenly shifted. Is he really just a greasy, overweight uncle? My friends, who understands? My idol filter has shattered into pieces. Ah, what a disappointment. I thought he would be a handsome gentleman. Of course, many present were aware of the truth, such as Su Nanjiao and Gu Qingwu, yet they all chose to remain silent in unison. Huang Wenkai approached the microphone and accepted the trophy from the host. Are you the renowned teacher Wuming? Inquired the female host, Zhang Chong, with a hint of surprise. No, not all. I am Huang Wenkai, the director of Longting Entertainment. Teacher Wuming is unable to attend this grand event for personal reasons and has entrusted me with the honor of accepting this award on his behalf. Huang Wenkai took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. At this pronouncement, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. How disappointing! Is this a joke? I've been waiting in the live stream for ages only to see this overweight man. Get off the stage, you fatso. I wonder if it's because Teacher Wuming is too unattractive to show his face. The online commentators chimed in. No such thoughts are permitted. Even contemplating it is a sin. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the male host, Li Xiang, swiftly urged Huang Wenkai to exit the stage and transition to the next segment. Next, we shall present the award for Best Song of the Year. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, plunging the venue into darkness. The large screen began to showcase clips of the 5 nominated songs. A Walk of Love by the diva Gu Qingwu, Promise Under the Moonlight by the King Shun Mingjie, Gentleness in Time by the talented Lin Yifeng, Decorum by Li Siki, and Childhood by Su Nanjiao. The camera panned over the nominated artists in the audience. Gu Qingwu clasped her hands tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Shun Mingjie feigned ease while adjusting his cuffs, his gaze darting towards the stage. Lin Yifeng wore a smile, but discreetly bit his lip. The most composed among them was Li Siki, who was acutely aware of her standing. While Decorum had achieved considerable success, it paled in comparison to Childhood. Meanwhile, Zhou Mengqi sat in a corner, her expression one of palpable disappointment. Despite her previous acclaim, she now found herself without even the qualification to be nominated. As Li Xiang paused dramatically, the music came to an abrupt halt. In that moment, even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. The award for Best Song goes to Su Nanjiao for Childhood, with lyrics and composition by the esteemed Teacher Wuming. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Chapter 59. A first public appearance. Though Su Nanjiao had mentally prepared herself, she was still overcome with emotion, her body slightly trembling. This was her first time receiving the Best Song award since her debut. Taking a deep breath, she gracefully made her way to the stage. Nanjiao, this song has swept across all major charts. What are you feeling right now? Zhang Chong asked. I feel as though I am dreaming. This is the first time I have received such an important award in my life. Su Nanjiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she quickly composed herself. I am incredibly grateful to everyone who loves this song, but I must express my deepest gratitude to Teacher Wuming. Thank you for writing such a beautiful song for me, for giving me the opportunity to stand on this stage, and for helping me realize my dreams. Her gaze swept across the crowd, locking eyes with Liu Xiaobai, where she offered a gentle smile. By the way, Teacher Wuming is currently the most celebrated and enigmatic figure in the Mandarin music scene. Surely you must know him. Could you share a bit about him with everyone? Li Xiang inquired. As the words left her lips, all eyes were fixated on Su Nanjiao. Everyone sought to unravel the identity of the enigmatic figure from her few utterances. I regret to inform you that I must disappoint everyone. The mysterious individual is unwilling to reveal their identity. Su Nanjiao offered an apologetic smile. Oof. The audience erupted once more in a chorus of boos. Liu Xiaobai furrowed his brows. How dare you jeer my wife? Now, let us welcome the national goddess Su Nanjiao to perform the song Childhood Live. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the female host, Zhang Chong, hurriedly shifted the topic. As the familiar prelude of childhood began to resonate, the entire venue fell silent. By the pond, the banyan trees stood tall, while cicadas serenaded the arrival of summer. Su Nanjiao gently parted her lips, her pure voice flowing like a crystal-clear spring. It would be an injustice if this song did not receive an award, mused music producer Zhang Ting. In the audience, someone began to hum along, and gradually, the chorus grew louder and more unified. When the chorus arrived, thousands joined in a grand sing-along. The stars in the front row rose to their feet, and even the stern judges began to clap along to the rhythm. Even the backstage crew hummed softly. Su Nanjiao's eyes widened in astonishment, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. The judges and celebrities singing along with her marked the pinnacle of her illustrious career. As the song concluded, thunderous applause filled the venue. Now, we shall present the award for Best Film Song, Zhang Chong announced as Su Nanjiao stepped off stage. The big screen began to showcase clips of the nominated works. When the theme song Silence from 7 Year Pack played, the camera immediately focused on Li Siki, who instinctively clutched the hem of her dress, her knuckles turning pale. Siki, stay calm. You must have confidence in yourself, and even more in teacher Liu Xiaobai. Her companion, Lanya, despaired in Soragingli. The nominated clips concluded, and Zhang Chong deliberately elongated her words. Li Siki held her breath, as if she could hear the thunderous beat of her own heart. The winner of the Best Film Song is Silence, performed by Li Siki. Zhang Chong finally announced. Li Siki could no longer maintain her composure. The 30-year-old woman danced about like a child, exclaiming with unrestrained joy. Though her exuberance was somewhat excessive, no one ridiculed her. For so long, Li Siki had been a third-tier artist. However, with songs like Silence and The Next Dawn, she had ascended to the ranks of a first-tier singer in a matter of months. Now, she had secured the prestigious title of Best Film Song. No one could remain more composed than her in this moment. As she made her way to the stage, Li Siki's steps grew increasingly steady. When she received the weighty trophy from the host, she instinctively declared into the microphone, "This award rightfully belongs to teacher Liu Xiaobai. If it weren't for his enchanting melodies and his insistence on my performance, I would never have achieved this success." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. In the audience, Liu Xiaobai helplessly shook his head and offered a faint smile in response to Li Siki's gaze, which was filled with gratitude and deep affection. He shuddered in surprise and quickly averted his eyes, fearing that his lady might misunderstand. It is widely acknowledged that teacher Liu Xiaobai and the enigmatic figure, known simply as the Nameless, are celebrated as the twin stars of the Mandarin music scene. However, many have likely never encountered teacher Liu in person. Let us invite him to the stage to share a few words. What does everyone think? The host, Zhang Chong, exclaimed loudly. Cheers and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Some whistled, while patrons in the back row stood up, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of this talented creator. Compared to the Nameless one, Liu Xiaobai was not shrouded in mystery, yet the crowd's curiosity about him was equally palpable. Rising from his seat, Liu Xiaobai donned a simple white shirt and casual trousers. Exuding a refreshing youthful aura. His facial features were well-defined, with clear and bright eyes, hardly resembling a music industry mogul capable of penning classics such as Silence, The Next Dawn, and Radio Love Song. The audience fell silent momentarily before erupting into a chorus of astonished gasps. Is that really Liu Xiaobai? What a joke. I expected at least a 40-year-old uncle. What's strange about it? His name is Xiaobai. He must be young. Have you lost your mind? Just because someone is named Xiaobai doesn't mean they are young. By that logic, if he ages, he would be called Liu Laobai. Under the spotlight, Liu Xiaobai confidently strode onto the stage. This was his first public appearance, yet he exuded calmness. In his previous life, as an 18th-tier singer, he was no stranger to such occasions. The two hosts exchanged astonished glances. This teacher Liu's demeanor seemed far from that of a novice facing the camera for the first time. Zhang Chong subtly leaned and lowered her voice to Li Xiong, remarking, "You must understand, creators who have long remained behind the scenes are often not eloquent and may even exhibit social anxiety. But to encounter someone as composed as Teacher Lu is indeed a first. Beside them, Li Siki gazed intently at Lu Xiaobai as he approached the stage, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Alarm bells rang in the mind of Su Nanjiao as her nails unconsciously dug into her palm. It seemed her husband had caught the attention of this woman. Despite being over 30, Li Siki's mature charm made Su feel like she was facing a formidable rival. There's a saying online: youth is blissfully unaware of the allure of older women, mistaking a girl for treasure. Who could tell if Lu Xiaobai would prefer older women? Online, it is said that you're the only one in the Mandarin music scene capable of rivaling the nameless figure. Do you have confidence in overcoming him? Zhang Chang inquired with a smile. I dare not presume. Lu Xiaobai feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively. At this, the audience erupted with laughter. Truly, Teacher Lu is quite humble. Yet, it is a valid point. Who in the Mandarin music scene would dare to compare themselves with a nameless figure? In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, there exists but one maestro whose works have been incorporated into educational materials. This remarkable individual. Su Nanjiao couldn't help but smile. While others believed Lu Xiaobai was merely being modest, she alone comprehended the underlying truth. He entrusted her with his finest compositions, reserving the ordinary for others. It is highly probable that Lu Xiaobai shall never surpass the nameless. After a few casual exchanges, Lu Xiaobai descended from the stage. The prestigious award for Best Album at the Chinese Music Gala was about to be announced. The host, Li Xiang, projected his voice through the speakers, enveloping the venue in an immediate hush. The atmosphere seemed to solidify. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. The significance of this award was well understood by all present. It was not merely a trophy, but rather a ticket to the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. To obtain this accolade was akin to securing a preordained position as a king or queen of music. If one had never received the Best Album award, it was regrettable. No matter how high their sales or popularity soared, they would never be recognized as a true luminary. Even the so-called diva Zhou Mengqi had claimed this honor 3 years ago. Here it comes, the ultimate showdown. I bet on darkness. My beloved Nanjiao's album deserves divine recognition. Sister Qing Wu should not win. Or, I shall livestream an upside-down hair wash. Well said. My beloved Qing Wu's Whispers of the World is indeed the strongest. The comments section erupted in excitement. The names of 5 albums illuminated the big screen. Whispers of the World by the diva Gu Qingwu, The Promise of Love by the King Shun Mingjie, Fleeting Light by the rising star Su Haiyang, The Next Dawn by Li Siki, and Darkness by Su Nanjiao. The award-winning album is. The host, Li Xiang, suddenly paused. The sound engineer synchronously released a tense heartbeat sound effect. The atmosphere became so oppressive, it was nearly suffocating. Su Nanjiao's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the audience. Lu Xiaobai was staring at her, his lips silently forming the words, "Do not fear." This reassurance allowed her taut spine to relax slightly. Darkness, Su Nanjiao. Let's welcome her back to the stage. The host Li Xiang proclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Gu Qingwu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Shun Mingjie abruptly straightened in his seat, which emitted a pained groan. Naturally, the award-winning Su Nanjiao was not faring much better. As she rose, her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to topple. As she ascended the stage to receive the trophy, her body trembled perilously close to collapsing. The female host, Zhang Chang, swiftly reached out to steady her. All eyes were fervently fixated on the trophy she held. A mixture of envy, desire, and resentment reflected in their gazes. This woman is truly fortunate. I would like to sincerely thank the nameless one, Su Nanjiao exclaimed, almost at a loss for words. Allow me to pose a question on behalf of everyone. Why does the nameless one only write songs for you? What is your relationship with him? To alleviate the tension, Li Xiang ventured to ask the question that lingered in everyone's mind. I share merely a simple collaborative relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao immediately regained her composure. Her husband had repeatedly cautioned her not to reveal his identity. Oomph. The audience erupted once more in jeers. Such words, once uttered, are likely to provoke disbelief even in oneself. As Su Nanjiao descended the steps clutching her trophy, no one noticed the fleeting glint of coldness in Gu Qingwu's eyes. Qingwu, fear not. No one can ever shake your position as the queen of the music scene. Your return was perhaps a tad too hasty, which led to your defeat by Su Nanjiao. Next year, this award shall undoubtedly be ours. Gu Qingwu's manager, Sister Lin, reassured her. Indeed, inform the company that I wish to invite top-tier songwriters for my next album. Gu Qingwu's expression was frosty. The next award to be presented was for Best Band. Li Xiang announced. When the names of 5 groups flashed across the big screen, the previously unremarkable Xingyue legend suddenly lit up with excitement, for they had received a nomination. The award goes to Xingyue legend. As Zhang Chang's words fell, all eyes turned to the slightly unrefined duo. The audience remained silent, with many whispering among themselves. As the camera swept across the crowd, some were stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking. Negative comments began flooding the live-streaming platform. What on earth? A group so unrefined, such a tacky song, and they win an award? The entertainment industry is finished. The Chinese music gala has fallen. How can such a mediocre performance deserve recognition? Now, even the most insignificant acts can win awards. What a tragedy for the industry. That song Above the Moon is utterly banal. Was that makeup done by Aunt Wong from the village? Faced with this scene, Lin Dachuan and Ulan were rendered helpless. Ulan's eyes were red with tears. What have we done wrong? Above the Moon is undeniably beautiful. Why must we be discriminated against? At that moment, Lu Xiaobai was consumed with rage. To criticize Above the Moon is to insult Wang Dali. To insult Wang Dali is to insult my mother. To insult my mother is to insult me. This is simply intolerable. His face was ashen as he boldly strode onto the stage, the audience falling into a hush, all gazing at him in confusion. Forgive me, but I must speak up on behalf of teacher Wang Dali. Lu Xiaobai's voice was icy. Just moments ago, someone claimed Above the Moon is unrefined. That Xingyue legend should not win an award. I would like to ask, what constitutes unrefined? Today, Above the Moon has surpassed 100 million streams. No square dance, no short video. No mall can escape its reach. If this is what you call unrefined, then why is everyone listening? Is the aesthetic of all Dragon Country citizens so lacking? Above the Moon integrates various elements, folk, pop, electronic. To modernize traditional Dragon Country music is deemed unrefined. What then is considered highbrow? Complete westernization? Teacher Wang Dali has woven the essence of the grasslands and the vibrancy of urban life into this melody. They are not singing of rusticity. They're singing of the lives of countless ordinary people. To celebrate the stars and the sea is high art, yet to serenade the fields is deemed unrefined. Lu Xiaobai's words resonated powerfully, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The final words were offered to everyone. If you do not like what everyone else enjoys, who do you think you are? Having spoken, he turned and descended from the stage. Chapter 61. The Nameless One sweeps 5 major awards as his words echoed. A profound silence enveloped the audience. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. In their collective memory, music composers typically embodied grace and humility. Yet today, Lu Xiaobai audaciously confronted tens of thousands of viewers live on camera. Moreover, among certain discerning listeners, Above the Moon was synonymous with a certain rusticity. Instead of shying away from this perception, Lu Xiaobai boldly championed it, elevating it to the stature of national culture. Was this magnate truly so audacious in his demeanor? At that moment, renowned music producer Zhang Ting suddenly began to applaud. Following suit, more creators and judges joined in, and soon a thunderous ovation erupted. Many who had previously questioned the Star Moon legend bowed their heads in shame. Lin Dachuan and Ulan were moved to tears, repeatedly bowing to Lu Xiaobai. Then, music producer Zhang Ting ascended the stage. Taking the microphone, his gaze swept across the audience, his voice resonant and sincere. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Lu Xiaobai's sentiments. When voting for the Best Band Award, I was one of the few who cast a ballot for the Star Moon legend. The song Above the Moon represents a perfect collision of ethnic and popular music. It is an organic fusion of tradition and modernity. It embodies a flawless balance between professionalism and accessibility. I dare say it has pioneered a new paradigm in the realm of popular music in our dragon country. Lastly, I will reiterate Mr. Liu's words. If you do not like what everyone else enjoys, who do you think you are? With that, he exited the stage. Once again, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Truly exceptional music never fears misinterpretation. With professional reviewers voicing such opinions, perhaps some ought to awaken from their ignorance. The true rusticity lies not in the music, but in our lofty prejudices. Mr. Liu's words struck with conviction. If you do not like what everyone else enjoys, who do you think you are? At that moment, the comments on the live streaming platform began to shift dramatically. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the host, Li Xiang, regained control of the proceedings. Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhang have spoken brilliantly. Their words warrant reflection from us all. Now let us swiftly move on to the next segment, lest we all find ourselves working overtime. Ha ha ha. He believed he had delivered a humorous quip, yet no one responded. The audience remained engrossed in fervent discussion. And awkwardly Xiang attempted again. Next, we will present the award for Best Lyricist and Composer. The winner is... He paused for effect. Oh, come on. Just say it. There is no suspense here. At that moment, a judge in the front row chuckled. Well, I shall say it plainly, Li Xiang smiled awkwardly. The winner is the nameless one. Huang Wencai's face flushed crimson as he reluctantly approached the stage. Wow, have you all noticed? The nameless one is on the verge of becoming a legend. Besides winning the Best Film Song Award and the Best Band Award, all other accolades are connected to him, commented one netizen. Upon reading this statement, the entire internet erupted. This implies that, aside from the esteemed teachers Liu Xiaobai and Wang Dali, an anonymous individual has surpassed any music creator. Another netizen remarked that what is even more astonishing is the remarkable diversity in the styles of these works, which hardly resemble those of the same artist. Upon reflection, this indeed holds true. Among the songs he has composed, there is one depicting familial love. Where has the time gone? Graduation-themed pieces like You, My Deskmate, and The Wind Rises, an inspiring anthem, Invisible Wings, and a saccharine love ballad, I Love You. Of course, there is also the piece that has found its way into textbooks, Childhood. The Chinese music scene is on the brink of a transformation. After 2 decades, an extraordinary phenomenon has emerged, a mysterious figure claiming 5 prestigious awards. My mother questioned why one would kneel to watch a live stream. Truly remarkable. To the anonymous individual, I humbly bow. Upon reading these comments, Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile with pride. Is this what you call remarkable? Just wait until you discover that the anonymous individual and Wang Dali are my alter egos. That would truly be extraordinary. At this moment, the awards ceremony was drawing to a close, yet it was about to reach its zenith. The most significant award for Best Male and Female Singer was finally to be announced. If the Best Album Award is a necessary path to achieving the status of a king or queen, then the Best Male and Female Singer Award is nearly synonymous with being a king or queen themselves. The award for Best Male Singer went to the illustrious Shen Mingzhi. The host, Li Xiang, announced this loudly with no hint of doubt. In the current landscape of Chinese music, there exists a phenomenon where the feminine presence flourishes while the masculine presence wanes. There is an abundance of divas, including Gu Qingwu, Lin Shuang, the prospective diva Su Nanjiao, and the fallen star Zhou Mingqi. Yet, Shen Mingzhi stands as the solitary king. Thank you to my fans for their generous support, and to the esteemed judges. Shen Mingzhi gracefully ascended the stage, bowing deeply in gratitude. Wow, my husband is so handsome. His looks are simply extraordinary. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to faint. As soon as these words left her lips, a chorus of screams and cheers erupted from numerous young girls. At that moment, Liu Xiaobai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for Shen Mingzhi's looks surpassed his own. Shen Mingzhi, bewildered, thought, isn't it a bit odd for a behind-the-scenes creator to compare appearances with a singer who is both an idol and a powerhouse? Thus, Liu Xiaobai resolved upon 2 significant decisions. Firstly, to swiftly elevate another male singer of average appearance to thoroughly diminish Shen Mingzhi's arrogance. And secondly, and most crucially, to accumulate enough prestige to exchange for personal charm and allure. He would not allow anyone in the entertainment industry to eclipse his looks. Furthermore, possessing good looks would naturally garner affection from others, thereby facilitating the acquisition of prestige. Poor Shin Mingzhi was entirely unaware that he had become the target of animosity solely due to his appearance. The award for Best Female Singer was about to be announced, as the host Zhang Chong began to build suspense. On the grand screen, 5 names were displayed: Gu Qingwu, Lin Shuang, Su Nanjiao, Li Siki, and an unfamiliar female singer, Lin Xia. The camera swiftly transitioned to close-ups of the 5 candidates. Gu Qingwu slightly pursed her crimson lips. Lin Shuang tightly covered her mouth with both hands. Su Nanjiao bowed her head to adjust her dress, while Li Siki felt as though her breath was about to cease. She sensed her blood boiling, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Oh my, she was actually in the same league as these legendary figures. Even being nominated was enough to make her wake up laughing in her dreams. Just as the tension reached its peak, the host, Zhang Chong, finally spoke slowly. Su Nanjiao. Chapter 62. Su Nanjiao is crowned as the Empress. As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted in fervent applause. Congratulations to Nanjiao on her coronation as Empress. Huang Wenkai stood up, shouting and waving his hands vigorously. Nanjiao is simply incredible. Li Siki leaped up, screaming with pure joy in her eyes. Nanjiao deserves the title of Empress. Music producer Zhang Ting rose to applaud. The artists from Longting Entertainment also stood up in unison, cheering and clapping. Although some harbored jealousy towards Su Nanjiao, this moment was a source of pride for all at Longting. President Liu, tonight is a tremendous success for Longting. The awards are practically monopolized by you. Indeed, if we don't see a few tables set up tonight, we won't let you leave. Several executives from music companies surrounded Lu Feng, their faces adorned with smiles. Yet their eyes sparkled with complex emotions. Oh, not at all. It's all thanks to the unknown individuals, Lu Xiaobai, and the efforts of teacher Wang Dali. Lu Feng replied, his eyes narrowing into slits, his chubby face quivering with mirth. Goodness gracious! Upon hearing this, the executives abruptly regained their senses. They now realized that all 3 individuals were indeed under Longting's banner. They stared at Lu Feng's plump visage, jealousy threatening to consume them. What extraordinary fortune had this rotund man encountered? The 3 most formidable figures in the Chinese music scene had somehow been secured by him. At this rate, Longting's ascension to the pinnacle of the industry was merely a foregone conclusion. The day after the ceremony, media coverage flooded the airwaves. Su Nanjiao triumphs as Dual Queen. The Dark Knight wins Best Album and Best Female Singer. The unknown individual sweeps 5 awards yet remains in the shadows, sparking nationwide debate. Lu Xiaobai makes a bold statement for Star, and Moon Legend: Who do you think you are? Becomes a viral catchphrase. Gu Qingwu's team departed early, suspected discontent with the award results. In the news segment of Huaxia Television, the host excitedly recounted the highlights of the ceremony, frequently mentioning the unknown individual. Their work permeated the entire awards ceremony, becoming the most significant highlight, yet their identity remains a mystery, igniting nationwide discussions. The online community exploded with activity. Major social media platforms were inundated with related topics, with half of the top 6 trending on Weibo linked to the ceremony. Discussions surrounding Su Nanjiao's elevation to Empress, the unknown individual's divine ascent, Lu Xiaobai's stunning appearance, and Lu Xiaobai's fierce retorts to the audience continued to soar, easily surpassing hundreds of millions in readership. Some music-focused media have turned their attention to the musical works themselves. The magazine Voice of Music commented, "From invisible wings to childhood, the nameless artist has demonstrated extraordinary prowess through his creations. His songwriting traverses multiple genres, with each piece evoking profound emotional resonance from listeners, undoubtedly injecting new vitality into the Mandarin music scene." Furthermore, Lu Xiaobai should not be underestimated. His golden hits, such as Silence, Decency, and the Next Dawn showcase his profound creative foundation. The twin star phenomenon of Lu Xiaobai and the nameless artist is poised to elevate the music industry to new heights. Naturally, amidst this media frenzy, Li Siki and the Xingyue Legend Group have also garnered widespread attention, with endorsement invitations pouring in like snowflakes. In the morning at 10:35 at the headquarters of Longting Entertainment, the elevator doors opened slowly with a chime. Lu Xiaobai emerged, one hand in his pocket and the other holding an iced Americano, radiating joy. His happiness stemmed, of course, from the surge in his popularity following the Mandarin Music Festival. As Lu Xiaobai stepped out of the elevator, greetings erupted. "Good morning, Teacher Lu. You look exceptionally dapper today." The receptionist's eyes sparkled. "Teacher Lu, I dream of the day I can sing a song written by you. Do you think I might have that honor?" A sweet-looking female artist said, linking her arm with his. "Teacher Lu, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am at your service," a professional-looking woman remarked, half jokingly and half seriously. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded continuously. Although he only received the award for Best Film and Television Song at the Mandarin Music Festival, his standing within the company has reached remarkable heights. The reason is simple. He is not only the sole contender against the nameless artist, but also the spokesperson for the socially anxious Master Wang Dali. Everyone knows that by currying favor with him, one can simultaneously garner the support of two titans. Of course, there are plenty who speak enviously behind his back. In the absence of a tiger, the monkeys claim dominance. If it weren't for the nameless artist's low profile, where would his arrogance come from? Remarked the music creator Wang Feng, with a tinge of bitterness. "Good morning, Teacher Lu." As Lu Xiaobai pushed open the office door, his assistant, Gu Qingqing, handed him a steaming cup of coffee before quietly returning to her workstation. Room 808 is an open-plan office area, with Gu Qingqing's desk situated merely 3 meters away from Lu Xiaobai's, facilitating immediate responses to his needs. Naturally, this need is not what one might expect. Is it still early at 10:30? Also, please refrain from calling me teacher. It sounds too distant. Lu Xiaobai chuckled lightly as he sat at his desk. Noticing his good mood and the lack of pressing matters, Gu Qingqing lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Brother Xiaobai, did you know? The king, Shen Mingzhi, and the queen, Lin Shuang, secretly contacted President Liu yesterday. They wish to invite you to write a song. Can you guess how President Liu responded?" She deliberately paused, her eyes darting around. "Is it true that the schedule is booked until next year?" Lu Xiaobai did not even lift his head. "That is far more ruthless." Gu Qingqing imitated Lu Feng's voice. "Our teacher Lu now only writes songs for his own artists. How about you terminate your contracts and come over?" She laughed heartily, causing their manager to turn pale. "Oh," Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. "By the way, there's more explosive news," Gu Qingqing said, growing more excited and preparing to divulge further secrets. Lu Xiaobai felt as if he might explode. This girl had been chattering for over 10 minutes. "Ahem. We must focus on our work during office hours. No slacking." Lu Xiaobai finally couldn't hold back and said with a serious expression. "Oh." Gu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and promptly started to work diligently, eyes focused. "You are the one who slacks off the most in the entire company. How dare you say that to me?" She grumbled internally. Lu Xiaobai was utterly speechless. How had he ended up with such a loquacious assistant? The office finally fell silent. Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel. After the awards ceremony of the Chinese Music Festival, his prestige had surged once more. The panel displayed prestige points, 5512. Skills acquired, basic piano performance, basic singing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Skills available for exchange, none. Chapter 63. Cantonese King Lin Zimo. Lighting a cigar, Lu Xiaobai began to ponder. Recently, he had no intention of exchanging any skills, but rather aimed to accumulate them all for enhancing his personal appearance and charm. The reason was simple. On one hand, the superstar Shen Mingzhi had stolen the limelight at the ceremony with his looks, which had provoked him greatly. Shen Mingzhi, bewildered. "No matter how much attention I garner, can it compare to yours?" On the other hand, he realized a crucial point. Exchanging appearance and charm could also bring him prestige points, and the means of acquiring these points was far easier. There was no need to do anything. Simply making public appearances would suffice. "It's settled," he declared to himself. Just then, his phone screen lit up, and a cascade of notification sounds rang out. Liu Xiaobai picked up his phone and saw at least dozens of messages from Su Nanjiao. I just had a dream where we watched the sunrise by the sea together. It was such a beautiful scene. I didn't want to wake up. This was sent at 6 a.m. I just finished work, and I'm so tired, but thinking of you fills me with strength. I miss you. Do you miss me? This was sent at 11:30 a.m. Lunch looks decent, with my favorite shrimp, but without you here, it feels like something is missing. Have you eaten? Are you taking care of yourself? This was sent at 12:30 p.m. It turned out that after seeing Li Siqi's gaze towards Liu Xiaobai at the Chinese music festival, Su Nanjiao felt a sense of crisis. Thus, she bombarded him with WeChat messages to keep a close watch on her husband. Looking at these messages, Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile tenderly. This woman was actually feeling jealous. She never considered that with her presence, he would have eyes for any other woman. After replying to the messages, Liu Xiaobai sat in contemplation. Recently, the artists he represented were predominantly female, leaving a plethora of male songs neglected. It seemed imperative to discover one or two male vocalists. Ching, which male singers under the company possess commendable vocal skills? Liu Xiaobai inquired. Without a doubt, the king of Cantonese songs, Lin Zimo, stands out as the best. Gu Qingqing replied after a moment of reflection. How could I have forgotten him? Liu Xiaobai suddenly recalled that this very male artist had participated in the song audition for Wang Dali. This artist was exceptionally talented and remarkably humble. However, Lin Zimo hailed from Hong Kong, excelling in Cantonese music, and his Mandarin was not particularly proficient. Brother Xiaobai, you exclusively write Mandarin songs. I fear he might. Gu Qingqing continued. Ah, so he's from Hong Kong. Liu Xiaobai interjected with delight. Gu Qingqing blinked, perplexed by his reaction. What is the excitement about Lin Zimo being from Hong Kong? Are you somehow capable of writing Cantonese songs? Liu Xiaobai was indeed elated. In his previous life, he had listened to Cantonese songs as fervently as Mandarin ones. Yet, since his arrival in this world, he had encountered no artists from Hong Kong or Guangdong province, rendering his collection of Cantonese songs utterly useless. Qingqing, please call Lin Zimo and ask him to come over. Liu Xiaobai instructed. This was the stature of a top-tier music creator in Blue Star. A leading singer could be summoned with just a phone call. Lin Zimo has a concert today. Gu Qingqing said, spreading her hands in resignation. Well then, you work diligently. I shall venture out for inspiration. Also, I want to be coming to work this afternoon. You can attend to your own matters. With that, Liu Xiaobai donned his coat and headed for the door. This morning, Binhai Primary School hosted a sports event, and his sister and sister-in-law had the afternoon off. He intended to take them out for some fun. I can hardly believe it. Out for inspiration. More like a day out. Gu Qingqing grimaced, thinking to herself. On the weekend pedestrian street, two cherubic little girls skipped hand in hand. This headband looks far prettier in pink. Pink is so common. Last time, when Sister Nanjiao wore a pink dress, you secretly said how beautiful it was. I was referring to my sister. You wearing pink resembles a kindergarten child. You're the one who looks like that. Liu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao exchanged playful banter, their sweet voices catching the attention of passers-by. Oh my, these two little ones are simply adorable. An elderly lady couldn't help but stop to admire them. I must be out of my mind, bringing two little girls out shopping. Trailing behind them, Liu Xiaobai carried numerous shopping bags, sighing in exasperation. He had accompanied them for 3 hours, utterly exhausted. Finally, the two little ones grew weary for shopping. Liu Xiaobai assumed they would take a seat to rest. However, brother, carry me. Liu Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, extending her chubby little arms. Carry you? Do you see any free hands here? Liu Xiaobai grimaced, showcasing his arms laden with their spoils. Liu Xiaoyan wore a stern expression, her gaze averted. This action was a clear indication that the little princess was upset. Helpless, Liu Xiaobai had no choice but to lift her up. His little sister was his greatest weakness. Brother Xiaobai, I want that too. Su Mingyao exclaimed, extending her arms. Liu Xiaobai shot a glare at his sister-in-law. Su Mingyao immediately mimicked Liu Xiaoyan, tossing her head in a display of sulkiness to signify her own displeasure. Liu Xiaobai relented and picked up his sister-in-law as well. Alas, she was his second greatest vulnerability. Poor Liu Xiaobai, whether in this life or the past, was a man of gentle disposition, utterly defenseless. Carrying two 8-year-old girls simultaneously felt like a monumental challenge. If he could just make it to the parking lot, it would be a victory. Breathing heavily, Lu Xiaobai felt as though his spine might give way. At last, the trio was nearing the exit of the mall. "Brother, there's a lottery over there," Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed to a nearby booth. "With a purchase of over 6,000, you get 2 chances to win. Who cares about that? Let's hurry home." Lu Xiaobai replied with evident reluctance. "But what if we win?" Su Mengyao interjected eagerly. With no other option, Lu Xiaobai acquiesced to the whims of the two little tyrants. They had spent nearly 7,000 on shopping today, enough for 2 lottery entries. Stroll and take a look. For every 3,000 spent, there's a chance to win. The lottery attendant called out enthusiastically. The grand prize was an electric bicycle, and the special prize was a ticket to Lin Zimo's concert. "Don't miss out, folks." Under the attendant's enthusiastic calls, a crowd quickly gathered around the lottery booth. "Oh my, there's actually a ticket to Lin Zimo's concert." Someone lamented. "How unfortunate. I only spent a little over 2,000. Honey, should we buy a bit more? I've always wanted to see Lin Zimo live. Hopefully, we can win this time." Excitement filled the air as people buzzed with anticipation. Chapter 64. What merit do I, Lin Zimo, possess? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, surprised at Lin Zimo's considerable fame in Binhai City. "Brother Xiaobai, hurry over." At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao had wriggled off him like eels, tugging at his pant leg as they dragged him toward the lottery stage. All right. Lu Xiaobai relented, handing the shopping receipt to the attendant. "Please spin the lucky wheel." With a friendly smile, the attendant handed over the remote control. Lu Xiaoyan snatched it eagerly, pressing the button without hesitation. The wheel spun rapidly. "Congratulations. You won the 5th prize. A plush toy," the attendant announced with a smile. "Yay, it's Mr. Bunny." Lu Xiaoyan cheered, bouncing with joy. "How childish," Su Mingyao remarked, her face scrunched in disdain. For the second draw, the wheel spun once more. "Congratulations." The host's voice trembled with excitement. "You've won the special prize. A ticket to Lin Zimo's concert." "Ah, we won." The two girls screamed in unison. Lu Xiaobai instantly covered his face in embarrassment. These two were truly a handful. Winning a concert ticket was hardly a reason for elation. If he desired, acquiring dozens of tickets would be no challenge at all. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into deafening screams. "I'll offer 10,000 for this ticket. How about that?" A heavily made-up female fan named Lin Zimo squeezed forward. "I'll bid 15,000. Another girl shouted loudly. "Brother, sell it to her quickly." The money-minded Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Having spent over 7,000 today, selling this ticket would mean she'd spend nothing while pocketing an extra 8,000. "Yes, sell it quickly." Su Mingyao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "What is so special about Lin Zimo? Both my sister and brother-in-law have greater prominence." Everyone looked at Lu Xiaobai with envy. This fellow is truly fortunate. Not selling. Lu Xiaobai grasped the hands of the two little girls, exiting the mall amidst countless envious and resentful gazes. How ridiculous. At his current financial standing, he truly did not regard 15,000 as significant. However, Lin Zimo's concert was indeed worth attending. He intended to assess the man's charisma, stage presence, and vocal skills in person before deciding whether to elevate him to the status of a superstar. Honestly, what is so appealing about Lin Zimo's concert? Even I wouldn't attend my sister's concert. The two little Lolas on the concert seats quietly grumbled, puffing their cheeks. Lu Xiaobai felt a twinge of regret. The concert operated on a 1-ticket-per-person policy with no exemptions for children, and he only had a single ticket. If it weren't for a staff member from Longting recognizing him and gifting him 2 extra tickets, he wouldn't have been able to bring the 2 little ones inside. Before he could ponder further, the concert commenced. The entire venue was suddenly plunged into darkness. Then, a beam of white light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the center of the stage. Lin Zimo, clad in a tailcoat, sat before a black piano. The crowd erupted into a thunderous ovation. Who would have thought Lin Zimo's popularity was so formidable? Lu Xiaobai marveled. The excitement in the venue could nearly rival Su Nanjiao Zimo-esque concert in the Magic City. What you may not know, young brother, is that Lin Zimo is the pride of both U.S. Hong Kong people and those from Nanjiao. A middle-aged man with a southern accent remarked. His national fame is limited because he primarily sings Cantonese songs. Liu Xiaobai nodded in understanding. In this parallel world, Cantonese music was not as illustrious as in his previous life, confined merely to a few southern provinces. Tonight, the first song I bring you is a classic work penned and composed by the renowned creator Mr. Huang Zhan, titled The Promise Under the Moonlight. Lin Zimo smiled as he spoke. Huang Zhan? Could it be that legendary figure? Liu Xiaobai shivered with excitement, immediately focusing intently on the performance. However, after the song concluded, he realized he had overestimated the situation. It was evident that this Mr. Huang Zhan was not the same as the legendary figure from his previous life. Compared to the classic Cantonese songs from his past, this piece, The Promise Under the Moonlight, felt rather mediocre. On stage, Lin Zimo prepared to sing the next song. Next, I will bring you. Suddenly, he paused, staring blankly at the audience. What was happening? The audience, puzzled, followed his gaze. Dear fans, I am truly honored that a great deity has graced my concert, Lin Zimo exclaimed, trembling with excitement. At that moment, the staff projected a close-up of the special guest onto the big screen. What deity? Where is the deity? At this time, Liu Xiaobai looked around. His handsome face filled with confusion, exposed to the thousands of spectators. Here he is, Teacher Liu Xiaobai. Let's give him a warm welcome, Lin Zimo declared. Teacher Liu has actually come to my concert. What an honor it is for me. He led the audience in a fervent round of applause, his eyes glistening with emotion. Wow, the great deity has arrived. The venue erupted in cheers and screams. Ah, is he referring to me? Liu Xiaobai finally realized. Secretly, I must tell everyone that Teacher Liu's singing skills are quite impressive. Shall we invite him to the stage for a song? Lin Zimo shouted. During the rehearsal, Teacher Liu had showcased his vocal prowess, and his singing was certainly commendable. All right, I want to hear silence. No, I want to hear the next dawn. It must be decorum. The audience clamored loudly. Although they were all fans of Cantonese music, they equally cherished Mandarin songs. They had long been familiar with Liu Xiaobai's illustrious name. Under the spotlight, Liu Xiaobai walked onto the stage with a wry smile. I paid to attend a concert. Why am I now put on the spot? This is such bad luck. Teacher Liu, your presence at my concert is indeed a privilege, Lin Zimo said, gripping Liu Xiaobai's hand tightly with excitement. One song. The audience chanted in unison. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I suppose I shall reluctantly perform, Liu Xiaobai replied with a smile. However, since most of the crowd consists of people from Hong Kong and southern Guangdong, I will sing an original Cantonese song. What? Teacher Liu can actually compose Cantonese songs? Lin Zimo gazed at Liu Xiaobai with fervent admiration. The entire audience stirred with excitement. They simply could not contain themselves. It is worth noting that in today's world, Cantonese music has become a niche culture. Both songwriters and singers have become exceedingly rare. How dire is it? Even a Cantonese music king like Lin Zimo can only be considered a first-tier artist nationwide. Now, hearing that Liu Xiaobai, a top-tier composer in the Mandarin music scene, can write Cantonese songs, how could the audience not go wild? I am from Binhai City in southern Guangdong. How could I not write Cantonese songs? Liu Xiaobai rolled his eyes. What? Teacher Liu, you are actually from southern Guangdong? Lin Zimo exclaimed, his eyes widening as he dramatically clutched his chest and took 2 steps back. The crowd erupted in laughter and whistles, with many spectators responding in Cantonese. We didn't know that. My singing skills are certainly not comparable to Brother Lin's, so please bear with me as you listen. Liu Xiaobai spoke as he approached the piano. Teacher Liu, your creative talent is already so remarkable. If you also sing well, what future would there be for us singers? Lin Zimo interjected, feigning exaggeration. The audience couldn't help but chuckle. Once the room fell silent, a gentle piano prelude began to resonate. A familiar yet slightly melancholic melody instantly enveloped the entire venue. In the dawn's light rain, returning to this earth, one hides in solitude. In a fleeting turn, by this familiar path, I realize the passerby behind me is you. Liu Xiaobai chose to perform the classic song Separation Always Comes on Rainy Days by the late King Zhang. He had discovered that Lin Zimo's voice possessed a magnetic and metallic quality reminiscent of the legendary singer, and thus intended to dedicate this song to him. "Oh my heavens! This is simply exquisite," Lin Zimo exclaimed, covering his mouth in disbelief. The audience paid no heed to the somewhat silly Cantonese singer, instead succumbing to a profound, poignant sorrow. "Why do your eyes remain unchanged through the years, and why must memories return to the past? The night you chose to leave was a night of relentless rain. Just like today." The audience had already immersed themselves in the musical realm crafted by Liu Xiaobai. Some closed their eyes, seemingly reliving their past romantic experiences through the song. Others felt tears welling up in their eyes. An elderly man with graying hair sat quietly in his seat, perhaps reminiscing about a love that had faded away in his youth. The live streaming platform was inundated with comments. "Wow, Teacher Liu has elevated Cantonese music to new heights. Such talent, such looks, such vocal prowess. Only someone who has experienced heartbreak more than 10 times could write this song. Oh no, Teacher Liu, you made me cry. I want to be able to sleep tonight. I'm reminded of my first love. Swallow, were you?" As Liu Xiaobai reached the chorus, the audience began to sing along in unison. The live comments went wild. "Help. My mom is asking why I'm kneeling to listen to this song. I just broke up, and now I'm crying so much my dog is trying to wipe my tears. This is so beautiful. I can't even comprehend it. This isn't mere songwriting. This is soul-bearing. I'm a 300-pound man crying like a fool. I'm a 400-pound elegant lady crying like a madwoman. You two upstairs, please be serious. You're ruining the atmosphere." Lin Zimo was completely frozen, goosebumps covering his body. As a professional singer, he understood better than anyone the value of this song. It was undoubtedly the strongest Cantonese song in history. More importantly, it was destined to transcend the boundaries of South Guangdong and Hong Kong, becoming a sensation throughout the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. The prowess of Teacher Liu was truly terrifying. Lin Zimo fixed his fervent gaze upon Liu Xiaobai. In comparison to the enigmatic figure, Teacher Liu indeed fell slightly short. But what of it? In the realm of Cantonese music, Teacher Liu is undeniably the true luminary. As the final note lingered in the air, a silence enveloped the venue for 3 seconds. Then, an eruption of the loudest screams and applause of the evening ensued. Yet, many remained entranced, seemingly still ensnared by the emotions of the song. "Teacher Liu, please accept my humble admiration. I wish to be your disciple." Lin Zimo dashed onto the stage, embracing Liu Xiaobai and kneeling before him. "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Zimo's exaggerated gesture instantly amused the audience. The song was adequate, but my singing ruined it, Liu Xiaobai modestly remarked. "Who dares to claim that Teacher Liu's singing is lacking? Step forward and demonstrate," Lin Zimo proclaimed with feigned seriousness. Indeed, absolutely," the crowd echoed enthusiastically. To speak fairly, Liu Xiaobai's vocal prowess was commendable, only slightly overshadowed by Lin Zimo. "If this song were sung by you, Brother Lin, it would undoubtedly surpass my rendition." Liu Xiaobai's next words sent Lin Zimo into a frenzy of excitement. "Do you mean?" He swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring. "Brother Lin can include this song in his next album," Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. "Wow, incredible." The audience erupted in fervor. Entrusting the finest Cantonese song to the greatest Cantonese music king was truly a masterstroke. Lin Zimo's eyes sparkled with delight. He could hardly fathom that such a classic song would be entrusted to him. "Teacher Liu, sing it again." "Yes, we want to hear it." At that moment, tens of thousands of voices united in a chorus. "I strongly suggest that tonight's concert be entirely in Teacher Liu's hands. I'll only handle the accompaniment." Lin Zimo jested. "Of course, the concert's earnings should also go to Teacher Liu," he added. Even if Liu Xiaobai overshadowed him and the earnings eluded him, so what? As long as Cantonese music could be promoted and perpetuated, such a loss was trivial. "Singing it again is out of the question," Liu Xiaobai replied with a smile. Just as disappointment washed over the crowd, he added, "Let me perform a new song instead." The audience erupted once more. "A new song? There's a new song." They welcomed Teacher Liu Xiaobai's second performance with the warmest applause. Lin Zimo clapped fervently. This time, the cheers and applause from the audience nearly threatened to lift the roof. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai pressed his left hand downwards, signaling for silence. The entire venue fell quiet. At Sun Yinxiao's concert, my most revered songwriter, the enigmatic figure, one spontaneously composed the classics classmate You and the Wind Rises. Here, I wish to pay homage to my idol by imitating him, Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. A collective gasp resonated through the audience at his words. Chapter 66. The Bicycle Oh My. Teacher Lu Xiaobai actually intends to replicate such a divine scene? This is not merely a tribute to an idol. It is, in fact, a bold challenge to one. Teacher Lu, please do not jest. Lin Zimo forced a smile, attempting to divert the conversation. You, esteemed sir, should dominate the realm of Cantonese songs without stirring up trouble with that deity. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xiaobai interrupted him, a smile gracing his lips. Next, let us invite the lighting technician to randomly cast a beam of light upon the audience. At the conclusion of a 10-second countdown, whoever is illuminated must propose a theme. I shall then compose an impromptu song based on that theme. Furthermore, there are no restrictions based on gender, he proclaimed with a grin. Gasp. The audience collectively inhaled sharply once more. Teacher Lu is indeed set to compete against an unknown contender. During Sun Nanjiao's concert, there had been restrictions suitable for female singers, yet now, he has eliminated all limitations. This is poised to create a brand new legend. Whispers and murmurs erupted among the crowd, buzzing with excitement. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai commenced the countdown. All held their breath in anticipation of the breathtaking spectacle that was about to unfold. As Lu Xiaobai called out 1, the lights halted, illuminating a middle-aged man. Among Lin Zimo's fans, the older demographic was predominant, so selecting a middle-aged individual was unsurprising. The man rose, contemplating for a moment before saying, "My father passed away 3 years ago due to heart disease. He was always very kind to me, never withholding anything good or enjoyable. The only regret I have is the lack of emotional communication between us. My father never uttered the words, 'I love you.'" These words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Indeed, it is often said that a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. However, if the word love is never spoken, what profound regrets it can bring to one's life. Many in the audience were reminded of their own moments with their fathers, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet at this moment, Lin Zimo was not afforded the luxury of reflection. He felt a wave of panic. He even began to suspect that this man was a higher disruptor. Why? Because the theme was simply too challenging to articulate. If it were merely an ode to paternal love, it would have been relatively straightforward. However, this theme delved into the expression of regret and reflection upon paternal love. Could teacher Lu truly accomplish this? All right, inspiration has struck me. Now, let us have Brother Lin continue singing while I jot down melody. Lu Xiaobai mused after a brief contemplation. Upon hearing this, Lin Zimo nearly dropped the microphone in astonishment. The audience, too, was left dumbfounded. My goodness, is this even humanly possible? You found inspiration that quickly? Your speed of inspiration rivals our urgency to relieve ourselves. Subsequently, Lin Zimo began to sing one of his older songs, while Lu Xiaobai sat on a chair brought by the staff, composing a song in real time. The audience had long since lost interest in Lin Zimo's performance, their full attention riveted upon him. Before long, Lu Xiaobai's pen danced across the paper with a remarkable fluidity, seemingly without a moment's contemplation. Witnessing this spectacle, the barrage of comments on the live-streaming platform erupted. Wow, this is even more astonishing than the unknown talent. A suggestion arose for the Chinese Academy of Sciences to study Lu Xiaobai's mind. This isn't mere songwriting. It's a display of extraordinary prowess. My friends, who comprehends this? I am still grappling with a single math problem while he is on the verge of completing an entire song. One can only imagine that the unknown talent might hastily flee on a high-speed train that very night. As Lin Zimo finished the final note, Lu Xiaobai stood up and presented the score brimming with musical notes to him. "Lin, you shall play the lead guitar while I handle the rhythm," Lu Xiaobai proclaimed with a smile. Although he had not acquired the ability to perform on the guitar, His skills were, albeit modest, sufficient for the task at hand. All right. Lin Zimo beckoned for the staff to bring forth 2 guitars. The lead guitar resonated first, with Liu Xiaobai's rhythm guitar seamlessly entering. The intertwining melodies of the dual guitars flowed together like 2 rivers converging. The prelude was truly enchanting. The audience's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, Liu Xiaobai inwardly chuckled. He had gravely overestimated his guitar abilities. The transitions between chords were painfully awkward and marred the beauty of the song. Finally, Liu Xiaobai began to sing, and the entire venue seemed to be muted. Do not assume I know. Everything is done for my sake. Why is it so grand, yet feels imperceptible? This song was none other than the classic Bicycle by the revered artist. Among the myriad of songs by this artist, this one may not be particularly famous, yet it holds a unique significance. Many listeners, upon first hearing it, might mistake it for a tribute to paternal love, but that is not its essence. The entire audience closed their eyes and listened intently. By instinct, they sensed that this was undoubtedly a work on par with Separation always happens on rainy days. Meanwhile, the live streaming platform saw the viewership soar past 10 million. Words left unspoken are often the most profound. Only once do we truly connect. The 2 of us, riding bicycles, embraced tightly against each other's backs. This song acted like a dull knife, slowly slicing through the memories of both the live and online audience. This is exactly how my father and I were. A sharply dressed gentleman suddenly rose, his lips trembling uncontrollably. As the chorus approached, Liu Xiaobai's right hand began to strum the strings. It is hard to part, yet I long to hold you closer. Life feels like a vast wilderness. If only a child could rest upon his father's shoulder, who would want to disembark. The live streaming platform was inundated with comments. My father was just like this, carrying me through the old streets. Tears flowed. He never explicitly said he loved me, yet his back was my safest harbor. Now he has aged, and it is my turn to carry him. In a lifetime, the most daunting realization is suddenly comprehending a song. The camera panned across the audience. Some looked up, fighting back tears, while others bowed their heads, clenching their fists. Among those most profoundly moved were the fathers in attendance. They too had once embodied the essence of the fathers depicted in the song, clumsily loving yet unsure of how to express it, believing that tireless labor and silent sacrifice encompassed all. They suddenly recognized that their children had been waiting all along for those words, for that embrace. Yet they always believed that love need not be spoken, but is sufficient to be conveyed through actions. A middle-aged man in the front row clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. He reminisced about the days when his son would affectionately wrap his arms around his waist, his face pressed against his back. However, as time passed and his son grew, their conversations dwindled. During their last argument, his son, with eyes brimming with tears, shouted, "You have never understood what I want." The ties of love are often fraught with complexity, an undeniable truth of human nature. Despite the world's coldness, the memory of that bicycle brings forth a glimmer of happiness. The melodious voice of Liu Xiaobai continued to resonate. Chapter 67. If left unchecked, his identity would truly be exposed. A middle-aged man quietly loosened his tie, his throat constricting. 20 years prior, he faced the downfall of his entrepreneurial endeavors, burdened by insurmountable debts. Yet one day his son silently placed his accumulated pocket money into his palm. Later, he made a comeback, yet his relentless pursuit of success distanced him from his family. Abruptly, he realized that in his relentless chase for career advancement, he had overlooked countless moments of his son's growth. With this thought, the man took out his phone and messaged his son, who was studying at a university in the north. "Come home early for the holidays. Dad wants to take you for a ride around the coastal city." As the last note faded, the venue erupted not only in applause, but also in a chorus of sobs. Liu Xiaobai set down his guitar and bowed deeply, preparing to return to the audience. It is time to return the stage to Lin Zimo. "Teacher Liu, you have not only gifted me 2 songs, but you have also breathed new life into Cantonese music." Lin Zimo grasped Liu Xiaobai's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. The audience's applause resonated endlessly. Less than an hour after the concert concluded, terms such as Liu Xiaobai, bicycle, and Lin Zimo's legendary concert surged to the top of trending searches. on short video platforms. Clips of Lu Xiaobai performing breakups always happen on rainy days and Bicycle were fervently shared, with related topics amassing over 200 million views. On social media, celebrities and artists joined in. Li Siki shared a concert clip, captioning it, "Teacher Lu's talent never ceases to amaze." Simultaneously, Lin Zimo posted a video of their duet on his Weibo account, stating, "This is the most precious moment of my career. Thank you, Teacher Lu." The long-dormant Cantonese music market began to glimpse a ray of revival due to this concert. Acclaimed music critic Melody Hunter aptly published a review, "In the galaxy of the Chinese music scene, Teacher Lu Xiaobai has carved out a new galaxy for Cantonese songs with his astonishing talent. This genius, with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, has profoundly deconstructed the themes of love and familial bonds. Breakups always happen on rainy days stands as a pinnacle of emotional narrative. Its soothing rhythm and lyrics perfectly capture the sentiments of heartbreak." Meanwhile, the emergence of Bicycle further underscores teacher Lu Xiaobai's unparalleled creative prowess. Within just 1 hour of posting, the review garnered 100,000 likes. However, at that moment, Lu Xiaobai was deeply troubled. He inadvertently logged into the long-unused Weibo account of an anonymous individual, only to find the comment section in an uproar. "Master, Lu Xiaobai has replicated your divine performance at Sun Yinxiao's concert. This is clearly a provocation. Indeed, how can you endure this? I admit Lu Xiaobai possesses a modicum of talent, but his blatant imitation of a master is rather excessive. I simply detest Lu Xiaobai." He claims that the anonymous individual is his idol, yet he boldly challenges his idol. Does anyone remember that at the Chinese music festival, Lu Xiaobai declared he was unworthy to carry the shoes of the anonymous individual? Exactly, Lu Xiaobai is the most hypocritical person. Who agrees, who disagrees? Upon reading this, Lu Xiaobai could not help but smile wryly. My fans are uniting to insult my true self. What a predicament. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a tempest was brewing. Someone named Bianhua Kai published a lengthy article that instantly went viral. The article posited, "I have serious doubts that Lu Xiaobai and the anonymous individual are the same person. Here are my reasons. First, both can improvise and produce songs that are undeniably classics. These two are rare geniuses in the Chinese music scene. Thus, one must ponder, is it not exceedingly coincidental for two extraordinary talents to emerge simultaneously? Second, both Lu Xiaobai and the anonymous individual are creators under Longting. Moreover, according to insider information, Lu Xiaobai occupies the most prestigious and luxurious office at Longting. His prowess is evidently inferior to that of the anonymous individual. Why then would Longting provide him with the finest office instead of the anonymous individual? Third, Lu Xiaobai once stated at the Chinese music festival that he was unworthy to carry the shoes of the anonymous individual. How could a young and accomplished creator utter such excessively modest words? In light of this, I believe the anonymous individual is merely Lu Xiaobai's alter ego. Thus, everything falls into place. This article has garnered over 1 million reads and amassed 100,000 comments. It appears to have some truth. I have also harbored doubts about the simultaneous emergence of two genius creators in the Chinese music scene. Is that not too coincidental? I have further evidence. Lu Xiaobai challenged the anonymous individual at Lin Zimo's concert, yet the anonymous individual offered no response. The storm intensified. Even Lin Zimo and Li Siki began to harbor doubts, reaching out to Lu Xiaobai via WeChat for clarification. Regarding the external reactions, Lu Xiaobai chose to remain silent. To speak would violate contractual obligations. To lie would tarnish his personal image. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaobai felt no urgency, for he was aware that someone else was far more anxious and would do everything to shield him. Longting Entertainment Company Limited Lu Feng's office. President Lu, there's trouble. There's trouble. Secretary Lin Yashuan rushed in, breathless. It was so alarming. Lu Feng's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired. His usually composed and steady secretary had never appeared so flustered. It seemed a serious issue had arisen. Teacher Lu Xiaobai performed 2 original Cantonese songs at Lin Zimo's concert. Lin Yashuan gasped. I was already aware of that. What of it? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. The internet is rife with speculation, suggesting that Lu Xiaobai may very well be the enigmatic figure known only as Nameless. If this continues unchecked, I'm afraid his true identity will soon be unveiled. Lin Yashuan remarked. Suddenly, Lu Feng's teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering into countless pieces upon impact with the floor. I have uncovered the truth. It all revolves around this article. Lin Yashuan, disregarding the mess, promptly handed over her tablet. Upon opening it, Lu Feng was immediately confronted with a lengthy exposition penned by Bianhan Waki. After reading it, he felt a jolt of alarm. The author's deductive reasoning was nothing short of extraordinary. What he articulated aligned perfectly with the facts. It seems, as Lin Yashuan suggested, that if left unaddressed, Lu Xiaobai's identity would indeed be exposed. Once revealed, a multitude of music companies would undoubtedly brandish substantial checks in a bid to seize Lu Xiaobai. At that juncture, Longting might truly find it impossible to retain him. Lu Feng's fingertips drummed lightly on the office desk, the tempo escalating with urgency. Chapter 68. I have spotted the celestial brother. Immediately convene a meeting with the heads of the Public Relations Department, the Technical Department, and all management personnel from the Artist and Works Division. He rose abruptly, his voice low yet insistent. 3 directives. First, instruct the Technical Department to trace the poster, offer them an incentive, and compel them to delete the post at once. Second, have the Public Relations Department mobilize a contingent of online commentators, employing every conceivable means to refute the assertions made by Bianhan Waki, thereby concealing Lu Xiaobai's identity. Third, promptly arrange for Xinhua Legend to release a new song to divert public attention. Longting, as a premier music company in the country, demonstrated formidable crisis management capabilities. Merely 2 hours had elapsed when Bianhan Waki's post was removed. Furthermore, they enlisted online commentators to systematically counter the original post. The article stated, "It is somewhat implausible for 2 genius composers to emerge simultaneously within the Chinese music scene. However, the notion that Lu Xiaobai and the nameless individual are one and the same is even more absurd. Firstly, let us review the songs each has composed thus far. The nameless individual has penned 9 songs, including Invisible Wings, Love You, and Where Has Time Gone, while Lu Xiaobai has created 7, such as Silence, The Next Dawn, and Decorum. These masterpieces were all completed within a mere 2 months. May I pose a question? Can a normal person compose 16 classic pieces in just 2 months? Additionally, it is indeed true that both Lu Xiaobai and the nameless individual are creators under Longting's banner. Lu Xiaobai enjoys the most prestigious and lavish office within Longting. However, this is due to the nameless individual's social anxiety, which prevents him from attending the office. Thus, Longting has not provided him with an office space. Lastly, let us consider the third point. Those familiar with Lu Xiaobai know him to be a remarkably humble and affable person. The remark he made at the Chinese Music Gala was, in fact, a jest. In summary, it is wholly implausible that the nameless individual and Lu Xiaobai are, in fact, the same person. This article is intricately woven, presenting its arguments with clarity, leaving the online audience in a state of bewilderment. It appears to be the case. Producing 16 classic works within 2 months implies the creation of 1 piece every 3 to 4 days. Even the most industrious of farm animals would struggle to match such output. Following this, the latest single, the most dazzling ethnic style by the Star Moon Legend Ensemble under Longting, burst onto the scene. The song's overwhelming popularity swiftly overshadowed the preceding turmoil. Wang Dali's name surged to prominence alongside this track, leading to a complete domination of the top 20 of the Chinese music charts by the trio of the Nameless. Lu Xiaobai and Wang Dali. Many industry insiders exclaimed, "The Chinese music scene has entered a triadic equilibrium. We are in an era where celestial beings clash." The Nameless one embodies sophistication, Lu Xiaobai infuses heartfelt emotion, and Wang Dali commands the streets with fervor, each assuming their distinct role. A well-known singer lamented during a live broadcast, "There is no longer any space for us in the music industry. Our releases are merely attempts to survive in the shadow of these 3 titans." After finally breaking into the top 20, We were unceremoniously ousted by the most dazzling ethnic style, which dropped unexpectedly at dawn, pushing us out of the rankings altogether. Ding ding ding. At 7 a.m. that morning, Liu Xiaobai's alarm clock blared. The reason for his early rising was to welcome his beloved wife back to Binhai City. With Christmas approaching, Nanjiao had canceled all engagements to spend a peaceful Christmas Eve with Liu Xiaobai. Feeling a bit bored after yawning, Liu Xiaobai took out his phone to play for a while. Upon deciding to check the system panel, he was taken aback. The display revealed reputation points 20,903. Skills acquired: basic piano performance, basic singing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency, skills available for redemption, basic guitar performance, intermediate piano performance, intermediate singing ability. His reputation points had increased significantly. Liu Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. The explanation was simple. Recently, the singles and albums of Nanjiao, Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and the Star Moon Legend had all achieved remarkable sales, creating a cumulative effect that naturally elevated his reputation. Perhaps he should save up a bit more. Just as he was about to close the system panel, his peripheral vision caught the last item available for redemption. No way. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't imagining things. Indeed, it was true. It was the skill of personal charm and attractiveness. Basic. Redeem. Immediately, Liu Xiaobai exclaimed impatiently. Which man does not yearn for the looks of a paragon? As soon as he finished speaking, a warm sensation enveloped him from the crown of his head to his entire body. He felt the subtle adjustment of the bones in his face. The entire experience was akin to undergoing a luxurious treatment. So delightful, it was almost mesmerizing. Upon completion, Liu Xiaobai hurried to the dressing mirror. The figure reflected was tall and elegant, with a prominent nose, delicate lips, and piercing eyes. His appearance rivaled that of a paragon, his charisma comparable to that of the most captivating stars, despite the fact that he merely exchanged basic charm and allure. He was already on par with the handsome young men who thrived on their looks within the industry. It is astonishing that such a handsome man exists in this world. If the government of Longwo were to impose a tax on handsome men, I fear I would be driven to bankruptcy by my tax obligations. Liu Xiaobai sighed deeply, feeling a pang of sympathy for himself as he contentedly emerged from his bedroom. My heavens, how did a stunningly handsome man emerge from my brother's room? Liu Xiaoyan, passing by, dropped her cup in shock, frozen in place. What an overreaction. Liu Xiaobai shook his head and strode out of the house, leaving Liu Xiaoyan standing there, questioning her very existence. 5 minutes later, a top-tier handsome man arrived at the community poolside. Celestial brother. I have laid my eyes upon a celestial brother. Several affluent ladies swimming in the pool covered their faces with their hands, utterly starstruck. Bah, such naivety. Liu Xiaobai silently scoffed. At Binhai Airport, Nanjiao confidently strode out of the airport corridor, accompanied by her agent, Sister Qin, and her assistant, Wu Yuhan. Nanjiao. Liu Xiaobai hurriedly approached, arms outstretched, ready to give her a grand embrace. What are you doing? Are you trying to be a rogue? Nanjiao's face paled as she saw a stranger lunging towards her, retreating 3 steps in alarm. Perverted rogue, stop right there. Assistant Wu Yuhan screamed, swiftly stepping in front of Nanjiao. Chapter 69. How can my husband be this handsome? I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, I will call the police. Sister Qin, seasoned by the tides of experience, promptly retrieved her self-defense spray from her bag, causing a commotion at the airport. Such a dashing young man is actually how utterly unbelievable. If he were to treat me like that, I would certainly not resist. In fact, I would willingly cooperate. Indeed, that woman in sunglasses is utterly ungrateful. Many young ladies around began to murmur. Nanjiao, it's me. I'm Liu Xiaobai. Liu Xiaobai's outstretched arm froze in midair, his smile becoming rigid. Liu Xiaobai, are you joking? How can my husband be this handsome? Nanjiao could hardly believe it, her eyes filled with anger and suspicion. Nanjiao, it is truly me. I recently enrolled in personal training classes, and my coach has been relentless, constantly monitoring my posture correction and muscle-building exercises. Moreover, I have changed my hairstyle, grown a beard, and donned new clothes. Please, take a closer look. Fortunately, Liu Xiaobai had prepared in advance and had done his homework. At that moment, Su Nanjiao began to scrutinize the man before her. This man was indeed far more handsome than Liu Xiaobai. Yet upon closer inspection of his eyes, nose, and facial contours, he undeniably resembled Liu Xiaobai. If he were to shave his beard, he would be indistinguishable from her husband. Our first meeting was at Jiangnan Restaurant, and our second was at Food Street. You have a younger sister named Su Mingyao, and there is a mark on your thigh. Liu Xiaobai stepped closer, whispering. Silence. Su Nanjiao's expression changed. Such intricate details could not be known by outsiders. She suddenly leaned in, inhaling the scent near Liu Xiaobai's neck. This aroma was unmistakably his. Let's get in the car first. Sister Qin observed that the number of people around her was steadily increasing, and she decisively spoke up. Once Su Nanjiao and her companions boarded the Camry, their belief in this person grew a little stronger. Unless this individual was a car thief, it was improbable for them to possess Liu Xiaobai's vehicle. What kind of private coaching class did you enroll in, you talented scholar? Your transformation is astounding. Wu Yuhan inquired with curiosity. I am attending Liu Feng's personal training sessions, and I even engaged an image consultant. Liu Xiaobai had already conspired with Liu Feng. It seems plausible. Are you certain you haven't undergone cosmetic surgery? Su Nanjiao tugged at Liu Xiaobai's face, pulling it left and right. Ouch, that hurts. Liu Xiaobai lamented. I figured it out. Wu Yuhan suddenly exclaimed, drawing the puzzled gazes of the others. The books say that talent can bestow a unique charm upon a man. This intrinsic allure makes him appear more handsome in the eyes of others, and such attractiveness grows over time. Therefore, could it be that the talented scholar has remained unchanged all along, and we simply failed to recognize his handsomeness before? Wu Yuhan stated earnestly. Indeed, that makes sense. Moreover, Teacher Liu has become increasingly confident, and this confidence enhances his charm, making him look exceptionally handsome. Sister Qin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai longed to embrace both of them in gratitude. One was a mature lady, and the other a young girl. Their imagination was astonishingly vibrant. So, are you suggesting that Xiaobai didn't suddenly become handsome, but rather that I was blind to it before? Sunanda Questin, releasing her grip on Liu Xiaobai's cheek with skepticism. Not blind. Rather, your aesthetic has evolved. Sister Qin adjusted her glasses, referring to a psychological term known as the exposure effect, akin to how one grows increasingly fond of a song the more it is heard. Liu Xiaobai stifled his laughter, his shoulders shaking as he witnessed the performance of the two women who had successfully navigated this situation for themselves. So, in your eyes, was I truly unattractive before? He feigned a melancholic expression. Not unattractive at all. Wu Yuhan hastily waved her hands. It was just special. Next time something like this happens, please send a photo in advance. I genuinely thought I had encountered a pervert. Su Nanjiao complained softly, leaning against Liu Xiaobai's shoulder. Oh, are you blaming me now? You tarnished my reputation, and I haven't sought retribution yet. Everyone thought I was. Liu Xiaobai responded with evident discontent. Darling, it was my fault. Su Nanjiao immediately admitted with a sweet voice. Is merely acknowledging your mistake sufficient? What do you wish for instead? Liu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled mischievously, and he leaned closer to Su Nanjiao's ear, whispering, let me see your nude photo. His wife was typically too shy, and they had yet to cross that threshold, which left him yearning. You're asking for trouble. Su Nanjiao's ears flushed crimson as she suddenly pinched Liu Xiaobai's ear. Ouch, be gentle. How about I settle for an underwear photo instead? He retorted, you said it. All right, I'll send it right now. Quickly. Su Nanjiao complied promptly. True to her word, she sent an underwear photo, but it was merely the garment without a person. Upon witnessing Liu Xiaobai's dejected expression, Su Nanjiao couldn't help but smirk slyly. All right, allow me to offer you a belated embrace. With that, she blushed and willingly nestled into his arms. Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan covered their faces, feeling like they were being force-fed romantic moments. The plight of the single dog is indeed unbearable. None of them noticed that in a nearby car, a man picked up his phone and captured the tender scene between Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao. Shortly thereafter, the car window rose swiftly and the vehicle sped away. This man was Zhao Yu, a paparazzo employed by the scandal-ridden star Zhou Mingqi. specifically tasked with covertly tracking Su Nanjiao's romantic escapades. Inside the CAF's private room, Miss Zhou, I have acquired what you requested. Zhao Yu rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with avarice. Zhou Mingqi elegantly set down her coffee cup and slowly retrieved a bundle of cash from her handbag. This is your remuneration. Her voice was as calm as a still pond. Zhao Yu's smile instantly froze. He abruptly seized the bundle of cash and flipped through it rapidly. What nonsense is this? Wasn't it agreed upon for 200,000? His voice rose sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. I forgot to inform you. The task has been cancelled. You may take this remuneration or leave it. Zhou Mingqi's indifferent gaze fell upon him, as if he were an inconsequential object. Why? Zhao Yu's eyes widened in fury. 3 months prior, Zhou Mingqi had beseeched him countless times to shadow Su Nanjiao continuously, capturing every detail of her private life. For this, he had even employed the professional equipment of private detectives, risking legal repercussions. You captured the intimate photos of Su Nanjiao and Liu Xiaobai, did you not? That evidence is now of no use to me. Zhou Mingqi took a delicate sip of her coffee, the bitter taste spreading across her tongue. She had long sensed the ambiguity between Su Nanjiao and Liu Xiaobai. To that end, she had spared no expense in hiring Zhao Yu, intent on obtaining irrefutable proof to shatter Su Nanjiao's carefully cultivated image of innocence. Chapter 70. Your affair with Liu Xiaobai has been exposed. Yet, the circumstances had shifted entirely. With songs like The Next Dawn, Decency, and Breakups Always Happen in the Rain, Liu Xiaobai had risen to become one of the top music creators in the country. Even if their romance were to be revealed, Su Nanjiao would not only retain her esteemed status, but would, in fact, solidify her position further due to Liu Xiaobai's endorsement. After all, which fan could resist a chosen one blessed with both beauty and a talented boyfriend? Zhou Mingqi could even envision how the media would exalt this pair of gifted individuals once their romance was public. The fans would fervently celebrate them, and Su Nanjiao's commercial value would only soar. Her original plan had utterly failed. However, just as Zhou Mingqi was preparing to concede defeat, Zhao Yu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Who told you it was Liu Xiaobai? He rose abruptly, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. He then pulled out his phone, swiped the screen, and slammed it down on the table. Zhou Mingqi's fingers paused, the coffee cup suspended in midair. Not Liu Xiaobai. She quickly reached for the phone. On the screen, there was a startling photograph of Su Nanjiao embracing a young man inside a car. The handsome visage of the young man, clearly in his early 20s, was unmistakable. This individual was certainly not Liu Xiaobai. A slow smile spread across Zhou Mingqi's lips, her eyes igniting with a flicker of excitement. Ha ha ha! Su Nanjiao, this time you're utterly doomed. Her voice trembled slightly with joy. How could she be entangled with Liu Xiaobai while secretly dating a young heartthrob? This was far beyond mere character collapse. Once these photographs were revealed, what would Liu Xiaobai think? A normal man would never tolerate betrayal. At that moment, Su Nanjiao would lose not only her pure image but also Liu Xiaobai, her golden opportunity. Without his songs, how could she maintain her status as a top-tier celebrity? Zhou Mingqi could almost envision Liu Xiaobai's furious expression upon seeing these photos. And she could imagine Su Nanjiao's panic and desperate pleas proving futile. Just the thought of it sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. Well done indeed. Zhou Mingqi took a deep breath, suppressing her exhilaration, and swiftly pulled out her phone. I will transfer you 200,000 right away. Liu was an ardent fan of Su Nanjiao. From the moment she debuted, he was captivated by her pure and sweet image. Over the years, he had collected every poster and album of hers, saving diligently to attend her concerts just to cheer for her in person. To him, Su Nanjiao was an unattainable yet sacred presence, the warmest light in his life. That day, after work, Liu eagerly opened his phone, as usual, hoping to see any updates from Su Nanjiao. However, a news article detonated in his world like a bomb. The headline was glaringly conspicuous. Relationship exposed. Diva. The fairy maiden Su Nanjiao embraces mysterious young heartthrob in car. Accompanying it was a high-definition photograph. In the image, a remarkably handsome young man was holding Su Nanjiao, their expressions exceedingly intimate. Lu Yu felt as if his mind had been struck by a thunderous roar. This cannot be real. It must be a doctored image, an intentional smear against her. He repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. With trembling hands, Lu Yu manipulated the mouse, enlarging the photo to its maximum size, desperately searching for any signs of alteration, yet ultimately failing. The image was crystal clear beyond doubt. This was disastrous. Nanjiao, your affair with Lu Xiaobai has been exposed. On the other end of the line, his manager, Sister Qin, spoke in a hurried and anxious tone. The background noise revealed the hustle and bustle of frantic meetings. Sister Qin, I'm already aware of this. How can you remain so calm? The entire internet is circulating your photos. It will likely trend soon. Let me exposed. After all, my relationship with Xiaobai will eventually be made public. Su Nanjiao smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Nanjiao, you're already a diva now. Do you know that? With a little more patience, you might even surpass Gu Qinwu. At this critical juncture, the revelation of a romantic relationship could lead to a significant loss of followers. Upon hearing this, Qin Jie was utterly exasperated, pleading earnestly. I have instructed the PR department to prepare a statement, claiming that he is your cousin and that you have been close since childhood. On the other end of the line, Qin Jie continued her tirade. Qin Jie, please do not worry about me. I no longer wish to be an idol. I aspire to pursue a path as a serious singer. With that declaration, Su Nanjiao abruptly ended the call, leaving Qin Jie bewildered on the other side. Nanjiao, you must think this through. Such a decision will undoubtedly cost you many fans, Lu Xiaobai interjected, furrowing his brow. If I lose them, so be it. What I need are true music lovers, not mere admirers of my looks. Besides, as long as I have you by my side, I wouldn't mind not being a diva. Su Nanjiao turned her head, a sweet smile playing at her lips. All right, since you've made this decision, I shall accompany you on this journey. Lu Xiaobai gently caressed her hair. Su Nanjiao nestled against him, like a languorous cat. Let's first observe the fans' reactions. Lu Xiaobai sat up and opened his laptop. At that moment, the entire internet was in an uproar. My youth is over. Su Nanjiao is actually in a relationship, and it's not with me. Unbelievable. Where's our beloved goddess? How could this happen? Who is this man? He looks decent, but certainly not worthy of our Nanjiao. Unfollowing. Our idol has lost her standing. Seeing that photo has shattered my heart. I can't believe Nanjiao is so superficial, dating a young heartthrob. If it were an unknown person or Lu Xiaobai, two esteemed figures, I might have reluctantly accepted it. Observing the comments from netizens, Su Nanjiao felt discontent. How could they call you a heartthrob and say you're unworthy of me? They truly lack discernment. She pouted, but I find it rather amusing. Who would want to thrive on good looks rather than talent? Lu Xiaobai chuckled. In my eyes, you are exceptional in both talent and appearance. Su Nanjiao laughed at his jest, wrapping her arms around his neck. She gazed at Lu Xiaobai's handsome face, never tiring of the sight. This man, not only exceptional in talent, now even rivals the heartthrobs in looks. What if I simply reveal our relationship? If everyone knows the heartthrob in the photo is me, perhaps you want to lose followers after all. Excitement sparkled in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. The more he spoke, the more he felt this idea was feasible. Chapter 71. Even the great ones can be betrayed by deceitful women. After all, in the entertainment industry, fans are particularly fond of romantic pairings, especially those that embody the ideal of beauty and talent. If Su Nanjiao's fans were to discover that the one she was dating was the composer of those classic songs, Lu Xiaobai, they might not only refrain from unfollowing, but could actually become more supportive of Su Nanjiao. As for the contract, that posed no issue at all. He simply needed to ensure that he did not reveal his identity as an unknown. This is unacceptable. You have stated that you do not wish to be in the public eye. Lu Xiaobai cautioned. Once our relationship is exposed, you will no longer be able to live a normal life. I cannot allow you to be at the mercy of public opinion for such a trivial matter. Su Nanjiao gazed at him with eyes as tender as water. My wife truly possesses an exceptional understanding of others. Lu Xiaobai felt deeply moved. Your pronunciation is off. It is your empathy that shines through. Su Nanjiao rolled her eyes. Yet, she quickly comprehended, extending her petite fist to playfully thump his chest. Are you out of your mind? When have I ever undressed you? Lu Xiaobai chuckled silently. Su Nanjiao would rather lose followers than allow him to be in the limelight, which touched him greatly. However, as the one who has nurtured his beloved, he would never let their romance hinder her ascent to stardom. By the way, you cannot go to work during this time. Once you set foot in the company, everyone will surely recognize the handsome lad in the photographs as you, Su Nanjiao remarked. All right, I shall play the role of a devoted house husband for now. Lu Xiaobai jested. Presently, his status at Longting was quite elevated. Even a month away from the office would not raise any eyebrows. He need not even request leave. However, to be honest, this secret could not be concealed for long. They would deal with it when the time came. Enough with the house husband talk. Can you even cook? Su Nanjiao shot him a disapproving glance. By the way, we could go on a trip. Since we have been together, our time apart has been far too frequent. Let us take advantage of this moment to unwind. Her eyes sparkled suddenly as she grasped Lu Xiaobai's hand and gently shook it, resembling a playful little girl. That sounds delightful. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. The original owner had never traveled beyond the province since birth. It would be beneficial to broaden their horizons. Thus, Su Nanjiao immediately called Sister Qin to cancel all engagements. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai opened his computer to begin researching travel guides. Naturally, before their departure, they undertook an important task, transferring Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao to an expensive private school. It was not a frivolous expenditure, nor disdain for public education, but rather a precaution for safety. As Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao's fame grew, the safety of the two little ones at school became paramount. If any ill-intentioned individuals were to discover their identities, a potential kidnapping could ensue. At this moment, the news of Su Nanjiao's romantic involvement escalated online, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12, shaking the entire entertainment industry. Related topics surged to the top of trending searches at an astonishing pace, with various marketing accounts eagerly resharing the news, causing the topic's popularity to skyrocket exponentially. Su Nanjiao's fan club found itself in turmoil. Countless fans expressed their dissatisfaction, and the number of unfollowers surged dramatically. Many celebrities secretly reveled in her misfortune, discussing how Su Nanjiao was finished this time. Amidst the cacophony of pessimism, the most pressing concern was whether the anonymous songwriter would continue to compose for Su Nanjiao. Just as the public buzzed with speculation, an analytical article penned by an individual known as the Innocent Young Man created ripples, spreading like wildfire across the internet. The article, with its seemingly logical analysis, propelled public outrage to new heights. With the astonishing talent displayed by the anonymous writer, it was certain that numerous A-list stars would seek to enlist his songwriting prowess. Yet, it is thought-provoking that, as of now, he has composed songs solely for Su Nanjiao. What might this signify? It is not difficult to infer that he must be deeply enamored with her. A careful appreciation of his classic love ballads, "I love you and I only care about you," reveals an intense affection. Were it not for a profound love, how could an anonymous individual craft such heart-stirring works? However, how does Su Nanjiao respond to this deep devotion? She shamelessly treads two paths, exploiting his feelings to continuously inspire him to create songs for her, while simultaneously engaging in a romance with a so-called young heartthrob. One must ask, which man could endure such humiliation? If it were you, what choice would you make? Thus, I dare assert that this nameless individual will undoubtedly cease to write for Su Nanjiao. Moreover, it shall not be long before she completely withdraws from the entertainment industry. Upon the publication of this article, it was as if an additional flame had been poured into an already boiling pot of oil. Many fans, influenced by the article, flocked to the nameless individual's Weibo account to leave messages. "Master, do not be saddened by such a person. Su Nanjiao is wholly unworthy of your sacrifices." Heartbroken for the master for 30 seconds. It turns out that even the master, like ordinary people, can be betrayed by a heartless woman. I share a commonality with the master in this regard. Esteemed one, you might consider writing a song for my Qingwu. Her vocal talent and image are exceptional, and she would undoubtedly bring your work to life. Dream on. Your Qingwu already has children. My Siki is the perfect match. The comments section erupted with a lively debate, with everyone voicing their opinions. Unbeknownst to the two involved parties, They had already boarded a plane overnight, embarking on their romantic journey. On the ancient city's cobblestone streets, Liu Xiaobai walked with one hand in his pocket, tightly holding Su Nanjiao's hand with the other. Today, she wore a simple white shirt paired with denim shorts, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her barefaced appearance was as pure as that of a university student, devoid of any semblance of a pop diva. Hey, slow down. Is having long legs that impressive? Su Nanjiao jogged a few steps to catch up with him, pouting in complaint. Liu Xiaobai's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he suddenly halted. Su Nanjiao, caught off guard, stumbled into his embrace, where he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. What is this? Su Nanjiao is being coy, he teased, lowering his head to whisper in her ear with a commanding tone. Who is being coy? Su Nanjiao blushed and pushed him away, only to be pulled back by him, their fingers intertwining. Thus, they strolled through the narrow alleys of the ancient city. In this moment, there were no paparazzi chasing them, no fans screaming, just a serene time belonging solely to the two of them. The only pity was that both had to wear masks and sunglasses. Even Liu Xiaobai was not exempt. After their relationship was exposed, he too became a public figure. Chapter 72, Su Nanjiao's Downfall. Try this. Liu Xiaobai purchased a grilled sausage from a street vendor and held it up to Su Nanjiao's lips. Feed me. Su Nanjiao deliberately refused to take it. What a hassle. Liu Xiaobai feigned disdain with his words, yet his actions were tender beyond measure. Su Nanjiao squinted her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a languid cat. Suddenly, she rose on her tiptoes and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek, proclaiming, "This is your reward." Liu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly returned the gesture with a deep kiss. He only released her when Su Nanjiao, blushing, playfully thumped his chest. There is always a need on rainy days to escape from certain memories of the past, yet the raindrops inevitably facilitate such encounters. On rainy days, one cannot help but reminisce, having never seen again after the tearful embrace of farewell. Just then, a melodious voice suddenly emanated from a nearby bar. Someone is singing your song. Let us go inside and take a look. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, Liu Xiaobai replied, taking her hand as they entered the bar. The bar was dimly lit as they discreetly settled into a corner. On stage, the resident singer was nearing the end of his performance. His singing is quite impressive, nearly on par with yours. Su Nanjiao teased with a playful smile. Haha, Liu Xiaobai chuckled silently. When my buddy exchanges his intermediate skills for advanced ones, even you, the diva, will have to kneel before me. Another song, another song. As the final note resonated, applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Thank you all for your encouragement. However, my Cantonese is not very good, so I'll sing a Mandarin song for you next. The resident singer cleared his throat and smiled into the microphone. As the prelude began, the bar's cacophony fell into a hushed silence. The moment he began to sing, the entire crowd joined in a chorus. This song, having been heard countless times, still compelled everyone to sing along at the first note. Some even raised their glasses, gently swaying them in homage to this classic piece. Liu Xiaobai turned to Su Nanjiao and noticed her smiling. What's wrong? Are you shy to hear someone else sing your song? He teased, pinching her cheek gently and laughing softly. I just didn't expect to hear your song in any random bar. Su Nanjiao shot him a glance, though she could not conceal the smile at the corners of her mouth. This shows that the songs written by your man have become popular throughout the land. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Su Nanjiao let out a light hum, leaning closer to him. After the singer finished Childhood, he began to perform other songs, The Dark, Decent, I Only Care About You, and Where Has Time Gone? All were, without exception, works of Liu Xiaobai. The only downside was that it seemed no one sang songs by teacher Wang Dali. However, it was understandable. Those frequenting the bar were likely to be a somewhat artistic crowd, and Wang Dali's songs did not quite fit the ambience. The entire bar was enveloped in familiar melodies, as if showcasing a gallery of Liu Xiaobai's creations. Hello, handsome. May we share this table? Just as Liu Xiaobai was gently tapping along to the rhythm. Immersed in his music, a clear voice broke through. He looked up to see two innocent young girls before him. Of course, Liu Xiaobai nodded and squeezed closer to Su Nanjiao. Wow, this handsome guy is truly charming. Even a mask could not conceal his damn charm. Are you out of your mind? His girlfriend is right beside us. Two young girls sat down, whispering among themselves. Are you disappointed to be traveling with me? If it weren't for me, you would be enjoying a blissful evening. Su Nanjiao nudged Lu Xiaobai's waist and spoke softly. No, absolutely not. I'm not only unperturbed, but also quite pleased. Lu Xiaobai replied with a righteous expression, his gaze unwavering. A man's words are often deceitful. They continued to banter and playfully tussle, but soon their laughter faded. Why does this singer keep performing Su Nanjiao's songs? How unfortunate. I can hear this wretched girl's songs everywhere. Forget it, let's leave. Yes, we shall never return to this dreadful place. As they spoke, the two girls hurriedly departed, casting a disdainful glance at the resident singer performing The One Who Sits With You. Su Nanjiao, taken aback, suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled out her phone. On Weibo's trending topics, the entry regarding Su Nanjiao's exit from the entertainment industry had soared to the top of the trending list. Due to an analysis article penned by a naive young man, a deluge of invective flooded in. What a fade of innocence, playing so freely behind the scenes. My heart aches for the nameless individuals deceived by this vile woman. It is said her awards were obtained through questionable means. As she read, Su Nanjiao could not help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, a hand covered her phone screen. Lu Xiaobai's deep eyes were aflame with repressed fury. Do not look at this. We are returning to the hotel. He gently embraced Su Nanjiao, his voice imbued with an irresistible force. Return for what? Su Nanjiao bit her lip, striving to hold back her tears. We must reverse the public sentiment and clear your name. Lu Xiaobai declared resolutely. He would not allow his beloved to suffer even the slightest injustice. Upon exiting the bar, Lu Xiaobai rushed into a musical instrument store and bought a guitar, then hurriedly led Su Nanjiao back to the hotel. Are you feeling inspired again? Su Nanjiao blinked, her tear-streaked face brimming with curiosity. Indeed, Lu Xiaobai nodded emphatically. You must practice these two songs diligently. Then we will release a single immediately. No sooner had he said this than he picked up the guitar. He was eager to support his wife. Having made this decision, he would disregard others' opinions as long as she remained steadfast in her belief. I am willing to accompany you to the ends of the earth. I understand that nothing comes easily. As Lu Xiaobai began to sing, Su Nanjiao covered her mouth in awe. How do you understand my innermost thoughts so well? Everything I wish to express is encapsulated in your song. The song swiftly reached its crescendo. Love truly requires courage to confront rumors and slander. As long as you affirm with a glance, my love holds meaning. At that moment, Su Nanjiao could no longer restrain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. But this time, they were not tears of distress, but rather tears of joy. She knew that no matter how arduous the path ahead, as long as Lu Xiaobai was by her side, she would have the courage to face anything. This song is titled Courage. Have you mastered it? After Lu Xiaobai finished singing, he gazed at Su Nanjiao with eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Su Nanjiao nodded earnestly. The next song, At Least I Still Have You, followed as Lu Xiaobai once again plucked the strings of his instrument. Chapter 73. The two titans joined forces to support Su Nanjiao. I fear time may slip away. I want to hold you until I can feel the wrinkles of age upon you. At this moment, Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with fervent fire. If the first song conveyed a defiance against external pressures and the courage to love, then this piece represented a profound and weighty commitment. Not only was it melodious, but it resonated perfectly with the moment. If I could forsake the entire world, at least you are worthy of my cherishment. Perhaps I could forget all else, yet I refuse to lose any news of you. When Lu Xiaobai reached the chorus, Su Nanjiao felt an electrifying thrill surge through her. This was no mere love song. It was unequivocally a declaration of war. Even if my fans abandon me, so what? At least I still have the companionship of my beloved in music. Su Nanjiao could vividly imagine the uproar these two songs would incite. Su Nanjiao, are you insane? Your career is on the brink of collapse. Releasing a single now is tantamount to seeking your own demise. On the other end of the line, Sister Qin exclaimed sharply. Sister Qin, please follow my lead. Su Nanjiao exhaled gently, her tone calm yet resolute. What you ought to do is maintain a low profile not pour fuel on the fire. Nanjiao, you've been in the industry for years. You should know better than I. Sister Qin shouted. What if the authors of these two songs are unknown individuals and Lu Xiaobai? Su Nanjiao countered. Suddenly, silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Sister Qin's voice trembled slightly. What? What did you just say? Teacher Lu is about to take action? She was acutely aware of what this implied. It signified that two of the most esteemed and talented creators in the Chinese music scene were joining forces to support Su Nanjiao, safeguarding her with their collective prowess. Even if the songs themselves were mediocre, the mere weight of this alliance would send ripples through the entire industry, inciting envy among all other stars. More importantly, the rumors that an unknown individual would no longer write songs for Su Nanjiao would be quashed, and all her detractors would be silenced. All right. I will contact Director Huang immediately. These two songs must be released without delay. Sister Qin instantly became exhilarated. Early that day, Su Nanjiao officially announced on Weibo, my two latest singles, Courage and At Least I Still Have You, will be unveiled tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. Let's not miss it. Simultaneously, she appended a statement below. Regarding yesterday's news, I would like to share a few words. Yes, the gentleman photographed is my boyfriend, and we have been together for quite some time. As a singer, I firmly believe that my work is of utmost importance. As an ordinary person, I yearn for a simple emotional life. I will not respond to further inquiries regarding this relationship. Please grant us some private space. Thank you for your understanding. After the Weibo post was made, within a minute, a multitude of netizens flooded the comment section. How shameless. This wretched woman is still finding time to release a single? It's simply audacious. I believe she just wants to cash in on the hype. Surely her new song will be a money-grabbing disaster. No purchases from me. Without any notoriety. Can your song still be listened to? Ladies, we absolutely cannot indulge her. Let us collectively bombard her comment section. Friends, unite to resist. We cannot allow such a shameless person to thrive in the entertainment industry, resolutely refusing to be her cash cow. Su Nanjiao is working so hard. What is your intention in disparaging her? If the whole world stands against Su Nanjiao, then we shall stand with her against the world. Su Nanjiao, why would you engage in a romantic relationship? My heart is shattered. That young man does not deserve you. You are a national goddess. Aside from looks, what else does he possess? You could certainly consider my brother Zishuan. At this moment, the netizens were in utter chaos. Su Nanjiao found solace in the fact that many fans steadfastly supported her. Xiaobai, I cannot comprehend why you let me reveal the creators of the two singles. She turned, her beautiful eyes blinking. This is to create surprise and anticipation. While everyone is skeptical about your new song, temporarily concealing my identity can generate suspense for the release and bring joy to everyone. Lu Xiaobai explained with a bright smile. Xiaobai, you are truly clever. Su Nanjiao's eyes lit up, and suddenly she leaned in, planting a kiss on his cheek. Is that not enough? What do you desire? Lu Xiaobai did not respond. Instead, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Su Nanjiao, caught off guard, found herself sitting on his lap. Hey! Her ears turned slightly red. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but was firmly held in place. One must provide some tangible reward, right? Lu Xiaobai's fingertips softly brushed her long hair. So, darling, what reward do you seek? Su Nanjiao encircled his neck, exhaling softly. Oh my! Lu Xiaobai felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Her calling him darling sent ripples of delight through his heart. The following 100,000 words are omitted. At Longting Entertainment Company, at 7 p.m., in the data monitoring room, several staff members intently watched the real-time sales curve displayed on the large screen, the air thick with tension. What is the status? Huang Wenkai asked in a low voice, his fingers nervously tapping on the desk. Courage has 90,000 downloads, and At Least Their SU has 80,000. Zhang from the data team reported, his voice dwindling. The office fell into a heavy silence. An hour had passed, and the sales of the two singles from the illustrious diva were dismally low. This was less than a fraction of previous single sales. It's all Lu's fault for not allowing Sister Nanjiao to reveal the songwriters. Su Nanjiao's assistant, Wu Yuhan, whispered in complaint. Shut up. How dare you blame Liu? Even if he never writes songs for Nanjiao again, we can never repay his kindness. Qinqi shouted angrily. Wu Yuhan trembled in fear. This was the first time Qinqi had been so fierce with her. Wait, the sails are starting to rise. At that moment, Xiao Zhang from the data team suddenly widened his eyes. Everyone swiftly turned to the screen, where the previously stagnant curve had suddenly skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Courage has surpassed 20,000. At least you has reached 170,000. Xiao Zhang exclaimed loudly. What on earth is happening? Huang Wenkai and Qinjia sprang to their feet. Xiao Zhang trembled as he clicked on the trending search list. The phone screen of college student Su Shuang lit up, revealing a message from her best friend. Sun Qian, I highly recommend Nanjiao's new song. It's simply amazing. If you think it's bad, hit me. Please respond. I'm waiting for your reply. You'll regret not listening for a lifetime. Chapter 74. I'm sorry. We all misunderstood you. Su Shuang felt an overwhelming annoyance. Ever since Su Nanjiao's fall from grace, she had torn down all the posters in her room and even sold her cherished signed memorabilia. She secretly vowed never to listen to Su Nanjiao's songs again. What troubled her was that her best friend, Sun Qian, who had previously been a fan of Gu Qinwu, was now fervently promoting Su Nanjiao's new song as if she had taken some medication. Just as Su Shuang was about to silence her phone, it rang unexpectedly. It was Sun Qian calling. Qian, are you out of your mind? Why are you calling me? Su Suang Sung Zip Li Im Ba Din Di. Shuang. Nanjiao's two singles were written by Wuming Derun and Liu Xiaobai. Sun Qian's voice was piercing on the other end. What did you say? Su Shuang's body trembled, and she hurriedly opened her computer. The music platform displayed prominently. Courage, composed by Wuming Derun. Lyrics by Wuming Derun. At Least You, composed by Liu Xiaobai. Lyrics by Liu Xiaobai. Su Shuang rubbed her eyes repeatedly to confirm she wasn't mistaken. My goodness. Two giants have come together to support Nanjiao. This lineup is nothing short of a nuclear weapon in the Chinese music scene. She froze in disbelief. Wait a moment. Nanjiao had betrayed the big shot. Why would he still write songs for her? With that thought, Su Shuang logged into Wuming Derun's Weibo account and discovered that the comment section was ablaze. What charm does Su Nanjiao possess that makes you willing to invest so much in her? Big shot. Have you lost your mind over love? Even after everything, you're still writing songs for her? Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. We ordinary folks cannot fathom the big shot's intentions. The waters are too deep. Let us just listen to the song first. Regardless, with names like Wuming Derun and Liu Xiaobai, I must give a listen. After much inner turmoil, Su Shuang finally clicked to play Courage. With just 10 seconds of listening, if it's not good, I'll cut it off immediately. She gritted her teeth and put on her headphones. The prelude began. The clear sound of the piano flowed like moonlight. Finally making this decision. I shall disregard what others say, as long as you two are certain. When Su Nanjiao's voice entered, Su Shuang's breath caught. It was beautiful. Love truly requires courage to face the gossip. As long as you affirm my love with a glance, it holds significance. Upon hearing this, Su Shuang's nails dug deeply into her palms. She discerned the latent brilliance concealed within the lyrics. This is hardly a love song. It is unequivocally a declaration of war. Su Nanjiao proclaims to all her skeptics, even if the entire world turns its back, as long as the one she loves stands beside her. She possesses the courage to face anything. By the time she realized, Su Shuang had already looped the song for the third time. Without hesitation, she clicked to play the next track, At Least I Still Have You. The electric guitar's prelude resonated. I fear time may slip away. I want to hold you until I feel your wrinkles bear the marks of time. Upon hearing this, Su Shuang felt a shiver run down her spine. If courage represents the struggle of breaking free from a cocoon, then At Least I Still Have You is a confession of rebirth. If courage serves as a declaration of war, then At Least I Still Have You is a love letter. Su Nanjiao is announcing to the world, true love should not be questioned, nor should it be shattered by frivolous rumors. I am willing to forsake everything for the one I love. Suddenly, tears streamed down Su Shuang's face. In that moment, she swiftly grabbed her keyboard and left the comment. It turns out we have always misunderstood Nanjiao. She is not straddling two boats. The one she has always loved is that young heartthrob. And what about the nameless one? Knowing full well that Su Nanjiao does not love him, he remains steadfastly devoted to her. 3 individuals, 2 passionate loves. Let's extend our blessings to them. Within a minute of posting her comment, it garnered thousands of likes. At this point, Su Nanjiao's 2 new singles had become an overwhelming sensation. In just one day, downloads exceeded 300,000. In the comments section, the number of messages from netizens surpassed 100,000. Nanjiao, we are so sorry. We misunderstood you. It turns out you and that young heartthrob are true love. As long as you affirm with a glance, my love holds meaning. Hearing this lyric, I was instantly moved to tears. Previously, I had broken up with my boyfriend due to family opposition, and after listening to At Least I Still Have You, I cried uncontrollably, resolved to face whatever comes together. Love should not be easily forsaken. Working overtime until 3 a.m., wearing a hard hat while seated atop a pile of rebar. I listened to At Least I Still Have You. Suddenly, I thought of my beloved wife, who suffers from breast cancer. And a 30-year-old man wept like a child on the construction site. On the first tomb-sweeping day after my grandmother's passing, my grandfather had many papier-mâché weapons made. We laughed at him, yet he spoke with tearful eyes. I dreamt she was being bullied in the afterlife. May all lovers in the world find their happiness. After listening to Courage, I suddenly found the courage to confess to the goddess I had secretly adored for 3 years. Just yesterday, I faced rejection. How amusing. While listening to Courage at the train station, I found it absolutely enchanting. A gentleman nearby said that to truly feel the song, one must close their eyes. And I complied, only to discover upon opening my eyes that my backpack had vanished. Furthermore, the collaboration of 2 prominent figures to support Su Nanjiao and her declaration of war against the world instantly catapulted these topics to the top of the trending searches. In a celebrity lounge, a group of artists gathered on the sofa, their gazes intensely fixed on their phone screens. What extraordinary luck has Su Nanjiao stumbled upon? The nameless individual and Liu Xiaobai, 2 titans of the industry whom even the most illustrious stars cannot entice, have surprisingly collaborated to compose a song for her. A certain popular female celebrity gritted her teeth, her gaze brimming with resentment. Just a while ago, I leveraged numerous connections in hopes of having the nameless one write a song for me. Yet I couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. And here she is, effortlessly securing both esteemed figures. Such a fortuitous opportunity is utterly remarkable. A male artist chimed in, his tone laced with envy. The disparities in fate between individuals are indeed striking. With 2 prominent figures backing her, she can simply release a song and achieve viral success across the internet. A female artist shook her head, her voice filled with poignant reflection. The sound of cascading water echoed from the bathroom, steam enveloping the frosted glass door. Liu Xiaobai, idly scrolling through his phone in the living room, felt an insatiable itch in his heart at the tantalizing sounds. Darling, may I join you for a romantic bath? He knocked on the door. Get lost. You big oaf. Sunandia zito. That little enchantress. Liu Xiaobai ground his teeth, reluctantly putting away his tools of mischief. After all this time together, Su Nanjiao steadfastly maintained her boundaries, never allowing him to cross the line. Which man could endure such restraint? In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. A spark of excitement suddenly glimmered in Liu Xiaobai's eyes. Chapter 75. Feeding dog food and teasing fans in order to playfully torment this little enchantress. Liu Xiaobai seized Su Nanjiao's phone, logged in her Weibo account, and, swiftly typed on the screen, woke up to find myself used as a pillow by someone. Absolutely maddening. However, this guy cuddled me for half an hour. Say my little treasure is so adorable even when angry, like a shy strawberry gummy. Well, I suppose I can reluctantly forgive him. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Just now, he fed me mango pudding, then leaned in to lick the cream off the corner of my mouth. Absolutely maddening. Help! Who can withstand this? So steamy. Liu Xiaobai admired his handiwork with satisfaction before unhesitatingly hitting send. After all, his wife had already decided to become a formidable singer. Flaunting their affection was merely a matter of time. The Weibo post was immediately marked as successfully sent. Within mere seconds, his phone began to vibrate uncontrollably, notifications chiming incessantly. Curiously, Liu Xiaobai opened the comment section. Top comment 1. What is happening? Is this the Su Nanjiao I know? Top comment 2. Has her account been hacked? How could she utter such mushy words? Top comment 3. Help! Sister Nanjiao has been possessed. Return my pure goddess. Top comment 4. Seeing the words licking cream made me feel dirty. Top comment 5. Nanjiao, if you've been kidnapped, just blink. Top comment 6. What charm does this young man possess that has the goddess so infatuated? Liu Xiaobai chuckled at the comments, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Suddenly, he noticed the prestige points on the system panel skyrocketing, an astonishing increase of 100 points in just half a minute. He was instantly elated. The pace of this growth was indeed formidable. It is worth noting that he sang Invisible Wings in front of the barbecue stall no less than 5 times. It garnered merely a modest 20 points. Liu Xiaobai soon grasped the underlying truth. Apparently, Su Nanjiao's displays of affection were inciting envy among the fans, thereby enhancing his reputation. With this realization, he resolved to take full advantage of the system. His eyes sparkled as he seized his wife's phone once more. Eagerly engaging in sweet interactions with the fans, reply to the top comment. It's truly me, feeling shy. Just suddenly wanted to show off my love. Reply to the 6th comment. My husband is simply charming, radiating allure everywhere. Feeling shy. He then posted new Weibo update. This guy is so unruly. He insists on barging in while I'm bathing. What was promised as a mere kiss turned into this rogue kissing me all over. Woe is me. Upon reading these words, numerous fans of Su Nanjiao's beauty felt as though the sky was collapsing. The Weibo comments section erupted. I can't go on living. I will eventually take this young heartthrob down. Come forth. Let us duel for 300 rounds. Did this young lad save the galaxy in his past life? How did he manage to deceive the head of the Jade Maiden sect? By heavens, I declare I shall no longer support Su Nanjiao. To the one above. Can you really bear that? You'll have no songs to listen to anymore. How unfortunate for me. I concede. Is that acceptable? Why don't you two just marry and obliterate my last shred of hope? Observing his reputation soaring, Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but beam with delight. He relished the sight of fans torn between unfollowing and their lingering affection. Just as he was poised to tweet something even more sensational, a dangerous voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Su Nanjiao had emerged from the bathroom, her narrowed eyes radiating a fierce intensity directed at him. I was just reading the fans' comments on the song. Liu Xiaobai chuckled nervously. Is that so? Then what accounts for that look of excitement? Su Nanjiao stood with her hands on her hips, her arms as white as jade, and her long, shapely legs on full display. Hee, I simply thought of something delightful. Liu Xiaobai scratched his head sheepishly. Without warning, Su Nanjiao lunged forward, enveloped in the scent of her post-bath freshness. Liu Xiaobai hastily concealed the phone behind him, and the two engaged in a playful tussle on the sofa. Ultimately, Liu Xiaobai found himself pinned beneath her, and his phone was reclaimed. Oh no, my reputation. Upon seeing the words on his Weibo, Su Nanjiao slumped onto the sofa, her expression one of utter despair. My dear, the fans are saying they want to give us wedding gifts. Liu Xiaobai seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her. Su Nanjiao shot him a glare, yet a hint of sweetness lingered in her eyes. She was not genuinely upset. Subsequently, she quickly composed a new Weibo post. Earlier, someone mischievously tweeted while I was bathing. Please do not misunderstand. After sending it, she tossed the phone aside and shot Liu Xiaobai an exasperated look. Su Nanjiao's tweet, once sent the fans into a frenzy. Oh no, it turns out the goddess was never kidnapped. They're living together. At that moment, the topic of Su Nanjiao's affectionate displays surged to the top of the trending searches. Liu Xiaobai's reputation value has, unbeknownst to him, reached a new pinnacle, initially possessing 20,000 points of reputation. After redeeming for personal charm and allure beginner level, he was left with merely 903 points. However, now his reputation value stands at 7,890 points, and he has acquired skills, beginner piano performance, beginner singing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency, along with personal charm and allure beginner level. He is eligible to redeem for skills, beginner guitar performance, and beginner violin performance. Without hesitation, Liu Xiaobai opted for the guitar performance ability. Although his current guitar skills sufficed, he found the chord transitions rather cumbersome. Furthermore, as he plans to release rock songs in the future, his present proficiency would not suffice to play those marvelous pieces. As soon Nanjiao's single sales continued to soar, another significant announcement reverberated across the music industry. Lin Zimo's brand new Cantonese album, Breakups Always Happen on Rainy Days, was officially released. This seasoned singer, who has diligently cultivated his craft for over 2 decades, meticulously refined this album to an almost exacting standard. The songs Breakups Always Happen on Rainy Days and Bicycle were polished for nearly half a month, unlike certain pop divas who managed to complete their hits, such as Courage and At Least I Still Have You, in just a few days. Mr. Liu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. This album has shattered all my personal records. Lin Zimo, calling from the distant city of Binhai, spoke with palpable excitement and appreciation. His new album surpassed 100,000 copies in sales within just a week. While this figure may not be astonishing within the mainstream market, it is nothing short of miraculous in the niche realm of Cantonese music. In the Blue Star, the acceptance of Cantonese songs is remarkably low. The record for the highest sales of Cantonese album, held by the late legendary singer Xiaobai with his album Longing, is merely 400,000 copies. Yet, Lin Zimo achieved over 100,000 in just a few days. In other words, attaining platinum record status is virtually a certainty. And even diamond record status is no longer a mere dream, with the standards for platinum records at 500,000 and diamond records at 1,000,000 in the Blue Star. Brother Lin, you are too kind. It is your voice that imbues these works with soul. Liu Xiaobai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city's twinkling lights. Lin Zimo's new album has exploded in popularity. After hanging up the phone, Su Nanjiao emerged from the bathroom. Having just finished her shower, draped in a silk robe, she revealed her fair shoulders and long legs. Liu Xiaobai's breath momentarily caught in his throat. This mischievous sprite never seems to dress properly after a shower. Well, 100,000 in the first week, but at this moment, I am more concerned about another figure. He walked behind her, gently drying her hair. Su Nanjiao tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. How many droplets of water are still left on you? Liu Xiaobai suddenly bent down and scooped her up in his arms. Oh, stop it. Director Zhang's heroic spirit and tenderness premieres tonight, and I am eager to catch up on the series. Su Nanjiao exclaimed, her legs flailing in playful protest. Liu Xiaobai, somewhat helpless, set her down, and they both settled onto the sofa. Which director Zhang are you referring to? Zhang Haoran. It is indeed the illustrious director to whom you owe a debt of gratitude. Ah, is he still directing television dramas? Indeed, director Zhang is remarkably versatile, though perhaps he pales in comparison to you. Hee. As the two conversed, the drama commenced. Liu Xiaobai felt invigorated after merely watching the opening sequence. For it was a martial arts drama. In his previous life, he was an ardent fan of this genre, particularly enamored with the works of the legendary Jin and Gu. However, the realm of launching lacked these two titans. He was eager to discover what kind of martial arts world director Zhang Haoran would create. Yet after just the beginning, Liu Xiaobai found himself drowsy. Viewed through the lens of modern sensibilities, this drama was exceedingly cliché. One could predict its conclusion merely from the prologue. To his astonishment, Su Nanjiao was utterly engrossed in this lackluster production. Let us stop watching and go shopping, he suggested. Don't be absurd. She is about to be moved to tears. Su Nanjiao replied, sniffling. I can already predict the upcoming plot. What is there to see? You think you know? Care to wager? This beauty named Lin Qingwei will soon fall in love with the male lead. I can't be bothered to engage with you. A minute later, heavens. You actually guessed it. Su Nanjiao exclaimed, astonished as she turned to Liu Xiaobai. He responded with a derisive smile. Even a fool could deduce that. Is this not the tiresome trope of the hero, saving the damsel? All right, let us stop watching. You're insufferable. This is the most thrilling part. Then I shall spoil it further. The male lead will soon acquire a martial arts manual. I'm done with you. 2 minutes later, goodness, how did you know? Su Nanjiao was now utterly flabbergasted. Once more, Lu Xiaobai scoffed. It's obvious. The male lead will certainly discover a martial arts manual after plummeting off a cliff. Even elementary school children in my past life were aware of this. Regrettably, no matter how much Lu Xiaobai spoiled the plot, Su Nanjiao remained fixated on the screen. Bored, he opened the system panel to examine his reputation points. The panel displayed reputation points, 1901. Skills acquired, basic piano performance, basic guitar performance, basic vocals, intermediate music theory proficiency, personal attractiveness and charisma, basic. Skills available for redemption, none. Something feels amiss. My reputation points have been growing rather slowly of late. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. A week prior, his reputation stood at 7,890 points. After redeeming basic guitar performance, he was left with 890 points. Logically, a gain of over 1,000 points in a week would not be considered slow. However, he had previously engaged in a frenzy of charming fans to amass reputation points. Compounded by Lin Zimo's new album flying off the shelves and Su Nanjiao's 2 singles dominating the top 5 on the charts. Under normal circumstances, his reputation points should have surged dramatically, yet this pace seemed rather sluggish. Lu Xiaobai promptly consulted the system's customer service in his mind. Yes, this annoying system even has customer support. Dear user, your current talent and status in the music industry have reached an exceedingly formidable level. Once an individual is elevated to the pedestal of acclaim, even the most astonishing performances will be taken for granted. As you release your songs now, people merely exclaim, "Of course, the master should be this way," rather than expressing astonishment or fear your talent, as if you were born to be a musical prodigy. The system customer service responded, I understand. So, even if I promote a few more singers and present an array of timeless classics, my reputation won't grow as swiftly as it once did? Lu Xiaobai mused, stroking his chin in discontent. Precisely. I suggest you explore new avenues. You might consider exchanging for novels. This system allows for various novels to be redeemed, the customer service representative advised. Lu Xiaobai felt somewhat exasperated. He wished to focus his primary energy on music and had no desire to delve into writing novels. The profession of a writer is both arduous and draining, yielding meager financial rewards compared to music creators from Blue Star. Take, for example, the unsuccessful author from the Husky family, whose novels depict characters as mere couch potatoes, earning only a pittance for cigarettes each month. With a cold laugh, Lu Xiaobai prepared to close the system interface. However, when his gaze swept across the television screen, he was suddenly struck by a revelation. This world lacks the legendary heroes of Jin Yong's novels. If he refrained from writing novels, how could the enchanting allure of those classic martial arts melodies, ingrained in the memories of generations past, ever be showcased? With this thought, Lu Xiaobai sprang to his feet, dove into his suite, and commenced a fervent battle at his computer. Before long, the first episode of The Heroic Spirit and Tenderness had concluded. Director Zhang's production was truly remarkable. Hey, where's Xiaobai? Su Nanjiao reluctantly turned her head, only to find Lu Xiaobai had vanished. When her curiosity led her into the suite, she beheld an astonishing scene. Lu Xiaobai, with vacant eyes fixed on the screen, his long fingers dancing across the keyboard as the document word count visibly surpassed 50,000. This is how an unsuccessful writer operates. Are you practicing typing, preparing for a career change to become a clerk? Su Nanjiao chuckled. Yet, Lu Xiaobai seemed oblivious. His gaze unwavering on the screen, his fingers maintaining their rhythm on the keyboard. Su Nanjiao's curiosity deepened. She stealthily approached the screen. The document's title boldly proclaimed the return of the Condor Heroes, Volume 1. Oh, great talent. You might want to reconsider. Writing novels holds no promise for you. Su Nanjiao laughed even more heartily. Isn't it amusing to see a musical genius attempt to write novels? However, Lu Xiaobai was entirely immersed in the narrative, paying her no mind. Perceiving her own disinterest, Su Nanjiao decided to pull up a chair beside him, intending to glance through a few pages before departing. Yet, one glance turned into a full 3 hours. Chapter 77, Jianghu Magazine Office. Su Nanjiao's expression transitioned from initial indifference to sheer astonishment. As time passed, she became utterly engrossed, forgetting that she was reading a novel, as if she were immersed in the sword-clashing world of martial arts, her emotions rising and falling with the characters' fates. After working hard, let's grab a midnight snack, Xiaobai announced, stretching his arms widely. Why have you stopped writing? Keep going. I was so engrossed, and you just abruptly halted. Is that reasonable? Su Nanjiao said, her face filled with urgency. I have been writing for 4 hours. Surely I deserve a late-night snack and a break. Xiaobai exclaimed, his face filled with exasperation. All right, tell me, what happened to Yanghua and Xiaolong later? Su Nanjiao clutched his sleeve tightly. Well, Xiaobai teased, deliberately prolonging her anticipation. Hurry up and tell me. I warn you, if you don't, you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Su Nanjiao stomped her feet in impatience. I say, Big Star, we sleep in separate beds. What's the difference between sleeping on the sofa and on the bed? Xiaobai replied, utterly bemused. I apologize, Master Lu. Once you finish the novel, I might consider sharing a bed. Su Nanjiao blinked her large eyes. At last, Xiaobai surrendered, smiling as he divulged a snippet of the subsequent plot. Xiaobai, you are truly a once-in-a-century genius. If this novel is published, it will undoubtedly become a phenomenal work. Su Nanjiao exclaimed, waving her small fists in excitement. Oh, I need to send this novel out. Suddenly, Xiaobai recalled something and promptly opened his computer to search for novel websites. However, the search results left him stunned. Zhongyan Novel Network? Non-existent. Zahangshi Novel? Doesn't exist. Even keywords like internet, literature, and web novels yielded no results. Is there no web literature in Blue Star? He muttered to himself. Web literature? What is that? Su Nanjiao tilted her head, her expression filled with confusion. Xiaobai rubbed his forehead, lamenting the stark poverty of the entertainment industry in this world. If you wish to publish a novel, you might try Zhenghu, the most authoritative martial arts weekly in Longhua, Su Nanjiao suggested. Xiaobai nodded helplessly. Since there was no web literature, he would carve a path through traditional magazines. Thus, he found the email of the magazine editor and sent his manuscript as an attachment. He chose not to use a pseudonym, but instead opted for his real name, Xiaobai, realizing that he already had 2 aliases and adding more would likely confuse him. At 7:30 a.m., Chen Mo, a senior editor at Jianghe magazine, pushed open the office door, clutching a thermos filled with wolfberries. The editorial department was empty, save for an old printer in the corner humming away. He sighed, tossing his briefcase onto the desk and rubbing his throbbing temples. Another drop, Chen Mo murmured, his gaze sweeping over the latest sales report that showed a decline of 15 compared to the previous month. Montauk Ge. President Wang said there will be a full staff meeting at 9, a junior editor said, emerging from a break room while holding a mop, her voice hushed. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Chanmo. The magazine's sales had been plummeting, and they had not issued salaries for 3 consecutive months. This might very well be the magazine's last full staff meeting. At exactly 9 o'clock, all the staff gathered in the editorial department, and the chief editor, Wang Yuanshan, entered the conference room with a grim expression. Everyone knows the current situation of the magazine. If there is no turnaround before the end of the year, the magazine will cease publication. His voice was hoarse and weary. A heavy silence enveloped the room, and the hearts of all present sank into despair. Several female editors even had tears welling in their eyes. A turning point? Could there still be a turning point? For an entire year, the magazine had failed to receive a single high-quality martial arts novel, leading to widespread dissatisfaction among readers who refused to purchase the magazine. If the magazine ceased publication, would they be able to find such rewarding employment again? Chen Mo clenched his fists. He had dedicated 12 years to this magazine, rising from proofreader to editor, witnessing the rise and fall of martial arts literature. Yet now, was he truly to watch it face oblivion? After the meeting, as Chen Mo passed the honor wall, he instinctively paused. The yellowing magazine covers chronicled the most glorious era of Jianghu. 2 years ago, Xiaogu Roqing had burst onto the scene, and renowned director Zhang Haoren had even adapted it for the screen. The magazine experienced its final flourish. However, since then, It had gradually declined and now faced the threat of closure. Arriving at his workstation, Chun Mo mechanically opened his computer, accessed his email, and began to tackle the mountain of submissions. Bloodstained Jianghu? Damn, yet another Klitsch revenge story. Xia? For heaven's sake, could the title be more thoughtfully crafted? The mere title disinterested me. Autumn Water Sword? That name is quite appealing. However, it completely mimics the formula of Xia Gu Rou Qing. If all else fails, I might have to select it. Shen Mo's expression grew increasingly despondent. Suddenly, a submission titled Shendiao Xia Lu caught his attention. This title is innovative. He clicked it open without hesitation. The girl from you gathers lotus by the autumn waters. Her narrow sleeves of light silk reveal a pair of golden bracelets. Upon finishing the first paragraph, his fingers froze. What exquisite poetry! Chun Mo's eyes sparkled, and he continued to read intently. A gentle and melodious song floated over the misty lake. The voice emerged from a small boat, where 5 young maidens sang and laughed while gathering lotus flowers. At this point, he unconsciously straightened his posture. With just a few strokes, the opening had vividly sketched a dynamic tapestry of the martial arts world. Before he realized it, he had been engrossed for over 3 hours. Mo-gu, it's time for lunch. Why haven't you left yet? An intern editor passed by, gently reminding him. Huh? Oh. Chun Mo abruptly lifted his head, glancing at his phone, only to find it was already 12:30 p.m. Yet, he still found it hard to part from his workstation. The rebelliousness of Yonghua, the coolness of Xiao Longnu, the conspiracies of the Chuanjin sect, the secrets of the ancient Tomb sect, all these thoughts swirled in his mind as he savored the grand martial arts world. Suddenly, Chun Mo stood up, grabbed the printed manuscript, and strode toward the editor-in-chief's office. Chief Wang, you must see this. He nearly burst through the door, his voice trembling with excitement. Editor-in-chief Wang Yuanshan did not chastise him for his impetuousness, but was instead slightly taken aback. Chun Mo was typically a composed individual. His sudden enthusiasm must mean he had encountered a remarkable piece of writing. Wang Yuanshan donned his reading glasses and picked up the manuscript. Shendiao Xiaolu? That title carries a certain elegance. He murmured the title, his brow slightly unfurling. At first glance, his expression bore the indifference of a professional. However, gradually, his brow began to relax. Breath quickening and heart racing. Wang Yuanshan increasingly realized that this was a monumental work, far surpassing the romantic hero. Unbeknownst to him, the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. He had neither taken a nap nor had lunch, yet he felt no hint of fatigue. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the narrative, the novel abruptly came to a halt. Reluctantly, he set down the manuscript. Chen Montak. Wang Yuanshan strode out of his office, heading towards Chun Mo's workstation. Contact this author immediately. I must meet him in person. This work, The Return of the Condor Heroes, is our turning point for Jianghu. He grasped Chun Mo's arm tightly, trembling with excitement. All right. Chun Mo hastily logged into his email. However, upon checking, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Typically, submitting authors provide their contact numbers, but this one had either overlooked this customary practice or simply forgotten to include it. Well then, send him an email. Wang Yuanshan sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. The inability to reach this literary giant immediately left him somewhat disheartened. Just as Chun Mo was about to compose the email, he suddenly froze. Editor Wang, this person is named Lu Xiaobai, he exclaimed, startling Wang Yuanshan. Chun Mo, a music enthusiast himself, held Lu Xiaobai in high regard. Particularly fond of the song Breakups Always Happen on Rainy Days, which he could listen to endlessly. Many people in Longhua share the name Lu Xiaobai. What is so unusual about that? Wang Yuanshan mused, slightly puzzled but not overly concerned. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. Jianghu magazine had published 2 issues featuring the return of the Condor heroes. During this time, Lu Xiaobai had occasionally checked on his novel. According to the magazine's official website, the sales of the recent issues had not significantly increased, which was not unexpected. Even the finest novels require time to mature. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao had arrived at the final destination of their romantic journey, the capital of Longhua, Yanjing. To be precise, they were not there for leisure, but to visit Su Nanjiao's parents. Given that they had solidified their relationship and even obtained a marriage certificate, it was time to meet the in-laws. At Yinjing Airport, Lu Xiaobai dragged his suitcase, while Su Nanjiao held onto his arm tightly. "Are you nervous?" Su Nanjiao tilted her head, a mischievous smile dancing in her eyes. "How could I not be nervous about meeting the in-laws?" Lu Xiaobai feigned anxiety. In truth, he was not afraid, as his future mother-in-law had fully accepted him. When their relationship became public, she had promptly called her parents to clarify that her boyfriend was not a pampered young man, but rather Lu Xiaobai, a top-tier music creator in Longhua. Upon hearing this news, his future mother-in-law had been overjoyed, for who wouldn't he be happy to have a handsome, wealthy, and talented son-in-law? Su Nanjiao giggled and playfully pinched his cheek. "Who gave you permission to call them in-laws? We haven't even had our wedding yet." The two conversed merrily as the taxi ventured into the vibrant district of Yinjing. "By the way, I have yet to inquire about the profession of your parents," Lu Xiaobai suddenly recalled. "My father is a professor at the Yinjing Conservatory of Music, and my mother is simply an ordinary office worker," Su Nanjiao casually replied, leaning against his shoulder. "Ah." Lu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at her, surprised to discover that she hailed from a scholarly family. He had assumed her background was modest, especially since Su Nanjiao had previously mentioned her father's grave illness and their financial struggles. After her explanation, Lu Xiaobai understood that university professors, despite their fixed salaries, derive most of their income from research project funding. However, her father, being quite traditional, devoted most of his energy to teaching, consequently missing out on lucrative projects and relying largely on his meager salary to sustain the family. "Wait a moment. I recall you also graduated from the Yinjing Conservatory. You didn't manage to get in through connections, did you?" Lu Xiaobai squinted his eyes, teasing her deliberately. "Lu Xiaobai." Su Nanjiao instantly bristled, playfully tugging at his ear. "I was accepted with the highest marks in my major, you know." All right, I stand corrected. Our Nanjiao is indeed exceptional." Lu Xiaobai clasped her hand in return. "Who is our Nanjiao?" Su Nanjiao's ears turned crimson as she murmured softly, "By the way, my father is a bit of a traditionalist. He may have some reservations about you, so please bear with it," she suddenly recalled. "But how can he have an opinion about me when we have never met?" Lu Xiaobai queried, somewhat perplexed. "Strictly speaking, it's not you he disapproves of, but rather the songs you compose." Su Nanjiao furrowed her brow. "What?" Lu Xiaobai questioned, doubting the clarity of his hearing. He had established himself as one of the leading songwriters in the Dragon Kingdom, with his compositions achieving widespread acclaim across the nation. Could it be that he was disdained by his future father-in-law? Su Nanjiao sighed and began to explain patiently. "My father specializes in classical music, and, as you know, there exists a significant rift between classical and popular music in our Blue Star. More importantly, your works are predominantly pop songs centered around themes of love, which is why Lu Xiaobai grasped the essence of Su Nanjiao's statement regarding the divide. The audiences for classical and popular music differ vastly, and their styles are distinct. Consequently, the reception of both within the mainstream music industry is profoundly disparate. In truth, if you were willing to reveal another facet of your identity, he would undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. However, I have refrained from disclosing anything without your consent." Su Nanjiao hesitated momentarily before continuing. "It turns out that Lu Xiaobai's true self and his alter ego are relatively equal in the realm of popular music. However, their reputations within the mainstream music community are strikingly different. The unnamed persona has garnered recognition from numerous music professors through classic songs such as Childhood, You in the Same Desk, and Where Has the Time Gone? Furthermore, Childhood has even been included in music textbooks. In contrast, Lu Xiaobai's original works predominantly revolve around themes of romance, characterized as popular songs with modest artistic merit, naturally failing to capture the discerning eye of the father-in-law. "I will surely win over my father-in-law, rest assured," Lu Xiaobai remarked, gently patting her hand. "It's all right. Even if he disapproves, what can he do? Worst case, we'll elope." Su Nanjiao teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. "By the way, before we go, we should stop by the mall to buy you a suit. You need to dress formally for the first meeting with my parents," she added. Chapter 79. The return of the Condor heroes takes the nation by storm. Xiaobai stood before the fitting mirror in a luxury boutique, somewhat awkwardly adjusting his tie. "Isn't this suit a bit too expensive?" he queried, glancing at the woman beside him, whose sunglasses and low-brimmed had obscured much of her face. Despite his wealth surpassing tens of millions, he had grown accustomed to frugality since his arrival in this world, feeling a twinge of regret over spending so much on a suit. "If you're hesitant to spend that much, I can take care of it," Nanjiao chuckled lightly, playfully suggesting. "All right." Xiaobai responded with a smile, certainly not inclined to let his wife pay. On one hand, he didn't want to be perceived as a kept man. On the other, his current fortune far exceeded Nanjiao's. A wealthy man buying clothes would hardly expect a less affluent woman to foot the bill. Unbeknownst to him, the sales associate cast a disdainful glance at Xiaobai, already conjuring an image of him as a pampered pretty boy, relying on a woman even for clothing purchases. Looking this dapper is quite the burden, Xiaobai mused as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Upon hearing this, Nanjiao burst into laughter, leaning closer to whisper, "Looking handsome is a good thing. It lets my parents see just how enviable my boyfriend is." Her voice inadvertently rose a notch, causing the nearby sales associate to blush. After Nanjiao paid with Xiaobai's bank card, the couple hurriedly exited the store. A few sales associates gathered to gossip. "This pretty boy is truly a model for men. That woman actually spent over 100,000 on his suit," one male associate exclaimed. "Indeed, if that woman were to support me, I wouldn't mind a bit," another male associate mused. "Dream on. That woman is stunning. She's the kind of beauty that appears only once in decades. Just knowing her is a stroke of luck." Laughter erupted among them. "What does a suit compare to that? Didn't you notice the watch on that pretty boy's wrist? A Vacheron Constantine, worth enough to buy a restroom in the second ring road of Yanjing," a sharp-eyed sales associate suddenly remarked. "Goodness gracious," the two male associates gasped. After purchasing the suit, Nanjiao took Xiaobai to buy shoes, shirts, and undergarments. In short, the dashing man emerged entirely transformed, becoming the most eye-catching figure in them all, guaranteed to turn heads. "Darling, quickly lend me your phone," Xiaobai suddenly said as they made their way out of the mall. "What for? Are you planning to do something mischievous with my phone?" Nanjiao replied, her expression one of caution. Xiaobai merely chuckled mischievously. "Once he returns to the office, his romance with Nanjiao is likely to be exposed swiftly. He wishes to seize this opportunity to accumulate a bit more prestige." Nanjiao, unable to withstand his entreaties, reluctantly surrendered her phone to him. Xiaobai adeptly logged into his wife's Weibo account, captured a photograph of the neatly packaged suit and leather shoes, and then crafted a message. "Today, I accompanied someone on a shopping spree. Though she claimed it was too expensive after trying on the clothes, she found herself unable to move. In the end, it was I who swiped the card." Smile. The sales assistant's gaze was quite peculiar. "How dare he? Who asked for your opinion? After all, this lady dotes on him, Sundara." "Oomph. All my money is spent on my little puppy shy. That someone even secretly posted on my phone, so I shall boldly add another post. Darling, you look exceptionally handsome today. When we get home tonight, you must take responsibility for lulling me to sleep, or else I shall unleash your high-definition handsome photos to bombard your fans." Then, with his left arm wrapped around Nanjiao's waist, he took a high-definition selfie. With text and image combined, he successfully sent the post. Mere seconds later, the comment section erupted in a cacophony of outrage. "Shameless scoundrel. Take your filthy paws off her and scram. Is my Nanjiao's slender waist something you can touch? Nanjiao, wake up. What does this pretty boy have besides his looks? This man is truly a disgrace to masculinity. Xiaobai, I advise you to withdraw gracefully. Do not force us to hunt you down." Listening to the system's notifications of his escalating prestige, Xiaobai wore a triumphant smile. It was quite entertaining to tease these foolish, brainless fans. However, a twinge of disappointment lingered, as he had personally paid for the clothes and shoes. Spending his own money while playing the role of a pretty boy seemed rather unprofitable. "If I borrow your phone again, I must be a fool," Nanjiao remarked through gritted teeth upon seeing the Weibo post. "You were already a fool, my dearest little fool." Xiaobai chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Oblivious to the antics of the fans and the behind-the-scenes machinations of the diva, he was unaware that his plagiarized work, The Return of the Condor Heroes, was sweeping the nation with unstoppable momentum. In the boys' dormitory at Xiaobai University, Wang Lei pushed open the door to find his roommate, Du Mingyuan, propped up against the headboard, engrossed in a copy of Jianghu magazine. He couldn't help but chuckle. Du Mingyuan remained silent, completely absorbed in the world of martial arts. Our talented Du is quite fond of this style. Lu Chang from the upper bunk leaned over. Is it yet another tale of a young hero who falls off a cliff and finds a secret manual? Yet, Du Mingyuan remained unresponsive. Something seems off about our fourth today, Wang Lei remarked with surprise. Previously, even when Du Mingyuan was intensely focused on a book, he would still engage in conversation. Curiously, he leaned closer to Du Mingyuan to share in his reading experience. The young lad in the story held a rooster in his left hand, singing folk tunes as he merrily approached. This novel is rather peculiar. There are no bloody battles or deep-seated grievances, but instead, it captures the vibrancy of everyday life. Wang Lei unconsciously straightened up. 5 minutes passed, and the lower bunk remained enveloped in silence. Lu Chang, perched on the upper bunk, sensed something amiss and leaped down to join his companions in their shared fascination. The three of them, heads close together, 6 eyes fixated intently on the pages of the Jianghu magazine, while the dormitory was enveloped in the rhythm of their collective breaths. Although they were physically present in a university dormitory, it felt as if they had been transported to the snowy peaks of the Zhongnan Mountains, witnessing the slow unveiling of the stone gate to the grave of the living dead, hearing the faint sounds of the ancient tomb sect's light-footed movements. Unbeknownst to them, they had devoured the final line of the magazine's serialized tale. Upon turning the page and discovering the abrupt cessation of the narrative, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of loss, akin to being jolted awake from a splendid dream. Is it possible that such an extraordinary martial arts story exists in this world? Wang Lei's voice was hoarse with emotion. The depth of character portrayal and the intricacy of plot design surpassed any contemporary martial arts work. Dimension inhalée deeply. This, The Return of the Condor Heroes, may very well redefine the genre of martial arts novels, Lu Chang murmured. We must share this remarkable novel with others. Du Mingyuan emphatically shook his fist. A week later, The Return of the Condor Heroes had become a sensational topic on the campuses of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Du Mingyuan's organized reading group attracted nearly 100 participants, with the back rows of the classroom brimming with eager students. Meanwhile, the nearby newsstands had long since sold out of Jianghu magazines. In various corners of other university campuses, an increasing number of students clutched copies of Jianghu, lost in the poignant martial arts narrative. That morning at 7:30, a newsstand in Yanjing was already teeming with people. Do you have any copies of Jianghu left? A student, laden with a backpack, pushed to the front, breathless with anticipation. They're all sold out, replied the proprietor without lifting his gaze, engrossed in the last copy of the magazine in his hands. Are you joking? You opened at 7, and you've sold out in just half an hour? The student's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? A gasp rippled through the crowd behind him. A guy in sunglasses just bought 50 copies in one go. The proprietor waved his hand dismissively. Are you out of your mind? Buying that many? Are you planning to wallpaper your house or burn them for firewood? The student stomped in frustration. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed girl spotted the magazine in the proprietor's grasp. Excuse me, you still have 1 copy. I'll pay double. Not for sale. The proprietor quickly concealed the magazine in his coat. I haven't finished reading it myself. I'll pay triple. Another bespectacled male student immediately chimed in. 4 times. The girl countered defiantly. A middle-aged man passing by, taken aback by the scene, stopped and grabbed hold of a boy who was about to leave. Young man, what is happening here? Don't you know? The new serialized The Return of the Condor Heroes in Jianghu is simply magnificent. It's sold out everywhere. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the Jianghu magazine office, phones rang incessantly. All right, Boss Liu, we guarantee that we can replenish stock by next week. Hello, Boss Zhang. Are you looking to reserve for the month after next? I must report this to the boss. Xiao Li from the publishing department held a microphone in one hand while swiftly recording orders with the other. At that moment, a noticeable smile graced the faces of the magazine's editors. Their magazine had sold out, and even after printing an additional 200,000 copies, it still could not satisfy the reader's demand. This was undoubtedly due to the success of the return of the Condor heroes. They firmly believed that as long as this book continued to be published, the magazine would achieve even greater glory than during its peak. Our jobs are finally secure. Truly, we must be grateful. What are you thanking? If anyone deserves gratitude, it's teacher Liu Xiaobai. Indeed, teacher Liu Xiaobai is truly our benefactor. Tell me, is this Liu Xiaobai the same person who writes songs? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could a songwriter possibly pen such an exquisite novel? The editors engaged in animated discussion. Old Chun, it was you who discovered the return of the Condor heroes. Your bonus this month will surely double. You must treat us then. An editor patted Chun Mo on the shoulder. Of course, Chun Mo replied, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Just a few months prior, he had found himself in the darkest period of his life. His wife had resigned to care for their 8-month-old daughter, who cried for nourishment, while the magazine had not paid salaries for months and was on the brink of ceasing publication. He felt he had reached a dead end, and during long nights spent smoking on the balcony, he had even contemplated jumping. But then, Liu Xiaobai and the return of the Condor heroes had illuminated his life like a beacon. Go, Editor Wang is looking for you. A voice interrupted his thoughts. After knocking on the door to the editor-in-chief's office and receiving permission, Chun Mo stepped inside. Chun Mo has arrived. Quick, take a seat. Wang Yuanshan's demeanor was warm and welcoming. He even poured a glass of water for him. Thank you, Editor Wang. Chun Mo was somewhat taken aback, only daring to sit on the edge of the chair. Our current issue has achieved the highest sales record in a year, and this is all thanks to you. Our talent scout. The magazine is now profitable, and the salaries that were owed will be dispersed by the end of the month. Additionally, you will receive an outstanding performance evaluation this month, and your bonus will be doubled, Wang Yuanshan stated with a beaming smile. Thank you, Editor Wang. Chun Mo trembled with excitement. Teacher Liu Xiaobai is truly my savior. His heart was filled with profound gratitude. I also called you in for something important. Many readers have expressed that the 8,000 words per issue are simply insufficient. They strongly request more content. Therefore, you must contact Teacher Liu as soon as possible, Wang Yuanshan said. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo felt troubled. Since the last time Liu Xiaobai had sent in a 50,000 word manuscript, he had completely vanished. Chun Mo had sent numerous emails, yet none had received a response. After Chun Mo explained the situation, Wang Yuanshan, feeling agitated, lit a cigarette. Having such a aloof genius made him feel quite vexed. It's all right. We have enough manuscripts to last a few weeks. Just keep sending emails to Teacher Liu. I refuse to believe he won't respond to you in a few weeks. He exhaled a puff of smoke. In the living room of Su Nanjiao's home, Liu Xiaobai sat upright on a wooden chair in the living room, curiously surveying his surroundings. The apartment was modest, measuring only about 50 square meters, not much larger than his previous home. His father-in-law, Su Zhiqiu, was a professor at the Beijing Conservatory of Music and held considerable esteem in the industry. However, this dwelling was strikingly simple, bordering on austere. The white walls bore a slight age, and at the center of the living room stood an antique wooden tea table. The most conspicuous feature of the room was the sleek black Steinway grand piano nestled in the corner. According to Su Nanjiao, she wished to purchase a larger home for her parents, but her father, the old traditionalist, had repeatedly declined her generous offer. Xiaobai, do try the cantaloupe, his mother-in-law, Yang Yun, cheerfully offered a platter of fruit. Thank you, Annie, Liu Xiaobai replied, accepting it with both hands. Look at this child, why so polite? Just treat this place as your own home, Yang Yun said, her eyes sparkling with delight. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law's view of her son-in-law grows increasingly favorable with each glance. The more she observed Liu Xiaobai, the more she appreciated him. Not only was he handsome, but there was also a certain steadiness about him, complemented by his remarkable talent. Each time she visited the market, the local music shops played songs he had composed. Even the 3-year-old grandson of Aunt Wang, next door, could hum a few lines. You old fossil, stop burying your head in the newspaper and engage in conversation with our future son-in-law, Yang Yun playfully chided her husband. Young people should immerse themselves in classical music to cultivate their sensibilities. What benefit is there in being preoccupied with trivial romantic affairs? Su Jiqiu remarked, setting aside his newspaper. You ought to learn from the obscure figures in music and create works of greater depth, he added. In truth, Su Jiqiu did not harbor disdain for popular music. As a music scholar, he understood the diversity of musical forms more than anyone. He simply found himself weary of the repetitive themes of mundane love. However, the works of the obscure artist intrigued him. The songs crafted by this enigmatic musician possessed undeniable merit, particularly the piece titled Childhood, which he had referenced multiple times in his university lectures. May I inquire, Uncle, what do you consider to be a song of depth? Lu Xiaobai inquired with a smile. Music should bear greater social responsibility and not merely confine itself to superficial expressions of personal emotion. Su Jiqiu replied earnestly, adjusting his reading glasses. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaobai rose and approached the piano at the center of the living room. Then, Uncle, would you care to listen to this song? Please feel free to provide any critiques if you find any shortcomings, he said with a smile as he lifted the piano lid. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Nanjiao's eyes. Could it be that this treasure of a young man had found inspiration once more? Su Jiqiu's expression was tinged with skepticism. What depth could a person who spent his days composing love songs possibly convey? Only the shallow youth would be drawn to such melodies. Lu Xiaobai's fingers gently descended upon the keys, and soon, a pure, crystal-clear melody resonated, awakening dormant souls and slowly urging them to open their eyes. Observe whether the bustling world continues to revolve in solitude. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiu immediately straightened in his seat. This song seems rather intriguing. Moreover, this young man's piano skills are truly remarkable. Even among his own students, few can rival him. Su Nanjiao felt a spark of excitement. From just the opening lines, she sensed that this could be a masterpiece rivaling Childhood. She lifted her gaze towards the sky, where the migratory birds cast their shadows. They bring tidings of distant famine, relentless warfare, and the lingering echoes of existence. The snowflakes flutter down from Yushan, igniting the hearts of youth. Genuine emotions melt into notes, conveying distant blessings. The piano accompaniment and Lu Xiaobai's singing gradually crescendoed. Su Jiqiu trembled with anticipation. The artistic conception and scope of this song are truly profound. The love expressed transcends personal sentiment, embodying a grand affection for humanity and the world. Furthermore, the song employs a rich and diverse harmonic progression, showcasing layers of complexity and strong expressiveness. Compared to Childhood, this song seems to surpass it. Sing out your passion, extend your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let me behold your sincere visage. The song finally reached its climax. Old Su, I must say, how could you leave the door wide open? I just happened to pass by and thought I would check on you. At that moment, a middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, barged in. Shoo! Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jiqiu, Su Nanjiao, and Yang Yin interrupted him with expressions of anger. The middle-aged man finally noticed Lu Xiaobai singing at the piano. Realizing he was being ignored, he simply found a place to sit. Who could disregard their homeland? Casting aside memories of childhood, who could bear to witness yesterday's sorrows robbing us of our smiles? At this juncture, the song transitioned into its second verse. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted from indifference to intense focus. The lyrics are so rich in literary quality. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Observe whether the bustling world continues to spin in solitude. The sunrise heralds the dawn, and the earth is reborn in splendor. At this moment, the song progressed to its third verse. Who is this young man, after all? The middle-aged man gazed intently at Lu Xiaobai, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The clever use of imagery, abundant rhetorical devices, sincere emotional expression, and clear narrative structure. This is no mere pop song. It is undoubtedly a poem. As the final note fell, the living room was so quiet one could hear the birds chirping outside. Young man, did you write this song? The middle-aged man stood up, excitedly grasping Lu Xiaobai's hand. Yes, I did. May I ask who you are? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and inquired. This is Professor Qi Shuang, a scholar of Chinese language and literature at Yenjing University. You can call him Uncle Qi. Su Zhiqiu interjected. Young man, you're not married yet, are you? I have a daughter who is the same age as you. How about becoming my son-in-law? Qi Shuang exclaimed, pulling Lu Xiaobai into an embrace, his voice trembling slightly. His daughter has been out of university for years without a boyfriend, which has him quite anxious. Heaven has opened its eyes, and a fine son-in-law has descended from the sky. Lu Xiaobai was left utterly speechless. Is this individual truly a professor in the Chinese department of a prestigious university? He appears to be nothing more than a brazen thief, intent on stealing men. Qi Shuang, this is my son-in-law. How dare you compete with me? Su Zhiqiu sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Nanjiao and Yang Yun regarded Qi Shuang with hostility. So, he is Nanjiao's boyfriend. Why was this not mentioned sooner? Qi Shuang chuckled awkwardly. Young man, you have yet to share your name with me. He turned his head, still holding onto Lu Xiaobai's hand. My name is Lu Xiaobai, came the honest reply. Lu Xiaobai? The one who penned at least their SU? Qi Shuang exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Lu Xiaobai nodded. Idol, you are an idol. Do you know that? My daughter and I are your fans. Especially of your song Silence, and at least their SU. I play them on repeat. Qi Shuang became animated, his eyes sparkling. Lu Xiaobai touched his nose, feeling a slight sense of pride. Who would have thought that a professor from such a distinguished institution would be a fan of his? Qi Shuang, release my son-in-law. Seeing their intimate interaction, Su Zhiqiu felt a pang of jealousy. Old Su, weren't you just expressing disdain for Xiaobai? Mother-in-law Yang Yin shot him a glare. Huh, who said that? Su Zhiqiu stammered, feeling embarrassed. Just moments ago, Lu Xiaobai's song had completely won him over. This son-in-law is one no king could ever take away. By the way, idol, what was the name of that song you just performed? Qi Shuang eagerly inquired. The title of the song is Tomorrow Will Be Better. Also, Uncle Qi, please refrain from calling me idol. It makes me rather uneasy, Lu Xiaobai responded with a hint of exasperation. Truly a marvelous song. If this song does not feature in this year's Spring Festival Gala, I, Qi Shuang, shall be the first to object. Qi Shuang excitedly paced back and forth. What does your objection matter? The selection of songs for the gala is not determined by you. Su Zhiqiu scoffed. Huh, old Su, you underestimate me. Qi Shuang said with a subtle smile. What do you mean? Su Zhiqiu furrowed his brow, questioning. Chapter 82. If this song does not grace the Spring Festival stage, I fear the director will not agree. Qi Shuang did not respond. Instead, he took out his phone. Old Zhang. Today, I heard an exceptionally remarkable song. You will regret not listening to it for the rest of your life. What? You're busy? Busy with what nonsense? Hurry over, or I will be displeased. After hanging up, Qi Shuang surveyed the room with satisfaction. Do you know who I just called? Noticing the indifference of those around him, he revealed the answer himself. It was director Zhang Haoran, my childhood buddy. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. This somewhat eccentric professor is actually on such familiar terms with the renowned director Zhang Haoran. At that moment, Zhang Haoran was seated in the back of a car, en route to the faculty residential area of Yanqing Music Academy. Generally, one could not easily summon such a distinguished figure, but Qi Shuang was an exception. They are not merely brothers who grew up wearing the same trousers. They are, in fact, life-and-death friends who supported each other during their most trying times. Over a decade ago, when Zhang Haoran's film project faced a financial crisis, it was Qi Shuang who pledged his ancestral home to help him through the ordeal. Of course, there is a more significant reason behind this bond. Despite his eccentric demeanor, Qi Shuang is certainly not one to make a fuss over trivial matters. When he declared that a particular song was exceptional, one could be assured it was indeed extraordinary. Stop the car, Zhang Haoran suddenly exclaimed, striking the leather seat. The sleek black Mercedes came to a halt by the roadside, splashing water everywhere. His gaze was fixed intently on a newsstand at the street corner, where a queue had already stretched onto the sidewalk. Once the car was parked, he stepped out and walked towards the long line at the newsstand, patiently taking his place at the end. The driver looked on in astonishment through the rearview mirror. This director, renowned for his belief that time equates to money, was now standing in the rain to buy a magazine. Zhang Haoran was, of course, there to purchase Jianghu magazine. Recently, many friends had recommended the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes to him, claiming that if adapted into a television series, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. However, due to his busy schedule, he had not found the time to read it. Seizing a rare moment of leisure, he decided to buy a copy. After waiting for 5 minutes, it was finally his turn. "We're out of Jianghu. Come back this afternoon," the vendor announced. "But you have another copy in your hands." Zhang Haoran protested. "That one's for me. I'm not selling it. I'll pay 10 times the price." "Come on, that's a bit unreasonable. 20 times. If you won't sell it, I'll walk away." Wait. Deal." After acquiring the magazine, Zhang Haoran immediately returned to the car and began to read. He became utterly absorbed in a poignant martial arts world, oblivious to the fact that they had arrived at Su Zhiqiu's residence. "Old Zhang, let me introduce you to a musical genius. He has just composed a song titled Tomorrow Will Be Better. You absolutely must feature it on the Spring Festival Gala stage." As soon as Zhang Haoran stepped into Su Zhiqiu's home, Qi Hongshu eagerly introduced Lu Xiaobai. "Hello, Director Zhang." Lu Xiaobai greeted him with a smile. "Hello." Zhang Haoran replied nonchalantly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He was, after all, a top director in Longhua, accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Yet, this young man did not even rise to greet him. The arrogance of today's youth, relying on a bit of talent, was quite apparent. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback by Zhang Haoran's reaction. How could the director, who had once shown him such warmth, now seem unrecognizing? "Director, this is Lu Xiaobai. Don't you remember him?" Fortunately, Su Nanjiao quickly intervened. "What?" Zhang Haoran rubbed his eyes and scrutinized Lu Xiaobai's handsome face. Although he had undergone a significant transformation, he still recognized him from his features. This was indeed his great benefactor. "Mr. Lu, you've changed so much. I hardly recognized you." Upon realizing who he was, a broad smile spread across Zhang Haoran's face as he strode forward to shake his hand warmly. Ah, the youth should indeed possess a touch of pride, much like the esteemed teacher Lu Xiaobai. Recently, I enrolled in a personal coaching class, and it dawned upon me that it was my striking visage that caused the renowned director to fail to recognize me. "So, you are acquainted. Let us cease the idle chatter. Xiaobai, please sing Tomorrow Will Be Better once more." Whether this song graces the Spring Festival Gala depends on the director's discretion. Qi Shuhong urged from the side. "Very well." Lu Xiaobai rose and approached the piano, singing Tomorrow Will Be Better anew. Zhang Haoran listened with utmost seriousness, his eyes increasingly alight with wonder. Upon finishing the performance, he exclaimed, "What a magnificent song! It is truly soul-stirring. If this song does not make it to the Spring Gala stage, I fear even Director Lu of the Dragon Country Television will not agree." Zhang Haoran paced excitedly in the living room. "That is splendid." Su Zhiqiu and Yang Yun were instantly filled with excitement. This song will undoubtedly be entrusted to Nanjiao. The mere thought of her son-in-law composing a song for their daughter to sing and it appearing on the Spring Gala stage brought a broad smile to even the stoic Su Zhiqiu's face. "Teacher Lu, to whom do you intend to assign this song?" Zhang Haoran suddenly inquired. Su Nanjiao's heart raced. Although she was certain her husband would give the song to her, she still felt quite anxious. Need it be said? "It must be Nanjiao." Su Zhiqiu laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "Dad." Su Nanjiao's ears flushed a deep crimson. "That is a must. However, a grand chorus of stars will be more fitting." Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before responding. "I see now that my vision was too narrow. This song carries a wish for the world, and the strength of one alone is too feeble. Only by uniting many voices can we evoke a truly resounding grandeur." Su Zhiqiu's eyes brightened. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant. In that case, let us gather half of the entertainment industry's top singers for a grand duet." Zhang Haoran slapped his thigh excitedly. He was not boasting. Once he, as the Spring Gala director, extended the invitation, whether they be kings or queens of the stage, they would gladly respond. However, upon hearing Lu Xiaobai's words, Su Nanjiao initially felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She was reluctant to share such a magnificent song with others. Yet, she understood profoundly. This song belonged to all of humanity and should not be claimed by any individual. Subsequently, The group sat together in eager anticipation, discussing which stars to invite. Voices mingled in spirited debate, and Zhang Haoran grew increasingly animated, oblivious to the magazine Zhanghu that had slipped from his grasp. Old Zhang, so you are also following the return of the Condor heroes. Qi Shuhong dashed forward to retrieve the magazine, his eyes sparkling. Su Nanjiao gazed at Lu Xiaobai with a smile, as if to say, the top director of the Dragon Country and a professor from Yanda's Chinese department are both reading your novel. Are you not thrilled? Suddenly, Zhang Haoran had a revelation. Teacher Lu, the author of this novel shares your name. Could it be that you are the one who wrote it? He cast Lu Xiaobai an oddly inquisitive glance. Chapter 83. So, you are the nameless one? Haha, old Zhang, what nonsense are you spouting? That jest has certainly gone a bit too far. Qi Shuang laughed heartily. Indeed, it was I who penned it. Lu Xiaobai mused for a moment before speaking in a low voice. The teacup in Qi Shuhong's hand slipped to the floor. Zhang Haoran nearly lost his balance. Everyone gazed at Lu Xiaobai as if he were a creature of legend. A genius. Truly a genius. Zhang Haoran grasped the armrest of the sofa, his expression one of disbelief. Genius. What about the subsequent plot? Hurry, show me. Qi Shuang dashed over, wrapping his arms around Lu Xiaobai's neck. Lu Xiaobai, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, Uncle Qi, mind your image. Hurry, show me. I'm dying of anticipation. Qi Shuang stomped his feet in frustration, his glasses askew. He had just witnessed a confrontation between Yang Guo and Guo Fu, along with the Wu brothers on Peach Blossom Island, and was filled with rage. He was eager to see the scene where Yang Guo, having honed his skills, returned to take revenge. I only have 10,000 words in reserve. With no other choice, Lu Xiaobai reluctantly retrieved his laptop and handed it to Qi Shuhong. The moment Qi Shuhong received the computer, he eagerly opened it. Zhang Haoran joined him from behind, peering over his shoulder. Even the father-in-law and mother-in-law curiously leaned in. They wished to discover what kind of book their son-in-law had written that captivated both a renowned director and a professor of Chinese literature. Bored, Lu Xiaobai took out his phone and logged into his email. With his novel enjoying such popularity, surely the editor would be reaching out to discuss royalties. Chen Mo fainted in the restroom, and now you finally remember this matter? Upon opening the inbox, he found an email from Chen Mo. Email 1. Dear Teacher Lu, please leave your contact information. Our chief editor has a special interest in your novel and wishes to speak with you personally. Email 2. Master Lu, it's been nearly 3 days. Could you please respond? Little Mo is begging for your reply. Email 3. Dear Father Lu, please respond. The return of the Condor heroes has exploded. We implore you to review the contract. We are willing to increase your profit share by an additional 20%. Email 4. Great Patriarch. The finance department has informed me that your royalties can be settled at the highest standard. Just reply with a simple yes, and I will arrange the payment immediately. Email 5. Grandfather Lu, could you please reply? Little Mo bows to you. Readers are fervently requesting that you publish more content in each issue. Your reserve is insufficient. Email 6. Ancestor Lu, if you do not respond soon, the chief editor may throw me into the river. Email 7. Su Nanjiao leaned in to take a look, laughing until her stomach hurt. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his nose, a twinge of guilt gnawing at him. Thus, he quickly composed a reply and included Chen Mo's QQ number. Though he refrained from providing his phone number, it was not due to aloofness. Rather, he received so many calls daily. Were it not for a small assistant handling most of his work-related calls, he would likely spend the better part of each day answering the phone. Jianghu Magazine Office. Teacher Lu Xiaobai has replied to me. He has replied. Ha ha ha. Chen Mo shouted like a madman at the computer screen. His voice was so loud that it nearly startled everyone. Yet, from the leaders to the interns, not a single soul dared to admonish him, because everyone comprehends his fervent emotions. Who does not know that Teacher Lu Xiaobai is now the golden goose of the magazine? How splendid! Editor-in-chief Wang Yuanshan rushed out of his office, moved a chair, and seated himself beside Chen Mo, eagerly observing their conversation. Mr. Lu, the contract has been sent over. Do you find any issues with it? No issues at all. That's wonderful. Would it be possible to send over some more manuscripts? The current ones are rather insufficient. Certainly. Our editor-in-chief wishes to personally visit you. Do you have time? Wait, I am logging off now. Let us chat next time. The chat window instantly faded to gray. Both Wang Yuanshan and Chen Mo were left speechless. With merely 3 or 4 sentences exchanged, why did it carry such an air of imperial aloofness? Lu Xiaobai was certainly not arrogant. At this moment, he was being besieged by Qi Shuhong, Zhang Haoran, and others. They had already perused his manuscript and were engaging him in discussions about the subsequent plot. This was no ordinary novel. It was constructing a complete martial arts system. If this novel were to be adapted for the screen, it would undoubtedly be a milestone in the realm of martial arts films. The glimmer in director Zhang Haoran's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovering treasure. You flatter me, director. It's merely a casual endeavor, Lu Xiaobai humbly chuckled. Internally, he thought, if you wish to praise, then commend the legendary gene. I can't accept such accolades. If this is merely casual writing, then all professional authors could easily switch careers. Qi Shuhong was displeased upon hearing this. Su Nanjiao quietly sat beside Lu Xiaobai, occasionally pouring him tea. She gazed at her husband, surrounded by a group of prominent figures engaged in plot discussions, her eyes brimming with pride. We agreed that the film adaptation rights for this book must be entrusted to me, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, grasping his hand excitedly. That is not a problem, Director Zhang. Lu Xiaobai replied with a smile. That is fantastic. Zhang Haoran's eyes sparkled. To have such an exceptional novel directed by him would truly be worth a lifetime. By the way, please write out the score for tomorrow will be better. I want the band to rehearse in advance. He continued. Absolutely. Lu Xiaobai took the paper and pen that Qi Shuhong handed him, beginning to write fervently. Upon completion, when he reached the section for the lyricist and composer, he suddenly found himself at a loss. The quality of tomorrow will be better was remarkably high, perhaps even surpassing childhood. According to the contractual stipulations, the finest songs were to be attributed to an anonymous individual. However, this would inadvertently reveal his identity. In other words, no matter how Lu Xiaobai chose, he would ultimately breach the contract. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to inscribe the name of the anonymous individual. Although this action would expose his identity, those present were either his in-laws or prominent figures. They likely would not divulge this information indiscriminately. Anonymous person. So, you are the anonymous person? His peripheral vision caught the name of the lyricist and composer, and suddenly Zhang Haoran leaped to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Qi Shuhong and Su Zhiqiu simultaneously snatched the score, nearly tearing the paper apart. You Rothschild the Dan deskmate. Those classics are all your work? Qi Shuhong stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiaobai, are you truly the elusive creator that the entire music industry has been searching for? The expression on the father-in-law's face was a blend of astonishment and pride. Everyone must keep this a secret. Do not let it slip. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Why? This is a splendid opportunity to gain fame and recognition. Do you have any idea how many singers are eager to collaborate with you? Su Zhiqiu inquired with a hint of confusion. Xiaobai has an agreement with the company. After a brief explanation, the admiration in the eyes of those present towards Lu Xiaobai intensified. Chapter 84. Music announcement. This young man, amidst the hedonistic allure of the entertainment industry, has managed to resist the temptation of fame for the sake of a contract. A rarity indeed. Excellent. Teacher Lu is trustworthy and honors his commitments. I have decided to befriend him. Zhang Haoran laughed heartily, patting Lu Xiaobai on the shoulder. Father-in-law Su Zhiqiu had now completely accepted this son-in-law. Not only was he loyal and righteous, but he also regarded fame and fortune as mere trifles. He was truly a reflection of himself. A son-in-law like this is nearly impossible to find. However, Xiaobai, I implore you to become my son-in-law. I would gladly marry both my daughters to you. Qi Shuhong was nearly on his knees before Lu Xiaobai. Qi Shuhong, have you no shame? Try to entice my son-in-law right before my eyes? Su Zhiqiu thundered in anger, pulling Lu Xiaobai protectively behind him. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao had been on vacation for over a month. It was time to return to Binhai City. Xiaobai, are you really leaving after just a few days? Stay a little longer. Yang Yin insisted, holding onto Lu Xiaobai's hand. Mom, We're not gone for good, Su Nanjiao said, linking her arm with her mother's. I know, Yang Yun replied with a smile, turning to Lu Xiaobai. Nanjiao can be a bit impulsive, so please be patient. Su Jiqiu chuckled. This young man has a good sense of propriety. We need not worry. He lowered his voice and said to Lu Xiaobai, next time you return, let us have a proper discussion about the new songs you've written. Finally, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao found themselves in a taxi. My parents treat you better than they treat me. Their own daughter, Su Nanjiao said with a hint of jealousy. Of course, a son-in-law is like half a son, Lu Xiaobai replied with a sense of pride. Who agreed to marry you? Su Nanjiao's face flushed crimson. By the way, I just received notice from the company that I have been invited by this year's Spring Festival Gala team, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Performing on the Spring Festival stage had always been her dream. Oh, is that so? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Besides me, our Dragon Rising has 4 others who also received invitations. Sister Siki, Brother Zimo, and Xingyu a legend. Xiaobai, this is all you're doing. In previous years, not a single one of us from Dragon Rising made it to the Spring Festival Gala. Su Nanjiao gazed intently at Lu Xiaobai. It seems the favor that Director Zhang owes me will no longer be needed, Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Come on, what is so special about performing at the Spring Festival? In the future, I plan to elevate several superstars. What truly weighed on his mind was the prospect of returning to work the following day. Once he made his appearance at the company, his colleagues could effortlessly recognize him as the youthful heartthrob from Su Nanjiao's relationship photos. The exposure of their affair seemed all but inevitable. Contemplating this, Lu Xiaobai's emotions became exceedingly complex. The bad news, his leisurely and low-key lifestyle would soon be a thing of the past. The good news, his reputation would experience a significant surge. Why not take the initiative and announce it ourselves? Let us make an official declaration on Weibo. Su Nanjiao discerned his thoughts, her face brimming with excitement. That sounds splendid. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before responding. This suggestion is rather astute. Passive waiting for the news to break is not his style. It is far better to wield control over the narrative. Nevertheless, he would not let this splendid opportunity to enhance his reputation slip away easily. If we are to do this, let us make it grand. A simple statement would be rather dull. How about a musical announcement? A mischievous glint sparkled in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. Su Nanjiao's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting a duet of a love song? Then we could record a video and post it on Weibo. Lu Xiaobai affirmed. A love duet? Have you composed a new song? Su Nanjiao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the song is title choice. Lu Xiaobai spoke solemnly. That title is splendid. Su Nanjiao's cheeks flushed with excitement. Thus, they decided to alter their plans. Upon returning to Banhai City by plane, they did not head straight to the office. Instead, they first recorded the video at home. At Tianlai Record Company. Sister Qingwu, great news. Gu Qingwu's assistant Lin Miao Miao rushed into the dressing room with enthusiasm. What's got you so jubilant? Gu Qingwu inquired nonchalantly while tending to her nails. Sister Qingwu, your song The Rivers and Mountains Are Safe has been tentatively selected by the Spring Festival Gala team. Lin Miao Miao proclaimed excitedly. As a renowned diva, what is so remarkable about having a song on the Spring Festival Gala? Gu Qingwu responded with indifference. By the way, where's Su Nanjiao? Has the program team invited her? She suddenly asked, lifting her gaze. They have. Lin Miao Miao's voice dropped several decibels. What song? Apart from the classic childhood. She has another new song titled Tomorrow Will Be Better. What did you say? She has 2 songs while I only have 1. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwu erupted with fury. Sister Qingwu, don't misunderstand. That new song is a chorus featuring multiple stars. Su Nanjiao only has 1 solo song. Lin Miao Miao quickly clarified. However, Gu Qingwu paid no heed to such explanations. All she knew was that Su Nanjiao had 2 songs, while she herself had only 1. This wretched girl is constantly opposing me. A cold glimmer flashed in Gu Qingwu's eyes. She vividly remembered that it was due to Su Nanjiao that she faced a crushing defeat in her comeback battle, a setback from which she had yet to recover. Subsequently, Su Nanjiao garnered the Best Album Award and Best Female Singer Award at the Chinese Music Festival, successfully ascending to diva status. Her esteemed reputation was being ruthlessly trampled. And now, she dared to overshadow her at such a significant occasion as the Spring Festival Gala. If this continues, how can I, as a diva, maintain my standing in the entertainment industry? If that is the case, I shall ensure you gain nothing. Gu Qingwu revealed a sinister smile and dialed a number on his phone. 3 days later, at precisely 8 a.m., Lu Xiaobai's assistant, Gu Qingqing, arrived at the office as per her usual routine. "Good morning, Sister Qingqing. Have you eaten yet? Shall we dine together? Sister Qingqing, let us indulge in a grand feast tonight. It's on me." Colleagues greeted her warmly along the way. Gu Qingqing smiled in response. Such a scene would have been unimaginable just a few months prior. With Lu Xiaobai's rising prominence, her status within the company had soared as well. From an inconspicuous Cinderella, she had transformed into a celebrated figure. Now, even the esteemed vice president of the company would take the initiative to greet her. After graciously acknowledging everyone's salutes, Gu Qingqing finally arrived at room 808. During Lu Xiaobai's absence, she had been living quite merrily. Aside from answering work calls from her superior, Lu Xiaobai, her remaining time was filled with leisurely pursuits, listening to music, playing games, and reading novels. This was largely due to her role as a personal assistant. Apart from Lu Xiaobai, very few dared to assign her tasks. Such a life was nothing short of blissful. Gu Qingqing felt a surge of delight within her. She stretched lazily and opened her computer, ready to embark on another day of joyful idleness. Suddenly, her fingers froze mid-air, her expression one of shock, as if she had seen a ghost. This was because Su Nanjiao had updated her Weibo. Chapter 85. Su Nanjiao's boyfriend is actually a music industry mogul. Previously, due to personal reasons, I did not reveal my boyfriend's identity. This time, I confess. He is none other than Mr. Lu Xiaobai, a top music creator in the Dragon Kingdom. Below is a duet we performed, Choice. Without grand vows, we have concealed our sentiments within each lyric. This enchanting melody is the voice of our love. Mr. Lu, may you guide me through the rest of my life. Beneath the text was a video approximately 4 minutes long. How could the heartthrob dating sister, Nanjiao, possibly be Lu Baige? Gu Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief. She had seen that romantic photo countless times. The handsome youth did bear a slight resemblance to Lu Baige. However, he was undeniably striking, far exceeding the ordinary charm of Lu Baige. With trembling fingers, Gu Qingqing clicked on the video. At the beginning of the clip, Su Nanjiao sat before a piano, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, her natural beauty breathtaking. Beside her sat an extraordinarily handsome young man, cradling a guitar, dressed in a plain white shirt. With his gaze lowered, his profile was sculpturally perfect. Wow, seeing this handsome fellow could elevate my spirits for an entire day. Gu Qingqing felt her legs weaken. At that moment, Su Nanjiao's long fingers descended upon the piano keys, and a soothing prelude began to flow. On days when the winds rise, I smile at the falling blossoms. The handsome young man was the first to sing. Su Nanjiao, playing the piano, tilted her head to gaze at him, her eyes radiating a tenderness that seemed to overflow. It was the unmistakable expression of a girl encountering love for the first time. In the season of snow dancing, I raised my cup to the moon. Then, Su Nanjiao began to sing. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered. She had just been distracted by the sight of a handsome man, causing her voice to falter slightly. However, Lu Xiaobai smiled at her with a tender affection. Lu, such feelings. Su, such paths. Together, we walk them together. As they sang these lines, their gazes intertwined with deep affection, brimming with love for one another. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only their existence in the moment. At that instant, Gu Qingqing was no longer preoccupied with why Xiaobai had suddenly become so handsome. She was completely immersed in the enchanting melody. Soon, the song reached its climax. Su, I hope you can love me until the end of time. Lu, I hope you can accompany me to the ends of the earth. Together, even if everything were to start over, I would not change my decision. At this moment, both of them set down their instruments and began to sing a cappella. They nestled against each other, fingers entwined, gazing sweetly into one another's eyes. Wow, how romantic! What a perfect match! Gu Qingqing rested her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkling like stars. Lu, we have walked through spring and autumn. Su, we bid farewell to today, and tomorrow arrives anew. Day by day, month by month, year by year, our hearts remain unchanged. In the video, Lu Xiaobai suddenly pulled Su Nanjiao into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss upon her rosy cheek. Su Nanjiao smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, shyly burying her face against his chest. Su, I hope you can love me until the end of time. Lu, I hope you can accompany me to the ends of the earth. As they entered the chorus, once more, Lu Xiaobai unexpectedly knelt on one knee, holding Su Nanjiao's hand, while she tenderly caressed his cheek. Oh my goodness! Such a beautiful song. Such a romantic announcement. When the song concluded, Gu Qingqing remained frozen in her seat for a full minute. Had it not been for Lu Xiaobai's work phone ringing, she would have continued in that pose. She picked up the phone. It was a call from the president of a record company. Miss Gu, is the video authentic? When did Teacher Lu and Queen Su become a couple? Gu Qingqing was utterly bewildered, thinking, I have no idea. Before she could finish her thought, her personal phone began to vibrate incessantly. She looked down to find her screen filled with unread messages. Her friend group was erupting with 99 notifications. Her university classmates were going wild, and even a former colleague she hadn't spoken to in 3 years sent a barrage of emojis seeking insider information. When Su Nanjiao's sweet announcement was released, the Weibo server crashed instantaneously. The initial reaction from netizens was not one of congratulations, but rather, what a twist. How did this handsome young man suddenly transform into Lu Deshun? That can't be right. We've seen Lu Deshun at the Chinese music festival. He wasn't this handsome. Could it be that Lu Deshun had plastic surgery? What on earth? A great talent going under the knife? My worldview has shattered. Is anyone upstairs daft? Can surgery really achieve such handsomeness? If there was such a miraculous clinic, the streets would be filled with Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao lookalikes. Anticipating the netizens' reactions, Lu Xiaobai had already prepared. He instructed Qin and several core executives from the company to organize an army of online supporters overnight to explain his change in appearance. Soon, various marketing accounts and entertainment bloggers were weighing in. Entertainment. Talent is the best cosmetic surgery. It will make a man radiate from within. The truth of the entertainment industry reveals. Scientific research indicates that when a man is immersed in love and creativity, he becomes more handsome. The president of the Aesthetic Society states, once, Master Lu was unadorned. Now, with a touch of grooming and his innate talent, he is transformed from the ordinary into a top-tier idol. The inside scoop of the music scene. Unparalleled talent breeds unparalleled charisma. Do you think handsomeness is merely a matter of facial features? Wrong. True handsomeness emanates from one's aura, talent, and confidence. Under the relentless onslaught of public opinion, netizens began to self-convince and swiftly accepted the fact of Lu Xiaobai's newfound allure. In just 3 minutes, it was revealed that Su Nanjiao's young boyfriend is actually a music mogul. His stunning performance of Choice captivated the online audience, propelling the sweetest announcement in the entertainment industry to the top 3 trending topics. The attention of netizens finally shifted. Some succumbed to the sweetness of their love. Previously, they claimed this young idol was unworthy of Sister Nanjiao, but now they are left in agony. Oh, I am dying. The way Master Lu gazes at Su Nanjiao is simply filled with affection. A talented man with a beautiful woman, this pairing is truly delightful. Help! That moment when they exchanged glances was utterly heart-melting. Others were moved by the song Choice. After listening, I was left in a daze. Is this truly available for free? I am in awe. A textbook-level duet. I implore Sister Nanjiao to release a single soon. This song is simply too beautiful. After listening, I long to fall in love. As I walk through the campus, watching the girls pass by, I wonder when my future beloved will come to my side. Within just one day, the video of Choice amassed over 100 million shares across the internet. Simultaneously, a wave of couple duets surged online. On short video platforms, thousands of couples imitated Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao singing this song, while countless single individuals were once more showered with affection. Chapter 86. Does your brother-in-law snore while sleeping? At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was scrolling through his phone, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. The comments section was inundated with blessings from netizens. Countless individuals declared it the most touching musical confession of the year. What pleased him even more was another matter. Bolstered by the novel The Condor Heroes and the music announcement, his reputation soared once again. The system panel prominently displayed reputation points 10, 201. Skills acquired: basic piano performance, basic guitar performance, basic vocal ability, intermediate music theory proficiency, personal attractiveness and charisma, basic. Skills available for redemption: intermediate vocal ability, intermediate piano performance, intermediate guitar performance. After some contemplation, Xiaobai ultimately decided to hold on to his points for the time being, intending to redeem them when necessary. In the girls' dormitory of Binhai International Bilingual School, Su Mingyao leaned against her bed, her math textbook resting on her lap. Yet she could not focus on a single word. Her gaze occasionally darted toward her 3 roommates, who were engrossed in their phones. Her sister and brother-in-law had both become multi-millionaires, yet they refused to buy her a phone. Look, Sister Nanjiao has officially announced her relationship, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed. Let me see. 2 young girls immediately climbed on her bed, their little heads nearly diving into the phone screen. What a shocking twist. Sister Nanjiao's boyfriend is actually the renowned Lu Deshun. They even released a duet. Quick, open it and listen. Wow, it sounds beautiful. Lu Deshun is so handsome. They make such a perfect couple. It's a match made in heaven. On the petite bed adorned with pink cat-themed sheets, 6 little feet swung playfully in the air. How frustrating. My sister announced it without even telling me. Su Mingyao mumbled, pulling the blanket over her head. The dormitory fell silent in an instant. Lin Yu, what did Mingyao just say? It seems she mentioned her sister. Is it possible? Nanjiao is Mingyao's sister? The girls exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Oh no! Su Mingyao's face turned pale under the covers. Her sister and brother-in-law had repeatedly warned her not to reveal her identity. If it were to be exposed, she would undoubtedly face her sister's wrath. You must have misheard. There is no such thing. Who didn't defend it herself. However, the 3 girls paid her no mind. They both share the surname Su, and they look quite alike. I hadn't noticed before, but they do bear a striking resemblance. And then there's Su Nanjiao, also residing in Binhai City. Oh no, this is solid proof. The 3 girls simultaneously shrieked as they lunged towards Su Mingyao's bed, encircling her in an instant. Su Mingyao instinctively recoiled, resembling a startled little rabbit. They bombarded her with questions. How did they get together? Who confessed first? Does your brother-in-law snore when he sleeps? Does he have athlete's foot? Who does the chores at home? What brand of cosmetics does your sister use? The barrage of inquiries left Su Mingyao dizzy. I can tell you, but you must promise not to disclose my identity. Su Mingyao stated earnestly. I swear I won't tell anyone. This is the utmost secret of dormitory 408. Lin Yu suddenly grew serious, extending her pinky finger. The other 2 girls quickly followed suit, intertwining their tiny fingers and solemnly shaking them. Subsequently, Su Mingyao began recounting her sister and brother-in-law's love story to her roommates. The other girls gathered around her, listening with rapt attention, as if they had become part of this star-studded family. At 10:34 a.m., at Longting Entertainment Company, Limited. Hello, sir, whom are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist stood in front of a strikingly handsome man with a smile, yet her demeanor was unwavering. The company had strict regulations prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. Even if you resemble my idol and dream lover, Xiaobai, I still cannot allow you inside. Xiao, it's me, Xiaobai. Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Your teacher, Lu? The receptionist's eyes widened, her voice suddenly rising. She scrutinized Xiaobai, repeatedly comparing him to the videos she had seen online. It's really him. Once recognized, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I come in now? Xiaobai smiled slightly. Of course. The receptionist's face flushed instantly, and she nodded eagerly. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Xiaobai strode confidently toward his office. His colleagues recognized him one by one, greeting him with a blend of admiration and envy. Some were envious of Xiaobai, possessing both charm and talent, leaving ordinary men in despair. Many others, however, were envious of Su Nanjiao. How fortunate this woman was. Two titans of the Chinese music scene, one a close friend who penned songs exclusively for her, and the other her boyfriend. Even numerous male artists envied Su Nanjiao. Why couldn't Liu Xiaobai's girlfriend be one of them? I could always take a trip to Thailand. Liu Xiaobai finally entered his office. Soon. Gu Qingqing's high-pitched scream echoed through the air. Liu Xiaobai, disregarding the foolishness, sat at his desk and began his diligent work for the day. His first task was to write the return of the Condor heroes. With his manuscript nearly exhausted, he needed to hasten his pace. Just as he opened the document, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. In his previous life, many web authors live-streamed their writing on platforms. Why couldn't he do the same? Wasn't this a splendid opportunity to gain recognition? Thus, Liu Xiaobai swiftly registered an account on Douyin and began typing, or rather, transcribing away. At 11 a.m., his colleague Zhou was nestled in her cubicle, propping her chin up with her left hand while feigning interest in reports, her right hand secretly scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a peculiar live stream popped up. The camera captured a pair of slender hands dancing over the keyboard, the black mechanical keyboard producing crisp sounds with every keystroke. How dull this Douyin streamer was, even live streaming their writing. Zhou scoffed, her thumb poised to scroll up when she caught sight of Liu Xiaobai in the live stream. Her finger froze mid-air. Could it be the renowned musician who had written Decent, the creative genius whose songs were on repeat for countless listeners? This deity had a Douyin account? Zhou rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't mistaken. She was ecstatic. This artist was her second favorite music creator, the first being an unknown artist. She quickly brought her phone closer. In the document on her computer screen prominently displayed the title of the Return of the Condor Heroes, Chapter 10. Zhou's pupils dilated in surprise. It turned out Liu Xiaobai was not the music creator, but the novelist. Instead of feeling disappointed, she was even more thrilled. The Return of the Condor Heroes was a novel she had been avidly following, completely engrossed, often forgetting to eat or sleep. Now, she had the rare fortune of witnessing the author's creative process. But wait, could someone write a novel at such a rapid pace? Zhou suddenly realized something. Chapter 87. The Diva Lin Shuang. In Zhou's eyes, a novel as captivating as The Return of the Condor Heroes should take the creator a long time to craft. Yet, the individual on the screen was almost making the keyboard smoke with their speed. Was it truly possible to write a novel like this? At this moment, the sound of typing echoed like a torrential downpour. The once blank document rapidly filled with meticulously arranged song typeface. Zhou barely had time to finish reading the previous line before a new paragraph was completed. She calculated that this extraordinary individual could type approximately 40 characters per minute, which meant that in 1 hour, he could produce an astonishing 25,000 words. If he worked for 8 hours, he could churn out a staggering 20,000 words in a single day. Note, renowned web novel authors typically write around 10,000 words daily, while struggling authors consider 4,000 a commendable output. Zhou gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, more and more viewers enter the live stream, and the comments section exploded. I can't believe this is how the legend of the Condor Heroes was written. 40 words per minute? Is he some kind of typing machine? Does this genius not need to brainstorm before writing? He is spewing words out like a fountain. My reading speed can't keep up with his typing. Old thief Liu, your typing speed is so rapid, yet each installment only features such a meager word count. Are you mocking us? People speculated whether this author, Liu Xiaobai, was the same as the music composer of the same name. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Great master, please say something. Don't just bury yourself in typing. At the same time, golden rockets and carnival effects continuously flooded the screen, with the sounds of donations ringing in succession. Liu Xiaobai, witnessing the viewers' comments and rewards, could hardly contain his delight. Writing novels, earning a little money, and boosting his reputation. What a trifecta of success. Teacher Xiaobai, why are you so engrossed? Just then, a saccharine voice interrupted him, startling him. Upon looking up, he saw Zhou Mengqi, and he quickly ended the live stream. Who allowed you to enter my office without my permission? His good mood evaporated, replaced by suppressed fury. He glanced around, realizing that his assistant, Gu Qingqing, had left at some point, allowing this woman to slip into his office. Teacher Xiaobai, I was foolish before. Please forgive me this once. Zhou Mengqi leaned forward, grasping Lu Xiaobai's hand and placing on her chest. What are you doing, Miss Zhou? Are you attempting to exchange favors for resources? Lu Xiaobai swiftly withdrew his hand, his tone laced with disdain. Teacher Xiaobai, you're my only hope now. Please, write me a song. As long as it appeases you, you can punish me however you wish. Zhou Mengqi bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. As she spoke, she slowly unbuttoned the first button of her shirt. Now, Zhou Mengqi found herself utterly cornered, abandoned by her fans and ostracized by Longting. If she didn't devise a plan soon, she would truly be cast out of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai seized her wrist with such force that it elicited a gasp from her. Get out immediately, or I will call security. His voice was as frigid as ice. Please, I'll do anything you ask. Zhou Mengqi suddenly knelt beside him. This action speaks for itself. No explanation needed. Get lost. Even if you offered, I would find it repugnant. Lu Xiaobai exerted force to pull her up, subsequently thrusting her outside the door. In the instant the door slammed shut, Zhou Mengqi collapsed onto the carpet, her makeup smeared from tears, completely devoid of her former glamorous aura. What a stroke of misfortune. Lu Xiaobai seethed with anger, losing all inclination to type. Just then, Gu Qingqing returned. Where have you been? Do you know someone just entered my office? Lu Xiaobai rarely lost his temper, but today was an exception. I sincerely apologize. Teacher Lu, Lin Tianho just called me, and I was concerned it might disturb your work. So I stepped out to take the call. Gu Qingqing repeatedly bowed in apology. Despite her usual chattiness, she instantly became meek when Lu Xiaobai was angry. It's nothing. No need to apologize. Lu Xiaobai quickly helped her up. Although he now held a high status, he had risen from humble beginnings, and thus would never make things difficult for someone as ordinary as Gu Qingqing. Lin Tianho? Is it Lin Shuaing? What does she want with you? He inquired, puzzled. Yes, it's Lin Shuaing. She wants to invite you to collaborate on a song. Recently, she's been calling me incessantly. Teacher Lu, you should definitely give her face since a superstar is personally reaching out to you. Gu Qingqing's smile returned as she perceived Lu Xiaobai's anger had dissipated. Until now, it had always been Lin Shuaing's agent seeking song invitation from Lu Xiaobai, but now Lin Shuaing herself was eager to take action. Why is she in such a hurry for just a song? Lu Xiaobai asked curiously. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Come on, it's almost the spring festival. Realization dawned upon Lu Xiaobai. With less than 3 months until the spring festival, it was surprising that a prominent star like Lin Shuaing had yet to receive an invitation from the Gala's production team. She was undoubtedly eager to release a remarkable song to grace the stage of the festival. Tell her I agree, Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice. Great. I'll reply to her right away, Gu Qingqing exclaimed, darting out of the office like a gust of wind. Recently, Lin Shuaing's calls have been a source of annoyance for her, and now she finally felt liberated. This girl, Lu Xiaobai, shook his head in resignation. His agreement to write a song for Lin Shuaing stemmed partly from her affiliation with Tianyu Records, a company that could be considered a half-ally against the rival Tianlai. However, a more significant reason was that Lu Xiaobai had recently realized his connections in the entertainment industry were rather limited, revolving mostly around Zhang Haoren and Lin Zimo. In this industry, social ties were crucial. In a private room at a hotel, Teacher Lu, I feel truly remorseful for making you come out on such a rainy day, Lin Shuaing said as she approached the door, accepting the umbrella from Lu Xiaobai's hands with a gentle voice. It's nothing, Lu Xiaobai replied with a slight smile. He felt somewhat dazed. The woman before him, barefaced yet breathtakingly beautiful, resembled a friendly neighbor, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. No one could discern that she was a luminary in the Mandarin music scene, second only to the illustrious Gu Qingwu. They both took their seats, and Lin Shuaing had already ordered a lavish spread of food and drink. After a few rounds of toasts, a faint blush spread across her fair cheeks. I truly envy Nanjiao for having such a talented and attractive boyfriend. If I were 10 years younger, I would certainly vie for her man, Lin Shuaing chuckled, covering her mouth. Was Lin Tiantian's purpose in seeking me related to the Spring Festival Gala? Lu Xiaobai cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. Chapter 88. As desired indeed, I have heard that Li Siki and Lin Zimo from Longting have both received invitations from the Spring Festival Gala's program team. As for me, this so-called diva, I remain uninvited and must shamelessly seek your assistance in writing a song. Lin Shuang's expression turned somewhat melancholic. In the realm of Chinese pop music, new talents overshadow the old, and this diva is nearing obsolescence. I have no trouble writing songs, but I cannot guarantee your inclusion in the Spring Festival Gala. Lu Xiaobai remarked solemnly. As long as Teacher Lu writes for me, I am 90% confident I will make it to the gala. Lin Shuang smiled slightly. Oh, Lin Tian has such faith in me? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Of course. Who in the entertainment industry does not know that whoever Teacher Lu supports will surely rise to fame? Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile radiant. So what kind of song does Lin Tian desire? Lu Xiaobai absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the wine glass. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shuang replied, since it is a song for the Spring Festival Gala, it should ideally convey a sense of patriotism and a cherished appreciation for a peaceful life. However, I'm not fond of grand narratives. I wish to sing about the ordinary yet warm moments in the glow of countless homes. Her voice gradually softened, and a faint blush graced her ears. Did I perhaps ask for too much? Would Teacher Lu find it burdensome? Would he dislike me? Unaware of her expression, Lu Xiaobai began to ponder intensely. Observing him, Lin Shuang felt a sudden flutter in her heart. He looked so handsome when he was serious. Eureka! Lu Xiaobai suddenly snapped his fingers, startling her. Have you already composed it? Lin Shuang was taken aback. She had heard of Lu Xiaobai's speed in songwriting, yet witnessing it firsthand left her incredulous. Lacking a piano or guitar in the private room, Lu Xiaobai pulled out a notebook and began to write lyrics. His pen danced across the page, pausing at times and racing at others, his expression focused and intent. Curiously, Lin Shuang leaned closer to him. The words as desired were boldly inscribed in the draft. The song Lu Xiaobai had chosen for her was none other than the classic peace song by the former diva Wang Fei in her past life. Given that Lin Tiantian's voice bore a striking resemblance to Wang Fei's ethereal quality, it was a fitting choice. This lyric is splendid. Lin Shuang's eyes lit up. She could discern Lu Xiaobai's intention to showcase a sense of national sentiment and generational inheritance. The verses evoked memories and homage, likening the predecessors to roads and lamps, illustrating their guiding roles along the path of life. The chorus spoke of inheritance and commitment, expressing a willingness to love the world cherished by their ancestors, with hopes of witnessing the beautiful visions they envisioned, pledging to carry forth their legacy and stride toward the future together. Before she could fully absorb it, Lu Xiaobai began to compose the melody. Lin Shuang watched, humming along in her heart. By the conclusion of the song, she had become utterly enamored with it. Subsequently, Lu Xiaobai began crafting the arrangement. Lin Shuang was taken aback. The piano accompaniment, the lush orchestration, and the harmonious guitar support were all meticulously detailed by Teacher Lu. With this arrangement in hand, one could seamlessly enter the recording studio to lay down the accompaniment. Once completed, he exclaimed, "Now it's your turn to sing." Lu Xiaobai tossed down his pen and handed the draft to Lin Shuang. It is said that within the entire Chinese music scene, only you can rival the anonymous artist. I believe your talent is already sufficient to stand alongside them. Lin Shuang lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes locking onto Lu Xiaobai. You jest. The anonymous artist is a deity, an existence I cannot aspire to. The intensity of her gaze compelled Lu Xiaobai to avert his eyes. You must not belittle yourself so. Lin Shuang shot him a glance, her expression surprisingly imbued with a hint of allure. Lu Xiaobai turned away once more. Finally, Lin Shuang began to sing. You are the distant path, the light in the misty mountains. I am but a child, walking in your gaze. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Xiaobai's eyes. He could not deny an undeniable truth when it came to vocal prowess. The person before him was indeed the unrivaled champion of the Chinese music realm. However, this formidable diva had yet to achieve the fame of Gu Qingwu, and was even overshadowed by the rising star Su Nanjiao. The reasons for this were twofold. Compared to Gu Qingwu, her company, Tianyu Records, lacked the financial strength of Tianlai. In relation to Su Nanjiao, her looks and figure were slightly inferior, and she was also not as youthful. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai felt a spark of inspiration. Previously, he had boldly declared his intention to bring Gu Qingwu down from her pedestal. Among his collaborators, the most renowned and capable was merely Su Nanjiao. Competing against her would undoubtedly be a challenge, given Tianlai's financial might and Gu Qingwu's formidable reputation. However, joining forces with this remarkable talent would be significantly easier. As the song concluded, Lin Shuang's voice was akin to that kissed by angels. Your performance reminds me of a saying, some sing with their voices, while you sing with your soul. Lu Xiaobai applauded fervently. This was the first time he had given such high praise. Part of it stemmed from Lin Shuang's exceptional singing, and part from his desire to win her over. Being commended by the esteemed Lu was indeed a stroke of fortune for Shuang. Hearing his words, Lin Shuang felt a surge of delight. To avoid troubling two masters with one task, why not have the illustrious Lu write a title song for my new album? Although As Hoped is a fine song, it does not align with the theme of my upcoming album. She raised her glass, toasting to Lu Xiaobai. No problem. What type do you desire, Lin Shuang? Lu Xiaobai clinked glasses with her. The company has designated the style of this album as urban lament, or perhaps tearful ballads. After all, as a single woman in my 30s, I can only sing such songs. Lin Shuang chuckled self-deprecatingly. All right then, Lu Xiaobai set down his wine glass, needing no deliberation as he swiftly extracted a sheet of draft paper and began to write. A poignant ballad. Indeed, such songs were abundant in his past life. Lin Shuang leaned in once more to take a closer look. The title read, Falling in Love with Someone Who Doesn't Come Home. Upon seeing those words, a shiver coursed through her, nearly causing her to drop her glass. Did teacher Lu somehow know of my past? This title is an exact reflection of my reality. Once you have loved, there is no need to apologize, for we have shared this journey together. I have never regretted that beautiful encounter from our first meeting. Lin Shuang unconsciously clenched her fist. To fall for someone who doesn't return home, awaiting a door that remains shut. Changeable gazes, tightly sealed lips. Why must one persist in futile pursuits and relentless inquiries? At this juncture, Lin Shuang suddenly seized the whiskey on the table, tilting her head back to gulp down 3 generous swigs. She realized, unbeknownst to her, that her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 89. I have fallen for someone who doesn't come home. How long has it been since I last cried? Ever since parting ways with that man. Lin Shuang had not allowed herself a single tear. She would not permit herself weakness, nor regret. Yet at this moment, Lu Xiaobai's lyrics struck like a sharp blade, precisely slicing through her meticulously crafted facade of strength, revealing the wounds that had never healed within. As Lu Xiaobai penned the final note, he noticed that the diva had wept, her makeup smudged, and she reeked of alcohol. She was intoxicated. Lin, you're drunk. Let me take you home. Lu Xiaobai reached out to support her, but she clutched his arm tightly. No, I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly fine. Lin Shuang lifted her head, her voice soft with inebriation. Then I shall fetch some sour plum juice to sober you up. Lu Xiaobai declared, preparing to leave. Don't go. Lin Shuang suddenly embraced him from behind, her arms wrapping firmly around his waist, her body pressing against him. All right. I want to leave. Lu Xiaobai stiffened, attempting to pry her fingers apart. However, Lin Shuang clung to him like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Let go. No. In the ensuing struggle, Lin Shuang's legs gave way, and she fell into his embrace. This is truly testing my patience. Lu Xiaobai lamented internally, resigned to catch her. He now regretted writing that song. Lin Shuang felt feverish, her breath heavy with the scent of alcohol. This radiant diva, so luminous on stage, now appeared as fragile as a fledgling bird caught in a storm. 8 years ago, we were both newcomers in the entertainment industry. Lin Shuang murmured in Lu Xiaobai's arms, her warm breath enveloping him. Back then, he had clear eyes and a warm smile. We squeezed into a small rental unit of just a few square meters, and even a bowl of instant noodles tasted delightful. I sang in a bar while he sat in the front row, cheering me on. He played guitar in the underpass, and I stood beside him, helping to collect money. Liu Xiaobai felt her body tremble slightly in his embrace. He was taken aback, not expecting the dazzling diva to have endured such a bleak past. And then, he asked softly. Lin Shuang's gaze abruptly turned frigid as she seized the remaining half-glass of wine from the table and downed it in one swift motion. In her pursuit of fame, she became entangled with a wealthy woman, initially accepting gifts like luxury watches and tailored suits, attributing them merely to the goodwill of a mentor. However, as time progressed, she found herself spending entire nights away from home. Lin Shuang revealed a bitter smile. So, you broke up, didn't you? Liu Xiaobai gently patted her trembling shoulder. No, I foolishly continued to wait for him to have a change of heart. Just like the lyrics say, I fell in love with someone who never returned home. Lin Shuang exhaled, fragrant breaths escaping her lips. Goodness, Liu Xiaobai mused internally. This woman truly is a romantic at heart. Even after being betrayed, she still endures? If I dared to do something like that, I fear Nanjiao would have left home long ago. But I was mistaken. He not only failed to reconsider, but also escalated his behavior. Eventually, the most revolting incident occurred. One day, he returned home, clutching his backside in agony. When I inquired about what had happened, he refused to divulge anything. After much digging, I finally learned the truth. Lin Shuang was so agitated she could hardly speak. What happened to him? Liu Xiaobai's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Do you know Zheng Xipeng? Lin Shuang suddenly asked. Liu Xiaobai nodded. Zheng Xipeng, 73 years old, a media tycoon with half of the entertainment industry's resources at his disposal. He had a peculiar penchant for collecting handsome young male artists, which is why he became his godson. Lin Shuang chuckled, as if recounting an absurd joke. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai felt a wave of nausea wash over him. No wonder he was covering his backside. The entertainment world is indeed chaotic. He is now a superstar. Lin Shuang's voice turned eerily calm, a star attained through such means. Could it be? Liu Xiaobai's breath quickened. In the entire entertainment industry, only one person was worthy of the title of superstar. Indeed, it is Shen Mingzhi. A deep weariness clouded Lin Shuang's expression. Liu Xiaobai was rendered speechless. The dazzling superstar on stage, adored by countless young girls, turned out to be such a person? He couldn't help but wonder. If Shen Mingzhi knew that the woman he had discarded would eventually become a queen, would he regret his decision? Xiaobai, take me. I don't want you to be responsible. Lin Shuang suddenly declared. What? Liu Xiaobai froze, his throat instinctively swallowing. Lin Queen, you're truly intoxicated. Let me escort you home. He unhesitatingly supported the inebriated Lin Shuang out of the hotel. As the night breeze swept by, she slumped against the ground. Why? Why doesn't anyone want me? Am I not good enough? Lin Shuang gazed up with hazy eyes, her lips nearly brushing against Liu Xiaobai's chin. Striving to remain composed, he placed her in the back seat of his Toyota Camry and then headed to a nearby five-star hotel. The male staff at the front desk looked on with envious eyes, a knowing smile creeping across his face, as if to say, "You've done well, my friend." Liu Xiaobai paid no heed to him and quickly escorted Lin Shuang to a suite before making a hasty exit. He feared that lingering any longer might lead him to commit the indiscretions common to men. As he departed the hotel, the staff cast him a scornful glance, as if to say, "Come on, buddy, is that all you've got? It's only been 10 minutes. If you can't handle it, let me take over." Stepping out of the hotel, Liu Xiaobai exhaled deeply. A young man venturing out into the world must truly learn to safeguard himself. Simultaneously, as Liu Xiaobai met Lin Shuang, all artists under Longting Entertainment received exhilarating news. Our top music creator, teacher Liu Xiaobai's new song Tomorrow Will Be Better has been selected by the Spring Festival Gala production team as a must-perform piece. This is a star-studded choral song, and Longting has secured 6 spots. Interested artists are encouraged to sign up for the audition, with the deadline set for tonight at 6 o'clock. Upon the announcement, the artists within the company erupted in excitement. The significance of this audition cannot be overstated. Firstly, should one succeed in the audition, they might catch the discerning eye of teacher Liu Xiaobai, leading to greater collaborative opportunities in the future. Furthermore, The Spring Festival Gala stage represents the ultimate dream for every singer, a chance to etch their name into the audience's memory. Moreover, the gala rarely designates a song as a must-perform piece. When they do, it signifies that the song's quality is extraordinarily high. Chapter 90. Unannounced departure. Lin Zimek was brushing his teeth when he saw the news, causing toothpaste to splatter across the mirror. Wow, Teacher Lu's song. For the Spring Festival. He immediately rinsed his mouth and frantically rummaged for his best suit. Li Siki was jogging in the gym when she nearly stumbled off the treadmill upon seeing the announcement. She promptly called her manager, Sister Lan. Sister Lan, sign me up right away. Although Lin Zimek and Li Siki had already reserved songs for the Spring Festival, who would ever turn down such a rare opportunity to shine? Even these two leading artists were so exhilarated, one could only imagine the fervor among the others. As soon as the registration portal opened, the company's internal server crashed. All singers under Longting, except for Su Nanjiao, signed up. Even the once revered diva, Zhou Mengqi, shamelessly registered again. Why was Su Nanjiao the exception? The reason was simple. She was already predetermined for the role. Both song creator Liu Xiaobai and Spring Festival director Zhang Haoren had given their nod. She needed no audition. At 10 a.m. in Longting Entertainment Company. Upon entering the company, the receptionist greeted Liu Xiaobai warmly, casting flirtatious glances his way. Liu Xiaobai yawned, sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Though he had refrained from making mistakes last night, Lin Shuang's allure had kept him awake throughout the night. Thus, Liu Xiaobai was not particularly inclined to come to work today. Yet, he had no choice. He had to meet deadlines. Editor Chen Mo from Jianghu magazine had already pressed him numerous times. Additionally, the auditions for tomorrow will be better were about to commence, and he needed to be back in the office to oversee matters. Good morning, Teacher Liu. As she exited the elevator, the newly appointed leader of the girl group Strawberry Girls, Jiang Xiaoding, trotted over, her short skirt swaying gently with each step. Teacher Liu, enjoy your coffee, she exclaimed, presenting a cup of Starbucks with both hands, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Before Liu Xiaobai could reach for it, a figure suddenly interjected from side. Good morning, Teacher Liu. Do drop by my office sometime. I have fine cigarettes and exquisite liquor. The director of the Human Resources Department affectionately wrapped an arm around Liu Xiaobai's shoulder, treating him as if they were longtime friends. Although Liu Xiaobai arrived at work at 10, the HR head feigned ignorance of this fact. Good morning, Teacher Liu. Thank you for your hard work. You look quite handsome today. Countless passing colleagues and artists greeted Liu Xiaobai warmly. At present, his status within the company had gradually surpassed that of the nameless individual. Currently, Longting had 5 singers who received invitations from the Spring Festival Gala. Su Nanjiao, Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and the Xingyue Legend Group. Among them, 2 owed their success to songs penned by Liu Xiaobai, while only Su Nanjiao relied on the nameless individual's work. Thus, it could be said that in terms of contributions to the company, he had already eclipsed the nameless figure. Rumor had it that whoever Liu Xiaobai wished to promote would surely find success, and those he endorsed for the Spring Festival Gala would undoubtedly appear on stage. After dismissing a throng of eager artists and colleagues, Liu Xiaobai finally returned to his office. Ching, from now on, you're not permitted to utter a single word during work hours. Otherwise, your bonus for this month will be entirely forfeited. His assistant, Gu Qingqing, had barely opened her mouth when Liu Xiaobai's words silenced her. Pouting in dismay, she felt wronged. She merely sought someone to converse with. Was that a fault? Liu Xiaobai paid no heed to her mournful gaze, as he was in no mood for conversation due to a poor night's sleep. He walked directly to his desk, opened a document, and began typing, transcribing. His long fingers danced across the keyboard, and the words on the screen flowed like a gentle stream. An hour later, Liu Xiaobai stretched, satisfied as he gazed at the 50,000 words he had composed. Skillfully, he packaged the document and sent it as an attachment to the email of Chen Mo, an editor at Jianghu magazine. At long last, his morning of diligent work was complete. He rolled his stiff neck, and now it was time for a delightful break. Clicking open a browser, Liu Xiaobai aimlessly wandered the internet. Suddenly, his mouse halted at an unexpected destination, for the return of the Condor Heroes Forum. Established merely 2 months ago, It had already attracted a staggering 50 million followers. Within the forum, various discussion threads proliferated. The portrayal of the ancient tomb sect in Lu's writing is profoundly evocative. I can vividly imagine a secluded martial arts sanctuary. The martial arts system constructed by Lu is absolutely stunning. The Chuanjin sect, the ancient tomb sect, and the beggar's sect. This book deserves to be enshrined as a classic. Do you not find the characterizations in the book to be exceptional? Yang Kuo is rebellious, while Zilongnu is proud and aloof, far superior to those formulaic protagonists. The passage describing the nighttime scenery of the Zhongnan Mountains in the chapter Wind and Moon could easily be read as prose. Lu Daxia possesses a profound literary foundation. Indeed, the novel is commendable, yet the word count is regrettably insufficient for thorough enjoyment. Lu Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, for he held a great fondness for the name Lu Daxia. As he scrolled upward, he encountered a highlighted post pinned at the top. Crowdfunding for Lu Daxia across the internet. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. What need do I have for crowdfunding? I am not in want of money. Intrigued, he clicked to explore further and was met with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It appeared that netizens, fearing he might abandon the story or cease updates, had collectively gathered funds to allow him to write with peace of mind. Just as his spirits lifted, his phone chimed with a text message. Upon inspection, he found it was from Lin Shuang. Teacher Lu, I have returned to Shanghai. I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion last night. I promise it will not happen again. Wishing you and Nanjiao eternal happiness. Furthermore, I would like to express my gratitude once more for the wonderful song you composed for me. The initial payment has been transferred to your account. Please check. She had left without a word. I had not even finalized our collaboration. Reading those words, Lu Xiaobai felt a slight pang of disappointment. He reached into the drawer for a Cuban cigar, only to discover it had long been consumed. Ching, please go buy me the most expensive pack of cigarettes. I shall compensate you for your efforts. All right, Gu Ching exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. The following day, the auditions for tomorrow will be better commenced. Due to an overwhelming number of applicants, Huang Wenkai, the director of the Artist and Repertoire Department, after consulting with Lu Xiaobai, decided to conduct an initial round of selections. All candidates were required to submit a recording of their unaccompanied voice, which Lu Xiaobai would use for preliminary screening. Those who passed this first round would then be invited to the studio for live auditions. This truly placed a burden on Lu Xiaobai, as he spent the entire 8-hour workday listening to the applicants' recordings without a moment's respite. It was not until 5 minutes before the end of the workday that he finally finished the last one. Chapter 91. The lyrics of the song Childhood are decidedly unhealthy. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai truly comprehended why music creators hold such a high status in the Blue Planet. The number of skilled vocalists is simply innumerable, not to mention powerful singers like Lin Zimo and Li Siki. Even the girl group Strawberry Girls boast vocal abilities nearing the top tier. However, those capable of composing songs are few and far between. In the entire Chinese music scene, aside from himself, there is only Zhang Ziyuan of Tianlai and a handful of semi-retired songwriters. Well, it's time to leave. Lu Xiaobai marked a check next to the names of over 20 artists, indicating they had passed the preliminary selection. He then sent the list to director Huang Wentsai's email. Work concluded. Lu Xiaobai then picked up his coat, preparing to head home. Teacher Lu, a major incident has occurred. At that moment, Su Nanjiao's manager, Sister Qin, and her assistant, Wu Yuhan, burst into room 808 in a flurry. What happened? Lu Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment, watching the two. Sister Qin, typically composed, appeared flustered enough to have entered without knocking. Sister Nanjiao's Childhood has been removed from the Spring Festival Gala lineup. Wu Yuhan leaned against the door frame, panting. How could this be possible? Lu Xiaobai abruptly stood up, his face a mask of astonishment. Director Zhang Haoran of the Spring Festival Gala had previously informed him that Su Nanjiao's Childhood was already designated by the program team, and her appearance on the gala was a foregone conclusion. How could such a situation arise now? If this song were to be removed, Su Nanjiao would only have one chance to perform at the gala, which would be tomorrow will be better, and even then, it would be a duet. While one opportunity is commendable, how could Lu Xiaobai the devoted husband, tolerate this? It must be noted that even Li Siki, Lin Zimo, and Xingyue Legend had solo performances. The reason? Lu Xiaobai's voice suddenly turned icy. I just received the notification from the program team. I inquired about the reason, but they hung up without a word. I leveraged numerous connections and made inquiries, yet no one seems to know the details. Sister Qin plopped down on the sofa, her chest heaving violently. This situation is exceedingly unusual. Not to mention that childhood was designated by the program team, even if it hadn't been, given the song's popularity and artistic value. The audience of over 1 billion would never accept its absence from the gala. How could the program team dare to make such a controversial decision? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai immediately thought of one person, Gu Qinwu. What other songs has the Spring Festival Gala program team designated? He asked Sister Qin. Teacher Lu, this is the preliminary list, said Gu Qingqing as she hurried over, handing a document to Lu Xiaobai. Why didn't you give this to me sooner? Lu Xiaobai glared at her. You told me not to speak during work hours. Gu Qingqing pouted, looking aggrieved. I meant not to gossip. Work matters can still be discussed. After a brief explanation, Lu Xiaobai picked up the document and began to read it intently. As expected, Gu Qingwu was on the list, and she had 2 songs. It seems the celestial entity has intervened, he said in a low voice. What should we do now? Sister Qin suddenly grew anxious. Although she was considered an excellent agent in the industry, she could not conceive any means to contend with a behemoth like Tianlai. I'll call Director Zhang and inquire about the reason. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. Oh, I almost forgot. Director Zhang owes you a favor. Once he speaks, resolving this matter should be a breeze. Wu Yuhan's eyes brightened. Lu Xiaobai and Sister Qin exchanged glances. This naive girl truly believes things are that simple. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Lu Xiaobai, he said after dialing. Haha, so it's Teacher Lu. The Spring Festival Gala program team was just discussing you. Praising your song tomorrow will be better. A hearty laugh resonated from the other end, and Zhang's enthusiasm poured through the receiver. I'm quite flattered. Teacher Lu, do you have something to discuss? I want to ask why Su Ninjiao's childhood was replaced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran fell silent. You know Zhang Xipang, right? After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Lu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. This was the 3rd time he had heard that name. Ah, yes, I'm aware. He is a media mogul, reputed to possess a significant portion of the entertainment industry's resources, Lu Xiaobai replied. Moreover, he is the godfather of Shun Mingjur, he added silently. This matter is undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhang Xipang. Zhang Haoran lamented. When this tycoon intervenes, even I, as the director of the Spring Festival Gala, find myself utterly powerless. What does this have to do with you? Lu Xiaobai inquired, slightly perplexed. He is the shadowy proprietor of Tianlai. The public figurehead of Tianlai, Zhao Chun, is merely a puppet. Zhang Haoran sighed deeply. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. It seems Tianlai is indeed involved. Their intention is to promote Gu Qinwu while suppressing Su Nanjiao. After all, Su Nanjiao's current standing poses a significant threat to Gu Qinwu. What measures has Zhang Xipang employed? Lu Xiaobai pressed further. Zhang Xipang has allied with several scholars to voice the opinion that the nation is presently advocating traditional culture. As the Spring Festival Gala represents a national cultural endeavor, it should place greater emphasis on this aspect. Gu Qingwu's 2 songs are both rooted in traditional culture, aligning with the country's promotional direction. In contrast, the song Childhood lacks traditional cultural substance and contains lyrics deemed inappropriate, which could corrupt young minds during such a significant event, Zhang Haoran whispered. This was insider information. Had Lu Xiaobai not been his benefactor, he would never have disclosed it. How can the lyrics of Childhood be considered inappropriate? It has even made it into the music curriculum for primary and secondary schools. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Their exact words were that one promotes early romance while the other undermines academic integrity, Zhang Haoran stated solemnly. He too found the situation rather amusing. Lu Xiaobai instantly understood. The girl from a neighboring class had yet to pass by his window, and here they were discussing early romance. It was always just before bedtime that one realized only a small amount of homework had been completed And only after the examination did one discover the assigned readings had gone untouched. This was the true undermining of academic integrity. All right, I understand now. May I inquire, Director Zhang, if Nanjiao were to compose a more exceptional traditional song than Gu Qingwu's, would she then be permitted to perform at the Spring Festival Gala? Lu Xiaobai continued to ask. Of course, no matter how influential Zhang Shipong may be, can he overshadow the Dragon Country television station? His excuse this time was impeccably crafted, which caught us completely off guard. Zhang Haoran's voice rose in clarity. He was also furious about Zhang Shipong's decision to replace Childhood. Although the substitute song was decent, it paled in comparison to Childhood. Chapter 92. Audition for tomorrow will be better, however. Teacher Lu, will you still compose traditional songs? Zhang Haoran asked, somewhat astonished. It was not that he doubted Lu Xiaobai's abilities, but writing traditional songs required a profound foundation in cultural heritage. Oh, I almost forgot. You are also the author of The Return of the Condor Heroes. How could the esteemed Lu Xiaobai possibly be incapable of writing traditional songs? I must have overthought it. Ha ha. Zhang Haoran's spirits brightened instantly. What do you say, Director Zhang? After Lu Xiaobai hung up the phone, Wu Yuhan eagerly inquired. Qin Jie and Gu Qingqing also fixated on his handsome visage. Lu Xiaobai paid no heed to the three of them. Instead, he lit a cigarette and sank into contemplation amidst the swirling smoke. Gu Qingwu, along with the formidable figure behind her, audaciously resorted to vile tactics to undermine his wife, even going so far as to disparage the classic piece, Childhood. Such a grudge must not go unavenged. Regardless of your status as a diva or a tycoon, I shall ensure you reap nothing on the Spring Festival Gala stage. However, Lu Xiaobai found himself in a quandary regarding song selection. In his previous life, there were countless national-style songs, yet few were suitable for Su Nuankio. Firstly, pieces such as Blue and White Porcelain, Chrysanthemum Terrace, and a sigh over the song High were ill-fitted for female vocalists, thus eliminated. Although May We All Live Long is a classic, it bears a mid-autumn theme, making it unsuitable for the Spring Festival as well. The Yangtze River flows eastward, the sky of history, and the flower burial pertain to the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Red Chamber, rendering them inappropriate as well. After much deliberation, Lu Xiaobai finally recalled two songs. Qin Jie, promptly contact a master of opera. Furthermore, cancel all of Nuankio's engagements for the time being, allowing her to focus on learning from the opera master at home. Additionally, all her energy must be devoted to vocal practice. Lu Xiaobai rose abruptly, extinguishing the cigarette with force. These two songs posed significant challenges, and he harbored concerns about Su Nuankio's ability to master them. Raising his head, he noticed Qin Jie and the others still staring at him blankly. Lu Xiaobai frowned and urged, "Why are you still here? Hurry up. I still have songs to compose." Oh. Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan snapped back to reality and hurried out. As long as my wife can master these two songs, you, Gu Qingwu, shall not set foot on the Spring Festival stage. Lu Xiaobai ignited another cigarette, a glimmer of determination evident in his eyes. The following day, in the lounge area outside the recording studio on the 7th floor of Longting, over 20 artists were either seated or standing, anxiously awaiting the commencement of the audition. Lin Zimo's fingers, gripping the sheet music, were turning pale. Having studied the score incessantly, the edges of the paper had curled from his handling. Li Siqi's cup was empty. In her quest to maintain her vocal health, she had already consumed 7 cups of honey water that day. The Star Moon Legend Group was warming up nearby. Despite having secured songs on the Spring Festival Gala shortlist, who would ever turn down more opportunities? Even they were tense and excited, making the other artists seem even more like anxious job seekers awaiting an interview. Just as everyone was filled with trepidation, the elevator doors opened, and Lu Xiaobai emerged. "Good morning, Teacher Lu. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu. Would you like a cup of coffee, Teacher Lu?" Everyone rushed forward, warmly greeting him. Lu Xiaobai's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for pleasantries and advising everyone to prepare diligently. He then turned and entered the recording studio. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly sensing that Teacher Lu's mood seemed less than favorable today. First up, Jiang Xiaoding. Huang Wenkai called out. Go for it, Xiaodang. The leader of the Strawberry Girls, Jiang Xiaodang, clenched her fists in encouragement, took a deep breath, and strode confidently into the recording studio. Behold the scene, reminiscent of a valiant hero on the brink of sacrifice. In merely half a minute, Jiang Xiaodang emerged from the recording studio, despondent and disheartened. What happened to Xiaodang? Li Siki inquired with eager anticipation. I was eliminated before I could finish singing my main verse. Jiang Xiaodang's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. A collective gasp echoed through the room. It was evident that Teacher Lu's mood today was decidedly grim. In previous editions, even the most lackluster performances were allowed to conclude, yet Jiang Xiaodang, whose singing prowess was commendable and whose sweet and charming visage bore a resemblance to Su Nanjiao, was dubbed the Jade Maiden Vice Leader within the company. Yet, Teacher Lu showed no mercy. Next, Wang Xiang. Huang Wenkai called out. 10 minutes later, the 8th singer emerged, equally dispirited. The atmosphere in the waiting area had grown unbearably tense. All 8 singers had faced utter defeat. Clearly, Teacher Lu held exceedingly high standards for this song. Before long, the tension eased somewhat as Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and Xingyue Legend finally passed the audition. However, even in their success, Lu Xiaobai sternly admonished them to continue their practice. Next, Chunjiai. Huang Weikai announced once more. Coming. A rather unremarkable-looking female singer inhaled deeply, striving to quell her nerves before briskly entering the recording studio. The moment she pushed open the studio door, memories of her years of wandering flooded her mind. At the age of 19, she boarded a train southward, her parents' disappointed gazes lingering in her memory. On the platform, her father's final words echoed. Once you step out that door, do not return. Arriving in Binhai City, she took residence in a cramped rental in an urban village. By day, she worked, and by night, she sang in a bar, saving every penny for vocal lessons. During the harsh autumn of that year, she survived on instant noodles for 21 consecutive days. A year prior, she had successfully signed with Longting, believing she had finally turned a corner. Yet, this marked merely the beginning of another tragic chapter. Months ago, while participating in a commercial performance, the organizers openly mocked her appearance, questioning her right to be on stage. Just yesterday, she received the disheartening news that her contract would not be renewed upon expiration. This audition might be her last chance for redemption. If she succeeded, she could ascend to the coveted stage of the Spring Festival Gala. If she failed, she would have to pack her belongings and return to her impoverished hometown, living out her days in a destitute mountain region. Good day, Teacher Lu. Good day, Director Huang. My name is Chun Jiai, hailing from Nanjiao Province. She bowed deeply, commencing her self-introduction. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us begin directly. Lu Xiaobai interrupted impatiently, not even raising his gaze. Today, his mood was indeed rather sour. The previous night, Su Nanjiao had spent the entire evening learning from a master of traditional opera. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. With the Spring Festival nearing, if progress continued at this sluggish pace, the dream of performing at the gala might evaporate entirely. All right. Chunjiai bowed once more, accustomed to such treatment over time. Without accompaniment, she began to sing softly, gently awakening the slumbering soul, slowly opening your eyes. At first, Lu Xiaobai was indifferent, but as the song progressed, he sat up straight. Chapter 93. You will dazzle the entire Dragon Kingdom. This girl, though unremarkable in appearance, possessed a clear and resonant voice, imbued with a metallic richness and a touch of the bustling streets and alleys. Entrusting her with the theme song of the Return of the Condor Heroes was indeed a perfect match. It seemed that Jia Yi was poised for a remarkable turnaround. Upon catching a glimpse of Lu Xiaobai's reaction, Huang Wenkai couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Teacher Lu's demeanor and expression clearly indicated his appreciation for this ordinary female singer. Sing out your passion, extend your hands, let me embrace your dreams. At this moment, Chunjiai had reached the chorus. Stop, no need to continue. Lu Xiaobai suddenly interjected. The melody came to an abrupt halt. Chunjiai stared blankly at Lu Xiaobai, her heart plummeting. Had she failed? Congratulations. You passed. Lu Xiaobai stepped forward, enthusiastically extending his right hand. Teacher Lu, are you joking? Chunjiai trembled as she reached out her hand, her face a picture of disbelief. Someone like me, I actually have a chance to perform at the Spring Festival Gala? To sing a song by the great Lu? It's true. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded, sauntering back to his seat. Your name is Chunjiai? You're from Nanjiao? Yes. Do you speak Cantonese? Yes. Good. You may leave now. I will reach out to you for songs in the future. Oh. Chunjiai walked out of the recording studio in a daze. The surprise was so overwhelming that she was still in a state of shock. Teacher Lu, do you have high hope for Jiai? Huang Wenkai cautiously inquired. She is the third diva of Longting after Su Nanjiao and Li Siki. Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Really? Huang Wencai's eyes widened in astonishment. It was important to note that Chunjiai was merely one of the lowest-tier singers at Longting, the kind that no one wanted for commercial performances. Yet, Teacher Lu was placing such high hopes on her, not only allowing her to perform at the Spring Festival Gala, but also intending to elevate her to diva status. If this were to materialize, it could very well become the most inspiring tale of a remarkable turnaround in the Chinese music industry. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai was perusing Chunjiai's personal information, growing increasingly satisfied. This girl not only had exceptional vocal skills, but was also from Nanjiao. Presently, he possessed a collection of Cantonese songs suitable for female voices, yet had struggled to find the right candidate. Finally, he had discovered a collaborator. Time flowed like a swift current, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the atmosphere in Su Nanjiao's home was dreadfully tense. She still hadn't mastered those 2 songs. Am I really that foolish? Su Nanjiao exclaimed, her face filled with anxiety and self-reproach, tears welling in her eyes. Her husband's lyrics were exquisitely beautiful, with elegantly archaic verses and a melodious, lingering tune. The dramatic flair in the chorus was the crowning touch, meant to leave all in awe. Yet, whenever she reached that part, her voice seemed choked, unable to emit the ethereal and resonant quality intended. Don't rush, take your time. Observing her tearful visage, Lu Xiaobai gently caressed her delicate cheek, wiping away the traces of sorrow from the corners of her eyes. Yet time was of the essence. Su Nanjiao's tears finally cascaded down. With only a few dozen days left until the Spring Festival Gala, it seemed that time was truly slipping away. Do not fret. Allow me to devise a solution. Lu Xiaobai tightened his embrace, holding her soft form even closer. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When in doubt, consult the system. He swiftly activated the system panel. The panel displayed prestige points, 15,304. Acquired skills, beginner piano performance, beginner guitar performance, beginner singing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Personal attractiveness and charisma, beginner. Redeemable skills, intermediate singing ability, intermediate piano performance, intermediate guitar performance. Recently, due to the announcement regarding music, his prestige points had surged dramatically, increasing by a staggering 5,000 points. Lu Xiaobai scrolled to the bottom of the page. Ding! Does the host confirm the redemption of the music mentor skill? This will cost 3,000 prestige points. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaobai confirmed. The music mentor skill enables the host to swiftly diagnose the technical bottlenecks encountered by singers and to adeptly adjust the guidance plan, assisting them in becoming exceptional vocalists. Lu Xiaobai had noted this skill previously, yet had dismissed it, as the singers he encountered since his arrival were all formidable talents in need of no counsel. However, their diva was now lagging behind. In an instant, the issues faced by Su Nanjiao became starkly clear to him. It appears the problem does not lie in your singing ability, but rather in psychological barriers. Lu Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement in his eyes. Yet, Su Nanjiao wiped her tears away. The issue is not with your vocal skills, but with your mindset. Lu Xiaobai quickly dabbed at the corners of her eyes. What do you mean? Su Nanjiao blinked her beautiful, large eyes. You are too eager to emulate professional opera performers, forgetting your identity as a pop singer. These 2 songs require the interpretation of a pop singer's vocal style, not for you to become them. Cast aside your diva persona and envision yourself as an actor on a stage. Let's try once more. Lu Xiaobai approached the piano and spoke earnestly. Indeed, I have been overthinking. Sunandia sudenli zilit. As Lu Xiaobai's piano prelude resonated, she began to sing once more. A miracle unfolded. The operatic tone that had tormented her for 2 months flowed effortlessly from her lips. I did it, she gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Lu Xiaobai smiled as he pressed the recording playback. The operatic tone emanating from the speakers was clear and resonant, surpassing even the original versions by the 2 singers from her past life. You sang beautifully. I believe that on the day of the Spring Festival Gala, you will undoubtedly astonish the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lu Xiaobai affectionately tousled Su Nanjiao's flowing hair. Who would have thought you possessed the ability to be a music teacher? Su Nanjiao suddenly leapt into his embrace, her tears transforming into laughter. My abilities have not yet been fully elicited by you. Lu Xiaobai blinked. By the way, is it still possible for the production team to review our work in time? Suddenly, Su Nanjiao recalled something, her expression turning exceedingly anxious. It is essential to understand that the review process for the program is rather protracted. With only a little over 20 days remaining until the Spring Festival Gala, and considering the time required for rehearsals, the urgency is palpable. I will call Director Zhang and request a fast-track review process. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaobai asserted, "It is all my fault for putting you in the position of having to plead with the director." Su Nanjiao lamented, filled with self-reproach. What foolishness is this? We are, after all, husband and wife. Lu Xiaobai replied with a smile. He then dialed Zhang Haoran's number and explained the situation. Chapter 94. The old scoundrel emerges for a duel. Send over the recording, and I will ensure the production team reviews it overnight. Director Zhang readily agreed. But be warned if the quality does not meet our standards. I will not go easy on you. Lu Xiaobai, brimming with confidence, reassured him. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly satisfy your expectations. Su Nanjiao exhaled in relief. Yet her worries resurfaced. What if they are still dissatisfied? Have a little faith in yourself, my dear diva. Lu Xiaobai chuckled as he playfully pinched her nose. If I find impressive, Director Zhang will surely be amazed. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of playful annoyance. Oh, only you know how to flatter me. They waited for a full 5 hours. Time passed slowly, each tick of the wall clock echoing gently, a constant reminder of the fleeting minutes. As the wait extended, even Lu Xiaobai began to feel the weight of anxiety. Finally, Zhang Haoran's call came through once more. These 2 songs are extraordinary. Teacher Lu's work is truly exceptional. Moreover, Nanjiao's emotional delivery is remarkably stunning, perfectly aligned with the Gala's requirements. His voice trembled with excitement. Lu Xiaobai intentionally switched to speakerphone. Su Nanjiao's cheeks flushed lightly, her eyes shimmering with joy. The review, Lu Xiaobai elongated his tone, has been approved. Rehearsals will be scheduled in 3 days, so prepare yourselves. Director Zhang stated decisively. Additionally, we have decided to replace Gu Qingwu's song, he added before hanging up. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaobai erupted into laughter, a subtle glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Dare to play tricks in my presence. You shall not escape unscathed. My dear husband, I cannot thank you enough for this. Tonight, I will personally cook a delicious meal for you. Su Nanjiao lifted her chin, her eyes brimming with affection. Oh, come now, can you even cook? Perhaps it is best to let the housekeeper handle it. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback, then burst into laughter. This time will be different. I assure you, you will be pleasantly surprised. Su Nanjiao blushed and playfully punched him. With that, she sulkily marched towards the kitchen, her back radiating a mix of stubbornness and charm. Lu Xiaobai, reclining with his legs crossed, watched her flustered movements, a smile instinctively gracing his lips. While Su Nanjiao busied herself with cooking, Lu Xiaobai retreated to his study, preparing to write. At that moment, however, his handsome facade suddenly crumbled. As he prepared to pen the forthcoming narrative, Lu Xiaobai found himself grappling with the harrowing scene in which Xilong is violated by Yin Jiping, renamed in the new version as Zhen Jiping. This profoundly toxic plot weighed heavily upon him, akin to a thorn embedded in the hearts of readers, a lingering anguish even after several decades. Yet, it paradoxically serves as a pivotal turning point in the destinies of Yonghua and Xilong. Thus, with a resolute heart, Lu Xiaobai pressed onward. Once he struck the final period, he dragged the document into the email attachment and clicked send. He could almost envision the expression on editor Chun Mo's face upon encountering this content. It was already late at night, nearing 11 p.m., yet Chen Mo remained in the office, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lu Xiaobai's masterpiece. There was no necessity for him to work late. He did so purely to be among the first to witness the latest creation of the illustrious author. At the sight of the new email, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The new developments from Lu Xiaobai never failed to deliver. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the attachment and brewed a pot of exquisite Biluacan tea, a luxury he typically refrained from indulging in. To him, consuming subpar tea while reading The Return of the Condor Heroes would be a desecration of the literary work. The initial pages unfolded with a gentle serenity, depicting the warm and tranquil life of Yonghua and Xiaolong in the ancient tomb. Chen Mo nodded and smiled intermittently in approval. However, upon reaching the 7th page, his teacup hung suspended in midair. What? His hands trembled slightly. He removed his glasses to wipe them, then donned them again, hoping he had misread. Yet, the stark black and white text unmistakably conveyed the scene. The beloved Xiaolong, cherished by all fans of the Condor saga, had been sullied by Yin Jiping. In a flurry, Chen Mo rushed to email Lu Xiaobai, urging him to reconsider, but received no response. He contemplated making a phone call, yet Lu Xiaobai had not provided him with a contact number. Slumped in his chair, a chill coursed through him. Suddenly, like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, he swiftly dialed the number of the chief editor, Wang Yuanshan. Xiao Chun, it's nearly midnight. Why are you calling me? Wang Yuanshan, a man in his 60s with a light sleep, took a long time to answer, having been roused from his slumber. Had the call been from anyone else, he would have unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Editor Wang, Xiaolong has been violated. Chen Mo blurted out, disregarding the need for explanation. What? Wang Yuanshan's right hand trembled violently, nearly causing his phone to slip from his grasp. After Chen Mo recounted the plot, a profound silence enveloped the conversation for a full half-minute. Editor Wang, what shall we do now? The magazine is set for printing tomorrow, and we cannot reach Lu Xiaobai. Chen Mo spoke with mounting urgency, envisioning the outrage that readers would express upon encountering the new plot. Perhaps we could amend it? For instance, Xiaolong could be rescued by another character? Chen Mo suggested hastily. Let us publish it as originally written. Wang Yuanshan pondered for a moment before responding. What? Chen Mo could scarcely believe his ears. This could lead to a monumental uproar. I have a premonition that this plot is crucial to the entire narrative's development. More importantly, should you dare to alter it without permission, it would enrage the esteemed Lu. Wang Yuanshan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo fell into a profound silence. Lu Xiaobai is the golden goose for the magazine. Provoking him would be a catastrophic blow to Jianghu. On the day of the latest issue's release, the magazine's phone rang incessantly from 8 a.m. onward. Are you out of your minds? How dare you publish such a storyline? Is Lu the old scoundrel mentally deranged? The intern, Xiao Jiang, pale-faced, sat at her desk. Before she could respond, the caller bellowed again. I tell you, you must have Lu the old scoundrel changed the plot. Otherwise, I will send you a blade in the mail. Slam! The phone was forcefully hung up. Xiao Jiang's eyes glistened with tears. This was the 52nd abusive call she had received that day. A thick stack of reader letters lay piled on her desk, each envelope marked with the words for the attention of Lu the old scoundrel. Chen Mo fared little better. Peering through the blinds at the crowd below, his teacup trembled violently in his grasp. It was barely 9 a.m., yet hundreds of furious readers had already gathered outside the magazine's entrance, and their numbers were rapidly swelling. We demand justice for the innocent little dragon girl. We challenge Lu the old scoundrel to a duel. Chapter 95. In reality, do not let Nanjiao suffer injustice. The scene was chaotic, as emotionally charged readers hurled rotten eggs at the entrance. Had it not been for the security personnel maintaining order, the consequences would have been dire. Passers-by, upon grasping the situation, curiously inquired, if you dislike the book, why not simply refrain from purchasing the magazine next time? Why such agitation? The onlooking readers shook their heads vehemently. Not buying? That's out of the question. The harsher I criticize, the faster I flip through the pages. Lu the old scoundrel is infuriating. He knows we cannot bear to abandon the book, which is why he dares to write like this. Hearing this, the passers-by exchanged glances, suddenly filled with intense curiosity about the magazine. What kind of book is this, so toxic yet irresistible? Let us go buy one and see. Consequently, those who had previously harbored no interest in martial arts novels rushed to the nearby newsstands to snatch up Jianghu. With the release of the latest issue, the entire online realm erupted. Topics such as Lu the Old Scoundrel Return, My Little Dragon Girl, dominated the Weibo trending list. Across numerous forums, discussion threads, and short video platforms, the storyline involving the defilement of Little Dragon Girl sparked fervent debate. This overwhelming outcry ignited the curiosity of even more individuals. Thus, those who had initially shown no interest in martial arts novels found themselves irresistibly drawn into this storm of public opinion, racing to purchase Jianghu. However, once they truly delved into the magazine, they became utterly captivated by the martial arts world of the return of the Condor heroes. Editor Chun, it's a sensation. Sales have skyrocketed. The head of the publication department burst into the office, his face flushed with excitement. What do you mean it's a sensation? Chen Mo was taken aback. Newsstands across the country are urgently restocking. This issue's sales have doubled compared to last month. The director of the publishing department roared with excitement and anger. What? This group of readers curses while they buy? Chen Mo stared blankly at the furious crowd below and then glanced at the sales data, suddenly realizing something. Lu Daxia, you truly have a firm grasp on human nature. Chen Mo couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. In truth, Lu Xiaobai had not been faring well these past few days. Professor Qi Shuang from the Chinese department at Yanqing University, Director Zhang Haoren, and even his father-in-law, all those privy to his true identity, had called him to berate him, and he wished he could turn off his phone. Lu Xiaobai slumped on the sofa, his phone on silent. But the screen continued to flicker with 99 missed calls and 999 WeChat messages. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Are these people really that worked up? At that moment, a pair of soft hands gently covered his eyes from behind. Guess who I am? A cheerful voice rang in his ear. Is it the 108th person calling to scold me today? Lu Xiaobai quipped, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wrong. It's your wife. The only person in the world who hasn't tea-scolded you. Su Nanjiao released her hands, stepped in front of him, and offered a steaming cup of honey grapefruit tea. Wife is the best, Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, pulling her slender waist closer. All right, what did Professor Qi scold you about? Nanjiao giggled, ruffling his hair, much like soothing their pet dog, once named Xiaobai. He questioned whether I have a shadow over love. Lu Xiaobai lifted his head, his face filled with indignation. And what about that director? Nanjiao chuckled. Mimicking Zhang Haoren's pained expression, Lu Xiaobai lamented, if I adapt this novel for the screen, the audience will surely kill me. Serves you right. Who told you to write such a torturous plot? Nanjiao laughed, her shoulders shaking. Even my father-in-law is outrageous. He said, Xiaobai, it's fine to write like this in the novel, but don't let Nanjiao suffer in reality. Lu Xiaobai continued, honestly, after reading your novel, even I doubt your sanity. Su Nanjiao smiled sweetly, settling onto his lap. Oh, how so? Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Now everyone online claims I'm the real-life Xylong. And if the Return of the Condor Heroes is adapted, I'm the most suitable to play Xylong. And you let Xylong be, Su Nanjiao pouted. You must never become an actress. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai looked tense. In his previous life, Lu Tianxian faced harassment from extras while filming the Return of the Condor Heroes. Rest assured, I'll 1T become an actress. Only the leading lady for you. Su Nanjiao gazed at him with affection. At the headquarters of Tian Lai Company, Qingwu stared at her assistant Lin Miao Miao, who stood awkwardly, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Is your tongue tied? Can't even speak fluently? Gu Qingwu glared at her coldly, her impatience evident. Your Shanhao and Yu Rushian have been replaced by the program team. Lin Miao Miao finally mustered the courage to say. Smack. Gu Qingwu slapped her hard across the face. What did you say? Repeat that, she said, her visage twisted with rage. I say, your song has been replaced. Lin Miao Miao said, covering her flushed left cheek, her voice tinged with grievance. Gu Qingwu sprang to his feet, fixing her with an intense stare. Why? The program team has selected both of Su Nanjiao's national-style songs. Director Zhang mentioned that 2 national-style songs would suffice, Lin Miao responded, meeting Gu Qingwu's gaze directly, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Why should I care if the program team swapped out your song? Is it my fault you can't confront them and instead take it out on me? I'm done with this. Su Nanjiao. Gu Qingwu articulated each syllable of the name, his refined features contorting into an almost feral expression. How dare that wretched girl consistently oppose me? Director Zhang stated that her 2 songs far surpassed Shanha Wuyo. After the higher-ups heard the demo, they made an immediate decision. Lin Miao deliberately provoked Gu Qingwu with this remark. She was resolute. The moment her contract expired, she would resign. She had had enough of this job. Prepare the car. Gu Qingwu abruptly interrupted, donning sunglasses retrieved from his bag as he headed to President Zheng's golf estate. At this juncture, it seemed that only that man could help salvage the situation. An hour later, a white Bentley rolled into the private estate in the outskirts. Gu Qingwu traversed the lawn and spotted Zheng Shipong swinging a golf club in the distance. This man, clad in a simple shirt, exuded a refined and genteel demeanor. No one would suspect that he was the true master of Tianlai Entertainment, a titan of the industry holding sway over half of its resources. President Zheng, it has been a while. You still maintain such a splendid physique. Gu Qingwu removed his sunglasses, instantly adopting a honeyed tone. The secretary discreetly withdrew to the side. Shanha Wuyo has been withdrawn? Zheng Shipong replied without turning, his voice cool and detached. You already know? Gu Qingwu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Su Nanjiao was truly excessive. She consistently stood against him. Let it go. This time we shall concede. Zheng Shipong interrupted her once more. What? Gu Qingwu froze in disbelief. The man she perceived as omnipotent had uttered such demoralizing words? Su Nanjiao's 2 new songs had garnered explicit praise from the higher-ups. Zheng Shipong took a delicate sip from the wine glass handed to him by the secretary. I have listened to both songs. Their quality far exceeds that of Shanha Wuyo. The nameless one is indeed a remarkable talent, he remarked wistfully.